The Nibelungenlied by Anonymous. Adventure I Kriemhilde won to us, in olden legends, is many a marvel told of praise-deserving heroes, of labors manifold, of weeping and of wailing, of joy and festival. Ye shall of bold knights battling now hear a wondrous tale. 2. A very noble maiden grew up in Burgundy. Then hers no great a beauty in any land might be. The maid was called Kriemhilde, a woman passing fair, for whose sake many a warrior his life must needs forbear. 3. To love that lovely maiden seemed but to be her due. None bore her spite, and many did for her favour sue. Fair were beyond all measure her noble form and face, her virtues were sufficient all womankind to grace. 4. 3 noble kings and wealthy guarded her as their own, Sir Gunther and Sir Gernot, for deeds of honour known, and Gisela the youngest, a gallant warrior he. The lady was the sister and ward of all the 3. 5. These princes were right gentle, and came of noble race, bold and of strength unequalled, peerless in knightly grace. The kingdom of Burgundia, thus was their country height, all Etzel's land rang later with their great deeds of might. 6. At Worms upon the Rhine flood, they dwelt in power and might, and there, in fealty, served them full many a haughty knight, with honourable service throughout their earthly life. That life had woeful ending from 2 great ladies' strife. 7. Their mother was Dame Ute, a queen exceeding rich, and Dankrat was their father, broad lands he left to each when he this life departed. He was a mighty man, who, and while yet a stripling, his knightly deeds began. 8. The 3 kings who came after were, as I've said before, all men of strength and valour, and to them fealty swore the flower of noble knighthood, of whom with truth 'twas said, that strong they were and dauntless, in sharp fight undismayed. 9. Foremost of them was Hagen, of Tringay, then his brother, Sir Dankwart the swift-footed, Otwine of Metz another, and Ecuat and Gia, who both were Margrave's height, with Volker of Alsatia, a stout and proven knight. 10. Rumold the kitchen master, a knight of high degree, Sindold and Hunold also, whose duty 'twas to see that courtly rights and honours were aye observed well, with many another gallant, whom time would fail to tell. 11. Dankwart, he was the marshal, his nephew Otwine bore the office of high sewer, in that proud court of Yaw. Sir Sindold was cupbearer, and a bold knight men say, the chamberlain was Hunold. All honourable they. 12. Of all this courtly service, and of their far-famed might, and of the worth and valour of each heroic knight, and of their life as courtiers, through all their joyous days, to give a true account were beyond my simple lays. 13. Meanwhile, amid this splendour, the maid Kriemhilde dreamed that she had reared a falcon, strong, fair, and wild he seemed, and that 2 eagles rent him before her very eyes. No worse grief could life bring her in any evil guise. 14. Quick to her mother Ute she told the vision dread, who, after her own manner, the dream interpreted. This falcon of thy rearing, thy noble husband he, and now may God defend him, all he is lost to thee. 15. What sayest thou of husbands, O dearest mother mine? Never for heroes' wooing shall I, your daughter, pine. Spotless and fair would I be as now unto my death. I would forego the sorrow that lurks man's love beneath. 16. Forswear not love thus lightly. Her mother answer gave, if heart's joy ever reach thee in life as women crave, through man's love thou must gain it. Thou wert a seemly bride if God do not deny thee a good knight at thy side. 17. Ah, let alone such counsel, my mother dear, I pray. By many a woman's witness 'tis proven, clear as day, how heart's delight too often with sorrow sore is paid. Lest such mischance befall me, I'll shun them both, she said. 18. So, in her mind, Kriemhilde held ever love at bay, and lived in happy freedom for many a merry day, caring for naught and no one. And yet it was her fate to be one day, in honour, a gallant warrior's mate. 19. It was the self-same falcon that she in dreams did see, just as her mother told her, and bloody was to be her vengeance on her kinsman, by whom the deed was done. For one man's death did perish full many a mother's son. Adventure X How Brunhilde was received at Worms 579 now, on the further Rhine bank, came with a numerous band the king and his guests with him, and drew nigh to the strand. One saw, too, by the rain led, full many a maiden's steed. For those who should receive them to wait they had no need. 580 For when the folk of Iceland unto the ship were led, and eke the Nibelung people who Siegfried followed, they put across the water, with quick, unwearied hand to where, upon the quayside, they saw the king's friends stand. 581 Now hearken to my story. I'll tell you how the Queen Ute, the rich queen-mother, was with her maidens seen, forth coming from the castle, whence she herself did ride. Then many an acquaintance twixt knight and maid was tied. 582 Kriemhilde's palfrey led, was by Gia the Margrave as far as the fort gateway, where Siegfried, warrior brave, must thenceforth wait upon her. She was a lovely maid, and he by this fair lady was, later, well repaid. 583 alongside Lady Ute, Otween the bold rode he, with many knights and maidens who bear them company. Ne'er at a great reception, we must confess, had been so great a throng of ladies as here together seen. 584, and many a fair encounter took place amid the train of praise-deserving heroes. They could not well refrain, before the fair Kriemhilde, until the ship they reach. Then from their palfreys lift they, the well-dight ladies each. 585 the king had now crossed over, and many a guest of worth. Hey, what stout shafts were shivered for these fair ladies' mirth! One heard the hurtling tumult, as lance on buckler rang, aye, and the rich shield busses that in the press did clang. 586 the fair ones now were standing the landing place upon. With all his guests had Gunther up from the vessel gone. He led the Lady Brunhild with his own royal hand. Then shone against each other bright gems and garments grand. 587, with courtly grace Dame Kriemhild did thereupon repair to where the Lady Brunhild and all her courtiers were. One saw them push their chaplets with their white fingers by, what time they kissed each other, 'twas done in courtesy. 588 then spake the maid Kriemhilde, and fittingly spake she, to us in this our country right welcome may you be, to me, and to my mother, as unto every friend whom we as faithful reckon. Then each did lowly bend. 589 the dames each other greeted with clasp of hand and arm. No one had ever heard of a welcoming so warm. As soon as the two ladies the bride for certain wist, Dame Ute and her daughter her sweet mouth often kissed. 590, when all Brunhilde's ladies had lighted on the strand, they tenderly were greeted, and taken by the hand. For many a well-dight woman there was a warrior good, and many beauteous maidens with Dame Brunhilde stood. 591, before their greeting ended a good long hour had sped, aye, and the lips, like roses, were kissed of many a maid. Still stood by one another those two kings' daughters bright, to many a valiant hero they were a lovely sight. 592, with their own eyes beheld they, who often told had been that no such peerless beauty had ever yet been seen as that of these two ladies. It now was plain to view. One saw, too, on their bodies not in the least untrue. 593 those who could judge of women, and on fair forms decide, did laud and praise for beauty the royal Gunther's bride. But others, they were wise men with more discerning eyes, said, that from Dame Brunhilde, Kriemhilde won the prize. 594 now dame and maid were walking, each other opposite, and many a lovely body one saw right nobly dight, and many a rich pavilion and silken tent were there, the plain that worms surrounded was crowded everywhere. 595, the kinsmen of King Gunther came thronging thereunto. Brunhilde and Kriemhilde were thither bade to go and take with them their ladies, where they in shade could stand. There, with them, came the nobles of the Burgundian land. 596 meanwhile, upon their charges, the guests were all a-field, and many a doughty lance thrust was caught upon the shield. The plain with dust was smoking, as though the very earth in flames would soon be bursting. Now heroes showed their worth. 597 upon these knightly doings looked many a maiden's eye. I doubt not that Sir Siegfried full many a time rode by the tents, as with his liegemen he back and forward sped. 1,000 gallant warriors from Nibelung he led. 598 then Hagen, Lord of Tronje, at his host's bidding went, and courteously the hero did close the tournament, lest by the dust besprinkled the beauteous maids should be. This order by the guests was obeyed good-humouredly. 599 then spake the noble Gernot, let now the hosses rest. As soon as it grows cooler we knights will do our best to please these lovely ladies before the palace wide. Let everyone be ready whene'er the king will ride. 600 when all the wide field over the tournament was stayed, for pastime went the heroes beneath the tall tent's shade, to parley with the ladies, on mirth and pleasure bent. Thus, till 'twas time for riding, their leisure hours were spent. 601, but when it grew towards even and near the sun's last ray, seeing the air was cooler, they would no more delay. Then many a knight and lady toward the castle rode. On many a beauteous woman were loving looks bestowed. 602, and now, they raced for raiment such as good knights do wear, these highly mettled warriors, as was the custom there, until they reached the palace. There did the king dismount, and they the ladies aided as gallant knights be wont. 603 now, too, the royal ladies did from each other part. Queen Ute and her daughter together did depart, with all their court attendants, unto a chamber wide. Then shouts of joy and laughter were heard on every side. 604 The seats being set in order, the royal Gunther would go with his guests to supper. 'Twas seen how by him stood the beautiful Brunhilde, and now a crown she wore, as queen in her king's kingdom. Well worth was she therefore. 605 Fine seats were set for many, by tables broad and good, as we have been assured, laid with abundant food, of all that they could wish, for how little lack was seen, and with the king was many a guest of laudly mien. 606 The host's own body servants, in ewers of red gold, did fetch and carry water. If you should e'er be told that at a prince's wedding the service was more fit, 'twould trouble me but little. I'd put no faith in it. 607 Before the great Rhine ruler did of the water take, Sir Siegfried went unto him a due request to make, to warn him of his promise, which he, by his right hand pledged, ere he saw Brunhilde at home in Isenland. 608 He spake, You must remember, you swore by your right hand, if ever Dame Brunhilde should come to this your land, you'd give to me your sister. Now what hath got your oath? Much trouble with your journey I've taken, nothing loth. 609 Then to his guest the king said, Thou didst right well to speak. What on my hand I swore you, that oath I will not break. As best I can, I'll help you to bring about this thing. Then was Kriemhilde summoned to court before the king. 610 With all her beauteous maidens she came unto the hall. Then, from a dais springing, young Giselha did call, Bid all these other damsels return, for verily no other than my sister here with the king shall be. 611 They brought the lady Kriemhild to where the king did stand, with noble knights around him from many a prince's land. In the wide hall they bade her stand quietly alone. Meanwhile the lady Brunhild had to the banquet gone. 612 Thereon did speak King Gunther, Dear sister, noble maid, I trust unto thy goodness to let mine oath be paid. I've pledged thee to a warrior. Should he become thy lord, by thy true faith and duty thou wilt have kept my word. 613 Then spake the noble maiden, Beloved brother mine, thou shouldst not thus beseech me. My will is ever thine to do as thou commandest. What thou hast willed, shall be. I'll take, my lord, for husband, him whom thou givest to me. 614 At her dear eyes' kind glances all red grew Siegfried's face. At Dame Kriemhilde's service the knight himself did place. They twain then must together within the circle stand. They asked if she were willing to take this hero's hand. 615 A little was she shamed with maiden modesty. But yet, so blessed was Siegfried and eke so lucky he, that she did not refuse him at once and out of hand. To wife he swore to take her, that king of Netherland. 616 So he to her was plighted, and unto him the maid. And now the loving damsel no longer was afraid within the arms of Siegfried in sweet embrace to rest. And then, before the heroes, his beauteous queen he kissed. 617 The crowd in twain divided. And soon as this was done, lo, there was Siegfried seated upon the second throne, and by his side, Kriemhilde. Many on them did wait. One saw the Nibelungs thronging around where Siegfried sate. 618 The king was likewise seated, with Brunhilde the maid. But when she saw Kriemhilde, she ne'er had been so sad. By noble Siegfried sitting, a weeping she began, her many hot tears falling adown her bright cheeks ran. 619 Then spake the country's ruler, What ails you, lady mine, that you should dim with weeping those bright and shining eyne? You rather should be joyful that subject unto you my land is, and my castles, and many a bold man too. 620 Good cause have I for weeping, replied the beauteous maid. In sooth about thy sister my very heart is sad. I see her sitting next to yon vassal of thine own. Needs must I ever mourn it if she be thus undone. 621 King Gunther whispered to her, I prithee silent be. At some more fitting season I'll tell this tale to thee, and wherefore unto Siegfried I did my sister give. In sooth she, with this warrior, right happily may live. 622 She said, I must pity her beauty and her grace, and gladly would I hide me, did I but know a place, that it might ne'er befall me to lay me by your side, unless thou tell'st me wherefore she must be Siegfried's bride. 623 The noble king said to her, This much then understand, he hath as many castles as I, and broad a land, that know now of a surety, a mighty king is he, and therefore this fair maiden gave I his wife to be. 624 Whate'er the king said to her, she troubled was in mood, now hastened from the tables full many a warrior good. So lusty was their tilting, it made the fortress ring. The host amid his guests was distraught and wearying. 625 He thought how sweet would rest be, by that fair woman's side. His heart was never free from this longing for his bride. He from her wifely duties much love must surely win. Then tenderly Brunhilde to eye did he begin. 626. The guests of knightly pastimes were bid to make an end. The king unto his chamber would with his spouse ascend. Before the great hall stairway, Kriemhild and Brunhild met. They looked upon each other with naught but kindness yet. 627. Then came their court attendants. There was no lingering. The chamberlains rich suited the tapelights did bring. The warriors were divided, to either king his men. 'Twas plainly seen how many did follow Siegfried then. 628. Unto their wedding chambers, thus both the heroes came. And each of them was thinking how he by love would tame his lovely lady's scruples, and tender was his mood. To Siegfried was his pastime beyond all measure good. 629. For, when the lordly hero held Kriemhild to his heart, and comforted the maiden with every loving art, amid his noble wooing she seemed his very life. Not for 1,000 others had he forgone his wife. 630. Of how he wooed his lady, I nothing more will tell, but hearken to this story, to Gunther what befell along with Dame Brunhilde. Methinks the comely thane, on many a softer pillow with other dames had lain. 631. The serving folk had vanished, women as well as men. The door of the bride chamber was quickly closed then. He thought he should be clasping her sweet form presently. The time was still far distant when she his wife would be. 632. In shift of snow-white linen, she came unto the bed. Then thought the noble warrior, now have I compassed all that I ever yearned for, through all my livelong days. Her beauty had bewitched him, 'twere no unlikely case. 633. The noble king did firstly quench with his hand the light. To where the dame was lying then ventured that bold knight. He stretched himself beside her, his joy could not be told, as in his arms the hero, the lovely one, did fold. 634. All loving customs was he right ready to fulfill, if but the noble lady had let him have his will. But she so full of wrath was that sorry was his state. He thought to meet with kindness, and found unfriendly hate. 635. She spake, O knight most noble, you best had let me be, for that which might content you ne'er will get from me. I will remain a maiden, you may be sure of that, until I learn the story. That made her Gunther hate. 636. He tried to wring love from her, and striving, tore her dress. Whereat she seized a girdle, this masterful princess, it was a cord well twisted, which round the hips she wore. Then to the king full measure she gave of anguish saw. 637. His feet and hands together she fastened therewithal. Then to a nail she bore him, and hung him on the wall. Because her sleep he hindered, to him she love forbade, her strength, in sooth, was such that his death he well nigh had. 638. Then fell he to beseeching, who master should have been. Loose now my bonds, I pray you, most good and noble queen. I'll take an oath, fair lady, you never to constrain, and never will I lay me so nigh to you again. 639. She little recked how fared he, so she but softly lay. He needs must stay there hanging all night until the day, until the light of morning athwart the lattice shone. If e'er of strength he boasted, that strength was well nigh gone. 640. Now say to me, Lord Gunther, would you not be afraid to be found tied and hanging? Questioned the beauteous maid. By your own body servants, bound by a woman too? The noble knight made answer, 'twould evil bode for you. 641. I too should win small honor, the worthy man did say. I pray you of your goodness to let me by you stay, and since it seems my wooing doth anger you so much, 'twill long be ere my fingers shall dare your robe to touch. 642. Then speedily she loosed him, and led him to his feet. Again into the bride bed he to his wife did get. Yet so far did he lay him, that he her raiment fair thenceforth could scarcely ruffle, of that she took good care. 643. In came then their attendants, and brought them fresh array, of which a mighty star was all ready for that day. How gay soe'er the world was, right gloomy had he grown, the country's noble ruler, who wore, by day, a crown? 644. According to old custom, which rightly men obey, King Gunther and Queen Brunhild no longer must delay to go unto the minster, where holy mass was sung. There, likewise, came Sir Siegfried, and mighty was the throng. 645. As kingly rank demanded, in readiness did wait whatever they had need of, their crowns and robes of state. Then were they consecrated, and after that was done, all four were seen in gladness to stand, each with a crown. 646. Then many youths were knighted, 600, maybe more, in honor of the crowning, of that ye may be sure. And great rejoicing was there throughout Burgundian land. One heard the lances splinter in every new knight's hand. 647, the fair maids in the windows sat, and all looked the field. They saw below them flashing full many a polished shield. King Gunther kept aloof from his liege's revelry. Whate'er the rest were doing, a mournful man was he. 648, how great was the unlikeness of his and Siegfried's mood, and well he knew what ailed him, that noble knight and good. Unto the king he hastened, and straight to question fell. How fared you yestereven? To me you this should tell. 649, then to his guest the host spake. A foul disgrace 'twill be. I've brought the very devil home to the house with me. For when I sought to woo her, she bound me tight withal. Then to a nail she bore me and hanged me on the wall. 650, there hung I in mine anguish all night until the day, before she would unbind me. How softly, too, she lay. This, trusting in your friendship, I tell you secretly. Then cried the stalwart Siegfried, this grieves me, verily. 651, I'll see if I can help you, so put your grief away. I'll manage that this evening she'll let you by her stay. She shall not even flout you, nor scorn your love again. This saying was to Gunther sweet comfort after pain. 652, and further spake Sir Siegfried, thou yet mayst prosper well. Right different, I ween, was the luck that us befell. To me your sister Kriemhild is dearer than my life. This same night Dame Brunhilde shall be your willing wife. 653, he said, unto your chamber I'll come this very night, clad in my hood of darkness, unseen of any wight, that ne'er another person my artifice may know, so let your chamber servants unto their hostel go. 654, the lights the pages carry I'll suddenly put out, and this will be the token, that you may have no doubt but I am nigh to aid you. Yea, I will tame your wife that you this night can woo her. Thereon I stake my life. 655 then, quoth the king, be careful thou yieldest not to love, she is mine own dear lady. The rest I do approve, do with her what thou choosest. If thou shouldst take her life methinks I would all look it, she is a fearsome wife. 656, I do agree, cried Siegfried, and by my faith, I swear I will not seek to woo her. Is not thy sister dear before all other women I have set eyes on I? Right well believed Gunther what Siegfried then did say. 657, the merry games brought gladness and also weariness. The tilting and the shouting were bidden soon to cease, for to the hall the ladies were shortly to depart. The chamberlains commanded the folk to stand apart. 658, the horses and the people were driven from the cot. Each of the beauteous ladies a bishop did escort, when they in kingly presence must go to sit at meat, and many a goodly liegeman them followed to their seat. 659, the king, with hopes encouraged, in joyous humour sat. What Siegfried had assured him, his mind was full of that. To him this one day seemed as long as 30 days. Upon his lady's wooing his thoughts were set always. 660, he scarcely could content him until the meal was done. Then was the fair Brunhilde at leisure to be gone, as also was Kriemhilde. Both to their rooms would go, the thanes around them thronging. Ha, 'twas a gallant show. 661, Sir Siegfried by Kriemhilde his beauteous wife still sate, and with her held sweet converse with joy unmarred by hate. His hands she softly fondled with hers that were so white, until, but how she knew not, he vanished from her sight. 662, as she with him was toying and found he'd slipped away, she turned to his attendants, and thus the queen did say, I marvel what hath happened the king, where hath he gone? His hands he but this moment hath taken from mine own. 663, she did not question further. Meanwhile, he quickly came to where the chamber servants did wait with links aflame. He straight began to quench them, each in the page's hand. That it was done by Siegfried Gunther did understand. 664, well knew he what he wanted. He therefore bade begone the maids and dames who waited. As soon as this was done, the noble king was careful himself to lock the door. 2 strong bolts drew he quickly and fastened their before. 665, behind the testa hangings he hid the taper's light. And then began a play-piece, which ended not that night, betwixt the stalwart Siegfried and that fair maiden wife, which was unto King Gunther with joy and sorrow rife. 666, when on the couch lay Siegfried alongside of the queen, take care, quoth she, Lord Gunther, though sweet it might have been to love me, lest you suffer as you have done before. The lady for bold Siegfried had bitter woe in store. 667, to hide his voice he failed not, and ne'er a word spake he. And so 'twas plain to Gunther, although he could not see, that nothing sly or secret was passing twixt the twain. But little peace or comfort did either of them gain. 668, he bore himself, as though he the great King Gunther were, and in his arms clasped closely that maiden passing fair. but on a bench by standing she hurled him from the bed, so that against a footstool he loudly smote his head. 669 arising, strong as ever, up leapt the gallant man. This time he would do better. But soon as he began to try and overpower her, again she wrought him woe. Ne'er wife hath made offending the like of that, I trow. 670, and when he gave not over, the maiden sprang upright. Full ill doth it beseem you to touch my shift so white. Cos are you and unmannered. Woe therefore you betide. You shall not soon forget it? The comely maiden cried. 671, she clasped the good knight tightly with both her arms around, and would have laid and bound him, as she the king had bound, that she in peace and quiet might lie upon her bed. The ruffling of her raiment she vengefully repaid. 672, what did his valor serve him, and what his power of limb, when she essayed to show him that she could master him? By might and main she bore him, not elsewise could it be, and twixt the bed and cupboard she crushed him cruelly. 673, ah, woe is me! The knight thought, am I to lose my life, and that through a mere maiden? If so be, every wife from this day forth forever, with arrogance and pride will treat her lawful husband, which else should ne'er betide. 674, the king could hear all plainly, and grieved for the man. Siegfried, full sore ashamed, to rage within began. His monstrous strength outputting he with the maid did close, and strove with all his fosses dame Brunhild to oppose. 675, long time it seemed to Gunther ere he the maid did quell. She grasped his hands so tightly, that from each fingernail the blood burst from her pressure. Sad pain the hero bore, yet the noble maiden he made for evermore. 676 renounce, that will unruly, of which she was so proud. The king heard what was passing, but durst not speak a word. Against the bed he pressed her, until she cried again. His strength it was sufficient to cause her gruesome pain. 677, then clutched she at the girdle she wore about her waist, and would have bound him with it. He stopped it with such haste and force, that all her body and joints cracked in the strife. Thus ended was the battle. She now was Gunther's wife. 678 she spake. O noble sovereign, now let my life go free, and all shall be atoned for that I have done to thee. Ne'er more I'll do despite to the love of thy true heart. Right surely have I proved that thou women's master art. 679 Sir Siegfried stepped aside then, whilst there the maiden lay, as though he had bethought him his clothes to put away. But first, from off her finger a golden ring he drew, so that the noble maiden naught of it ever knew. 680 he eyes took her girdle, a silken cord and good. I know not if he took it in arrogance of mood. Unto his wife he gave it, whence woe he one day had. Then lay each by the other the king and his fair maid. 681, he wooed her as a lover, as was his right to do. And needs must she her anger and eke her shame forego. So closely did he cotter her cheeks grew somewhat pale. Ah me, how all her power was made by love to fail. 682, for now she was no stronger than any other dame, and all her lovely body his very own became. If she had tried to spurn him, what profit could it prove? This was the work of Gunther by virtue of his love. 683, how full of fond endearments he by the lady lay, in tender love and kindness until the dawn of day. Meanwhile, the noble Siegfried had gone again outside, and was right warmly welcomed by his own winsome bride. 684, he put aside the questions which did perplex her thought, and long from her kept hidden what he for her had brought, until, a queen and crowned, to his own land she went. What he was doomed to give her he no eyes could prevent. 685, the host upon the morrow was in a gayer mood than on the former morning. Thereby a humour good spread through his lands, rejoicing full many a noble thane whom to his house he summoned, and well did entertain. 686, the merrymaking lasted until the 14th day. And all the while the turmoil did not abate nor stay with all kinds of rejoicing, which one and all must share. 'Twas all at the king's charges, and great in sooth they were. 687, for noble Gunther's kinsmen, as them the king had told, gave gifts to do him honour, of raiment and red gold, of hosses and of silver, unto the outland men. They who for gifts were eager departed happy then. 688, and even the Lord Siegfried from out of Netherland, with all his 1,000 lieges, of that apparel grand which they had brought to Rhineland to them, did freely give. Fine hosses, eke, and saddles, right nobly could they live. 689, ere all the costly presents were shared among the throng, those who would fain go homeward began to think it long. Ne'er yet of like enjoyment had guests so had their fill. And so the wedding ended, such was King Gunther's will. Adventure Roman 11, how Siegfried went home with his wife 690. Now that the guests departing all on their way were sped, Siegfried the son of Siegmund unto his people said, We likewise must make ready home to our land to go. Well liked his wife these tidings, when she the news did know. 691, she spake unto her husband, When must we needs set out? That I should go thus quickly, I very much misdoubt, for firstly must my brothers with me the kingdom share. 'Twas irksome unto Siegfried from Kriemhild this to hear. 692, the princes went unto him and spake to him, all three, Now be assured, Sir Siegfried, that yours shall ever be our true and faithful service, aye, even unto death. He bowed unto the princes who pledged him thus their faith. 693, We would with you share also, said Giselher the young, the lands and eke the castles which unto us belong. Whate'er of this wide kingdom be subject to our rule, together with Kriemhilda, that shall you share in full. 694, thereon the son of Siegmund said to the princes three, as soon as of these nobles the goodwill he did see, Your heritage, God grant it for ever blessed be, and eke the folk within it. But for my dear wife, she 695, gladly forgoes the portion that ye to her would give. A crown she'll soon be wearing, and if we both should live, she'll be in sooth far richer than any living bride. In aught else at your service I'll loyally abide. 696, then spake the lady Kriemhild, Though not my land you deem, Burgundian thanes should never stand in such small esteem. To lead them to his country right glad a king might be. I, let my own dear brothers and share in all with me. 697, then spake the noble Gernot, Take whom thou hast a mind, of those who would ride with thee, thou here wilt plenty find. Of 300 warriors 1,000 will give thee to be thine own attendants. Then Kriemhild speedily 698 for Hagen sent, of Tringey, and likewise for Otween. Will ye and eke your kinsmen, she asked, be men of mine? But Hagen, when he heard it, cried in a mood of wrath, Nay, Gunther may not give us to anyone on earth. 699, let others of your household attend you on your way. Well might you know by this time the customs of Tringey upon the king attending at cot we choose to stay, whom we thus far have followed, we still would serve alway. 700 'twas therefore so decided, to start they did prepare. As noble cot attendants Dame Kriemhild took with her of maidens 32, besides 500 men. Sir Ecuat, the Margrave, went with Kriemhilda then. 701 then was a great leave-taking, of squire as well as knight, of maiden and of matron. As was indeed but right. Friend kissing friend at parting was seen on every hand, right gaily they departed from out King Gunther's land. 702, their kinsmen did escort them far out upon the way, and camping grounds were fixed on, where they the night should stay, wherever seemed good to them throughout the king's domain. Swift messengers to Siegmund the tidings bare amain 703, that he and Dame Sieglinde might straight be made aware how that their son was coming, with Ute's daughter fair, the beauteous Kriemhilda, of Worms on the Rhine strand. No dearer news and better could e'er have come to hand. 704 Ah, well for me, quoth Siegmund, that I this day have known when beauteous Kriemhilda comes hither for a crown. Mine heritage I reckon thereby a worthier thing my son, the noble Siegfried, shall here himself be king. 705 then gave the lady Sieglind much velvet of red hue, and weighty gold and silver, that was their herald's due. So much the news rejoiced her which she had heard that day. With zeal, her waiting maidens now donned their best array. 706 folks talked of who was coming with Siegfried to their land. They bade men raise a platform, with benches close at hand, where from his friends might see him as with his crown he rode. King Siegmund's men went forward to meet him on the road. 707, if any better welcome to hero's eye befell, than in this land of Siegmund, it is not mine to tell. To meet the fair Kriemhilda Sieglind herself did ride, with many a lovely lady and gallant knights beside. 708, after a whole day's journey at length, the guests they spied. Both native born and strangers did weary of the ride, before they reached a fortress, a castle large and strong, 'twas sant in height, and therein they wore their crowns irelong. 709, with smiling lips and loving, Sieglind and Siegmund too greeted the fair Kriemhilda, with kisses not a few. They did the like to Siegfried, now gone was all their pain. Their followers did likewise a hearty welcome gain. 710, they bade the guests be taken in front of Siegmund's hall, and there the beauteous maidens were holpen, one and all, to dismount from their palfreys, and there was many a man who on these lovely women to wait with zeal began. 711, how grand soe'er the wedding had been upon the Rhine, here did they give the heroes apparel far more fine than they, in all their lifetime, had ever worn before. One might tell mickle marvels of all their wealth and store. 712, they sate in state and splendor, and had of all enough. What raiment wore their servants of golden-colored stuff, with broidered lace adorned, and precious stones enwrought. The noble Queen Sieglinde of this had taken thought. 713 before his friends and kinsmen, then noble Siegmund spake, I charge all Siegfried's kinsfolk notice hereby to take, that he, before these warriors, my crown henceforth shall wear. This news the Netherlanders were glad in sooth to hear. 714 to him he gave his kingdom, his crown, and government. Henceforth he was their master, and his arbitrament and rendering of justice became abiding law, so that fair Kriemhild's husband was greatly held in awe. 715 in this estate of honor, he lived, as all declare, and wore the crown and governed, until, in the 10th year, his comely wife in safety brought forth her firstborn son, whereat the royal kinsfolk were gladdened every own. 716 they hastened to baptize him, and gave him for a name, after his uncle, Gunther, which could not bring him shame. Were he but as his forebears, a brave man he would grow. They gave him careful training, as bounden so to do. 717 about the self-same season Dame Sieglinde passed away. Then noble Ute's daughter did over all hold sway, as doth beseem such ladies who wealth and lands possess. That death the queen had taken they mourned none the less. 718 now yonder too, in Rhineland, so doth the story run, unto the wealthy Gunther there had been born a son of beauteous Brunhilde, in realm of Burgundy, and, for the love of Siegfried, that hero's name had he. 719 with what great care unceasing that child was watched and taught. For him, the noble Gunther caused teachers to be sought, to rear him in all virtues befitting man's estate. Alas, how in his kinsfolk he found an evil fate. 720 in legends old, the story hath many a time been told, of how those gallant warriors lived in the days of old, worthy of praise at all times, in good King Siegmund's land. The like did also Gunther and all his knightly band. 721, the kingdom of the Nibelungs was under Siegfried's sway. Among his wealthy kinsfolk there was no wealthier eye, and Schilbung's warriors also, and all their goods and gold. Well might the gallant warrior his head more highly hold. 722, the greatest of all treasures that ever hero won, save they that erst time held it, the gallant knight did own, which once upon a mountain he rested by his might, he did to death to gain it full many a doughty knight. 723, he had his fill of honor, and had it not been so, in justice to the hero one needs must own, I trow, that he among the best was that ere on horseback sat. Men feared his strength of body, with reason did they that. Adventure Roman 12, how Gunther bade Siegfried to the festival 724, now Gunther's wife the meanwhile was brooding every day. Why bears herself Dame Kriemhild in such a lofty way? Is not her husband Siegfried a vassal of our own? Scant service hath he paid us in all these years agone. 725 within her heart this kept she, and heed took their raiment. Yet that they came not ever did make her ill content, and that she got no service out of Sir Siegfried's land, and wherefore this should happen she fain would understand. 726 so of the king inquired she, whether it might not be that she the Lady Kriemhild yet once again might see? She privily spoke to him of what her mind thus teased, but when her lord had heard her, he was but half well pleased. 727 and how are we to bring them? Then said the mighty king, here into this our country, that were no easy thing, too far from us their dwelling, to ask I am afraid. Then answered him Brunhilde, with crafty air, and said, 728 however high and mighty a king's man be, I say that he his lord's commandments should never dare gainsay. And to himself smiled Gunther whilst she laid down the law, he had no thought of service whene'er he Siegfried saw. 729 she spake, my lord beloved, I pray thee, for my sake, lend me thine aid, that Siegfried may with thy sister take their journey to this country, that here we them may see, for nothing that could happen would be more sweet to me. 730 thy sister's gentle breeding and well-contented mood, whene'er I think upon them, in sooth, it doth me good. How we did sit together, when first I was thy wife, right well hath she deserved bold Siegfried's love and life. 731 so long she thus besought him, until the king did say, be sure that guests more welcome could ne'er be any day. 'Tis easy to persuade me, and messengers of mine I'll send unto the couple, to bring them to the Rhine. 732 Then spake the queen yet further. Now also you must say when you will send to fetch them, and at what time we may look for our well-loved kinsfolk to come unto our land, and whom you purpose sending I fain would understand. 733 That will I do. The king said, 30 of mine own men will I send riding thither. These did he summon then, and by them sent his message unto Prince Siegfried's land. Dame Brunhild to content them gave much apparel grand. 734 Then said the king, this message ye'll take, my warriors bold, wherewith I now entrust ye, see that ye not withhold, unto the mighty Siegfried and to my sister dear, that in this world doth no one more kindness to them bear. 735 And pray that both do shortly come to us on the Rhine, for which we'll ever thank them, I and this lady mine. Before this next midsummer, he and his men shall see things done, which to his pleasure and honour great shall be. 736 And likewise to King Siegmund my service take and say, that I and all my people be bound to him alway. Say also to my sister, that she must tarry not, more worthy entertainment shall never be her lot. 737 Brunhilda and Queen Ute, and every dame at hand, sent messages of service to all in Siegfried's land, unto the lovely women, and many a man of worth. Then, by the king's good pleasure, the messengers set forth. 738 In travelling guise they journeyed, their steeds and wearing gear were ready made beforehand, so from the land they fare. They made good progress onward to where their goal did lie. The king came with an escort to speed his embassy. 739 At end of 3 weeks, riding they came into the land wherein the Nibelung stronghold, where they were sent, did stand on the Norwegian border, and there they found the Thane. Both steeds and men were weary with their long journey's pain. 740 Then was it unto Siegfried, and to Kriemhilda said how knights had come on horseback, and so apparelled as in Burgundian country, the fashion was that day. Straight from the couch upsprang she whereon she resting lay. 741 And quickly to a window she bade a maiden go, who saw the gallant Gia stand in the cot below, him and the comrades with him, who had been thither sent. Instead of all her hot-take, how great was her content. 742 Unto the king then spake she, now look you down below, how they with doughty jeer about the courtyard go, whom my good brother Gunther here down the Rhine hath sent. The stalwart Siegfried answered, will make them well content. 743 Then all the court attendants did hasten out to greet, and every one among them did speak a welcome meet. They gave unto the envoys the best words that they had. The old King Siegmund likewise was of their coming glad. 744 A lodging was appointed for Gia and his men, the horses too were cared for. The messengers went then unto the hall where Siegfried near to Kriemhilda sat. At court they had free entry, and therefore did they that. 745 The host rose with the hostess and near to them did stand. Right well was Gia welcomed from the Burgundian land, with all his knightly comrades, King Gunther's men to wit. The noble Gia bade they upon the bench to sit. 746 Before we sit allow us to tell you of our news, though weary with our journey, to stand the while we choose. We have to give a message which unto you we bring from Gunther and Brunhilda, and weighty is this thing. 747 And likewise what Dame Ute, your mother, sendeth you, and Giselher the young knight, and noble Gernot too, and all your nearest kinsfolk, from whom we have command to offer you their greeting from the Burgundian land. 748 Now God reward ye, heralds, cried Siegfried, and I trust unto your truth and kindness, as towards friends we must, so likewise doth their sister. And now your tidings give if still our friends beloved at home in gladness live. 749 Since we from them departed hath no one evil done unto Kriemhilda's kinsmen, let that to me be known. My faithful help is ready in every time of need, until mine aid and service their foes shall rue indeed. 750 Then quoth the Margrave Gia, he was a warrior good. Right happily abide they in all good livelihood, they bid you to the Rhineland to a high festival, right gladly will they see you, of that doubt not at all. 751 They pray my lady also that she will thither wend so soon as ere the winter shall come unto its end. Before this next midsummer your faces would they see. Then spake the stalwart Siegfried, nay, that can hardly be. 752 But further spake Sir Gia from the Burgundian land, it is your mother Ute who maketh this demand. Eke Giselher and Gernot, ye must not them gainsay, that ye be so far distant I hear complaints each day. 753 Brunhilde, too, my mistress, and all her maidens fair rejoice at this my errand. If likelihood there were that they once more might see you, happy would be their mood. Unto the fair Kriemhilde this message seemed right good. 754 As Gia was her kinsman, the host then bade him sit. Wine for the guests he ordered, nor long they wanted it. And thither, too, came Siegmund, who had the heralds seen. To the Burgundian heroes he spake with friendly mien. 755 Be welcome, Gunther's liegemen, ye warriors, every one. Since it hath happed that Siegfried my son to wife hath won Kriemhilde fair, more often you would we gladly see in this our land, if truly to us ye'll friendly be. 756 They said that if he wished it they'd gladly come again. And so in pleasure vanished their weariness and pain. The messengers were seated, and food was brought them there. For guests so welcome Siegfried had plenty of good fare. 757 For 9 days' space and longer to stay they were constrained. Until, at last, the horsemen, who would be gone, complained that back into their country they nevermore would ride. Meanwhile his friends King Siegfried had summoned to his side 758 to ask them what they counselled. Would they go to the Rhine? He hath sent here to fetch me Gunther, that friend of mine. He and his kinsfolk bid us to keep festivity. I'd gladly go there, save that his land too far doth lie. 759 They also bid Kriemhilde to go along with me. Now counsel me, dear kinsman, how thither come shall she? If I through 30 kingdoms my men for them must lead, still Siegfried's hand to serve them must ready be indeed. 760 Then spake his chiefs unto him. If you've a mind unto the journey to this hightide, will counsel what to do? You with 1,000 warriors unto the Rhine shall ride, so may you with all honor in Burgundy abide. 761 Then spake the noble Siegmund of Netherland the laud. Will ye unto this feasting, and tell me not a word? And if it will not shame you I'll ride along with you. I'll take 100 swordsmen to swell your retinue. 762 Wilt thou in sooth ride with us, my own good father dear? Exclaimed the gallant Siegfried. Right gladly that I hear. Before 12 days are over my fatherland I'll leave. To all who did desire them, they steeds and raiment gave. 763 Now that the noble ruler was minded soon to start, the heralds swift were bidden straight homewards to depart, and unto his wife's kinsmen upon the Rhine to say, that he would very gladly with them keep holiday. 764 Both Siegfried and Kriemhilde, as doth the story say, more gifts gave to the heralds than could be borne away on their own hosses homewards. A wealthy man was he? Their sturdy beasts of burden they drove right merrily. 765 Their folk were clothed by Siegfried and Siegmund worthily. And Ecuat the Margrave gave orders speedily to seek out women's raiment, the best that could be found, or anywhere be heard of in Siegfried's lands around. 766 The saddles and the bucklers began they to prepare, and to the knights and ladies who should the journey share, was given whate'er they wanted, that they might fail in naught. Unto his friends full many a noble guest he brought. 767 The heralds did not loiter upon the journey home. And soon the gallant Gia to Burgundy was come, where right well was he welcomed. They then alighted all from charges and from palfreys before King Gunther's hall. 768 The youths went and the elders, as men are wont to do, to ask what might the news be. Then spake the good knight true, when to the king I've told it the rest of you shall know. Then straightway with his comrades did he to Gunther go. 769 The king, in joy to see them, rose quickly from his chair. That they had come so swiftly also from Brunhild fair received they thanks, while Gunther unto the envoys spake. How fares it now with Siegfried? Much wrought he for my sake. 770 Then spake the gallant Gia. For joy his face grew red, both his and your fair sisters, and ne'er was message sped from any man of honor unto his friends, more true than Siegfried and his father by me have sent to you. 771 Then thus unto the Margrave the noble king's wife spake. Say, now, is Kriemhild coming? And care doth she yet take to keep the outward fairness which she to foster knew? Aye, said the warrior Gia, doubtless she comes to you. 772 Then Ute to her presence the heralds did command, and by her question might one right plainly understand what she to hear was longing. Still well did Kriemhild fare. He told how he had found her, and that she'd soon be there. 773 Gnaw from the caught retainers did they the gifts withhold that they had had from Siegfried. The raiment and the gold in sight of all the liegemen of the 3 kings were spread. For their abundant largesse were many thanks repaid. 774, 'tis easy. Then said Hagen, for him such gifts to give, he could not spend his riches did he forever live. The treasure of the Nibelungs he holds within his hand. Ha, what if it should ever come to Burgundian land? 775 then was there great rejoicing among the people all that soon the guests were coming. From dawn till evenfall, the three kings' craftsmen labored, with zeal untiring filled. Grand rows of seats in plenty they then began to build. 776, the valiant Sir Hunold and Sindold too, the Thane, had little time for leisure. They too must work amain, as steward and cupbearer the places they must set. And Otween helped them, wherefore they Gunther's thanks did get. 777, Rumold the kitchen master, knew well to rule aright his underlings and scullions. Ay me, it was a sight to see the polished kettles and pots and pans at hand. For food must be made ready when guests were in the land. Adventure Roman 13, how they journeyed to the festival. 778, now in their stir and bustle a while, will let them be, and tell how Dame Kriemhilda and her fair company hence, on their journey Rhinewards, from Nibelungland did go. No hosses of fine raiment e'er so grand a show. 779, when many sumpter coffers were ready for the way, then with his friends Sir Siegfried no longer did delay to ride forth, with Kriemhilda, wherein they looked for joy. For all of them soon after it turned to sore annoy. 780, they left at home behind them Sir Siegfried's baby son, the firstborn of Kriemhilda, naught elsewise could be done. From out of their state journey arose much woe and pain, his father and his mother that babes saw ne'er again. 781, thence also did Lord Siegmund together with them ride. Had he but known what evil thereafter would betide at this same courtly banquet, he ne'er had gone at all, to him by loss of kindred worse ill could ne'er befall. 782 heralds were sent before them the news betimes to say, and soon rode out to meet them, in lordliest array, many of Ute's kinsfolk and Gunther's gallant men. The host began to stir him his guests to welcome then. 783, he went unto Brunhilda, where seated was the dame. How did my sister greet you? Quoth he. When first you came, even in the self-same fashion you Siegfried's wife must greet. Said she, that will I gladly, I love her as is meet. 784 then spake the great king, early tomorrow are they due. If you would fain receive them, be quick in what you do, lest we have first to greet them in this our citadel. In all my days I have not had guests I loved so well. 785 her maidens and her women she therefore straightway bade to go and seek fine raiment, the best that could be had, such as her own attendants might wear her guests before. This did they with much pleasure, of that you may be sure. 786 King Gunther's men now hastened to tender service due. The host about his person had all his warriors true. The queen herself rode with him, all gloriously arrayed. To these well-loved Euros D guests was a royal welcome made. 787, with what unfeigned rejoicing the guests by all were met. 'Twas said that Dame Brunhilda did ne'er such greeting get in the Burgundian kingdom on the part of Dame Kriemhild. They who had ne'er beheld her, with happiness were filled. 788, by this time was arrived Sir Siegfried with his men. One saw the heroes riding forwards and back again, in all parts of the meadows, a vast and shapeless host. None that could get away from the thronging and the dust. 789 now, when the country's ruler did gallant Siegfried see, together with King Siegmund, how courteously spake he. Ye are to me right welcome, and unto every friend. I trow your royal visit in joy to us will end. 790 God prosper you, quoth Siegmund, that honour-loving man. Since my son Siegfried's friendship for you and yours began, 'twas I my hope and purpose one day your face to see. King Gunther said, I also am glad that it should be. 791 then was Siegfried received, as well did him beseem, with every fitting honour, which none amiss did deem. And Giselha and Gernot did lend all courteous aid. Methinks to no guests ever were kindlier honours paid. 792, and now the two kings' spouses anig each other came. Empty was many a saddle, as many a beauteous dame was by the hands of heroes dismounted on the grass. For those who loved fair women, no httly work there was. 793, then lovingly the ladies unto each other went. And many a knight who saw it was heartily content that of these twain the greeting so handsomely befell. Then many a warrior saw one stand by each damosel. 794, the throng of noble people each other's hands did take, whilst men unto each other their courtly bows did make. The ladies fair were kissing each other lovingly. which Siegfried's men and Gunther's right joyous were to see. 795 no longer did they linger, but rode towards the town. The host meanwhile had bidden that every guest be shown how truly he was welcome to royal Burgundy. Then many a match was tilted for maidens fair to see. 796 and Hagen, too, from Tringay, and Otween also, that they were men of power, did all they could to show, and whatsoe'er they ordered that durst no man gainsay. Unto the guests so welcome much service offered they. 797, the clang of shields resounded before the castle gate from many a thrust and parry, and long thereby did wait the host and guests together, ere within doors they came. Aye, and the hours sped quickly with many a merry game. 798 before the stately palace, all joyously they rode, and many fine-wrought housings, of handsome stuff and mode, were seen upon the saddles of many a well-dight dame, on either side low-hanging. Then Gunther's chieftains came. 799, the guests unto their chambers were taken presently. One saw how Lady Brunhild at times would cast her eye toward the Lady Kriemhild, who verily was fair. Her colour in bright beauty might well with gold compare. 800 at Worms was heard the turmoil, on all sides of the town, of these incoming strangers. King Gunther made it known unto his marshal, Dankwart, that he for these must care, so did he for the people good lodging room prepare. 801 both out of doors and in doors they e'en might feast their fill. Aye, ne'er before were strangers welcomed with more goodwill. Whatever they desired was ready at their side, so wealthy was King Gunther to none was aught denied. 802 served were they in all friendship, and banished was all hate. The host himself at table with all the guest folk sate. Siegfried must now his seat take where he afore had done. There went to table with him full many a worthy one. 803 1200 gallant warriors were round the table seen sitting with him and feasting. Then thought Brunhild the queen, that ne'er a sovereign ruler could ever have more wealth. Still leaned she so towards him, she could but wish him health. 804, and verily that evening, while the king sat there yet, right many a costly garment was by the wine made wet, as the cupbearers quickly around the table went. The servants there were many, and all right diligent. 805, as long had been the custom when festival was made, unto the maids and matrons a fair good night they bade. To whomsoever came there the host a welcome gave. In kindliness and honour they all enough could have. 806, as soon as night was ended, and the next daylight shone, the packing chests were opened, and many a precious stone shone bright on goodly raiment, by ladies' hands shone forth. Then was to sight unfolded full many a robe of worth. 807, ere yet it was broad daylight, the knights and squires came out before the hall in numbers. Again began the rout, or ever early mass had before the king been sung. Then thanks for featly riding he gave the heroes young. 808 soon shrill and loud resounded full many a trumpet blast. From drums and pipes together, there was a noise so vast, that Worms, the great, wide city, loud echoed to the call. Upon their chargers mounted the haughty heroes all. 809 throughout the land began then a mighty tournament, where many a good knight tilted. And the too many went, whose youthful hearts and eager beat high in gallant mood. Behind their shields one saw them, gay warriors and good. 810, and at their windows seated looked down the stately dames and beauteous, well-dight maidens, intent to watch the games, and see the merry jousting of the bold knights below. The host amongst his lieges himself would riding go. 811 thus were the hours beguiled, and none did deem them long, until the minster belfry did call to evensong. Then were brought round the palfreys, the dames to ride began, the noble queens were followed by many a gallant man. 812 alighting at the minster, they stood down on the grass. Unto her guests Brunhilda so far right friendly was. Into the wide cathedral, wearing their crowns of state, they went, ere long love changed to jealousy and hate. 813 when they to mass had listened they left the church, and so rode off with many honours. One saw them later go all gaily to the banquet. Their pleasure knew no stay, and all was merrymaking until the 11th day. Adventure Roman 14, how the queens railed at one another. 814, before the hour of vespers one day, the tumult loud was heard, of many warriors, who in the cot did crowd. Their nightly feats they practised to pass the time away, and many a man and woman ran up to watch the play. 815, the noble queens were seated together, side by side, they thought of two bold warriors, renowned far and wide. Then said the fair Kriemhilda, I have indeed a lord who rightly is the ruler of all this kingdom broad. 816 Then cried the Lady Brunhild, Howe'er could such thing be, unless there were none living but only thou and he? Beneath his rule the kingdom might fall in such a case so long as Gunther liveth, it could not come to pass. 817 But then again said Kriemhild, There stands he, dost thou see how he before the warriors doth walk right royally, just as the moon all brightly above the stars doth shine? Good cause have I for wearing this happy mood of mine. 818 Then Lady Brunhild answered, Comely as is thy laud, and gallant too and handsome, thou must the meet award unto thy brother Gunther, the noble warrior, who, be it known, is truly all other kings before. 819 But yet again said Kriemhild, Mine is a man so rare, that not without good reason his praises I declare. By many deeds great honour he hath won, far and near. Thou wilt allow, Brunhilda, he well is Gunther's peer. 820 I pray thee now, Kriemhilda, take it not ill of me. I, too, have grounds for saying what I have said to thee. I heard them both allow it, when them I first looked on, and as he would, against me the king my wager won. 821 What time my love he gained in such a knightly siege, Siegfried himself confessed it, that he was Gunther's liege. Therefore I hold him vassal, I heard him that allow. Then spake the fair Kriemhilda, For me twere ill eno. 822 How could my noble brother have hanselled so for me that of a mere retainer the good wife I should be? I do beseech thee, Brunhild, in all true friendliness, oblige me of your kindness, and let these cavils cease. 823 Thereon the king's wife answered, I will not let it be. Why should I yield my claim to so many a good knight's fee, who, like the thane thy husband, doth suit and service so? At this, the beauteous Kriemhild began with wrath to glow. 824 The thought thou must abandon, that he to thee did e'er owe any kind of service. He is far worthier than is my brother Gunther, right noble though he be. Withdraw me now this saying that I have heard from thee. 825 I cannot choose but wonder, since he thy vassal is, and thou o'er our two persons haste mastery like this, that he his dues unto you hath set so long aside. With right do I demur to thine overweening pride. 826 Thou ratest thyself too highly? The king's wife answered then, Now will I gladly prove me whether thou hast of men as much respect and honour as they accord to me. By this time, both the ladies were wrathful as could be. 827 Then cried the Lady Kriemhild, This must at once be seen. If that my lord's thy vassal, as thou hast sworn, O queen, today must I the liegeman of both the kings let know whether before the king's wife to church I dare to go. 828 This very day I'll show thee that I am fealty free, and that my man's more worthy than ever thine will be. And I myself, moreover, will not be slighted so. Thou shalt today be witness how I, thy vassal, go 829 to court before the warriors of royal Burgundy. I'll prove myself more worthy than e'er was known to be any princess whatever who here hath won the crown. Thus hate enough and envy betwixt the dames was sown. 830 Dost thou deny, cried Brunhild, that thou our vassal art, so must thou with thy women keep from my train apart, when I and my attendants unto the minster go. To that Kriemhilder answered, In truth, it shall be so. 831 Now robe yourselves, my maidens, commanded Siegfried's wife. For we no shame must suffer whilst here we live our life, that ye have rich apparel ye must let all folks see. She shall repent at leisure what she hath said to me. 832 There was small need to urge them. They sought their richest gear, and many a dame and maiden right well dight did appear. When came with her attendants the noble Gunther's dame, then also in fine raiment the fair Kriemhilda came. 833 With 43 maidens, whom she to Rhine had brought, who wore fine woven silk stuffs in Araby wrought. So came unto the minster the comely maidens all. They found all Siegfried's liegemen waiting before the hall. 834 The people fell to marvel how it had come about that these two royal ladies had plainly fallen out, and went no more together, as Iruhail they were fain. Therefrom befell hereafter sorrow to many a thane. 835 King Gunther's wife stood waiting before the minster door, the while much pleasant pastime had many a warrior with the fair waiting women, whom she with her did bring. Then came the noble Kriemhild with her brave following. 836 Such costume as the daughters of noble knights might wear, compared with what her maids wore was common as the air. In gear she was so wealthy, that 30 queens had shown no such display of raiment as this fair queen alone. 837 Had anyone been wishful, he never could have said that any richer clothing had e'er been worn of maid than on that day adorned her noble company. Except to vex Brunhilda, Kriemhild had let it be. 838, the two queens came together before the minster wide, and there up on the hostess, by hatred moved and pride, with evil voice and gesture Kriemhild bade to stay. Before the queen a vassal shall ne'er take right of way. 839 then spake the fair Kriemhilda, and wrathful was her mood. Couldst thou but have been silent, for thee it had been good. Thou hast disgraced thy beauty and stained thy purity. How should a shameless wanton a king's wife ever be? 840, whom art thou calling wanton? In answer cried the queen, that call I thee, quoth Kriemhild. Thy body fair hath been wooed first, not by thy husband but by my lord Siegfried. I trow 'twas not my brother who won thy maidenhead. 841, where hadst thou left thy senses? It was a trick of his. Why didst thou let him woo thee, who but thy liegeman is? I hear thee, said Kriemhilda, without all reason scold. Now this, in truth, cried Brunhild, shall be to Gunther told? 842, and why should that annoy me? Thy pride hath thee betrayed, to cite me to thy service by word thou hast essayed. This know now, of a surety I grieve that it be so. All confidence is over for aye betwixt us two. 843 Brunhilda wept, but Kriemhild no longer tarried there. Before the king's wife passing, with all her maidens fair, she went into the minster. Such hate did this beget that many bright eyes later were saw bedimmed and wet. 844 How much soe'er they worshipped, by service and by song, unto the queen Brunhilda the time seemed all too long, so full she was of trouble, in body and in mood, for which hereafter suffered bold warriors and good. 845 Brunhilda with her women stayed by the minster door. She thought, now must Kriemhilda let me hear something more of what she railed so loudly. The scolding, sharp-tongued wife. If Siegfried hath been boasting, 'twill stand him in his life. 846 Forth came the noble Kriemhild, with many gallant men. Dame Brunhild called unto her, now stand you still again. You said I was a wanton, that shall you prove to me. That word of yours, be certain, hath stung me bitterly. 847 Thereto said Dame Kriemhilda, 'twere best to let me fare. By this gold ring I'll prove it, which on my hand I wear. 'Twas brought to me by Siegfried when by your side he lay. Ne'er yet had Queen Brunhilda outlived a sadder day. 848 She spake, this golden jewel was from me stol'n away, and hath from me most wrongly been hidden many a day. I now at last discover who stole my ring from me. By this time were both ladies in diest enmity. 849 Yet spake Kriemhilda further, I will not pass for thief. Thou mightst have kept thy counsel. To thee were on a leaf. This girdle be my witness, that round my waist I wear, that I am not a liar. I, Siegfried, was thy dear. 850 The girdle she was wearing was silk from Nineveh, with precious stones for fastening. Right good it was to see. When Dame Brunhild beheld it, to weeping she did fall. It must be told to Gunther and to his lieges all. 851 Then spake the queen in answer, go hence, and bring to me the sovereign prince of Rhineland, and from my lips shall he hear how his sister flouts me, and slandereth my life, by openly declaring I have been Siegfried's wife. 852 The king came with his warriors, and when the weeping eyes he saw of his beloved one, he spake in kindly wise, now tell me, dearest lady, who hath done aught to thee? Unto the king she answered, I joyless must I be. 853 Kriemhilda of mine honour would like to cozen me, and, seeing she's thy sister, I make complaint to thee. She swears I've played the wanton with her own man, Siegfried. Then answered the king Gunther, she doth an evil deed. 854 She weareth here my girdle, which I so long have lost, my ring of red gold likewise. To me 'tis bittermost that e'er my mother bore me. And thou wilt not disprove, O king, this grievous scandal, no longer thee I'll love. 855 Then up and spake King Gunther, Siegfried shall now appear. If he hath played the braggart, he shall the truth declare, or else deny the slander, this knight of Netherland. Then did Kriemhilda's husband right soon before them stand. 856 As soon as he had looked on these dames discomfited, not knowing of the matter, the noble Siegfried said, why are these ladies weeping? That am I fain to hear, and wherefore I am bidden before the king to appear. 857 Then spake to him King Gunther, right sorrowful am I. To me my wife Brunhilda hath told a history that thou thyself hast boasted her first love to have won. Thy wife, Kriemhild, declareth that thou, Thane, this hast done. 858 Then spake the noble Siegfried, and if she so hath said, before I rest I'll see that for this she be repaid. In face of all your lieges I'm ready to aver by oath of mine, most solemn, I never told it her. 859 Then spake the king of Rhineland, Give proof of that must thou, the oath which thou dost offer, if thou canst take it now, from every untrue dealing I'll hold thee clear and free. Then in a ring around him stood they of Burgundy. 860 His hand the gallant Siegfried outstretched the oath to take. Then spake the mighty sovereign, So certain do I make of thy great innocency, that I will thee acquit, sure what my sister charges thou never didst commit. 861 Yet once again spake Siegfried, And if she joy doth find in that she hath so troubled Brunhilde's peace of mind, my sorrow, of a surety, too deep were to be told. Then looked at one another these ready knights and bold. 862 So should one train one's women, the hero Siegfried said, That such like haughty speeches should I be left unsaid. Unto thy wife forbid them, to mine I'll do the same. Such ill-advised behavior doth fill my heart with shame. 863 By this dispute were many fair women kept apart. Brunhilde still the matter so sorely took to heart that needs must Gunther's warriors feel pity for the dame. Then Hagen, knight of Tringey, unto his lady came. 864 He bade her say what ailed her, finding her weeping saw. Then told she him the story, and unto her he swore that either Kriemhild's husband must for the lie repent, or he himself thereafter would never live content. 865 Otwine and also Gernot in council joined the twain, and there the heroes plotted how Siegfried should be slain. And Giselher came likewise, the noble Ute's son. When he had heard their saying, he spake, the faithful one. 866 Alack, ye gallant warriors, now wherefore do ye that? I trow that never Siegfried deserved such like hate, that he, by reason of it, should need to lose his life. Aye, very trifles are they that make an angry wife. 867 Are we to harbour cuckoos? Cried Hagen, answering, To gallant knights as we a scant honour that would bring, that he of my dear lady hath bragged so scurvily his life shall make atonement, or I myself will die. 868 The king himself spake, saying, Naught hath he to us done save what is good and worthy, so let his life alone. What matter though the warrior were hateful now to me? He hath been ever faithful, and that right willingly. 869 Then spake the warrior Otwine, who came from Metz, and said, His great strength of a surety shall give him little aid. If now my lord allow me, short shrift of him I'll make. Thus, without cause, the heroes the pot of foes did take. 870 But none went any further, save Hagen, who for aye was pressing upon Gunther this counsel day by day, that if King Siegfried lived not, to him would subject be the broad lands that he governed. The king heard ruefully. 871 They let the matter rest, then to jousting did they take. Many a sturdy lance shaft for Siegfried's wife they brake in shadow of the minster, up to the royal hall. Yet were some men of Gunther's but ill content withal. 872 The king spake, Lay aside now this murderous hate and scorn, unto our weal and honour he verily was born. So fierce his strength is also, this marvellous bold knight, had he of this an inkling, none durst withstand his might. 873 He'll never know, quoth Hagen, save thou should let it out. I trow that I in secret can bring it so about that for Brunhilde's weeping saw reckoning he shall pay. Yea, verily is Hagen his enemy for aye. 874 Then spake the royal Gunther, and how may that be done? And Hagen said in answer, That will I now make known, will bid 2 unknown envoys to ride as from afar unto our land, for all men to challenge us to war. 875 Then thou, before the guests, wilt declare that thou must go to battle, with thy liegemen, and when he that doth know he'll offer you his service, so shall he lose his life. I'll seek to learn his secret from the bold warrior's wife. 876 Unto his vassal Gunther in evil hour gave ear, with treason foul to Tampa, ere any grew aware, began those chosen warriors of chivalry the boast. By wrangling of 2 women was many a hero lost. Adventure Roman 15 How Siegfried was betrayed. 877 Upon the 4th day morning came 32 men unto the king's cot riding, and word was carried then to Gunther, the most mighty, that he was called to war. The lie cost many a woman much grief and sorrow saw. 878 When leave to them was granted, before the king they went, and said that they were under King Ludge's government, who vanquished was aforetime by doughty Siegfried's hand, and brought by him a captive unto King Gunther's land. 879 Then greeted he the heralds, and bade them seated be. But one among them prayed him, Sire, let us stand, till we our message have delivered and errand duly done. Know then that thou art hated by many a mother's son. 880 King Ludegast and Ludger do challenge you to war, of whom you were aforetime the bloody conqueror. they're coming with their armies to ride thy country through. At this, the king feigned anger, as if to him Twyr knew. 881, they took these counterfeiters to hostel presently. How then could Siegfried ware be of any treachery? Could he or any other suspect they played a part? Unto themselves hereafter befell the pain and smart. 882, the king with his advisers were whispering without cease, nor would Hagen of Tringey ere let him be at peace. Though many a laud would gladly have given up the plot, yet Hagen from his counsel would never swerve a jot. 883, one day it chanced that Siegfried came on this scheming band, and straight began to ask them the laud of Netherland. Why goes the king so sadly, thus brooding with his men? Hath any done him mischief? I'll help avenge it then. 884 then up and spake King Gunther. Cause have I sad to be? For Ludegast and Ludger have straitly challenged me. The eyes of all shall see them here riding in my land. Then cried the gallant hero, right soon shall Siegfried's hand, 885, as doth beseem your honour, this business undertake to break these warriors' power, as it Iruheil I break. Their strongholds shall be ruined, their land be ravaged. Ere I with them have ended, thereon I stake my head. 886 You may with all your warriors at home stay quietly, and let me ride to battle with those who came with me. That willingly I serve you, you very soon shall know. Your foes by me shall suffer as ne'er before, I trow. 887 This is to me good hearing. The king in answer said, as if he were in earnest well pleased to have his aid. Before the knight low bowed he, the false and faithless knave. Then said the noble Siegfried, no care you need to have. 888 With their esquires and liegemen they planned the journey then. 'Twas done for the deceiving of Siegfried and his men. He bade them all be ready, his men of Netherland, and soon had Siegfried's warriors their fighting gear at hand. 889 Then spake the gallant Siegfried, my father Siegmund, pray remain thou here behind us, we shall not long delay, if so be that God speed us, we'll come back to the Rhine, so with the king abiding shall happy days be thine. 890 The banner they unfurled, as though they fain would start. Of Gunther's liegemen present there were a goodly part who not knew of the message, nor what it all did mean. A mighty throng of people round Siegfried there was seen. 891 Their helmets and their breastplates on horses they did stow, and many a stout knight hastened to leave the land and go. Then went Hagen of Tringey to where Kriemhild did stand, and prayed for leave of absence, since they would quit the land. 892 Thrice happy I, cried Kriemhild, that I have got for laud one who to my dear kinsman such succour can accord, as doth my dear lord Siegfried unto my kindred here. Therefore, the queen said, will I be now of right good cheer. 893 But you, my good friend Hagen, one thing remember still, that I would gladly serve you, nor e'er have done you ill. For this you can requite me to my dear lord one day, if I've done aught to Brunhild for that he must not pay. 894 For since then I have rued it, the noble lady said. He therefore hath my body most sorely punished. If I did ever utter aught to enrage her mood, right well hath he avenged her, the hero bold and good. 895 You yet shall be forgiven, in days to come. Quoth he, Kriemhilda, my dear lady, now must you tell to me how through your husband Siegfried to serve you I may try. I'll gladly do it, lady, to none more willingly. 896 I should have no misgivings, replied the noble wife, lest anyone in battle should jeopardize his life. If he were not so reckless and overrash of mood he I might be in safety, my gallant thane and good. 897 Thereon said Hagen, Lady, if you have any fear lest anyone should wound him, 'twere best to let me hear the arts that I must practice if any ill betide, for I will ever guard him, whether I walk or ride. 898 She spake, Thou art my kinsman, as I in sooth am thine, therefore to thee I'll trust him, this darling love of mine, that thou mayst guard him for me, this husband of my own. Then told she him the story 'twere well he had not known. 899 She spake, Bold is my husband and strong enough thereto. When he upon the mountain erstwhile the dragon slew, in the brute's blood he bathed him, the goodly warrior, and since that day, in battle, no steel can cut him more. 900 Yet, no less am I anxious when he in fight doth stand and javelins fly around him from many a hero's hand, lest by mischance I lose him, and mon my husband dear. Alas, what sorrow have I for Siegfried's sake to bear. 901 I'll tell it as a favour, my dearest friend, to thee, in faith that thou maintainest the pledge thou gav'st to me, where, only, may be wounded this husband dear of mine, I'll let thee hear, confiding unto no ear but thine. 902 When, from the dragon's death wounds came pouring the hot blood, and therein he was bathing himself. The warrior good, there fell between his shoulders a large-sized linden leaf, on that spot one may wound him, 'tis this doth cause my grief. 903 Then spake Hagen of Tronje, upon his garment sew a little token for me, that I the spot may know where I have got to shield him, when we stand in the strife. She thought to save the hero, by this he lost his life. 904 She spake, with fine silk will I upon his garment sew a little cross unnoticed, that so thy hand may know, O hero, where to guard him, when into fight he goes, and in the stress of battle he stands before his foes. 905 That will I do, quoth Hagen, my lady dear. Whereon the lady thought some vantage she for her lord had won, and yet Kriemhilde's husband was by this means betrayed. His leave then took Sir Hagen, and went away right glad. 906 The king's men and retainers were all of cheerful mood. And yet, I ween, no warrior within his breast e'er could hide heart so false and perjured, as he in his did hide upon whose faith and promise Kriemhild the queen relied. 907 Upon the next day morning, with his own 1,000 men rode forth the gallant Siegfried, and joyful was he then. He thought he would take vengeance for his friend's injury. To him rode Hagen closely that he his coat might eye. 908 When he espied the token, 2 of his following he sent away in secret another tale to bring, how peace should not be broken towards King Gunther's land. They had but come as envoys by Ludege's command. 909 How Loth turned Siegfried homewards. He rode unwillingly, sad that his friend's annoyance thus unavenged should be. Hardly could Gunther's warriors bring him to turn his ranks. Unto the king straight rode, he, his host, began his thanks. 910 Now God reward thy goodwill, my noble friend Siegfried, that thou didst go so gladly to help me in my need. I shall be thy debtor, as I of right should be. Beyond all friends and kinsmen, I build my faith on thee. 911 Now that this expedition will trouble us no more, I fain would go hunting the wild bear and the boar at Waskenwalde, yonder, as I so oft have done. This was the plan of Hagen, the false and faithless one. 912 To all guests in my palace due notice shall there be that I will ride forth early. Those who would hunt with me must hold themselves all ready. Those who would rather stay to loiter with the ladies have my good leave alway. 913 Then spake the stalwart Siegfried, with noble courtliness, if you will ride hunting, I'll gladly do no less. A huntsman you must lend me, and sundry hounds also, then gladly to the forest along with you I'll go. 914 And dost thou want one only? The king said thereupon, I'll lend thee, if it please thee, 4 men to whom are known the forest and the coverts the quarry most frequent, so that the tryst in seeking thy time be not misspent. 915 Home to his wife then rode he, the goodly warrior bold, and quickly faithless Hagen unto the king, had told how he could get the vantage of the brave Thane. 'Twere shame such treason foul should ever disgrace a noble name. Adventure Romans 16 How Siegfried was slain. 916 King Gunther now and Hagen, those knights exceeding bold, had treacherously plotted a woodland hunt to hold. With lances sharp, pursuing the boar in forest free, the wild bull and the bear too. What boldest spot could be? 917 With them rode Siegfried also, in honorable mind. They carried food, too, with them, and that in divers kind. Hard by a cool spring was he foredoomed to lose his life, and this was by the counsel of Brunhild, Gunther's wife. 918 First went the bold Thane thither where he Kriemhilde found. Already on pack-horses his hunting gear was bound, and that of his companions. To cross the Rhine they meant, Kriemhilde ne'er before had such reason to lament. 919 And then his own beloved he on the mouth did kiss. God grant that I may find thee, my wife, safe, after this, and that thine eyes may see me, with good friends, till I come beguile the time of waiting, I may not bide at home. 920 Now thought she of the secret she had to Hagen told. She did not dare to own it, nor longer could withhold the noble queen lamenting that she had ere been born. For thus with grief unmeasured did Siegfried's fair wife mourn. 921 She spake unto the warrior, Ah, let your hunting be. Last night I had an ill dream. 2 wild boars I did see that chased you o'er the moorland. The flowers grew red as blood. If I do weep thus sorely, 'tis that I bode no good. 922 I have a sore misgiving that there may be some plot, whether some grudge be owed us for service rendered not, which may be bringing on us dire hate and enmity. Go not, dear lord, I beg thee in truth and honesty. 923 My love, in but a few days again I shall be here. Nor know I of these people one who ill will doth bear, To me at all times friendly are all thy kith and kin, gnaw by these warriors elsewise entreated have I been. 924, nay, nay, my dear Lord Siegfried, I bode thy fate too well. Last night my evil dreaming told how upon thee fell 2 mountains in the valley. I saw thee nevermore. If thou wilt thus forsake me, 'twill wound me to the core. 925, his wife so good and loving he in his arms did press, and cherished her fair body with kisses numberless. Then took his last leave of her, and tore himself away. Alas, no more she saw him alive after that day. 926 now rode they forth and came to a deep and shady wood, for sake of sport, and many a warrior bold and good did follow after Gunther, and with his sportsmen roam. But Giselher and Gernot, they too remained at home. 927 and many horses, laden with stores of bread and wine provided for the huntsmen, went forward o'er the Rhine. Both fish and flesh they carry, and many another cate such as a king so wealthy might duly have to eat. 928 they ordered their encampment, these hunters proud, hard by the greenwood's skirts, where mostly the quarries runs did lie which they to hunt were minded. 'Twas on an eyot broad, and thither too came Siegfried, as straight the king had word. 929 the hunters then appointed the watchers where to take their places at the openings. Then he, the bold man, spake, Siegfried the ever stalwart, who leads us through the wood to show us where the game is, ye valiant thanes and good. 930 suppose we part, quoth Hagen, or ever we begin to beat about the forest to see what is therein, that I and these my masters may reason have to know, who are the better sportsmen that on this chase do go. 931 the beaters and the hounds too, will evenly divide, thus each his choice may follow where'er he please to ride. Then he who is best sportsman shall have our thanks therefore. So spake he, and the hunters together stayed no more. 932 then said the noble Siegfried, the hounds I value not, save but a single setter, who such a scent hath got that he the track will follow where'er the game hath led. Here's to a merry hunting. Kriemhilde's husband said. 933 thereon an aged huntsman took with him a sleuth hound, and brought the noble hunters to where much game they found without too long a seeking. The comrades then did hunt whatever broke from covert, as sportsmen keen a want. 934 whate'er the setter mocked him, that slew with his own hand Siegfried the doughty hero, who came from Netherland. His steed so swiftly bore him, that naught could him outrun. Praise above all the others upon this chase he won. 935 in all, he put his hand to alert he was Eno. Of all the beasts, the first one that he to death did do an ox was strong and savage, that with his hand he felled. And then he, on a sudden, a lion grim beheld. 936 and, as the hound aroused it he with his bow let fly, on which a sharpened arrow he'd fitted hastily. After the shot the lion but 3 bounds further ran, whereon his hunting comrades to thank Siegfried began. 937 thereafter he an elk slew, and then a buffalo, and then 4 sturdy bisons, a savage stag also. His steed so swiftly bore him that naught could get away. Of hots and hinds scarce any there were he failed to slay. 938 a huge wild boar the sleuth hound had routed from his lair, and when to flee he turned him right in his path. Was there the hero of the hunting, all ready for the fight. The savage brute did straightway charge at the valiant knight. 939 this boar Kriemhilde's husband then with his broadsword slew, the like no other huntsman so easily could do. And when he thus had felled him, they put in leash the hound. His goodly spoils were talked of all Burgundy around. 940 then spake to him his huntsman, if 'tis for us to say, leave us, we pray, Lord Siegfried, a few live beasts to slay. Today thou hast made empty for us both wood and wold. Thereat he fell to smiling that worthy thane and bold. 941 then suddenly, on all sides, were heard great noise and cries. From dogs and men together such tumult did arise that all the woodland echoed, and eke the mountainside for 24 leash hounds the hunters had untied. 942 then many a forest creature must unto death be done, since every hunter fancied that he might be the one to win the prize for hunting. But no award could be until beside the campfire stout Siegfried they did see. 943 the hunting, though 'twas over, was not yet brought to end, for some, with burdens laden, to camp their way did wend, of beast fells bringing many, and game a goodly store. What piles of it for cooking the king's camp servants baw. 944 then to the high-born hunters, the king would have it known that he to dine was ready. Then all at once was blown a hunting horn, right loudly, that all might know around that now the noble princes would at the camp be found. 945 Quoth one of Siegfried's huntsmen, Sir, I have heard but now, by sounding of a horn, that 'tis time for us to go back to the camp. In answer I will my bugle wind. Then went the loud blasts flying their followers to find. 946 Then spake the noble Siegfried, Now let us leave the wood. His hunter bore him smoothly, and all in haste they rode. They startled with their clatter, a grisly brute and grim, a savage bear. Then, turning to those who followed him, 947 the Thane cried, Now our comrades a little fun shall share. Loose from the leash the setter, yonder I spy a bear. I'll see that he goes with us from here unto the camp. He never can escape us, however fast he tramp. 948 They loosed the hound, and swiftly the bear before them hied. Then thought Kriemhilde's husband close after him to ride, but to a ground drift came he, whereby it could not be. The sturdy beast made certain 'twas from the huntsman free. 949 The proud knight, from his charger, sprang down upon the sward, and straight began to chase it. The beast was off its guard, and could not now outrun him. The hero clasped it round, and in a trice, unwounded, he held it tightly bound. 950 The man it was not able to scratch or bite one jot. He bound it to his saddle, then promptly up he got. Unto the camp he bore it, a prize of hardihood, which all was but a pastime to that knight bold and good. 951 How noble was his bearing as into camp he rode. His spear was very mighty, and the two stout and broad. Right down unto the rowel a handsome long sword hung, and a fair horn around him of ruddy gold was slung. 952 Of better hunting habit I never have been told. In tunic of black velvet there was he to behold. A riding cap of sable, handsome enough he wore. Aye, and what broidered fillets he on his quiver bore. 953 Upon it there was fitted a cap of panther's hide, because of its sweet odor. He carried at his side a bow, such that it needed, to draw it to the full, a hand winch, when another save he himself did pull. 954 And then his nether garments of otter skin were made. From head to foot his raiment with tufts was overlaid, and mid the sleek fur many a thread of golden twine of this bold champion hunter on either side did shine. 955 And Balmung bore he also, a handsome blade and broad, that was so sharp, moreover, its edge was never scarred when helms by it were dinted, and either edge was keen. Ne'er had that noble huntsman of gayer spirit been. 956 Since I have undertaken the story to declare, I must tell how his quiver was filled with arrows rare. The shafts of them were golden, the points a hand-breadth wide. Whate'er with them he pierced, surely and swiftly died. 957 So rode the noble hero in all his hunting gear, and Gunther's men espied him as he to them drew near. They hurried out to meet him, and led his horse along. There lay across his saddle the bear so huge and strong. 958 As soon as he alighted, he loosed the binding thong from off its paws and muzzle. Then yelpings loud and long of hounds arose. So soon as afoot the bear appeared, the brute would to the forest. The folk were fairly scared. 959 The bear, through all the shouting, into the kitchen ramped. Hey, how the frighted scullions from round the fire decamped. The kettles toppled over, the burning sticks were drowned. Hey, what a store of victuals lay in the ashes round. 960 Quick from their seats upsprang they, the masters and the men. The bear began growling. The king gave orders then to let loose all the hound pack that in their leashes lay. Had it herewith but ended that were a merry day. 961 With bows and spears provided they stayed no longer there, but off the swift ones started to follow up the bear. Yet no one shot, so closely the dogs were thronging round. The shouting of the people made hill and dale resound. 962 With all the pack behind him, the bear began to race, but, save Kriemhilde's husband, no one could match its pace. He quickly ran upon it, and with a sword stroke slew. Then to the campfire, slotted, the grisly brute they drew. 963 And all who saw were saying he was a mighty man. The hunters proud were summoned, and then the feast began. Upon a fair green meadow, a goodly crowd they sate. Ha, 'twas a royal banquet these haughty hunters ate. 964 The cupbearers still came not, who were the wine to bring. No heroes ever better deserved such offering. Had there not been in secret such treacherous intent, then free had been those warriors of all disparagement. 965 Then spake the noble Siegfried, I marvel much hereat. Since from the kitchen plenty of food they send to eat, why come not the cupbearers to bring us also wine? Let them treat hunters better, or 'tis no spot of mine. 966 I have deserved that people more care of me should take. The king then from the table in answer falsely spake, however we have blundered we'll mend it by and by, 'tis all the fault of Hagen, who'd have us all go dry. 967 Then Hagen spake of Trinjay, my dear lord list to me, I reckon that the hunting today was fixed to be right over in the spessart, so sent the wine flasks there. If we today go thirsty, next time I'll take more care. 968 Then answered the Lord Siegfried, small thanks, methinks, are thine. 7 Sumpter's burden should they of mead and unmixed wine have hither sent to meet us. All were that hard to do, they should have pitched our quarters more nigh the Rhine unto. 969 Then spake Hagen of Trinjay, ye noble knights and bold, I know that here hard by is a spring of water cold, pray be ye not offended, 'tis thither we should go. To many a thane this counsel was fraught with mickle woe. 970 With pangs of thirst was Siegfried the warrior sorely smit. The sooner then the table he gave them word to quit. Along the hillside would he unto the fountain wend. Thus what the knights had plotted drew on towards its end. 971 The game that had been slotted by Siegfried's cunning hand, they bade men pile on wagons and carry through the land. And everyone who saw it his praise and honour spake. Right grievously did Hagen his troth to Siegfried break. 972 Whilst to the shady lindens they were upon their way, cried Hagen, Lord of Trinjay, oft have I heard men say that to Kriemhilde's husband no one a match could be when he would show his paces. Aye, will he let us see? 973 Then spake the Netherlander Siegfried, the valiant. Now is the time for trying, if ye a wager want, from here unto the fountain. So soon as it be done, the onlookers shall settle which is the foremost one. 974 Now, verily we'll try it, the warrior Hagen said. Then quoth the stalwart Siegfried, if ye come in ahead, before your feet I'll lay me full length upon the grass. When Gunther heard the promise, how glad at heart he was. 975 Then spake the bold thane further. Yet something more I'll say, I'll carry all the clothing that I have worn today, my spear and eke my buckler, and all my hunting gear. His sword and quiver bound he around him then and there. 976 But they, the king and Hagen, their upper clothes did doff. In 2 white shirts one saw them stand ready to be off. As fleet as 2 wild panthers they through the clover ran, yet at the spring bold Siegfried came in the foremost man. 977 In all, he put his hand till he won the prize from all. Straightway his sword he loosened and let his quiver fall. Against a bough of linden he let his stout spear rest. Close by the flowing fountain now stood the stately guest. 978 And herein also Siegfried did manifest his worth. He laid his shield beside him where flowed the fountain forth, but greatly as he thirsted, the hero tasted not before the king had drunken, base thanks from him he got. 979 Cool was the spring of water, and clean, and bright, and good. And Gunther bent him downwards to the refreshing flood. As soon as he had quenched his thirst, away he came. Then ready was bold Siegfried, and would have done the same. 980 His courtesy and breeding then met with their reward. For Hagen to the background withdrew his bow and sword, then back again ran quickly to where he found the spear, and looked to find a token the hero's coat did bear. 981 And whilst the noble Siegfried drank of the rippling flood, he stabbed him through the crossmark, and through the wound his blood straight from his heart outspurted, and Hagen's shirt was wet. So foul a misdeed never befell a hero yet. 982 He left the lance within him close to his heart stuck tight, and grimly then did Hagen betake himself to flight, as in his life he never from mortal man did flee. The stalwart Siegfried, feeling how sorely smit was he, 983 all madly from the fountain in rage and anguish sprang, whilst from between his shoulders a long lance shaft did hang. The chieftain thought to find there his bow, or else his sword. Then verily had Hagen not gone without reward. 984 But when the knight saw wounded his sword had failed to find, and saw that they had left him naught save his shield behind, he gripped it from the well's side, and after Hagen ran, then vainly to escape him essayed King Gunther's man. 985 Though he to death was wounded, so mightily smote he, that from the hero's buckler there fell abundantly the precious stones that decked it. The shield itself did break. The noble guessed his vengeance was fain eno to wreak. 986 Yet by his hand must Hagen lie stretched upon the ground. So hard in sooth his blows were, they made the glebe resound. Had he his sword had handy, then Hagen had been slain. The wound was burning sorely, and made him writhe with pain. 987, his cheeks had lost their color. No longer stand could he, and all his strength of body was failing utterly. Death's sign upon his forehead in pallid hue he bore. Fair women soon were mourning for him with weeping saw. 988, then fell Kriemhilde's husband upon the flowery sward. One saw from out the lance wound how fast his life-blood pawed. Upbraiding then began he, fast by his mortal pain, those who had thus betrayed him and treacherously slain. 989, ye perjured, lying cowards, the dying warrior said, what hath availed my service, since thus ye strike me dead? To you was I faithful, and thus do ye repay? Your kith and kin shall suffer for what ye have wrought this day. 990, the children born unto ye shall be, from this day forth, for evermore accursed, for ye have wreaked your wrath, and vengeance all too sorely upon my body done. Now ye, with scorn and hatred, all worthy knights shall shun. 991, the knights all ran together to where he stricken lay. To many a man among them it was a joyless day. They who had aught of honor saw lamentation made. From all he well deserved it, this hero undismayed. 992, the king of the Burgundians mourned also for his death. Then spake the dying chieftain, small need is there, in faith, that he who worked the evil should grieve that it be done. Much blame he hath deserved, 'twere better left alone. 993, grim Hagen spake to Gunther, what art thou weeping for? For done is our vexation and all our sorrows are. We shall find few henceforward who gainst us dare to stand. Glad am I that his kingship hath perished by my hand. 994, 'tis easy now to vaunt ye, said Siegfried in reply. If I had known beforehand your deadly enmity, alone would I against ye have well maintained my life, for not grieve I so sorely as for Kriemhild, my wife. 995, and now must God forgive me, that I a son did get whom folks shall taunt in future, and let him not forget that kin of his by someone was murderously slain. If that availed, said Siegfried, right well might I complain. 996, yet once more spake the hero, in anguish nigh to death. If thou, O king most noble, art willing to hold faith with any living being, I fain would now consign unto your grace and favor that well-loved wife of mine. 997, and let her from this prophet, that thou her brother art. If there is faith in princes, stand by her with true heart. My father and my liegemen must tarry long for me, ne'er worse to any woman could loss of dear friend be. 998, all round about, the flowers were wetted with his blood, as now with death he struggled, nor long the strife withstood. Alas, the deadly weapon too well had done its part. Then mote he speak no further, that warrior of bold heart. 999, and when the nobles saw that the hero was quite dead, upon a shield they laid him, that was of wrought gold red. And straightway held they counsel how they might best take heed from all to keep it hidden that Hagen did the deed. 1,000 then divers of them counselled, woe hath befallen us, but ye must all conceal it, and tell the story thus. As Dame Kriemhilde's husband alone hunting rode, some vagabonds set on him and slew him in the wood. 1,001 then spake of Trinjay Hagen, myself I'll take him home, it matters not to me that the truth to her should come. Brunhilde's mind hath sorely by her been harassed, it troubles me but little what tears she now may shed. Adventure Romans 17, how Kriemhilde mourned for her husband, and how he was buried. 1002, then waited they for nightfall, and all the Rhine did row. Ne'er to more direful ending could heroes hunting go. The quarry they had slaughted mourned noble maids and wives, and many goodly warriors paid for it with their lives. 1003 of arrogance, all-weening the tale ye soon shall hear, and of a fearful vengeance. Then Hagen bade men bear the body of dead Siegfried, the Nibelungenlied of late, and lay it in a chamber wherein Kriemhild did wait. 1004 he had him laid in secret down close beside her door, that she might find him lying when she, as heretofore, went forth to matins early, ere daylight had begun, which duty Dame Kriemhilde but seldom left undone. 1005 the wonted bell was ringing, which to the minster bade. Then rose the fair Kriemhilde and wakened many a maid. She bade them bring a taper, and fetch her all her gear. Then came a chamber servant who lit on Siegfried there. 1006 in red blood he was lying, and all his garb was wet, but that it was his master he did not know as yet. Into the room he carried the candle in his hand, from him did Dame Kriemhilde some ill news understand. 1007 for, as she with her women would to the minster fair, the chamberlain spake to her, My lady, stay you there, right opposite the doorway a murdered knight doth lie. Whereat began Kriemhilde to weep unmeasuredly. 1008 before she knew for certain that 'twas her husband dead, Unto her mind recalled she how Hagen questioned in what way he might guard him. Then first she was afraid. And he were dead, her pleasure was all to sorrow made. 1009 to earth down sank she swooning, and ne'er a word could say. Upon the hapless fair one men gazed as there she lay. The grief of Dame Kriemhilda was past all measuring. After her swoon, the chamber did with her wailing ring. 1010 her people said unto her, What if it be a guest? But from her mouth came flowing the blood, by anguish pressed. Then spake she, "'Tis my husband, my own beloved Siegfried. It was Brunhilda's counsel, and Hagen did the deed." 1011 the lady bade them lead her where she her hero found. With her white hand she lifted his fair head from the ground. Red as he was with blood stains, well knew she him again. There lay the Nibelung hero, so pitifully slain. 1012 then in her sorrow cried she, "That fair and gentle queen, woe on mine evil fortune! Upon thy shield is seen no dint of any sod stroke. Thou least murdered there. And wist I who hath done it? Of death mote he beware." 1013 thereon all her attendants began to wail and weep. With their beloved lady, their grief indeed was deep about their noble master, of whom they were fallen. Thus heavily had Hagen made good Brunhilda's scorn. 1014 then sorrowfully spake she, "Go hence now, all of ye, and waken Siegfried's liegemen as quickly as may be. And unto Siegmund also my sorrow must ye tell, if so be he will help me to mourn brave Siegfried well." 1015 a messenger ran swiftly, and found them where they lay. Siegfried's own band of heroes from Nibelungland were they. He told the grievous tidings, and joy fled at his word. Yet would they not believe it till they the wailing heard. 1016 the messenger sped further to where he found the king. Unto the noble Siegmund that night no sleep did bring. His heart within foreboded what happed to him. I ween, how that his dear son living should never more be seen. 1017 awake, arise, Lord Siegmund. Kriemhilda, my mistress, hath bidden me to fetch thee. To her a sore distress hath happed beyond all others, which cuts her to the heart. And thou must help her mourning, for thou in it haste part. 1018 up started Siegmund, crying, "What grief hath happened unto the fair Kriemhilda, as thou just now hast said?" Then spake the herald, weeping, "I cannot it withhold. I, Siegfried hath been murdered, the Netherlander bold." 1019 then spake the noble Siegmund, "Pray let this jesting be, and of such evil stories beware, for love of me, the like you tell to no man, how Siegfried hath been slain. In such case could I never live happily again." 1020 if thou wilt not believe me when thou hast heard my tale, with thine own ears 'tis easy to hear Kriemhilda wail, for she and all her people are mourning Siegfried dead. Then sore afraid was Siegmund, and sad was he indeed. 1021 straight from his couch upsprang he, with 50 of his men. They reached their hands in search of their weapons long and keen, and ran, grief-stricken, thither to where they heard the cries. Then, too, the 1,000 warriors of Siegfried bold did rise. 1022, whilst piteously the women were heard to weep and moan. Some of the men bethought them that raiment they should don. Aye, scarcely for their trouble could they their senses keep. And bitter was the anguish that in their hearts lay deep. 1023 soon came the royal Siegmund to where Kriemhild did stand. He spake, "Woe on the journey that brought us to this land, who hath thy husband taken, and reft me of my son, and, amidst friends and kinsmen, thus murderously done. 1024 ah, if I only knew him." The noble wife did say, "No mercy would I show him, in mind or body I, such evil would I do him, that if his kith and kin had not good cause for weeping, 'twould be no fault of mine." 1025 then in his arms did Siegmund the murdered prince enfold, whereat his friends their sorrow so little could withhold, that with their lamentation the palace rang and hall, and even through Worm city the sounds of woe did fall. 1026 to none who strove to comfort did Siegfried's wife give heed. Meanwhile from out its clothing his body fair they freed. They washed his wounds with water, and laid him on the bier. The sorrow of his people right grievous was to hear. 1027 then up, and spake his warriors the men of Nibelungland. "With right good will shall vengeance be taken at our hand. Within this very fortress is he who did the deed." Then ran they all for weapons the liegemen of Siegfried. 1028 these thanes, for valor chosen, each with his shield, were there, 1,100, ready at hand they were to follow noble Siegmund. The murder of his son he to avenge was eager, 'twas needful to be done. 1029 knew they gainst what foemen they had to strive withal, unless it might be Gunther and his bold liegemen all, with whom their master Siegfried did late hunting go. Kriemhilde saw them arming, and grievous was her woe. 1030 however deep her sorrow, and dire as was her need, yet did she for the Nibelungs fear with such mighty dread death, by her brother's liegemen, that she would have them stay. She warned them in all kindness, as friends each other may. 1031 Thus spake the grief-lawn lady. My lord Siegmund, what dost thou think to take in hand now? Thou haste not weighed the cost. King Gunther hath so many bold warriors at command, that all of you will perish if ye his knights withstand. 1032 With shields already lifted, they needs must to the fray. The noble queen besought them, and even bade them stay, and seek not for conflict, these knights of courage high. Yet would they not forego it, which grieved her verily. 1033 So said she, Noble Siegmund, 'twere best to let it be until a fit a season, then will I readily avenge with you mine husband. Whom he hath widow made to him, when it is proven, shall evil be repaid. 1034 Hereby upon the Rhine strand dwells many a haughty knight. I cannot therefore counsel that you with them should fight. Full 30 warriors have they against our everyone. God grant that they may prosper as they to us have done. 1035 Ye must remain beside me, this grief with me to share, and when the day is dawning, ye heroes bold prepare to help me in his coffin my husband dear to lay. Then all the thanes made answer, It shall be as you say. 1036 No tongue could ever tell you the marvel of it, how from knights as well as ladies arose the cries of woe, so that throughout the city the noise thereof did sound. The noble burghers heard it, and quickly thronged around. 1037 They mourned with the strangers, for they themselves were sad. If fault had been with Siegfried, none told them that it had, nor why the noble warrior had forfeited his life. Then wept, too, with the women, each worthy burgher's wife. 1038 The smiths were bidden quickly a coffin to devise of gold, wrought, and silver, strong and of mickle size. They bade them firmly bind it, with tempered steel and good. Then truly all the people were sorrowful of mood. 1039 The night was spent, and daylight 'twas said would soon appear. The noble lady bade them unto the minster bear Siegfried their noble master, her husband well beloved. One saw his friends all weeping, as they the body moved. 1040 They brought him to the minster, and told was many a bell. On every side the chanting of priests was heard to swell. And thither came King Gunther, and all his folk with him, to take part in the mourning, and likewise Hagen grim. 1041 He said, My dearest sister, alas, indeed for thee, that from thy sorrow's burden can none of us be free, we must bewail for ever the loss of Siegfried's life. That do you without reason, answered the mourning wife. 1042 It never need have happened if real your sorrow were. Me must ye have forgotten, that may I well aver, when I was there bereft of my own beloved one. I would to God, said Kriemhild, it had to me been done. 1043 They clave unto their lying. Kriemhild began again, Whoso of you is guiltless, now let him make it plain. Let each before the people walk up unto the bier, thereby the truth that's in him shall presently appear. 1044 It is a wondrous marvel that oft hath happened, that when one sees the slayer beside the murdered dead, the wounds afresh start bleeding, as here, too, came to pass, whereby men saw that Hagen the malefactor was. 1045 Again, the wounds bled freely, as they had done afore. They who had mourned him sorely bewailed him now the more. Then spake aloud King Gunther, I tell you everyone 'twas vagabonds that slew him, 'twas not by Hagen done. 1046 These vagabonds, too surely unknown to me, she spake, by friendly hands, God willing, will vengeance on them take. Thou Gunther and thou Hagen have surely done this thing. By this time Siegfried's warriors for strife were hankering. 1047 Kriemhilde spake yet further, Now share with me my need. Then came those twain unto her who found him lying dead, they were her brother Gernot and Gisela the youth. As many a man did later. These mourned for him in sooth. 1048 With all their hearts they mourned him, the husband of Kriemhild. Now masses must be chanted. The minster soon was filled with men, and wives, and children, from every side they came. And they who little missed him mourned Siegfried all the same. 1049 Gernot, and Gisela with him, spake. Sister dear to me now, for this death, take comfort, as verily must be. We will atone unto you as long as we shall live. Yet on the earth was no one who could her comfort give. 1050 His coffin was made ready well nigh about midday. Then from the bier they raised him, whereon till then he lay. Fain would the noble lady have kept him from the grave, which unto her attendants saw trouble surely gave. 1051, in richly broidered vestment they wrapped the body round, and then, I ween, that no one unweeping there was found. With all her heart wept Ute, a noble woman she, and each of her attendants the goodly copse to see. 1052, when people heard the chanting within the church begin, and knew that he was coffined, they thronged to enter in, for his soul's weal and profit what offerings were made, in sooth, among the foemen good friends enough he had. 1053 Kriemhilda, the poor lady, said to her chamberlain, the love they bear towards me will be to them a bane, seeing they grudge him nothing and hold me also dear. For Siegfried's weal 'tis fitting that they his gold should share. 1054, there was no child so little, who any wit might have, but joined in the almsgiving, ere he was laid in grave. More than 100 masses were sung ere day was done, and Siegfried's friends and kinsmen came thronging everyone. 1055, when ended, was the chanting the people went away. Then spake the Lady Kriemhild, "You must not let me stay alone to watch beside him, this night exceeding brave. My joys are, with his body, all buried in the grave. 1056 3 days and 3 nights longer here would I keep him still, until of my dear husband my heart has had its fill. Then what if God should order that death should take me too? Then would poor Kriemhild's sorrows no longer trouble you." 1057, the people from the city now homewards went their way. The priests and monks Kriemhilda besought with her to stay, and eke her own attendants, to watch beside the night. Forbidding was the darkness and wearisome the light. 1058 from eating and from drinking did many a man abstain. If any cared to take it, to them it was made plain that they might have in plenty. Siegmund of that took care. And yet, full many a labor the Nibelung folk must share. 1059 for 3 whole days, unceasing, the story thus we hear, they who had skill in singing must needs the burden bear of chanting many an office. What alms to them folk paid? They who were poor aforetime now wealth in plenty had. 1060 whene'er they found poor people who nothing had to bring, they sent them to the minster, with gold for offering from Siegfried's treasure taken. Since life he could not have, of marks for his soul's welfare they many thousand gave. 1061, the first fruits were divided in all the land around, wherever cloister houses or goodly folk were found. Of silver and of raiment the poor got ample store. Men did the like as showing what love to him they bore. 1062 upon the 3rd day early, just at the hour of mass, the churchyard wide extending, that by the minster was, with country people's wailing was filled from end to end. In death they did him service, as to a well-loved friend. 1063 in those 4 days of mourning, indeed, it hath been said, that marks full 30,000, or even more, were paid for sake of his soul's welfare, and given to the poor. Laid low was all his beauty, his life was now no more. 1064 when God was served duly, and all the chants were sung, a dreadful cry of sorrow arose from out the throng. Out of the minster must they now bear him to his grave. Those who were loth to lose him fresh tears and cries forth gave. 1065 with cries of lamentation the people followed then, the faces all were joyless of women and of men. Ere in his grave they laid him, they sang and read withal. Aye, and the priests were worthy who gave him burial. 1066 or Eva Siegfried's widow had come unto the grave. Her faithful heart with sorrow such bitter strife did have that they must needs revive her with water from the spring. Her bitterness of sorrow was past all measuring. 1067, it was a mickle wonder that strength again she found. With cries of pity helping, the women thronged around. Then spake the queen, O liegemen of Siegfried, hearken ye, I pray you of your fealty a favour grant to me. 1068, that after all my sorrow, this small grace I may gain, and on his goodly features may set my eyes again. So long did she beseech them, with all her sorrow's strength, that they the splendid coffin must break apart at length. 1069 and then they brought the lady to where her love did lie, and she his fair head lifted, with white hand tenderly, and in his death she kissed him, the noble knight and good, her shining eyes, for sorrow, were weeping tears of blood. 1070 it was a piteous parting, if ever there was one. And so away they bore her, she could not go alone, for in a swoon and senseless that noble wife lay low. Her life, for weal appointed, was well nigh lost in woe. 1071, when now their noble master within his grave was laid, unmeasured was the sorrow that all his followers had, who from the Nibelung country had borne him company, and little joy or gladness in Siegmund was to see. 1,072 amongst them, there were many who, for their sorrow's sake, till those 3 days were ended naw meat naw drink did take. Yet could they not their bodies abandon utterly, so feasting followed sorrow, as evermore will be. Adventure Roman 18 How Siegmund went back to his own land. 1073 Kriemhilde's husband's father had to her presence come. And to the queen thus spake he, We now would fain go home, I trow that we in Rhineland unwelcome guests must be. Kriemhilde, dearest lady, come to my land with me. 1074 Since that your noble husband, by treason underhand, hath from us all been taken here in this very land, you must not overlook it. I will be kind to you for love of my son Siegfried. Doubt not that this is true. 1075 Henceforward also, lady, to you the power I'll yield that the bold warrior Siegfried did teach you how to wield. The land and the crown likewise shall subject be to you, and all of Siegfried's vassals will gladly service do. 1076 Then were the servants bidden that thence they were to ride. It was a mighty business the hosses to provide. Amidst their bitter foemen to dwell were sorry cheer. They bade the dames and maidens to seek their travelling gear. 1077 And when King Siegmund also was ready forth to ride, the kinsmen of Kriemhilde besought her to abide. Her place was with her mother, and there to stay ought she. Then spake the noble lady, Nay, that can hardly be. 1078 How could I bear for ever him with these eyes to see, through whom to me, poor woman, hath come such misery? Then Giselha, the youthful, made answer, Sister dear, for duty's sake now shouldst thou bide with thy mother here. 1079 Of them who have distressed thee and brought thee to despair, thou dost require no service, my fortune thou shalt share. But to the knight she answered, Nay, this can never be, I needs must die of sorrow if I should Hagen see. 1080 I'll see that doth not happen, my sister dear, quoth he, with Giselha thy brother in safety shouldst thou be, amends will I make to thee, for thy dear husband's death. Then spake the poor forlorn one, True need Kriemhilde hath? 1081 When this so kindly offer to her the young man made, Ute, and also, Gernot fell likewise to persuade, with all her faithful kinsfolk, they begged her not to go, for amongst Siegfried's kindred not many did she know. 1082 They are all strangers to thee, Gernot began to say, So strong is no man living but he must die one day. Bethink thee then, dear sister, and comfort thy sad mood, stay with thy friends and kinsmen, it will be for thy good. 1083 So Giselha she promised that there she would abide. The hosses all were ready for Siegmund's men to ride, who would be homeward riding unto the Nibelungenlied. The pack hosses all laden with knightly gear did stand. 1084 Lord Siegmund came, and standing before Kriemhilde, then said he unto the lady, The whole of Siegfried's men await you by the hosses. 'Tis time we rode away, for willingly I would not with the Burgundians stay. 1085 But Lady Kriemhild answered, My friends their counsel give, so many as are faithful, that I with them should live, for I have ne'er a kinsman within the Nibelungenlied. Sad was the heart of Siegmund when he did understand. 1086 Then answered her King Siegmund, Let that be said by none. Rather than to my kinsmen I'll give to you my crown. With power and might you'll wear it, as you have done before. You shall be none the worse that our hero is no more. 1087 Come back with us, if only it were for your child's sake. You surely will not, lady, the babe an orphan make. When once your son a man is he'll comfort your sad mood. Meanwhile you'll have the service of many heroes good. 1088 She spake, Sir Siegmund, truly I cannot with you ride. Whate'er may happen to me here must I still abide among my friends and kinsfolk, and mourn with me they will. The good knights at this answer began to take it ill. 1089 With one accord they answered, Then must we fain confess that for the first time, truly, our hearts knew bitterness, since you indeed are willing here with our foes to bide. On such a grievous journey did heroes never ride. 1090 Said she, Ye may, God speeding, without foreboding fair, safe conduct shall be given, of that I'll have a care, from here to Siegmund's country. As for my darling child, unto ye knights I trust him, and to your mercies mild. 1091 When they were well persuaded that thence she would not go, the lieges all of Siegmund did weep for very woe. How full of bitter sorrow was Siegmund when his leave he took of Dame Kriemhilde. Then knew he how to grieve. 1092 Woe be on these great doings. The noble king, quoth he, an ending worse of pleasure there ne'er again can be to king or to his kinsfolk, than this to us has been. No more shall we henceforward in Burgundy be seen. 1093 then loud, that all might hear them, the men of Siegfried spake, yet once again the journey may we to this land make, when we shall have discovered who laid our master low. They'll have among his kinsfolk stout enemies eno. 1094, and so he kissed Kriemhilde, and mournfully did say, ween as he saw for certain she had a mind to stay. Now will we unrejoicing go home unto our land. My sorrow for the first time now do I understand. 1095 from Worms without an escort unto the Rhine they rode. Well might they, notwithstanding, be confident of mood, that if they should of foemen and onset have to ward, the hands of stalwart Nibelungs would serve them for a god. 1096 leave did they take of no man, ere they set forth to ride. But Giselha and Gernot were presently espied all kindly coming teawards him. His sorrow made them grieve, as soon these gallant heroes did bring him to believe. 1097 for then, the princely Gernot right courteously said, be God in heaven my witness, that Siegfried now is dead is through no fault on my part, nor have I heard men tell who wished him any evil, so can I mourn him well. 1098 then had they a safe conduct at Giselha's own hand, and carefully he led them in time, from out the land. The king and all his warriors to Netherland got home. How little could their kindred rejoice to see them come. 1099, and what befell them after I cannot rightly say. And still one heard Kriemhilde bewailing day by day that none could give her comfort, in either heart or mood, but Giselha, who only was true to her and good. 1100, the beauteous Brunhilde still arrogantly sat. Howe'er Kriemhilde fretted, she took no thought for that, and never more in goodwill did turn to her again. Irelong the dame, Kriemhilde did wring her heart with pain. Adventure Roman 19, how the Nibelungenlied was brought to Worms 1101 now, when the noble Kriemhilde widow thus was made Count Ecuat was with her. And in the land he stayed with all his men, and daily he served her without fail, and helped his lady often his master to bewail. 1102 at Worms, hard by the minster, they built for her a hall. 'Twas very wide and lofty, and richly decked withal. There, with her own attendants, all joylessly sat she. She loved the church's service, and went there willingly. 1103, from where her love lay buried, she seldom was away. With sorrow-laden spirit she went there every day. She prayed to God Almighty to keep his soul aright, and faithfully and often bewailed was the night. 1104 Ute, and all her women to cheer her eye were fain. Yet was the heart within her so sorely smit with pain, however they might comfort she took not any heed. She had for her beloved such all-surpassing need, 1105 as for a well-loved husband no other wife e'er found. Thus might one see how virtues in her did much abound. Unto her end she mourned him, as long as she had life, and soon a mighty vengeance took valiant Siegfried's wife. 1106 so after all this sorrow, 'tis truth, she did abide until the 4th year's halving from when her husband died. Nor all this time twixt Gunther and her did speech arise, nor did she once on Hagen, her enemy, set eyes. 1107 then Hagen spake of Trinjay, could you not so contrive that you might with your sister in friendly fashion live, that so unto this country might come the Nibelung gold, if but the queen were friendly, your gain were manifold. 1108 he said, we must attempt it, my brothers are with her, we'll beg them so to urge her that she be friendlier, until at last prevail we that she thereto agree. Quoth Hagen, I misdoubt me that will ever be. 1109 he presently bade Otwine unto her cot to go likewise the Margrave Gia, and both of them did so. And Giselha the youthful and Gernot, too, they brought, who straightway Dame Kriemhilde in friendly wise besought. 1110 to her, the valiant Gernot of Burgundy then said, too long haste thou, O lady, bewailed thy Siegfried dead. The king to you will swear that by him he was not slain. Still day by day one hears thee so bitterly complain. 1111 said she, none doth accuse him, 'twas Hagen's hand that slew, and where he might be stricken from me alone he knew. How could I have believed that such hate to him he bore? Ma care would I have taken? The queen said furthermore. 1112 ere any word of mine had his noble life betrayed, then little cause for weeping should I, poor wife, have had. No more can I have kindness for those who this have done. Then Giselha besought her, the brave and comely one. 1113 to greet the king I'm willing, she did at last declare, with his best friends before her one, saw him soon appear. But Hagen durst at no time within her presence go, his guiltiness well knew he, 'twas he who wrought her woe. 1114 since she her hate to Gunther was willing to forswear, 'twould better have beseemed him to kiss her then and there. Were it not that by his counsel her sorrows had been made, he might have met Kriemhilde with boldness undismayed. 1115 Ne'er was a reconcilement, when friend by friend was met, ma tearfully accomplished, her sorrow rankled yet. Save only one amongst them, she pardoned every one, he ne'er were slain, if Hagen the murder had not done. 1116, not very long thereafter they brought it so about that unto Dame Kriemhilde, the mighty Hod came out of Nibelungenland, and safely was to the Rhine conveyed. It was her wedding dowry, and rightly hers was made. 1117, 'twas Gernot who went for it, and with him Giselha and 80 liegemen, who had commands from her to go and fetch the treasure from where it lay unseen, since Alberich its keeper, with trusty friends, had been. 1118 now, when they saw the Rhine men coming the Hod to take, the ever-valiant Alberich unto his comrades spake. We dare not keep the treasure withholden from her power, seeing the noble lady can claim it as her dower. 1119 Yet never would the matter have come to such a pass, had we not had, said Alberich, the evil luck, alas, the goodly cap of darkness with Siegfried's self to lose, which fair Kriemhilde's husband was ever wont to use. 1120 Now evil unto Siegfried hath happened since the day that from our hands the hero the Tarnhelm took away, and all this land by conquest did to his service bind. Then went the treasure keeper straightway the keys to find. 1121 At the hill foot were waiting the Queen Kriemhilde's men and sundry of her kinsmen. The treasure bar they then down to the lake shaw, lading their vessel with the same. Then a' the waves they took it and up the Rhine stream came. 1122 Now may you of this treasure a wondrous story hear. It took a dozen wagons it from the mount to bear. For days and nights they ceased not to carry it away, and each must make the journey, so laden, thrice a day. 1123 Naught else but gold and jewels within this treasure lay, and had one taken from it what would the whole world pay, 'twould not have seemed to eyesight of one mark's value quit. Aye, not without some reason did Hagen covet it. 1124 The gem of all lay lowest, a little rod of gold. Whoever understood it he might the mastery hold in all the world's dominions, or every race of men. Of Alberich's kinsmen, many did follow Gernot then. 1125 As soon as they had carried the Hod to Gunther's land, and thus the queen had taken the whole into her hand, the storerooms and the towers were full as they could hold. Never of such vast treasure the marvel hath been told. 1126 And even were the treasure increased 1,000-fold, and she once more might Siegfried in health and strength behold, gladly to him would Kriemhild have empty-handed gone, for never could a hero a truer wife have won. 1127 Now that she had the treasure, she brought unto the land full many a stranger warrior. In truth the lady's hand her bounty gave so largely, the like had ne'er been known. This queen had many virtues, that all the folk did own. 1128 To poor men, and to wealthy she now began to give so much, that Hagen argued, if she perchance should live for long enough, 'twas likely so many would she win to stay there in her service, that 'twould go ill with him. 1129 King Gunther said, her own are her body and estate, what she shall do with either how then can I dictate? Nay, hardly could I compass that she became thus kind, so let both gold and silver go as she hath a mind. 1130 But to the king said Hagen, no prudent man and wise would leave to such a woman a treasure of this size. In gifts we'll see her spend it and squander the whole store, and then the bold Burgundians may rue it evermore. 1131 Then answered him King Gunther, to her an oath I swore that I to her would never do any evil more, and that will I abide by, for she my sister is. But thereunto said Hagen, let me be blamed for this. 1132 The oaths that they had taken they reckoned all for naught. And from the widows keeping the mighty Hod they brought, and quietly did Hagen of all the keys get hold. Wroth was her brother Gernot when he the truth was told. 1133 Then spake the noble Giselha, Hagen a deal of ill hath done unto my sister, reckon with him I will, and were he not my kinsman, 'twould stand him in his life. Then once again to weeping fell Siegfried's widowed wife. 1134 Then up and spake Lord Gernot, ere we be troubled by reason of this treasure, we'll take it all away and sink it in the Rhine stream, then will it no man's be. To Giselha her brother then went she woefully. 1135 She spake, beloved brother, thou must take thought for me, of both my life and substance the guardian thou shouldst be. Then spake he to the lady, this will I undertake when we have home returned, we have a ride to take. 1136 The king and all his kinsmen now left their land behind. The best of all were taken that one therein could find. None stayed save Hagen only. That did he for the hate he bore unto Kriemhilde. With purpose did he wait. 1137, before the mighty king came back to his home again, Hagen had meanwhile managed the treasure great to gain. Down in the Rhine at Lochheim he sank it bodily. He hoped yet to enjoy it, but that was not to be. 1138 the princes came back shortly, and with them many a man. Of her great loss Kriemhilde to make complaint began, and all her maids and ladies, great was their grief in sooth. Ready with faithful service was Giselhe the youth. 1139 they one and all said, Hagen hath done us a foul wrong. Then from the prince's anger he kept aloof for long, till he regained their favour, and so they left him free. Yet never to Kriemhilde could he more hateful be. 1140, before Hagen of Tringey had hidden thus the hoard, they made a pact together, and with strong oaths assured, that it should remain hidden as long as each should live. None for himself should take it, nor to another give. 1141, so now again with sorrow, her heart was desolate, first for her husband's murder, and now that her estate had all been taken from her. Thus she became a prey unto her grief for ever until her dying day. 1142, after the death of Siegfried, as verily appears, with many troubles burthened she dwelt for 13 years, and all the while could never forget the warrior dead. She I was faithful to him, that all the people said. Adventureman to Siegfried 20 in Netherland was growing a rich king's son and heir, whose father's name was Siegmund, Sieglind his mother fair. In a strong castle lived they, of far and widespread fame, beside the great Rhine river, and Santon was its name. 21 This prince's name was Siegfried, a gallant knight and good, in many kingdoms proved he his brave and warlike mood, so great his strength of body, he rode from land to land. Ha, what fine warriors found he on the Burgundian strand. 22 In his best days of prowess, when he was young and slim, full many a wondrous story the country told of him, how noble was his stature, how fair he was to see, and many a comely woman looked on him lovingly. 23 He had a careful rearing, as did his birth befit. His virtues were his own, though, and no eyes due to it. Unto his father's country he was an ornament, for men in all things found him to be right excellent. 24 Now was he grown so manly that he to cot must ride. The menfolk saw him gladly, and dames and maids beside wished that his will might bring him, not once but ever there. Full many bore him favour, as well the knight was ware. 25 To ride forth unattended the boy was ne'er allowed. In costly raiment decked him Siegmund and Sieglind proud, and the wise elders taught him, as well they understood, how best to win the people, and rule the land for good. 26 And being now so stalwart that he could weapons bear, having what he required, enough and end to spare, he turned his thoughts to women, and dreamt of a fair bride. The fairest might stand proudly at the bold Siegfried's side. 27 Then did his father, Siegmund, summon his liegemen all unto a friendly banquet in the great castle hall. To many a neighbor king's land the festal tidings spread. On strangers as on kinsmen's steeds gear, he lavished. 28 If any squire were lacking knightly estate and name, who, by descent and breeding, had thereunto a claim, such noble youth was bidden to tournament and bawd, and with the young king, later, was girt with knightly sod. 29 One could tell many marvels of this great feast so rare. Siegmund and Sieglinde did win much honour there by the good gifts they lavished, with free and open hand. Therefore so many strangers came riding to their land. 3,400 squires received their knightly gear that day. Together with young Siegfried, and maidens fair, they say, toiled at the festal raiment, because they did him hold so dear, and many a jewel they broidered in the gold. 31 And wove them in the robe weft, and stitched upon the hem, sure, to such proud young warriors behoved lace and gem. The host had seats prepared for many a gallant man, at that June feast, where Siegfried his knightly course began. 32 And thither to the minster came many a wealthy squire, and many a noble warrior. The elders did aspire that day to serve the younger, as was the ancient rule, and merriment, and pastime, and joy were at the full. 33 When later, in God's honour, a solemn mass was sung, uprose from out the people a great and mighty throng, who there received knighthood, with fitting knightly right, and honours, such as ne'er more were seen of mortal wight. 34 Soon ran the knights to where they found saddled chargers wait. At Siegmund's court began then a tournament so great that one heard hall and palace with crash of arms resound, as the high-mettled thanes met upon the tilting ground. 35 From old knights and from young ones went thrust and parry there, till crash of breaking lances re-echoed through the air. One saw the splinters flying up to the palace wall from many a gallant knight's hand, so eager were they all. 36 The host he bade them end it, they led the steeds away, full many a sturdy buckler to sight all broken lay, and precious stones, in plenty, had fallen on the sward from out the shining shield clasps. The onset was so hard. 37 Then went the host's guests whither they bidden were to sit. Their weariness was banished by the choice food they ate, and by wine of the rarest, of which there was no stint. Alike to friends and strangers was all this lavishment. 38 And, though the games and pastimes had lasted all the day, the throngs of merrymakers knew neither rest nor stay, contending for the many good gifts that were to hand, a bounty which redounded to the praise of Siegmund's land. 39 Then did the king make over to young Siegfried the loan of both his lands and castles, as he afar had done. Unto his knightly comrades he gave with open hand, so all were right well pleased that they had sought his land. 40 Until the 7th sunrise the festival went on. Then did the rich queen, Sieglind, as in old days was done, for love of her son Siegfried, share out her red gold free, to win all folks' hearts to him thereby, in sooth, hoped she. 41 Not one who in the games played, methinks, went poor away. It rained steeds and raiment through all the land that day. As if had come the world's end and common life were awe, such gifts in such abundance were never known before. 42 So, with befitting honor, ended the festal day. And some of the rich nobles were overheard to say that they would like the young man, Prince Siegfried, for their laud. Howbeit the honest Siegfried gave heed not to their word. 43 While Siegmund and Sieglinde were living, their dear son would never dream of wearing the crown for anyone. He wished to be laud only the mighty to restrain, who kept the land in terror, the bold and gallant Thane. Adventure Roman 20 How King Etzel sent to Burgundy after Kriemhilder 1143. Now, on a time, it happened that Lady Helka died. Then was King Etzel minded to woo another bride. His friends all bade him look to the land of Burgundy, towards a high-born widow. Kriemhilda named was she. 1144 Soon after the fair, Helka departed had this life. Quoth they, if thou wouldst ever possess a noble wife, the highest and most worthy that king did ever have, then take this self-same lady, widow of Siegfried brave. 1145 How might that be accomplished? Then said the mighty king, seeing I am a heathen and ne'er had christening, the lady is a Christian, she never would agree. A miracle must happen if this should ever be. 1146 The ready ones made answer, what if perchance she should, with thy high name to help thee and all thy substance good, to win the noble lady one very well might try. To woo so fair a person would please you verily. 1147 Then said the noble sovereign, doth any one of you the people of the Rhineland and eke the country know? Good Rudiger made answer, who from Bechlaren came. I've known her from her childhood, this queen of noble name. 1148 King Gunther and King Gernot, the noble knights and brave, and Giselha, the third one, each ever doth behave in such wise as high honor and virtue too have taught, nor elsewise from aforetime have their forefathers wrought. 1149 But furthermore said Etzel, friend, I would learn of thee if in my land she's worthy to wear the crown with me, and if she's fair of body as has to me been said, then those to me most friendly need never be dismayed. 1150 Indeed unto my lady in beauty likeneth she to Helka, the most mighty, I, in this world could be for any king, whatever never a wife more fair. To whom her love she plighteth, he may be of good cheer. 1151 He spake, then win her, Rudeger, if dear to thee am I, and if beside Kriemhilder it be mine to lie, I will reward thee for it as fully as may be, seeing thou wilt my wishes have compassed thoroughly. 1152 So much out of my treasure I'll have bestowed on thee that thou and thy companions may live right merrily. Of hosses and of raiment, whatever you may need, I will have for your journey made ready with all speed. 1153 Sir Rudiger made answer, a mighty margrave he, did I thy riches covet, that were unpraiseworthy. Unto the Rhine thy message to bear, I shall be glad at charge of mine own fortune, which from thy hands I had. 1154 Then spake the mighty sovereign, now when wilt thou fare hence to seek this lovely lady? May God give thee defense and honor in the journey, and eke this lady mine, may she to us, luck helping, a gracious ear incline. 1155 Then Rudiger spake further, ere yet we leave the land, we must prepare both raiment and weapons to our hand, that so before the prince's due honor we may have. I'll lead unto the Rhineland 500 warriors brave. 1156 So, me and mine beholding, the men of Burgundy shall every man among them be fain to testify that ne'er from king in those parts on such a journey went so many men or better than thou to the Rhine haste sent. 1157 And be it not displeasing by thee, great ruler, found that, noble love obeying, she was in wedlock bound to Siegfried, son of Siegmund, Him hast thou here beheld. In honour great he must be in truth for ever held. 1158 Then said King Etzel, though she was wife unto that knight, yet was his noble body so precious in my sight, that on the queen I cannot e'er look disdainfully. By her exceeding beauty right well she pleaseth me. 1159 Then spake to him the Margrave, the 24th day from now, I dare to promise, shall see us on our way. I'll send and tell Gotlinda, my dear wife, presently, that I myself will envoy unto Kriemhilde be. 1160 So thence unto Bechlaren sent Rudiger straightway. Both sorrowful and proud was the Margravine that day. A wife by him, he told her, must for the king be wooed. Still tenderly, as living, she thought of Helka good. 1161 For when her husband's letter, the Margravine did spell some little, was she troubled and straight to weeping fell. Would she another mistress like her have e'er again? And when she thought of Helker it gave her hot felt pain. 1162 In 7 days' space had Rudiger set forth from Hungary. A glad man was King Etzel, and gay at heart was he. Already in Vienna the travelling gear was made, nor would he that the journey should longer be delayed. 1163 Gotlinder at Bechlaren awaited Rudiger. The Margravine his daughter was also waiting there, and glad she was on seeing her father and his men. And many fair young maidens watched kindly for them then. 1164 Ere Rudiger, the noble forth for Bechlaren went from out Vienna's city, all his accoutrement was perfectly made ready and on the sumpters laid. They travelled in such fashion that nothing was waylaid. 1165 When they to Bechlaren within the town did fare, the host his fellow travellers bade kindly welcome there, and offered board and lodging. Good quarters each one had. The noble Gotlinda to see him come was glad. 1166 Likewise his well-loved daughter, the little Margravine, at her dear father's coming could ne'er have gladder been. The heroes out of Hun's land how glad she was to see, and them, the noble maiden accosted merrily. 1167 Right heartily be welcome my father and his men. And readily, to thank her, fair words were spoken then unto the Margrave's daughter, by many a worthy knight. Sir Rudiger's demeanour Gotlinda read aright. 1168 For when alone at night time by Rudiger she lay, how lovingly besought him the Margravine to say whither the king from Hun's land had bidden him to go. Said he, my wife Gotlinda, I'll gladly let thee know. 1169 I for the king my master must seek another wife, now that the beauteous Helka departed hath this life. Therefore to fetch Kriemhilde unto the Rhine ride we, to Hun's land she is coming a mighty queen to be. 1170 God grant, said Gotlinda, that may come to pass since we have heard in honour how much she doth surpass. She may replace my lady belike in days to be, will let her wear in Hun's land the queen's crown willingly. 1171 Then said the Margrave to her, beloved wife of mine, the men who hence are riding with me unto the Rhine, all kindly must thou offer with them thy stars to share. When heroes fare right nobly most out of heart they are. 1172 She answered, there is no man who cares to take of me, to whom whate'er beseemeth I give not willingly, or ever hence depart ye, thou and thy fighting men. Then said to her the Margrave, so doth it please me then. 1173 And what noble garments they from the storerooms bear? For every noble warrior there was a plenteous share. All lined they were with peltry downwards from throat to spur. What best his purpose suited was chosen of Rudiger. 1174 Upon the 7th morning, from Bechlaren, rode the host with all his warriors. Weapons and raiment, good they bore with them in plenty through the Bavarian land, nor on the road were harassed by any robber band. 1175 Within a 12 days' journey, they to the Rhine did ride. The tidings of their coming small chance there was to hide. Some to the king gave warning, and eke his men did tell, that stranger guests were coming. The host to asking fell 1176 if they were known to any? That was he fain to know. One saw their sumpter horses so heavy laden go, that they were very wealthy was plain enough to see. In the great town was found them a hostel presently. 1177 Now, when the all unknown ones were given an abode, upon these self-same nobles vast, was the heed bestowed. Men wondered whence the warriors to the Rhine had found their way. The host sent off to Hagen, if haply he could say. 1178 Then spake the knight of Tringay, I have not seen them yet, I doubtless may declare you when sight of them I get, from whence they've come riding into this land. I trow they must indeed be strangers if not of them I know. 1179 By this time every stranger a place of lodging had. Then forward came the envoy, in rich apparel clad, with all his noble comrades, and so to court they rode. Fine raiment were they wearing right well devised in mode. 1180 Then quoth the ready Hagen, for all that I can tell, not having seen these nobles for somewhat of a spell, such like is their demeanor as Rudaja might have, out of the Hunnish country, a noble knight and brave. 1181 How am I to believe it? The king replied straightway, that he of Bechelaren is hither come this day. But as the royal Gunther from speaking did forbear, bold Hagen saw for certain that it was Rudaja. 1182 He and his friends to meet them, did hasten everyone. One saw from off their hosses 500 knights stand down. These messengers from Huntsland right welcome were they made, and never yet were envoys so gallantly arrayed. 1183 Then Hagen spake of Tronjay, and in a loud voice cried, Now in God's name be welcome ye thanes who hither ride, the Warden of Bechlaren, and each one of his men. An honourable greeting the doughty Huns had then. 1184 King Gunther's nearest kinsman came forth to where they were, the Laud of Metz, Sir Otwine, then said to Rudaja, Ne'er yet in all our lifetime have we until this day set eyes on guests so gladly, that may I truly say. 1185 Thanks gave they for the greeting unto the warriors all, so with their noble escort they went unto the hall. And there they found King Gunther with a gallant company, and from his throne up stood he, such was his courtesy. 1186 With what right courtly breeding did he the envoys meet? Gernot as well as Gunther was full of zeal to greet the guest and eke his liegemen, as did his rank demand. Good Rudaja King Gunther himself took by the hand. 1187 Unto the seat he led him, on which himself he sat. Then to the strangers served they, all gladly did they that. Of right good mead full beakers, and of the best of wine that ever one could meet with in all the land of Rhine. 1188 Now Giselha and Gia had both of them appeared, and Dankwart, too, and Volka, who all of them had heard about the guests arriving. They were in gladsome mood. Before the king they greeted the noble knights and good. 1189 Then Hagen, knight of Tronjay, unto his laud did say, These warriors of ours should be beholden aye for kindness that the Margrave hath shown to us before. Fair Gotlinda's husband must have reward therefor. 1190 Then spake the royal Gunther, I can no more delay. In health how are they faring that tell to me, I pray? Etzel, I mean, and Helka, who over Huntsland reign? All will I, said the Margrave, gladly to you make plain. 1191 Straight from the seat uprose he, as eke did all his men, and to the king thus spake he, If thus it may be then, and you, O prince, allow it, I will no more delay the tidings that I bring you, but willingly will say. 1192 He said, What are the tidings that unto us you bear? I wait not friendly counsel, but bid you to declare. Let me and my men hear them, whatever they may be. I bid you, in all honour, discharge your embassy. 1193 Then spake the trusty envoy, To you upon the Rhine his faithful service tenders that mightful laud of mine. To every friend moreover that unto you may be, this message I deliver, in faith and honesty. 1194 The noble king doth ask for your pity in his need. All joyless are his people. My lady she is dead, the rich and mighty Helka, of my good lord the wife, and now full many a maiden doth lead an orphaned life. 1195 Children of noble princes, whom she did rear of late, and therefore is the country in lamentable state. These now, alas, have no one to rear them faithfully. I doubt there is no ending to the king's misery. 1196 Requite him God, said Gunther, for that to me he sends so willingly his service, as eke unto my friends. The greeting thou hast brought me right gladly have I heard. My kinsmen and my lieges shall merit his good word. 1197 Then spake, from the Burgundians, Gernot the warrior. The world fair Helka's dying may rue for evermore, for all her many virtues, which she to cherish knew. The doughty knight Sir Hagen agreed that this was true. 1198 But Rudaja said further, the high ambassador, Since you, O king, allow me, I have to tell you more of that which my dear master hath bidden me fulfill, since from the death of Helka things have with him gone ill. 1199 It hath been told my master that, Siegfried being dead, Kriemhilder is a widow. If this be so indeed, and you to her will grant it, then she a crown shall wear before King Etzel's warriors. This have I to declare. 1200 The mighty monarch answered, in courteous mood was he, I'll tell her my opinion, if she perchance agree. I'll see that you our answer in 3 days' time shall know. How should I, ere I've asked her, say unto Etzel, no? 1201 Meanwhile, they had good lodgings made ready for each guest. So well provided were they, that Rudaja confessed that he had friends in plenty amongst King Gunther's men, as he had once served Hagen, so Hagen served him then. 1202 So Rudager abode there till the 3rd day was come. The king a council summoned, as was his wise custom, inquiring of his kinsmen if they would deem it right that Kriemhild should to Etzel her faith in wedlock plight. 1203 they all, save only Hagen, agreed with one accord, but he unto the warrior, to Gunther spake this word. If you are rightly minded, so will you take good heed, that even though she wish it, you will not do this deed. 1204, and wherefore, answered Gunther, should I not do this thing? Whate'er of love the future unto the queen may bring, I surely shall not grudge her, sister she is to me. We ought ourselves to seek it if for her good it be. 1205 but once again spake Hagen, with further talk be done, knew you as much of Etzel as I of him have known, and were she him to marry, as I have heard you say, then would yon see good reason, at length to rue the day. 1206 and wherefore? Answered Gunther, since I should take good care, never to come so nigh him, and though my sister were his wife, that I need suffer from any hate of his. But once again said Hagen, I'll ne'er agree to this. 1207 then messengers to Gernot and Giselha they sent, to ask of these two princes if they were well content to have Kriemhilda marry the rich and noble king. Sir Hagen still gainsayed it, but had no following. 1208 then spake of the Burgundians the warrior Giselha. Now may you show, friend Hagen, that loyal still you are, make good to her the evil that you to her have done. If aught may bring her fortune, that should you leave alone. 1209, you've wrought unto my sister such evil manifold. So Giselha spake further, the knight of spirit bold, that she hath had good reason to hold you in despite. Ne'er yet was any woman bereft of more delight. 1210 that am I well aware of and willing to allow. And should she marry Etzel and live for long eno, she'll do us yet much evil, howe'er she it contrive, for many a goodly warrior to serve her there doth live. 1211 thereon the valiant Gernot to Hagen answered, in that case it behoves us, until they both be dead, to study that we ride not into King Etzel's land. We must be loyal to her, thus honour doth demand. 1212 Weto again spake Hagen, no man can me gainsay, and should the noble Kriemhild wear Helca's crown one day, she'll do to us a mischief, howe'er it may be done. It better would beseem you to leave the thing alone. 1213 then wrathfully cried Giselha, of you fair the son, we need not all be traitors, though thou perchance be one. If honour doth befall her, right joyful should we be. Whate'er thou sayest, Hagen, I'll serve her faithfully. 1214 when Hagen heard that saying, angered was he in mood. For Giselha and Gernot, proud warriors both and good, and mighty Gunther likewise, did all of them agree that if it pleased Kriemhilda they would no hindrance be. 1215 then spoke the princely Gia. The lady I'll advise that she do let King Etzel find favour in her eyes, so many knights obey him, and suit and service owe, he yet may make her happy in spite of all her woe. 1216 then went the ready warrior where Kriemhild he did see, she graciously received him, how quickly then spake he. Well may you greet me, lady, and give me herald's bread, for good luck comes to save you now out of all your need. 1217 for love of you, dear lady, lo, there hath hither sent one of the best and greatest that e'er had government our realm with highest honour, or ever crown shall wear, and noble knights sue for him. Your brother bids declare. 1218 then spake the sorrow-laden, now God prohibit thee and all my friends from making a mockery of me, the poor fallen one. What could I be to one who hot-felt love hath ever from a good woman won? 1219 she sorely strove against it, but presently to her there came her brother Gernot and the lad Giselha. These tenderly besought her to be of cheerful mood, if she the king would marry, 'twould be for her true good. 1220 not one of them was able the lady to persuade, that she should e'er be willing another man to wed. Then did the thanes beseech her. At least we beg of thee, if thou not else wilt grant us, the messengers to see. 1221 that will I not refuse ye, replied the noble wife, for gladly would I look on Sir Rudiger in life, for all his many virtues. If he had not been, whoever were the envoy, I would have stayed unseen. 1222 she spake. Tomorrow morning, I pray ye, bid him go to see me in my chamber. Then will I let him know what is my will, right surely, to tell him am I fain. Then did her grievous sorrow break forth in tears again. 1223 to Rudiger, the noble not better could have been than that he should be granted to see the mighty queen. He knew that, could this happen, so wise in words was he, she, by the warriors talking, must needs persuaded be. 1224 so, early on the morrow, after the mass was sung, arrived the noble envoys, then mighty was the throng. Of those who to the palace with Rudiger should go, all gallantly accoutred, one saw a goodly show. 1225 the high-born dame Kriemhilda her hot with trouble saw, for Rudiger was waiting, the goodly warrior. He found her in the raiment she wore for every day, but none the less her women had done their best array. 12:26 She rose and went to meet him, and by the door she stood, and unto Etzel's liegemen she gave a welcome good. With but 11 comrades he came therein to her. Worship had he, for never came nobler messenger. 12:27 One bade them all be seated, the latter and his men. The while before her standing they saw her margraves twain, Counts Equat and Gia, both noble knights and good. For sake of her, their mistress, none seemed of joyful mood. 12:28 They saw beside her sitting full many a lady fair. For nothing save her sorrow had Kriemhild any care. The raiment on her bosom was wet with teardrops hot, nor failed the noble margrave Kriemhilda's grief to note. 12:29 Then spake the lordly envoy, daughter of kingly race, to me, and to my comrades who here with me have place, I pray you leave to grant us that we before you stand, and tell to you the errand that brings us to this land. 12:30 Now be it to you granted, the queen in answer said, to speak as ye are minded, for I am purposed right willingly to listen, thou art a herald good. Yet to the others hearing unwilling was her mood. 12:31 Then he of Bechelaren, Prince Rudiger, began, with plenteous love, and faithful Etzel, a great sovereign, to this thy land, fair lady, hath sent an embassy of knights to seek thy favor, a goodly company. 12:32 He offers thee right frankly love free from all alloy, and eke such steadfast friendship thou shalt with him enjoy, as Iruhail did Dame Helka, so near his heart who lay. Aye, he hath mourned her virtues for many a joyless day. 12:33 Sir Rudiger the Margrave, in answer spake the queen, no one who hath already my bitter sorrow seen, to any man would bid me myself in wedlock bind. I have lost the best one that ever wife did find. 12:34 What else? The bold man answered, for sorrow may atone so well as loving friendship, if such may be, from one who for himself is choosing what seems to him the best, not, after heartfelt sorrow, can give such happy rest. 12:35 If to my noble master to give thy love thou'lt deign, of 12 right wealthy kingdoms thou shalt be sovereign. My lord will also give you full 30 princes' lands, each one of which was conquered by his all-potent hands. 12:36 Thereto shalt thou be mistress of many a worthy wight, who to my lady Helka did service of right, and over many a lady who dwelt beneath her sway, of high and princely lineage. Thus did the bold knight say. 12:37 My lord will likewise give thee, as he doth bid me say, if with the king thou deignest to wear the crown one day, the highest power that ever he unto Helka gave, thou over Etzel's vassals authority shalt have. 12:38 Then spake the queen, what pleasure remains for me in life, that ever I should covet to be a hero's wife? Such sorrow have I suffered all through the death of one, that I must be joyless, until my life be done. 12:39 But once more spake the huntsman, most high and noble queen, your life along with Etzel so glorious would be seen, not would it be but gladness, if this should come to pass, and many a handsome warrior the mighty monarch has. 12:40 The damsels of Queen Helka, the maids that follow thee, shall make with one another a single company, a sight at which the warriors shall merry be of mood. Be counselled therefore, lady, in sooth 'tis for thy good. 12:41 With courtesy she answered, now let this parley be until tomorrow early, then come again to me, and you shall have my answer to what you have at heart. Needs must the valiant warrior agree, and so depart. 12:42 When they unto their hostel had all returned home, then sent the noble lady for Gisela to come, and likewise for her mother, and unto both did vow, that nothing else save weeping was fitting for her now. 12:43 Said Gisela, her brother, sister, 'tis my belief, and some to me have said it, that all thy bitter grief King Etzel will make vanish, and shouldst thou marry him, whatever others counsel, well done I will it deem. 12:44 He surely may console thee, said Gisela again, from Rhone unto the Rhine stream, from Elbe unto the Main, there's not another sovereign so powerful as he. Right soon mayst thou be happy, if wife he makes of thee. 12:45 My brother well beloved, how canst thou thus advise? To weep and mourn seems evermore fitting in mine eyes. How at the cot there, should I before the warriors go? If ever I were comely, no longer am I so. 12:46 Then spake the lady Ute her daughter dear unto. Whate'er thy brother's counsel, fail not, dear child, to do. Follow thy friends' advising, so will it prosper thee. Too long have I beheld thee in thy great misery. 12:47 Then God she prayed right sorely that store of worldly gear, of silver, gold and raiment be granted unto her, to give, as when her husband in life and health she had, though never as aforetime could life again be glad. 12:48 Within her heart she pondered, shall I my body give who am a Christian woman, and with a heathen wife? For all the world and ever disgrace on me 'twould bring, though all his wealth he gave me, I would not do this thing. 1249, and so she left the matter. But all night long, till day, the lady on her pillow with endless brooding lay. Her eyes that shone so brightly, from tears were never dried, until at dawn of morning unto the mass she hied. 1250, the kings came thither also close on the hour of mass. They had been taking counsel upon their sister's case to marry, they advised her the king of Hungary. But neither found the lady disposed more cheerfully. 1251 forthwith were orders given King Etzel's men to bring, who now would leave have taken and home been travelling, accepted or rejected, whichever of the twain. Then to the cot came Rudeger. The heroes urged again 1252 that he should rightly fathom the noble Gunther's mood, and do it very quickly. To all did this seem good, to get back to their country, they needs must journey far. And so unto Kriemhilde they ushered Rudeger. 1253, with kindly words of pleading began the warrior, the noble queen beseeching that she would let him hear what message for his master, to Etzel's land she sent. I ween he found her answer not save discouragement, 1254 that she forsooth would never again wed anyone. Whereon the Margrave answered, that surely were ill done. Why shouldst thou thy fair body so wastefully disdain? Thou mightst become with honor a good man's wife again. 1255, but not availed their praying, until that Rudeger all privately did whisper into the great queen's ear, that all she ever suffered he would make good again. Whereat her great misliking somewhat began to wane. 1256 unto the queen thus spake he, let now your weeping be. If you among the huntsfolk had ne'er a friend save me, and all my trusty kinsmen, and eke my liegemen true, hath any done you evil, right dearly should he rue. 1257, thenceforth the lady's humour somewhat more gentle grew. She said, an oath now give me, whatever men may do that you will be the first one to right mine injury. Whereto the Margrave answered, that will I readily. 1258 with all his men did Rudeger swear by an oath to her that he would serve her truly, and that no warrior should ever aught deny her, throughout King Etzel's land, in what concerned her honour. So pledged her Rudeger's hand. 1259 then, faithful-hearted, thought she, since on my will to wait I've met with friends so many, I'll let the people prate howe'er they have a mind to of me, poor wretched wife. What if I yet have vengeance for my dear husband's life? 1260 she thought, since Etzel holdeth so many knights in fee, I also may command them, and do what pleaseth me. So wealthy is he also, I shall have much to give. Me did that hateful Hagen of all my goods deprive. 1261 to Rudeger thus spake she, if it were known to me that he were not an heathen, I would come willingly, whithersoever he listeth, and take him for my laud. The Margrave answered, lady, heed not a single word. 1262 he hath so many warriors, who in Christ's faith believe that with the king at no time shall you have cause to grieve. What if your faith should win him to take the Christian life? Then might you well be happy to be King Etzel's wife. 1263 then said her brothers also, now, sister mine, say yes, and so be quit for ever of your unhappiness. Thus long did they beseech her, till, full of sorrow, she before the heroes promised King Etzel's wife to be. 1264 she said, you will I follow, a queen right sad of heart and fare with you to Hun's land, so may we now depart, when I the friends have found me to bring me to his land. To that, before the heroes, fair Kriemhild gave her hand. 1265 then to her said the Margrave, haste thou a pair of men, to them I can add many. It will be easy then to bring you with due honour unto Rhine's further side, no longer, mid Burgundians, lady, must thou abide. 1266 I have 500 liegemen, and kinsmen too, of whom thou mayst command the service, all here, all there at home to do thy bidding, lady, and I will do the same, whene'er thou claimst my promise, that so I have no shame. 1267 Now see that you have ready your hoss accoutrement. What Rudeger doth counsel you never shall repent, and say this to your maidens whom you will thither bring. Aye, many a chosen hero shall we meet travelling. 1268 Still much of wrought equipment from Siegfried's time they had, that had been used in riding, wherewith full many a maid might take the road with honour whene'er they thence should fare. Aye, goodly were the saddles they gave the ladies fair. 1269 If such like costly raiment they e'er had worn before, now ready for the journey they had a goodly store. For of the king such marvels had unto them been said. Chests that had long been standing close-locked were open laid. 1270 Unwearyingly worked they till unto the 5th day. They sought from out the presses the stores that in them lay. Her treasure chests to open Kriemhild herself did go. On Rudeger's good liegemen she fain would wealth bestow. 1271, still had she somewhat over of gold from Nibelungland. Among the Huns she thought to divide it with her hand. 100 sumpter hosses the load could no eyes bear. This tale about Kriemhilde was brought to Hagen's ear. 1272, quoth he, because Kriemhilde will ne'er to me be kind, the gold that once was Siegfried's, she needs must leave behind. Why should I such a treasure unto my foes let go? Right well I know what Kriemhild with all this gold will do. 1273, for if she hence should bring it, I'll wager verily 'twould be in largesse given to stir up hate for me. They have not the hosses to carry it away. 'Tis Hagen's will to keep it, thus unto Kriemhild say. 1274 now, when she heard this message, smit to the heart was she. The word was likewise carried unto the kings all three. Fain would they have gainsaid it, but as this did no good, Sir Rudiger the noble outspake in joyous mood 1275, O, mighty queen, and noble, why grieve ye for this gold? When unto you King Etzel such kindliness doth hold, that when his eyes behold you, he'll give such riches rare that you can never spend it. That lady, will I swear. 1276 to him the queen made answer. Most noble Rudiger, never had a king's daughter more wealth bequeathed to her than that of which Sir Hagen hath now despoiled me. Then went her brother Gernot unto the treasury. 1277, by right the king's key took he, and put it in the door, and gold therefrom withdrew they, that was of Kriemhild's store. Of marks full 30,000, or something more they had, he bade the guests to take it, and Gunther was right glad. 1278 then he from Bechelaren, Dame Gottlinda's laud said, if my lady Kriemhild yet owned all the hod such as it was aforetime when brought from Nibelungland, nor I, nor the queen either, would touch it with our hand. 1279, now back let it be taken, for of it will I not. Sufficient from my country, I of mine own, I brought, that we can do without it right well upon the way, and all our homeward charges right royally can pay. 1280 unto that end her maidens had meanwhile pieces told into a dozen coffers, all of the finest gold that ever one might meet with, these with them they would bear, and ornaments for ladies upon the road to wear. 1281, the mastery of grim Hagen seemed overpowering. Some 1,000 marks still had she left from the almsgiving. For her dear husband's welfare, the whole did she despot, and Rudiger but deemed it done with a right true heart. 1282, then said the weeping lady, where are those friends of mine who for my sake are willing in banishment to pine? They who unto the Huns' land will bear me company, let them take of my treasure and hoss and raiment buy. 1283, then Ecuat the Margrave made answer to the queen, so long as in your household a servant I have been right truly have I served you. Thus did the warrior say, nor will I cease to do so until my dying day. 1284, and of my men 500 eke will I bring with me, whom I unto your service do pledge right faithfully. For nothing shall divide us, till death our lives do part. She bent her head to thank him, too full was her sad heart. 1285 then led they forth the palfreys, for it was time to go. Her friends all fell a-weeping, and many tears did flow. The noble Lady Ute and many a maiden fair showed that for Dame Kriemhilde their hearts were full of care. 1286, 100 high-born maidens along with her she led, who as their rank befitted were all apparelled. Then from their eyes bright shining did many a teardrop well, and yet with Etzel later much pleasure them befell. 1287, Lord Gisela came also, and Gernot none the less, with many of their household, as bade their courtliness. They would their well-loved sister upon her journey bring. They led 1,000 warriors, a goodly following. 1288, the ever-ready Gia, and Otween also came. Rumold the kitchen master, he too must come with them. Night quarters made they ready hard by the Danube side, but Gunther from the city did but a small space ride. 1289, ere from the Rhine they journeyed, they had before them sent their messengers, who swiftly unto the Huns' land went, and told the king beforehand how Rudiger had done, and as a wife for Etzel, the noble queen had won. Adventure Roman 21, how Kriemhilde went to the Huns 1290 leave, we the heralds riding. We must make known to you how the queen's journey prospered, as she the land rode through, and where from her did Gernot and Gisela depart. Right truly each had served her, as taught of faithful heart. 1291, they rode as far as Foering, upon the Danube strand. Then of the queen began they kind quittance to demand, since homeward they returning unto the Rhine would ride, nor might this without weeping twixt loving friends betide. 1292, then Gisela the ready unto his sister said, if ever thou, fair lady, shouldst stand in need of aid, if e'er thou art in danger, fail not to let me know. To Etzel's land to serve thee I presently will go. 1293, those who were of her kindred upon the mouth she kissed, and at the hour of potting full many a loving tryst one saw the liegeman keeping of Margrave Rudiger, for many a well-dight maiden, the queen led forth with her. 1294 5 score and 4 in number. Rich clothing did they wear, and brightly tinctured cloth stuffs, and many men did bear broad shields to guard the ladies beside them on the way. But many a princely warrior must part from them that day. 1295 thence rode they swiftly forward down through Bavarian land. The people told the tidings of how a mickle band of unknown guests were coming, nigh where a cloister still doth stand, and where in river the Danube's flood doth fill. 1296 within the town of Passau there was a bishop's see. The hostels and the palace stood empty presently. To meet the guests men hied them on to Bavarian ground, where Pilgerin the bishop, the fair Kriemhilde found. 1297, the warriors of the country no whit displeased, were to see behind her coming so many ladies fair. Their eyes upon these daughters of noble knights did rest. Good lodging was provided for every noble guest. 1298, the bishop into Passau, his niece beside him, rode, and when among the burghers the news was noised abroad that coming was Kriemhilde, their prince's sister's child, right gladly was she welcomed by all the merchant guild. 1299, that they were come to sojourn the bishop fain had known, but Ecuat said to him, "It is not to be done. To Rudiger's dominions we needs must journey down, where many knights await us, as is to all well known." 1300, the tidings of their coming now fair Gotlinde knew. Straightway she made her ready, her noble daughter too. For Rudiger had warned her that he would deem it good if when the queen was coming, to somewhat cheer her mood, 1301, she would ride forth to meet her, with escort of his men, unto the river Ince. Which being accomplished, then on every side beheld one the very roads alive with folk, on foot or horseback. To see the guests arrive 1302 now, was the queen by this time to Evedingen come. No few of the Bavarians did then as outlaws roam, to rob upon the highways, and they, as was their wont, might to the guests have offered some dangerous affront. 1303, but well the noble Margrave of this had taken thought, for he 1,000 warriors and even more had brought. There also came Gotlinde, the wife of Rudiger, and many a knight of valor right nobly rode with her. 1304, when they the Tron had traversed, upon the level green by ends, folk making ready cabins and tents were seen, for there it was determined the night halt should be made. All charges for the strangers by Rudiger were paid. 1305, the fair Gotlinde stayed not upon the camping ground, but forward went to meet them. Along the roadway wound with ever-tinkling trappings a handsome cavalcade. Right kindly was her greeting, which Rudiger made glad. 1306, and those whom either party encountered on the way rode in praiseworthy fashion. Right many thanes were they. They practised knightly pastimes, by many a maiden seen. Nor was the warrior's service unpleasing to the queen. 1307, as Rudiger's retainers unto the guests came nigh, right many were the lance shafts one saw raised up on high, by warriors' hands uplifted, as is the knightly mode, and then before the ladies praiseworthily they rode. 1308, this brought they to an ending. Then many of the men greeted each other kindly. The fair Gotlinde then to where she saw Kriemhilde, they brought upon her way. They who could serve the ladies had little rest that day. 1309, the Laud of Bechelaren up to his wife did ride. The noble Lady Margrave was right well satisfied that he from the Rhine country all safe and sound had won, and somewhat was her sorrow in happiness undone. 1310, when she had made him welcome, he bade her on the green dismount, with all the ladies who in her train were seen. Then many a noble liegeman was busy as could be, and service to the ladies was done right readily. 1311, as now the Lady Kriemhild the Margravine espied, standing with her attendants, she would no nearer ride, but with the rein her palfrey at once began to stay, and bade them from the saddle to lift her down straightway. 1312, his sister's daughter lighting one saw the bishop soon, with Ecuat, to make her unto Gotlinde known, and in a trice, the people made wide the way for this. Upon the lips the stranger did Gotlinde kiss. 1313 then spake in loving fashion the wife of Rudiger. Now well is me, dear lady, that I thy presence fair within my country's borders and with mine eyes have seen. To me could at this season no greater joy have been. 1314, most noble Gotlinde, God give you a reward, if haply I, spake Kriemhild, and Botlung's son be spared, one day you may be joyful that you have seen my face. They both were all unknowing of what must come to pass. 1315 due courtesies exchanging, walked many maidens fair, their services to render the warriors ready were. They sat, the greetings ended upon the clova down, and many made acquaintance who were till then unknown. 1316 wine brought they for the ladies, and now 'twas full midday, the noble folk would therefore no longer their delay. They rode on till they came where lodge huts and many stood, and for the noble strangers was waiting service good. 1317, that night they slept in quiet until the dawning break. But they of Bechelaren themselves did ready make, so that they might provide for so many a worthy guest. Well, Rudiger had managed that little should be missed. 1318, one saw how every window stood open in the wall. The castle of Bechelaren was entry-free to all. Therein the guests came riding, well seen of all around. The noble host had bidden good hostel to be found. 1319, then Rudiger's fair daughter with all her company, unto the queen approaching, received her lovingly. There likewise was her mother, the wife of the Margrave. To many a young damsel they kindly greeting gave. 1320 hands took they with each other, and so together went unto a wide-roomed palace of fashion excellent, for there, beneath it rushing, one saw the Danube's flood. They sat and took the breezes, and had much pastime good. 1321, of what they did there further I cannot say a word. That so much time was wasted complaints, howe'er, were heard, made by Kriemhilde's warriors, whose patience thus was tried. But with them, from Bechelaren what goodly thanes did ride. 1322, by Rudiger kind service was amply offered. The queen bestowed, when leaving, 12 golden bracelets red on Gotlinda's daughter, and raiment, too, well wrought. She into Etzel's country herself no better brought. 1323, although they had despoiled her of all the Nibelung gold, the love of all who saw her, she knew to win and hold with what small wealth remaining she for her use might have. Unto her host's house servants great store of gifts she gave. 1324, like Anna showed on her side the Lady Gotlind unto the guests from Rhineland, to whom she was so kind that one could find scarce any among the strangers there who had not of her jewels or raiment fine to wear. 1325, when they enough had eaten, and time it was to start, the mistress of the household proffered, with all her heart, most true and loyal service to Etzel's wife to be. Then was the fair young maiden embraced right lovingly. 1326, unto the queen thus spake she. If it seem good to you, I know that my dear father right gladly this will do. He'll send me into Huntsland that I with you may be. That she was loyal-hearted Kriemhilde well could see. 1327, in front of Bechelaren, the hosses had been led. The noble queen already her potting words had said unto the wife and daughter of Margrave Rudiger. With greetings, too, departed full many a maiden fair. 1328, they scarce from that day forward saw one another more. And when they came to Medlick, lo, in their hands men bore a store of brave gold flagons wherein, unto the street, wine brought they for the strangers, to give them welcome meat. 1329, there was a lord of manor here dwelling, hight Astold. Into the Austrian country the way to them he told, by Motten, somewhat further the Danube stream adown. Their right true service later the mighty queen did own. 1330, unto his niece the bishop a loving farewell bade, to be of cheerful spirit her earnestly he prayed, and win herself such honor as Helker erst had done. Aye, what great honor later amongst the Huns she won. 1331, unto the Traisen river the guests they soon did bring, and Rudiger's retainers served them, unwearying, until the Hunfolk riding across the country came. Then was there mickle honor done to the royal dame. 1332, the king of the Huns country did, near the Traisen, own a very noble stronghold, to everyone well known. Its name was Traisen Mauer, where Helka lived of yore, and practiced such great virtues, scarce met with any more. 1333 save only in Kriemhilde, for she knew how to give, and after all her sorrow, was for some joy to live, in that she also honor of Etzel's folk might have, which soon, in fullest measure, the heroes to her gave. 1334, the sovereignty of Etzel was owned so far and wide that it his caught were met with, at every time and tide, the bravest of all warriors whose names were known to fame mongst Christians or heathens, all thither to him came. 1335, with him there was at all times, which scarce again can come, the Christian confession along with heathendom. Whatever rule of living each for himself might have, the king's mood was so easy, plenty to all he gave. Adventure Roman 22, how Etzel espoused Kriemhilde 1336, until the 4th day dawning at Trasenmauer she stayed. The dust upon the roadways meanwhile was never laid. It rose, as from some burning, on every side, like smoke, while through the Austrian country came riding Etzel's folk. 1337, meanwhile to the king, also, the news was duly brought. Whereon his fama sorrow soon vanished at the thought how royally Kriemhilder across the land did ride. The king then made him ready to go and meet his bride. 1338 Strange tongues of many races one heard upon that road, as many gallant warriors in front of Etzel rode. Of Christians and of pagans a host exceeding great. And when they met the lady, they went in noble state. 1339 Of Russ and Greek came riding a goodly company, and Poles and Wallachs saw one go rushing swiftly by upon their gallant charges, that mightfully they rode, and nothing was there lacking of native use and mode. 1340 From out of the Kief country rode many a warrior bold, and hods from wild Pechnegen. These did the custom hold of carrying bow and arrow to shoot birds as they flew. With strength they pulled the bowstring, and the full shaft's length drew. 1341 There stood upon the Danube, in Austrian land, a town the name whereof was Tulna. To her was there made known full many a foreign custom she had not seen before. By many was she welcomed, who through her suffered saw. 1342 As God before King Etzel, a company there rode of mighty men and merry, courtly and high of mood, of princes 24, all great and wealthy men. They came to see their lady, not more they asked for then. 1343 There also was Duke Ramung, from the Wallatian plain, who with 700 horsemen before her sped amain, like birds of passage flying, one saw them whirling by. Prince Jibich soon followed, with stately chivalry. 1344 Honboj, the eye ready, came with 1,000 men, and from the king's side turned him towards his lady then. As was their country's custom, they raised a mighty shout, and all the Hunnish kinsmen in swarms came riding out. 1345 also, there came from Denmark Howard the valiant one, and Eveready Eyring, to falseness all unknown, and Ernfried of Thuringia, a goodly man was he. So welcomed they Kriemhilde, she needs must honoured be. 1346 With their 1,200 liegemen, the host they rode before. Sir Blodelin came also with thrice 1,000 more, the brother of King Etzel from out of Hungary. Right royally escorted unto the queen rode he. 1347 And last of all King Etzel. And with him Dietrich came with all his chosen comrades and many a knight of fame, right noble and praiseworthy, and valiant and good. Whereat was Dame Kriemhilde much lightsomer of mood. 1348 Then, to the princess speaking, the noble Rudiger said, Lady, I will welcome the mighty sovereign here, and whomsoever I bid you to kiss, so do it then. You must not give like greeting to all of Etzel's men. 1349 Then down from off her palfrey, the high-born queen they took, whereon the mighty Etzel no more delay could brook. He from his steed dismounted with many a bold knight too, and then one saw him blithely towards Kriemhilde go. 1352 Rich and mighty princes, as has to us been told, were standing near the lady her garments trained to hold, what time the royal Etzel went forward her to meet. The noble prince with kisses then did she kindly greet. 1351 She raised the veil that screened her. Her dainty colour glowed out of its golden setting, and many a knight avowed that ne'er could Lady Helka have shown a face more fair. King Etzel's brother, Blodelin, was standing very near. 1352 Him Rudiger the Margrave bade her to kiss, and eke King Jibich, and Dietrich, who was not far to seek. A dozen of the warriors were kissed by Etzel's bride, then gave she other greeting to many a knight beside. 1353 Now, all the while that Etzel did by Kriemhilde stay, the younger men were busy, as such would be today, with many mighty tiltings. One saw then how they rode, both Christian knights and heathen, each following their mode. 1354 How knightly was the bearing of Dietrich's gallant men. Their javelins and lances went flying forth amain high over shields and bucklers, by good knights' hands addressed. Then shivered were the shield rims of many a German guest. 1355 Then was a mighty crashing of breaking lance and spear. The warriors of the country were all assembled there, as were the king's guests also, a throng of noble men. The mighty king was walking with Dame Kriemhilde then. 1356 They saw hard by them standing a very noble tent. The plain around was covered by many a wooden pent, where folk might sit and rest them when work was duly sped. And many beauteous maidens by heroes, there were led 1357 unto their royal mistress, as she was sitting there upon the rich chair covers. The Margrave right good care had taken, so to fit it, that everyone should find Kriemhilde's bower delightful, and glad was Etzel's mind. 1358 What Etzel spake unto her, it is not mine to say. Meanwhile, her small white fingers within his right hand lay. In loving fashion sat they, for knightly, Rudiger would have no secret wooing betwixt the king and her. 1359 straightway commands were given that all the games be stayed. With Anna they were ended, and all the din allayed. Into the wooden houses the men of Etzel hied, and folk provided lodging around for far and wide. 1360 the day had reached its ending, they laid them down to sleep until the light of morning again began to peep. Then were the steeds bestridden once more, by many a man, and in Etzel's honour what pastimes then began. 1361 the king enjoined his huntsmen to do all Anna bade. Unto Vienna city their way from Tulln they made, there, decked in fine apparel, full many a dame they found. King Etzel's wife these welcomed, as in all honour bound. 1362 in all-sufficing plenty, whatever they would have was there, all ready for them. Right many a warrior brave with joy the spot awaited. All went to hostelry, and soon the royal wedding began right merrily. 1363, but not for all could lodgings be found within the town. To such as were not strangers, did Rudiger make known that they must seek out quarters in country places round. I ween there were at all times near Dame Kriemhilda found 1364 Dietrich, the noble warrior, and many another thane. These, in their work, unresting, but little peace mote gain till nothing should be lacking to cheer the stranger's mood. So Rudiger and his comrades had rest and pastime good. 1365, the marriage was accomplished one day in Whitsuntide, when first the royal Etzel lay by Kriemhilda's side, within Vienna's city. So many men, thought she, at her first husband's bidding, she surely ne'er did see. 1366, to those who had not seen her, she made herself well known by gifts. Yea, many among them unto the guests did own. We deemed that Dame Kriemhilda had little goods or gold, but here hath she, by giving, wrought marvels manifold. 1367, the merrymaking lasted for days full 17. And never was there told of another king, I ween, whose wedding was more noble, such is to us unknown. All folk who there were present did new apparel own. 1368 in Netherland, aforetime, thought she ne'er had sat with such a throng of warriors. I say, moreover, that, if great was Siegfried's substance, he ne'er had, as his men, so many noble warriors as stood round Etzel then. 1369, nor was there ever any who at his wedding tide of mantles gave so many, so rich and deep and wide, nor any such good raiment as here there was to don. In honour of Kriemhilda was all in this wise done. 1370, their friends and eke the strangers were all alike of mind, that there had been no sparing in gear of any kind. Whatever any wanted, that presently he had. Yea, many a knight through kindness was well nigh naked made. 1371, yet days of old in Rhineland she could not quite forget, beside her noble husband, and then her eyes grew wet. She did her best to hide it, lest anyone should see. After so many a sorrow much honour now had she. 1372, what others gave in bounty no better was than heir compared with Dietrich's giving. Whatever Botlung's heir had given him for largesse, that quickly lavished he. Eke Rudiger with bounty was marvellously free. 1373, and Blodelin came also, the prince from Hungary, and bade men take whatever in many chests might be of gold and silver pieces. 'Twas all to give away. Then saw one the king's heroes keeping high holiday. 1374, the players of King Etzel, Webel and Swemelin, I ween that either of them did at the wedding win 1,000 marks for certain, or maybe even more. What time the fair Kriemhilda her crown by Etzel war. 1375, upon the 18th morning, they from Vienna went. Then was in knightly pastime full many a buckler bent, by lances that were carried in every warrior's hand. Soon came the royal Etzel unto the Hunnish land. 1376, in the old town of Heimburg, they rested overnight. By then the throng of people could no one tell aright, nor with what strength of numbers they overspread the ground. Ay me, and what fair women they in his country found. 1377, at Meisenberg, the wealthy unto the boats they took. The stream with men and horses was hidden, as to look not otherwise than dry land, yet ever seemed to flow. The women, travel-weary, had ease and comfort now. 1378, together had been fastened ships many and right good, that they might get no damage from either waves or flood. And many a well-made awning thereover did they strain, as if they still beneath them had land and open plain. 1379, at Etzelberg, before them, arrived these tidings then, whereat was great rejoicing of women and of men. The ladies of Queen Helka, who a Ruhile were her care, soon many days and happy did with Kriemhilda share. 1380, there stood and waited for her full many a noble maid, on whom abundant sorrow since Helka's death had weighed. The daughters of kings 7 still their Kriemhilda found, who were the pride and glory of Etzel's land around. 1381 The maiden Lady Herat, still of them all had care, Queen Helca's sister's daughter, of many virtues rare, the bride betrothed of Dietrich, child of a king of fame, the daughter, too, of Nentwine to honour great she came. 1382 Unto the guest's arrival she looked with mood right glad, whereto great stores and treasure were also ready made. How later the king feasted, who could it all declare? And with a queen at no time did huntsman bet a fair. 1383 As with his wife beside him the king rode from the strand, the noble Dame Kriemhilda was given to understand the name of every lady, the better them to greet. Aye, mightily she bore her sitting in Helca's seat. 1384 To her was faithful service rendered right readily. Wherefore the queen divided her gold and jewelry, her silver and apparel. Whatever she did convey from over Rhine to Huntsland, must all be given away. 1385 Also, with suit and service subject to her, from then, were all of the king's kinsmen, and likewise all his men. Never had Lady Helca enjoyed such potent sway, so must they serve Kriemhilda until her dying day. 1386 Then stood so high in honour the court and realm around, that men came there at all times, and chosen pastime found, to whatsoever it might be that each one's heart did lean, be it the king's good favour or bounty of the queen. Adventure Roman 23 How Kriemhilda thought to avenge her injury. 1387 In great estate of honour, as truly doth appear, they dwelt with one another until the 7th year. During this time the king's wife brought forth a son and heir, whereat the royal Etzel could ne'er be happier. 1388 She would not be persuaded to be content with aught, but that the child of Etzel should to the font be brought, with Christian rites according. Otlib they named the boy, which all through Etzel's country was cause of mickle joy. 1389 Whatever noble virtues in Lady Helca lay, to match them Dame Kriemhilda I studied, day by day. The customs soon were taught her by Herat, maid Fallon, who with a secret longing for Helca still did mourn. 1390 To native folk and strangers she now was widely known. 'Twas said of her, that never did any king's land own a better, milder mistress. Right sure of this they were. Such fame she bore in Huntsland until the 13th year. 1391 Now, since she knew for certain that none would her gainsay, and as king's warriors mostly their princes' wives obey, and as 12 kings before her were ever seen to come, she thought on all the sorrows that she had known at home. 1392 She thought, too, of the honours that once in Nibelungenland had been in her possession, and which by Hagen's hand, at time of Siegfried's murder, were wholly done away, and whether he might ever for that be made to pay. 1393 It might be, could I bring him by some means to this land. She dreamt that she was walking, and near her, close at hand, was Giselha, her brother, and in her gentle sleep she kissed him very often. He soon had cause to weep. 1394 I ween some evil devil Kriemhilda did provoke that with her brother Gunther her friendship now she broke, whom she, in full forgiveness, kissed on Burgundian soil. Then with hot tears began she once more her robe to spoil. 1395 And ever, late and early, within her heart it wrought how, without fault on her part, she had thereto been brought, that henceforth with a heathen she must in wedlock live. This bitterness did Hagen and Gunther, too, contrive. 1396 The wish that dwelt within her ne'er let her heart alone, thought she. I am so mighty, and such great riches own, that on my foes in vengeance some ill I may repay. Thus would I do right gladly to Hagen of Tringay. 1397 My heart is longing sorely for my dear faithful one, might I but get them near me who ill to me have done, so would I take full vengeance for my beloved's life. Scarce can I bide their coming. So murmured Etzel's wife. 1398 The whole of the king's liegemen held highly in esteem the warriors of Kriemhilda, and well it was, I deem. Her treasurer was Eckwat, good friends thereby he made, nor could Kriemhilda's wishes by any be gainsaid. 1399 Now was she ever thinking, I will beseech the king, to wit, that of his goodness he would allow this thing, that unto the Hun country her kinsmen might be brought. But no one there discovered the queen's unholy thought. 1400 It came to pass one night time, as by the king she lay, his arms were cast about her, as was his wont alway, loving the noble lady, for she was as his life, that of her foes was thinking the fair and noble wife. 1401 And to the king thus spake she, My ever dear good lord, I fain would ask a favour, if thou wouldst such accord, if I am worthy of it, that thou shouldst let me see whether my friends and kinsmen thou lovest verily. 1402 Then spake the mighty sovereign, and guileless was his mood, I would have thee believe that, if any grace or good be done unto those warriors, I must thereat be glad, since I by love of woman ne'er better friends have made. 1403, and yet again the queen spake. To thee it hath been said, that I have high-born kinsmen, and this my grief hath made that they have never troubled to come to see me here. I hear the people call me not else but foreigner. 1404, whereunto answered Etzel, Beloved lady mine, if not too far it seemeth, so will I from the Rhine bid all unto my kingdom whom thou art fain to see. When thus she learnt his purpose right glad at heart was she. 1405, she said, If thou right truly wouldst serve me, master mine, so wilt thou send an envoy to Worms beyond the Rhine, that I may tell my kinsfolk all that I have in mind, then many a knight right noble his way to us shall find. 1406, Whenever thou commandest, said he, it shall be done. Thou canst not be so eager thy friends to look upon, as I of noble Ute the sons to see 'em fain, that we are still such strangers hath caused me mickle pain. 1407, And if it should content thee, beloved lady mine, so will I send right gladly, unto those friends of thine, my players on the fiddle to the Burgundian land. To bring the worthy fiddlers straightway he gave command. 1408, They hastened very quickly to where King Etzel sat, and eke the queen beside him. He told them both, how that as envoys they were chosen to Burgundy to fare. For them he bade his people rich raiment to prepare. 1409, For 24 warriors was new apparel made, and by the king their errand was also to them said, how Gunther and his people to bring there they should seek, but fain was Lady Kriemhild apart with them to speak. 1410, Then said the king most mighty, Now hawk you what to do. All that is good and kindly I bid my friends by you, if they vouchsafe to journey unto my kingdom here. Ne'er yet have I had knowledge of guests as these so dear. 1411, And if they so be minded my will herein to do, these kinsmen of Kriemhilda, then must they not forego to come to us this summer, to keep my wedding feast, for much on my wife's kindred my happiness doth rest. 1412, Then spake the fiddle player, the haughty Schwemelin, When will in this your kingdom your wedding feast begin, that we to your friends yonder unerringly may say. Then answer made King Etzel, on next midsummer day, 1413, We'll do as thou dost bid us, made answer Werbelin. Then gave the queen an order that they be brought within her private room in secret, to speak with her alone. Whereof soon many a warrior but sorry comfort won. 1414, To both the envoys spake she. Well shall it be for you if you my will and purpose right faithfully shall do, and say whate'er I bid you when to my home you go. In goods I'll make you wealthy, and raiment rich bestow. 1415, What friends of mine soever ye see and meet with there at Worms on the Rhine river, take heed lest ye declare that ye have ever seen me in melancholy mood, and bear my greeting unto those heroes bold and good. 1416, To what the king requireth beg them that they agree, and thereby let them make me from all my trouble free. The Huns may well believe that I have no friends at all. Were I a knight, I'd ever be ready at their call. 1417, And to my noble brother, to Gernot eke say ye that in the world is no one I hold more lovingly. Our best of friends and kinsmen bid him unto this land to bring, that so the better we may in honour stand. 1418, To Gisela say also, that he must not forget that never have I suffered by fault of his as yet. Wherefore would I right gladly set eyes on him again, and, for the faith he showed me, to see him hear him fain. 1419, And also tell my mother what honours now I bear. If Hagen, too, of Tringay shall still be dwelling there, by whom shall they more fitly be through the country shown? To him the roads to Huntsland from childhood have been known. 1420, Unknowing were the envoys what meaning therein lay, that Hagen, knight of Tringay, on no account should stay behind the rest in Rhineland. Soon woe for them it made, with him was many a warrior to cruel death betrayed. 1421, With message and with letters they were provided now, to live henceforth in plenty of wealth they had eno. Their leave they took of Etzel and of his lady fair, and clad in rich apparel, a goodly sight they were. Adventure Roman 24, How Werbel and Schwemmel did their errand. 1422, When Etzel to the Rhineland had sent his embassy, the news thereof right swiftly from land to land did fly. He greeting gave and bade them, by messengers right fleet, to come unto his feasting, whence many death did meet. 1423, From out the Huns' dominions, the envoys swiftly went to the Burgundian country. For thither were they sent 3 noble kings to summon, and eke their chivalry. To come and visit Etzel, so rode they speedily. 1424, First were they on their journey to Bechelaren brought, the folk there served them gladly, that he might fail in naught by them unto the Rhineland sent greeting Rudiger, as also did Gotlinde and eke their daughter dear. 1425, Nor did they send them further without a proper meed, whereby the men of Etzel made all the better speed. To Ute and her children sent message Rudiger, to say there lived no Margrave who meant them kindlier. 1426, unto Brunhilde also a kindly greeting went, of good faith ever steadfast and friendliest intent. When they these words had taken, forth would the envoys fare, that God in heaven would keep them, was Gottlinda's prayer. 1427, ere yet the envoys fully had crossed Bavarian ground, the ever-ready Werbel the worthy bishop found. What message for his kinsman upon the Rhine he told thereof I have no knowledge, save that in ruddy gold 1428 he gave the twain a token before he let them ride. Quoth Pilgerin the bishop, and could I at my side see them, so were I happy? These sisters sons of mine, scarce can I come to see them myself, unto the Rhine. 1429, the ways by which they travelled all land unto the Rhine, I cannot say for certain. Silver and raiment fine by none from them was stolen. Men feared their lord's despite. That king of noble lineage, aye potent was his might. 1430 in the Burgundian country, to Worms upon the Rhine came, after 12 days riding, Werbel and Schwemelin. Unto the king the tidings were told, and to his men, of foreign envoys coming. Gunther made question then. 1431 quoth he, the Lord of Rhineland, who can to us declare whence come these foreign riders that through our country fare? But that was known to no one, till Hagen of Tronje, as soon as he had seen them, did thus to Gunther say, 1432 strange news to us is coming, that much I will aver. The fiddle players of Etzel I have but now seen here. Unto the Rhine your sister hath sent them, verily. For sake of both their sovereigns right welcome must they be. 1433 meanwhile before the palace in full array they rode, no prince's minstrels ever in nobler fashion showed. The royal court folk hastened to meet them presently, they bade men take their mantles and found them hostelry. 1434, their travelling clothes were costly, with work so deftly done that they might well with honour before the king have gone. Yet in the same apparel to court they would not go, who cared for it might have it, the envoys let men know. 1435 without delay they met with folk who were well content to take the clothing gladly, and unto them 'twas sent. And thereupon the strangers put on far better gear, as it behoves king's heralds in full array to wear. 1436 so went, when leave was given, to where the monarch sat those followers of Etzel, and all were glad thereat. With courtesy did Hagen towards the heralds make, and gave them kindly greeting, for which their thanks they spake. 1437 to learn from them the tidings to questioning he fell, if Etzel and his lieges were faring all right well. Then answered him the minstrel, ne'er throve the country more, nor were the folk so happy, of that thou mayst be sure. 1438 towards the host then went they. Crowded the palace was, unto the guests was offered such kindly welcome as in foreign kings' dominions is ever given of right, and there, in Gunther's service, found Werbel many a knight. 1439, and graciously King Gunther began to greet them then. Be both of you right welcome, ye Hunnish minstrel men, and your companions also. Ye are, I understand, sent hither by great Etzel to the Burgundian land. 1440 before the king they bowed them, and then spake Werbelin, to thee his service offers that well-loved lord of mine, and to this land thy sister Kriemhilde greeting saith. They send us to you warriors, trusting in your good faith. 1441 the mighty prince made answer, of this right glad am I, and tell me how is Etzel, so did the king reply. And eke my sister Kriemhild, yonder in Hunnish land. Then spake the fiddle player, I'll answer this demand. 1442 of this ye may be certain, that never yet there were two folks who lived together more happy than this pair, and all the knights around them, their kinsfolk and their men. When on this ride we started, right joyous were they then. 1443 gramercy for the greeting he hath sent me this day, and thank my sister also, since it be as ye say, that all live in contentment, ruler and ruled as well. For I with some misgiving asked ye the news to tell. 1444 the king's two younger brothers had likewise come by now, for they the news from Huntsland but now had got to know. And Giselher right gladly, for his dear sister's sake, set eyes upon the envoys and kindly to them spake. 1445 right welcome must ye heralds be unto me and mine, and if ye rode more often hither unto the Rhine, friends would ye find here, always rejoicing ye to see. That aught should here befall you small peril can there be. 1446 we trust you in all honour, made answer Schwemelin. And never can I tell you by any wit of mine, how Etzel hath enjoined us to greet you lovingly, as hath your noble sister, who there hath honour high. 1447 Of former faith and kindness the queen doth you remind, and how with heart and body you aye to her inclined. But to the king's self firstly have we been sent, to pray that into Etzel's country ye deign to take your way. 1448, that we thereto should urge ye hath given strict command the rich and mighty Etzel, who likewise doth demand, that if ye by your sister would not again be seen, then would he fain have knowledge of what his fault hath been. 1449, that ye are strangers to him, and to his country too. For if the Queen Kriemhilda were all unknown to you, still he himself were worthy for you to come to see. And were this thing to happen, 'twould please him verily. 1450, then spake the royal Gunther. A week from now being gone, so will I give you tidings of what conclusion my friends and I have come to. Meanwhile for you 'twere best to go unto your hostel, and may ye have good rest. 1451, but Werbelin spake further. If such a thing might be, fain would we have permission my lady first to see, I mean the mighty Ute, before our rest we seek. Then Giselha the noble in courtly wise did speak, 1452, that no man shall deny you, and if to her ye go, ye will my mother's pleasure right well accomplish so, for gladly will she see ye, and for my sister's sake, the lady Kriemhild namely, you welcome will she make. 1453, so Giselha he brought them to where they found the dame. With joy she saw the heralds who from the Huns' land came, and haughtily did greet them, so kindly was her mood. Then told they her the tidings those courtly heralds good. 1454 spake Schwemelin in this wise, my lady sends to thee her faithful love and duty, and if it so might be that she could see you often, she bids you to believe that in this world would nothing more gladness to her give. 1455 whereto the queen made answer, alas, it may not be, often as I am longing my daughter dear to see, too distant dwelleth from me your noble monarch's wife, may she and Etzel ever be blessed in their life. 1456, but ye must give me warning, ere from this place ye fare, when ye will be returning. For heralds saw I ne'er for long days past so gladly, as I have looked on you. The squires then gave their promise her will therein to do. 1457, and so unto their hostel, the men from Huntsland went. Meanwhile for friends and kinsmen, the mighty king had sent. The noble Gunther question put unto every man what thought he of the matter. And many then began 1458 to say that he might fairly ride unto Etzel's land. So counselled him the warriors who did around him stand, excepting only Hagen, to whom 'twas bitter woe. He told the king in secret, thou wilt thyself undo. 1459, thou knowst as well as I do what thing we wrought of yaw. Needs must we of Kriemhilda be fearful evermore, seeing I slew her husband, and that with mine own hand. How durst we take this journey and ride to Etzel's land? 1460 then spake the mighty Gunther. My sister's wrath was spent. Pardon to us she granted, ere from this place she went, with kisses of forgiveness for what to her was done, unless, it may be, Hagen, that thee she hates alone. 1461, be not deceived, said Hagen. Whate'er the message be the envoys bring from Huntsland. Would you Kriemhilda see, be well prepared to forfeit your honor and your life. Long waiting in her vengeance is she, King Etzel's wife. 1462, thereon the princely Gernot unto the council said, because that thou with reason to lose thy life dost dread within the Huns' dominions, must we then lay aside this plan to see our sister? Right ill would that betide. 1463, Prince Giselha then also spake thus unto the knight, since thou, friend Hagen, knowest thou art the guilty wight, so stay thou here in safety and of thyself take care, and let with us the bold ones unto my sister fare. 1464 with wrath began to kindle the warrior of Tringay. I will not have another go with you on your way, who dares than I more boldly on this cart ride to go. Since ye will not be hindered, that will I let you know. 1465 then spake the kitchen master, Rumold the worthy thane. Here friends and strangers can ye right easily maintain as ye yourselves are willing. Your stores are full, I trow, and ne'er, I ween, hath Hagen betrayed you hitherto. 1466 if you will heed not Hagen, Rumold now counsels you, and I have ever served you with love and service true, that here ye fain should tarry, out of good will to me, and let King Etzel yonder along with Kriemhild be. 1467, how otherwise in this world could ye abet alive? In spite of all your foemen here may you right well thrive. You may your bodies freely with raiment rich endue, and wine drink of the choicest, and winsome maidens woo. 1468, meats too are set before ye, the best that e'er were brought to any king in this world, and if this all were not, you should, methinks, remain here for sake of your fair wife, ere in such childish fashion you seek to risk your life. 1469, I counsel your abiding, rich is your heritage. At home can vassals better to you redeem their pledge than yonder mid the Hunfolk? Who knows how things be there? My lords, go ye not thither, thus Rumold doth declare. 1470 thereunto answered Gernot, here will we tarry not, since we such friendly bidding have from my sister got, and from the mighty Etzel. Why put the thing aside? Who goes not gladly with us may e'en at home abide. 1471, and thereto answered Hagen, see lest ye take amiss the words that I have spoken, howe'er ye do in this. I give you faithful counsel, as ye regard your life, go well armed to the Hunfolk, as if for battle strife. 1472 will ye not be dissuaded, so send ye for your men, the best that ye can muster or any way can gain, and from them all I'll choose ye 1,000 warriors good, so may ye fear no evil from angry Kriemhild's mood. 1473, that Reda I'll gladly follow, the king in answer said. Then sent he heralds riding, who through his kingdom sped. And so they brought the warriors, 3,000 men or more. They dreamt not of the evil that lay for them in store. 1474, all through the lands of Gunther right joyously they rode. On every man a charger and raiment were bestowed, of those who were to journey away from Burgundy. A goodly number followed the king right willingly. 1475, then Hagen, Lord of Tringay, his brother Dankwart bade the fourscore knights who served them unto the Rhine to lead. They came in knightly order, with arms and wearing gear within King Gunther's borders, right soon did they appear. 1476, now came the gallant Volker, a high-born minstrel he, to join with 30 liegemen the royal company. Such splendid raiment had they, a king had won it well, that he would ride to Huntsland, to Gunther bade he tell. 1477, now who was this same Volker I fain would let you know, he was of noble lineage. To him did fealty owe in the Burgundian country, full many a noble knight. Because he played the fiddle, he was the minstrel hight. 1478 then Hagen chose the 1,000, they were to him well known, and what in hard-fought battles their strength of hand had done, and all they e'er had ventured, that had he seen full well. No man of aught save valor in all their deeds could tell. 1479, the envoys of Kriemhilda were sore discomfited, for they of both their rulers the wrath began to dread, and leave they daily sought for, that they might thence begone, but Hagen would not grant it, through cunning that was done. 1480 he said unto his masters, we must be on our guard lest we to go allow them, before we are prepared within a week thereafter to Etzel's land to go. If any ill will bear us, thus shall we better know. 1481, so shall not Dame Kriemhilda be taking heed hereto, that any, by her counsel, should evil to us do, and if it be her purpose, her own may be the pain. With us to Huntsland take we so many chosen men. 1482, their bucklers then, and saddles, and all of such like gear as they to Etzel's country had in their minds to bear, by many valiant liegemen for use were ready made. The envoys of Kriemhilda were unto Gunther bade. 1483, and when the heralds entered, unto them Gernot said, the king will take the offer to us by Etzel made, and we will come right gladly unto his festival, and see again our sister, of that doubt not at all. 1484 then spake to them King Gunther, can you not tell us, pray, when is this merry-making, or rather, on what day 'twere best that we come thither? 'Twas Schwemelin replied, ye must be there for certain at next midsummer tide. 1485 the king unto them granted, if haply they were willed, for not yet had they done it, to see the dame Brunhild, that they with his approval might to her presence go. It was gainsaid by Volker, for her sake did he so. 1486 in sooth the lady Brunhild is not now in the mood for you to look upon her, so spake the warrior good. Wait ye until tomorrow, then her they'll let you see. So hoped they to behold her, but it was not to be. 1487 the mighty prince then ordered, he held those envoys dear, out of his own great kindness, that folk should thither bear his gold upon broad bucklers, great store thereof he had, and by his kinsmen also rich gifts to them were made. 1488 for Giselha and Gernot, Gear and Otween too, that they were kindly hotted right plainly, then did show. They such abundant largesse unto the envoys gave, that, fearful of their rulers, none of it would they have. 1489 then Werbelin the herald unto the king did say, your gifts, Lord King, so please ye, let in your kingdom stay, we may not take them with us. My lord bade us take heed, lest gifts by us be taken, nor is there any need. 1490 then did the lord of Rhineland this thing unkindly take, that they a great king's treasure of small account should make. So were they bound to take it, his gold and habiting, and unto Etzel's country were fain with them to bring. 1491, they would see Ute also ere they set forth again. So Giselha the ready brought both the minstrel men unto his mother Ute. This word the lady sent, that if Kriemhild were honoured her mother was content. 1492 then bade the queen be given of gold and broidery, all for the sake of Kriemhild, so dear to her was she, and for the sake of Etzel, unto the minstrels both. They readily might take it was done in honest troth. 1493 the messengers' leave-taking was done, and now they had parted from men and maidens, and so with hearts right glad they rode on into Swabia. Thus fought was Gernot's will his heroes should escort them, that none might do them ill. 1494 when they, who thus did guard them, parted and homewards rode, in Etzel's power a safeguard they found on every road, whence none essayed to rob them of house or wearing gear. And so to Etzel's country they speedily drew near. 1495 where they found acquaintance, to them the news they said, how the Burgundian people, ere many days were sped, unto the Hunfolk's country were coming from the Rhine. The news was carried also to Bishop Pilgerin. 1496 as they by Bechelaren along the highway went, to Rudeger folk told it, as naught could well prevent, and also to Gottlinda, the Margrave's wedded wife, that she was soon to see them was joy unto her life. 1497 folk saw how with the tidings the minstrels swiftly rode, until they found King Etzel at Gran, where he abode, and greeting upon greeting which unto him were sent they to the king delivered. Ruddy with joy he went. 1498 and when the queen the tidings did fairly understand, that verily her brothers were coming to the land, in mood she was right happy, and both the minstrel men with costly gifts rewarded, and honour had she then. 1499 now Schwemelin and Werbel, each one of you, said she, tell me which of my kinsmen will at our feasting be, of whom the best and dearest unto our land we bade. And when the news was told him, tell me what Hagen said. 1500 they said. One morning early he came to the debate, and not a good word from him we early had all late. And when the ride to Huntsland was praised by all the folk, grim Hagen looked not elsewise than if of death they spoke. 1501 your brothers here are coming, the noble kings all three, in high and laudly humour. But who with them may be that news I cannot give you, seeing I do not know, but Volker the bold minstrel hath vowed with them to go. 1502 him could I spare right blithely. In answer spake the queen, since many a time and often here Volker have I seen. But fain I am of Hagen, the hero excellent, that here we soon shall see him doth give me much content. 1503 then went the royal lady where she the king did find, how gently Dame Kriemhilder unto him spake her mind. How do the tidings please thee, my lord beloved? She said, now all my heart hath yearned for shall be accomplished. 1504 thy will is eke my pleasure. Thus did the king reply, nor any of my kindred so glad to see were I, if e'er they should be coming hither unto my land. For sake of them that love thee is all my trouble banned. 1505 king's offices then straightway commandment gave to all that seats should be made ready in palace and in hall, meet for the guests beloved who would be there anon. By them, ere long, for Etzel was pleasure all fought on. Adventure Roman 25, how the lords all went to the Huns 1506. Now let us leave the story of how they prospered there. Ere then did never warriors of higher courage fare in such like state and splendour through any king's domain. Of armour and apparel all had as they were fain. 1507, the warden of the Rhineland equipped his warriors bold, 1,000 knights and 60, so is the story told, with men-at-arms 9,000 for this great festival. They whom they left behind them ere long bewailed them all. 1508, their riding gear they carried to Worms across the cot, whereon an aged bishop of Spires spake in this sort unto the comely Ute, our friends have mind to fare unto this high assembly, God guard their honour there. 1509 thereon unto her children did noble Ute say, ye should, my noble heroes, be here content to stay. I dreamt a dream this morning, of great dismay and dread, how all the winged creatures within this land were dead. 1510, who puts his faith in dreamings? Then Hagen made reply, knows not the proper meaning that may within them lie, when honour, peradventure, may wholly be at stake. I'm willing that my masters forgot their leave should take. 1511, we should indeed with gladness ride unto Etzel's land. Their kings can have the service of many a hero's hand, when there we take our part in Kriemhilda's revelry. Hagen the journey counselled, he rued it presently. 1512 he would have been against it, if Gernot had not sought with ill-advised speeches to set him so at naught. Reminding him of Siegfried, the Lady Kriemhild's laud, said he, this ride to Hagen is therefore untoward. 1513 then Hagen spake, of Trinjay, through fear I'll not forego, if such your will is, heroes, 'twere well to buckle to. Gladly will I ride with you, and unto Etzel's realm. Soon by his hand were shattered full many a shield and helm. 1514 The boats were ready waiting, and many a man was there. Whate'er they had of clothing on board forthwith they bare. Unwearyingly wrought they until the fall of eve, and full of joy and gladness at length their homes they leave. 1515 Their tents and wooden cabins were pitched upon the green along the further Rhine bank. When finished this had been, the king's fair wife besought him a while there to abide, for one night would she lay her his manly form beside. 1516 With trumpeting and fluting the early morning break, to warn them to be starting. Then did they ready make. If any had a sweetheart her to his heart he laid. For them, a bit of potting King Etzel's wife soon made. 1517 The sons of the fair Ute for vassal had a man as bold as he was faithful. Now, when the march began, he to the king, in secret, did thus his mind declare, said he, "It needs must grieve me that to this feast you fare." 1518 This man by name was Rumold, a knight of ready hand. To whom, so spake he, "Leave ye your people and your land. Alas, that none can turn you, ye warriors, from your mood. This message of Kriemhilda's to me ne'er boded good." 1519 To thee my realm be trusted, and eke my little son, serve faithfully the ladies, so let my will be done. Shouldst thou see any mana, 'tis thine to cheer his life. No harm will e'er befall us by cause of Etzel's wife. 1520 The hosses were awaiting the kings and eke their men. With loving kiss departed full many a husband then, whose heart was full of courage, and body strong with life, soon to be sadly wept for by many a comely wife. 1521 Who saw the eager warriors unto their hosses go, saw likewise many a lady there standing in her woe. That they for long were potting too surely did they feel, foreboding great disaster. Heart never thus had weal. 1522 Now, quickly, the Burgundians did on their journey ride. Then was there much disturbance through all the country wide. On either side, the mountains both women wept and men. Howe'er their people bare it forth fared they blithely then. 1523 The warriors of Nibelung to ride with them had come, 1,000 men in hauberks, who left behind at home full many a lovely lady, ne'er to be seen again. Still wrought the wounds of Siegfried in Kriemhild bitter pain. 1524 Their course they now directed, King Gunther's gallant men, up through the East Franks country, towards the river Main, and thither led them Hagen, who knew the road of old. Their marshal was Sir Dankwart, Burgundian hero bold. 1525 As they from Easton Franks' land to Schwainfeld rode on, well might they be to all men by noble bearing known, these princes and their kinsmen, heroes deserving fame. The king on the 12th morning unto the Danube came. 1526 Then Hagen, knight of Tringay, rode of them all foremost. Good heart and courage gave he unto the Nibelung host. The warrior bold dismounted, down on the sand stood he, and hastily his war horse made fast unto a tree. 1527 The stream was overflowing, no skiff was there to see. The Nibelungs misdoubted in great anxiety how they should e'er get over. The flood was all too wide. The gallant knights dismounted hard by the riverside. 1528 Much damage, said Sir Hagen, may here be done to thee, ruler of the Rhineland. Look for thyself and see, the river is offlowing, and mighty is its flood. I trow we lose ere nightfall here many a hero good. 1529 What art thou casting at me, Hagen? The great king spake, seek not again to daunt us for thine own honour's sake. The ford thou shalt find for us, which to that land doth cross, that we both steeds and raiment may take there without loss. 1530 My life to me, quoth Hagen, is not yet such a load that I should wish to drown me in this wide, rushing flood. For by my hands I'd sooner that many a man should die in Etzel's country yonder. Goodwill thereto have I. 1531 Proud warriors and goodly, stay by the water then, whilst I along the river myself seek ferrymen, who presently will take us across to Gelfrat's land. Then took the doughty Hagen his good shield in his hand. 1532 Well clad was he in armour, his shield he did thereon, and on his head his helmet, brightly eno it shone. Above his harness war he a sword so broad of blade that wounds right deep and ghastly with either edge it made. 1533 Then up and down the river he sought some ferryman, he heard a splash of water, to hearken he began. 'Twas made by elfin women within a fountain fair, who feigned to cool their bodies were bathing themselves there. 1534 As soon as Hagen saw them, he slyly towards them crept. No sooner had they seen him than off they swiftly leapt. That thus they had escaped him did please them mightily. He took their raiment from them, no further harm did he. 1535 Then spake one of the mermaids, Hadburga was she hight. O Hagen, noble warrior, will tell to thee aright, how thou upon this journey unto the Huns shalt thrive, if thou, bold thane, our raiment again to us wilt give. 1536 They floated like to sea birds before him on the flood. It seemed to him their foresight must needs be sure and good. Whatever they should tell him he, therefore, would believe. To whatsoever he asked them, wise answers they would give. 1537 Said she, To Etzel's country you certainly may take this ride, and I am ready my faith thereon to stake, that ne'er did heroes journey to any kingdom yet. In truth ye may believe it, who did such honour get. 1538 This saying made Sir Hagen within his heart right gay, then gave he them their garments, and made no more delay. When they their wondrous raiment forthwith had donned again, the way to Etzel's country aright they did explain. 1539 Then spake the other mermaid, her name was Sieglind. Thee, Hagen, son of Aldrian, to one I have a mind. False was it what my sister to get her clothing said, for comest thou to Huntsland, thou'lt sorely be betrayed. 1540 Aye, homeward shouldst thou turn thee, yet is there time to spare, seeing that ye, bold heroes, have thus been bidden there, that all of you may perish within King Etzel's land. Woa goes riding thither hath death at his right hand. 1541 But Hagen spake in answer, Ye fool me needlessly. What rhyme or reason is it that all of us should die among the Hunfolk yonder, through hate of any man? More fully then their meaning to tell him they began. 1542 And one of them spake further. It must in sooth be so, that none with life escapeth who to that land doth go, save only the king's chaplain, that can we surely tell, he unto Gunther's kingdom will come back safe and well. 1543 Then, in grim mood, bold Hagen answer unto her maid. 'Twere hard to tell my masters what thou just now hast said, that yonder mid the Hunfolk we all must lose our lives. Show us across the water, thou wisest of all wives. 1544 She said, Against this journey since thou wilt nothing hear, there yonder in a hostel, unto the river near, a ferryman is dwelling, and none there is elsewhere. Then knowing what he wanted he would not tarry there. 1545 But one of them called after the knight discomfited, Nay, wait a while, Sir Hagen, thou wilt too fast ahead. Hear better how we tell you to cross the sands aright. The warden of the Marchland by name is Elsheit. 1546 He hath a brother also, Gelfrat the knight is he, a great lord in Bavaria. Not easy will it be for you to pass his marches. Ye ought to well beware, and with the boatman also ye needs must deal with care. 1547 So grim is he of humour, he will not let you go, unless unto the hero some good intent ye show. Would ye by him be ferried, give him the payment due. This land he hath in keeping, and is to Gelfrat true. 1548 And if he come not quickly shout to him all the flood, say Emilrich your name is. He was a hero good, who, by his foe's contrivance, was driven from this land. Whene'er his name is spoken, the steersman is at hand. 1549 The haughty Hagen bowed him before these womenfolk, but listening in silence no word again he spoke. Then higher up the river he walked, along the sand, and there, across the water, he saw a hostel stand. 1550 Then lustily began he to call across the flood, Now, steersman, fetch me over. Shouted the warrior good, Of ruddy gold an omelet I'll give thee for reward. The matter of my journey, I tell thee, presses hard. 1551 The boatman was so wealthy to serve he would not brook, wherefore a fee but seldom from anyone he took. His underlings were likewise of high and haughty mood. So, still, alone stood Hagen on this side of the flood. 1552 Then with such might he shouted that, lo, from shaw to shaw the river rang. The hero of strength had such great staw. Now, Emilrich, come fetch ye, Laud Elsa's man am I, who had to leave this country by force of enmity. 1553 High on his sword an omelet towards him did he hold, all bright and shining was it, compact of ruddy gold, that he therefore might row him across to Gelfrat's land. Then took the haughty boatman himself the oar in hand. 1554 The ferryman was churlish and obstinate of will, the lust of great possession doth often end in ill. He wished to earn from Hagen that band of gold so red, but from the warrior's weapon grim death he got instead. 1555 The ferryman pulled stoutly unto the hither side, but when the man he found not, whose name he had heard cried, then was he wroth in earnest. At Hagen's face looked he, and thus unto the hero he spake right bitterly. 1556 It may be that thou bearest the name of Emilrich. To him of whom I mind me thou art in no wise like, by father and by mother he brother was to me, and as thou hast betrayed me, thou here canst bide, said he. 1557 Not I, by God Almighty? Thereon did Hagen speak. I am a stranger warrior, and help for others seek. Take now in friendly fashion this wage I offer you to put me o'er the water. I am your friend right true. 1558 The ferryman made answer, Nay, that shall never be. my well-beloved masters have many an enemy, therefore I row no strangers across unto their land. If life thou prizest, quickly step out upon the sand. 1559 now, do not so, quoth Hagen, for sorry is my mood, but take from me in kindness this band of gold so good, 1,000 men and hosses across the stream to row. The boatman grim gave answer, that will I never do. 1560 a sturdy awe he lifted, mighty and broad of blade, and struck a blow at Hagen, an erring stroke he made, and in the boat he staggered and on his knee fell down. A ferryman so gruesome Hagen had never known. 1561, and when the haughty stranger still maw he would provoke, a steering bod he wielded, and into splinters broke about the head of Hagen. A stalwart man was he, whence came to Elsa's boatman much sorrow presently. 1562, in anger fiercely raging, Hagen reached out his hand in haste to seize his scabbard, wherefrom he drew a brand, and smote his head from off him, and dashed it to the ground. Among the proud Burgundians the news flew quickly round. 1563, but at the self-same moment when he the boatman slew, the skiff stream downwards drifted, which gave him cause to rue. For ere in hand he brought it to weary he began, then mighty was the rowing of royal Gunther's man. 1564, with sturdy strokes the stranger turned it about again, until within his hand grasp the stout awe broke in twain. He would, to reach the warriors, a sandy beach have found, and having not another, how quickly now he bound 1565 the splinters with his shield strap. 'Twas but a slender band. Towards a coppice steering, he brought the boat to land. There on the bankside standing he found his masters three, and liegemen came to meet him, a goodly company. 1566 him with kind welcome greeted these noble knights and good, but when they looked within it, the wherry reeked with blood that from the great wound spurted as he the boatman slew. Then from the warriors Hagen had questions not a few. 1567, no sooner had King Gunther seen the hot blood all red within the vessel washing, than straightway, thus he said, Come, why not tell me, Hagen, where is the boatman gone? I ween your strength so mighty hath him of life fought on. 1568 with lying words he answered, As I the boat there found a desert heath alongside, my hand the rope unbound, but never of a boatman have I today had sight, nor here by fault on my part hath any had despite. 1569, then one of the Burgundians, the noble Gernot, said, Today I needs must sorrow for friends soon to be dead, since we have found no boatman waiting for us at hand, how are we to come over? For that in fear I stand. 1570, right loudly then cried Hagen, Lay down upon the green, ye squires, the hosses' trappings, I mind me I have been the best of all the rowers that on the Rhine were found, I'll wager I can bring you across to Gelfrat's ground. 1571, that they might be the sooner ferried across the flood, they drave the hosses in it, whose swimming was so good, that, strong as was the current, they crossed it none the less, though some far downwards drifted in very weariness. 1572, their gold, and all their baggage unto the ship they bore, since from this journey's ending they now could turn no more. And Hagen was the captain, he ferried to the strand full many a gallant warrior into the unknown land. 1573, of noble knights, 1,000 first brought he to the Shaw, and after these his warriors, and ever there were more. Of men at arms 9,000 he ferried safe to land, nor all day long did weary the gallant Tronian's hand. 1574, when he the whole in safety across the flood had brought, the warrior bold and eager of that strange story thought which the wild Wat maidens Iruhail to him had said. Then for King Gunther's chaplain, the days were well nigh sped. 1575, amidst the chapel baggage, he sought and found the priest, who on his hand was leaning, that on the pyx did rest. But little that availed him when Hagen him did spy, the all-forsaken chaplain must suffer grievously. 1576, out of the skiff he swung him, ere yet a moment passed, though many voices shouted, Stay him, good sirs, avast. Young Giselha fell a-cursing in anger at the sight, yet would not Hagen heed him, but did it in despite. 1577, then spake the noble Gernot, the Laud of Burgundy. This chaplain's death, O Hagen, now what avails it thee? Had any other done it, it would have pleased you ill. For what default or reason sought'st thou the priest to kill? 1578, as best he could he floated, and well escaped had he, had any dared to help him. But that was not to be, because the mightful Hagen was of too angry mood, he thrust him under water, that seemed to no one good. 1579 now, when the wretched chaplain no help saw in his need, backward again he turned him. Saw was his plight indeed. Yet though to swim he knew not, God helped him with his hand, that safe and sound in body he got once more to land. 1580 there stood the hapless chaplain, and shook his raiment out, and thereby well knew Hagen that now there was no doubt but true the tale was, told him by those wild waterwives. Thought he? Then all these warriors perforce must lose their lives. 1581, when that the three kings' lieges the ship had all unstawed, and unto land had carried whate'er they had on board, Hagen to pieces hewed it, and flung it in the flood. Whereover marvelled greatly those warriors bold and good. 1582 Why dost thou thus, O brother? To him did Dankwart say, How shall we cross the water when on our homeward way we ride again from Huntsland unto the Rhine country? Look you, to him said Hagen, that thing can never be. 1583 Then spake the Lord of Tronje, This do I with the thought that, should we on this journey have any cravens brought, who fain would basely leave us, through cowardice of mind, they must a shameful ending here in this river find. 1584 A man there was amongst them from Burgundy who came, by might of hand a hero, and Volca was his name. Right cunningly he uttered all that was in his mind, and whatsoever did Hagen this minstrel good did find. 1585 The charges now were ready, each pack horse had its load. So far, the host no damage had suffered on the road to daunt them, or to trouble, except the chaplain's loss, who needs must to the Rhineland on foot the country cross. Adventure Roman 26 How Gelfrat was slain by Dankwart. 1586 When they were all come over unto the further strand, the king began to question, Who will throughout this land show us the proper pathways, lest we should stray afar? Then spake the valiant Volca, Alone for that I'll care. 1587 Now bide ye yet, said Hagen, if squire you be all night a friend's word should be followed, that seems to me but right. I have unwelcome tidings to make known unto ye. No more shall we return to the land of Burgundy. 1588 Today, at early morning, told me mermaidens too, that we should home return not. Now redat I what to do? Look to your weapons, heroes, ye needs must well beware. Here have we mighty foemen, and warily must fare. 1589 I thought to catch her lying, that wily mermaiden. She swore that none among us should ever come again alive unto our country, except the priest alone, whom therefore I this morning have done my best to drown. 1590 Then quickly flew these tidings, from troop to troop they spread. From the keen heroes' faces for grief the colour fled. To sorrow then began they that this caught ride should lead to bitter death as ending, in sooth they had good need. 1591 Nigh Moringen, the place was where they the flood had crossed. The ferryman of else there, too, his life had lost. And thereupon said Hagen, Seeing that I have made foes on the road, I doubt not that we shall be waylaid. 1592 Today that self-same boatman at early dawn I slew, ye know right well the story. Now buckle quickly to, that if this day should Gelfrat or else here essay to fall upon our people, they shall the damage pay. 1593 For such bold men I know ye, this cannot fail to be. 'Twere well to let your horses, therefore, go quietly, that none should deem we're passing along the roads in flight. That counsel will I follow, said Gisla the knight. 1594 But who shall now our people across the country show? They answered, That shall Volca, for right well doth he know the highways and the byways, a gallant minstrel he. Before their wish was uttered, the fiddler they could see 1595 standing well armed before them. He bound his helmet on, and on his battle mantle the glorious colour shone. As signal, on a lance shaft, a pennon red he bore. But with the kings thereafter, he fell on trouble sore. 1596 Meanwhile, the boatman's murder became to Gelfrat known by message all undoubted, and eke the news had gone to else the most mighty, and sore aggrieved were they. They sent to call their chieftains, who came without delay. 1597 In space of time the shortest, I would to you make known, were seen unto them riding men, who Aruhile had done saw scathe and dread achievements in diest stress of war. Of such there came to Gelfrat 700 men or more. 1598 Their foemen fierce to challenge to ride they then began, led by their lords aforesaid. Too readily they ran to catch the doughty strangers and wipe away their shame. Of their retainers many by death thereafter came. 1599 Meanwhile, Hagen of Tronje for that had taken care. How could a hero better for all his friends beware? Together with his liegemen the watch by night kept he, as did his brother Dankwart. 'Twas done right prudently. 1600 the day its cost had ended, and light they had no more. He feared for friends and comrades with heavy dread and saw. Their road throughout Bavaria, beneath their shields they tracked, and ere they long had ridden the heroes were attacked. 1601 on both sides of the roadway behind them, coming fast, they heard the tramp of horse hoofs, too noisy in their haste. Then spake the gallant Dankwart, Here will they fall on us, now fasten on your helmets, 'twere wise to wait them thus. 1602 they halted on their journey, naught else was to be done. They saw how in the darkness the polished bucklers shone, until at last would Hagen no longer brook delay. Who hunts us on the highway? To him must Gelfrat say. 1603 in this wise then the Margrave, he of Bavaria, spake, our foemen we are seeking, and now are on their track. I know not who hath slain me my Fairman this day, he was a skilful hero, and sorrow well I may. 1604 to him spake he of Tringay, and was that boatman thine? He would not take us over. The guilt thereof is mine, for then I slew the warrior. In sooth, there was good need, since at his hands I elsewise had got my death instead. 1605 I offered him for guerdon good gold and raiment fine to ferry us, O hero, unto this land of thine, which angered him so sorely that he at me a blow aimed with a sturdy bodge-pole. Then I grew fierce eno, 1606, and clutching at my broadsword, I paid him back again with blows that deeply wounded. So was the hero slain. Amends therefore I'll make thee, howe'er thou thinkest good. Then fell the two to wrangle, both were of stubborn mood. 1607, full well I knew, said Gelfrat, that when this way did ride Gunther and his retainers, much ill would us betide through Hagen, lord of Tringay. Not hence alive goes he, for my poor boatman's murder he must the forfeit be. 1608 above their bucklers bent they their lances for the thrust, Sir Gelfrat and Sir Hagen, each at the other must. Then else too and Dankwart came riding gallantly, to try each other's mettle. The fight raged fiercely. 1609 how otherwise might heroes more featly try their strength. By a hard lance thrust smitten Hagen the bold at length, from off his horse fell backwards, by Gelfrat's hand laid low, his saddle bow was broken and downfall he must know. 1610 among the yeomen's lances arose a clashing sound. Then up again rose Hagen, who, whilom on the ground from Gelfrat's blow, had fallen upon the meadow grass. His mood, methinks, to Gelfrat of sot ungentle, was. 1611 who held in charge their horses, that is to me unknown. The twain were now dismounted and on the sand stood down, Hagen, to wit, and Gelfrat, who at each other flew. The folk of either aided who of the combat knew. 1612 how mightfully soever Hagen on Gelfrat leapt, the noble Margrave parried, and with one stroke he swept a great piece off his buckler, that sparks therefrom were shed, whereby King Gunther's vassal was well nigh stricken dead. 1613 thereon he unto Dankwart to call aloud began, Dear brother, help me quickly, for lo, a mighty man hath got me at his mercy, he'll make an end of me. Then spake the valiant Dankwart, to that I soon will see. 1614 then nearer sprang the hero and struck so fell a blow with keen edge of his weapon, that dead he laid him low. Then fain had else taken some vengeance for the wight, but he and all his people went off in sorry plight. 1615 his brother had been slaughtered. Himself, too, had a wound. Full 80 of his warriors lay there upon the ground in grim death's grip forever. Needs must the hero then turn round and flee for safety before King Gunther's men. 1616 now, while they of Bavaria along the road did flee, the horrid sounds of slaughter were heard unceasingly. So did the men of Tringay after their foemen chase, who of defeat had dreamt not. Too soon it came to pass. 1617, and while they still were fleeing, Dankwart the Thane called out, Upon the road right quickly we ought to turn about and let them run at leisure. All wet they are with blood. Unto our friends return we. In sooth, I deem it good. 1618 now, when they were returned to where the fight had been, spake Hagen, Lord of Tringay, Ye heroes, be it seen what damage we have suffered, and who to us is lost, by reason of this battle which Gelfrat's wrath hath cost. 1619 a loss of far they reckoned, these must they grieve for well. But fully they avenged were, for against them there fell of the Bavarian warriors 100 men and more, whereby the Tronians' bucklers were dimmed and wet with gaw. 1620 just then, a gleam of moonlight between the clouds did break. Now look ye well that no one, so to them Hagen spake, Betray to my dear masters what we have done this day, let them until the morning free from all trouble stay. 1621, when they who had been fighting had now caught up the rest, with weariness the people were grievously distressed. How long, were many asking, must we be riding yet? And doughty Dankwart answered, No lodging can we get. 1622, until the dawn of morning ye all must onwards ride. Volker the quick, who all things did for the folk provide, bade someone ask the marshal, Where shall we go towards, that we may rest our horses and eke our well-loved lords? 1623, then spake the doughty Dankwart, In sooth I cannot say, but there must be no resting before the dawn of day. Then, wheresoe'er we find it, upon the grass we'll lie. Some, when they heard this bidding, were sore aggrieved thereby. 1624, so were they undiscovered by the warm blood-stains red, until the sun uprising with his bright beams had shed the day dawn o'er the mountains. Then first the king did see that they had fought. The hero spake to them wrathfully, 1625, How now? Ye have, friend Hagen, methinks, but small regard for this my presence with you, seeing ye thus have dared to stain with blood your armor. Now who hath done this thing? 'Twas else who set on us last night, he told the king. 1626, his Pharamond, the cause was that we were set upon. My brother came, and Gelfrat was by his hand fought on. Then else fled before us, by diest need bested. 4 men we lost, 100 of them we left for dead. 1627, the place at which they rested I know not to declare, but all the country people ere long became aware that sons of noble Ute to Cot were on their way, and thus a hearty welcome at Passau soon had they. 1628, the Bishop Pilgrim, uncle of these high rulers 3, was in his hot, well pleased his sister's sons to see, with such a host of warriors, thus come to his domain. That he meant well unto them, was very quickly plain. 1629, right gladly were they welcomed by friends upon the way, but since there was at Passau no room for them to stay, they needs must cross the water, where open field they found, their tents and wooden cabins they set up on the ground. 1630, there must they stay, and rest them for space of 1 whole day, and eke the night that followed. How fairly served were they! To Rudige's dominions thence had they to ride on. To him the tidings also were very quickly known. 1631, when now the Waywan riders had taken needful rest, and nearer were approaching the country of their quest, they found upon the marches a knight who sleeping lay, from whom Hagen of Tringay a stout sword took away. 1632, Ecuat the name was of that same warrior good. Much grief had he thereover, and sorry was his mood that he had lost the weapon through heroes passing there. Ill-watched found they the borders of Margrave Rudiger. 1633, woes me for this dishonor. Thereon said Ecuat, This journey of Burgundians I rue with all my heart. Since ever I lost Siegfried, my luck hath all been gone. Alack, the day, Lord Rudiger, what ill to thee I've done. 1634 now Hagen heard right plainly the noble warrior's woe. His sword again he gave him, and 6 red armlets too. Take these as pledge, O hero, that thou my friend wilt be. Good night thou art, though lonely thou slepst upon the lea. 1635 God for thy rings requite thee, said Ecuat thereto. Thy journey into Huntsland yet sorely do I rue. Thou tookst the life of Siegfried. Here art thou held in hate. To God thyself be careful, in good faith redare I that. 1636 Now God alone must keep us? Hagen for answer gave. In truth no greater trouble these warriors now have than that, for kings and liegemen, on lodgings we may light, where we in this same country may lay our heads tonight. 1637 The horses have been ruined by roads so far about. Thus spake the warrior Hagen, Our stores are all run out. None can be had for money. A worthy host we need, who ere this day is ended will kindly give us bread. 1638 spake Ecuat in answer, A host to you I'll show, and such a one ne'er bade you into his house to go, in any land whatever, as ye may meet with here if ye, good thanes, are willing to visit Rudiger. 1639 He dwells hard by the highway. Of hosts he is the best that ever had a roof tree. His heart is aye possessed of kindness, as of flowers are meadows in sweet May. If he can succour heroes, glad will he be the day. 1640, Wilt thou then, said King Gunther, be now my messenger, and see if for my pleasure my kind friend Rudiger shelter unto my kinsfolk and all our men will give. So will I do my utmost to serve him while I live. 1641 I'll gladly be the envoy. Then answered Ecuat, With right good will so did he upon the errand start. To Rudiger declared he what he was bade to say, who no such joyful tidings had heard for many a day. 1642 Folk saw to Bechelaren a knight ride hastily. Him Rudiger himself saw. On yonder road, said he, comes Ecuat fast riding, of Kriemhild's lieges one. He fancied that the foeman some harm to him had done. 1643 Then went he to the gateway, where he the envoy found who laid aside his weapon from off his belt unbound. The message that he carried he sought not to withhold from host and friends about him, but straight his story told. 1644 Unto the Margrave spake he, I come at the command of Gunther, king and ruler of the Burgundian land, and Giselha his brother, and likewise Gernot too. Each of these warriors sendeth his greeting unto you. 1645 The like doth also Hagen, as Volca doth as well, with true and ready service. And more I have to tell, that, as the royal marshal sends word to you by me, the good men much a-needing your hospitality. 1646, with smiling lips unto him, made Rudager reply. Glad am I at your tidings, that kings so great and high deign to bespeak my service, they shall not be denied. If they will cross my threshold, 'twill give me joy and pride. 1647, Dankwart the Marshal likewise begs you by me to tell if you can furnish house room for all the rest as well for 60 valiant warriors, 1,000 knights right good, and men at arms 9,000. Then joyful was his mood. 1648, now be these guests right welcome, made answer Rudager, and all these noble warriors unto my dwelling here. To them, as yet, at no time have I a service done. So ride to meet them, kinsmen and lieges everyone. 1649, then quickly to their horses hurried each squire and knight. Whate'er their master bade them to all of them seemed right, and they in service hasted the readier for that. Not wist yet Dame Gotlinda, who in her chamber sat. Adventure Roman 27, how they came to Bechelaren 1650 away, then went the Margrave to where the ladies were, his wife and eke their daughter. To them, the tidings fair that had but now been brought him he told right speedily, that soon their ladies' brothers beneath their roof would be. 1651, my own and well-loved sweetheart. So Rudager then spake, these noble kings and mighty we must right welcome make, since they and all their followers are on their way to court. And Hagen, Gunther's liegeman, thou must greet in good sort. 1652, with him there comes another, by name one Dankwart hight, and yet a third called Volker, a well-bred, courtly knight. These 6 must thou, Gotlinda, and thou, my daughter, kiss, and let not any warrior a fitting welcome miss. 1653, this promised both the ladies and did themselves prepare, and sought from out their coffers for raiment rich to wear, that they to meet the warriors in fit attire might go. Amidst the comely damsels, there was a great to-do. 1654, of painted women's faces one found there few enough. They wore upon their foreheads bright bands of golden stuff, like costly chaplets fashioned, that thus their lovely hair the wind should not dishevel. 'Tis truth that I declare. 1655, now let us leave the ladies in all this business. Across the open country, all eager was the press of Rudager's retainers to where the princes stayed. Within the Margrave's county right welcome were they made. 1656, as soon as towards him coming the Margrave them espied, how Rudager the valiant in words of gladness cried, be ye, my lords, right welcome, and likewise all your men, how glad am I to see you here in my own domain. 1657, in trust, with no misliking, the warriors to him bode, that he all goodwill bore them to all he plainly showed. Apart he greeted Hagen, a friend of old was he, and did the like to Volker, the knight of Burgundy. 1658, Dankwart he also greeted, whereon that bold thane spake, since thou wilt give us shelter, pray, who shall undertake to cater for our people whom we have brought so far? Then answered him the Margrave, this night be free from care. 1659, and as to all your people, and aught that in your band, horses be it, or raiment, hath come unto this land, so safely will I guard them and all from loss ensure, that ye shall have no damage, nay, not by a single spur. 1660, so pitch your tents, ye yeomen, upon the open ground, for any loss ye suffer I'm willing to be bound. Take off the horses' bridles, and let them freely run. The like to them but seldom a host ere then had done. 1661, right glad of heart the guests were. When all had come to pass, the lords rode off together. Then down upon the grass on all sides lay the yeomen, and right good rest they had. I ween in all the journey they ne'er so softly laid. 1662, the noble Margrave's lady without the castle gate had gone with her fair daughter. One saw there with her wait a crowd of lovely women, and many a maiden fair, who wore a store of armlets, and raiment rich and rare. 1663, the precious gems glowed brightly, and might be seen afar upon their rich apparel, so finely clad they were. And now the guests arriving dismounted speedily. Ay me, what gallant breeding showed they of Burgundy. 1664, of maidens 36 and many another dame, as ever I could wish for so fair and fond they came, and went towards the strangers with many a gallant man. Ah, then in sooth fair greetings of noble dames began. 1665, then kissed the Margrave's daughter the 3 kings fittingly, as also did her mother. Hagen was standing by, her father bade her kiss him. She cast a look at him, and fain had she not done it, she thought he looked so grim. 1666, yet straightway must she do it, since so the master said. Her cheeks were changed in colour to mingled white and red. Then Dankwart likewise kissed she, and then the minstrel too. By reason of his valour such greeting was his due. 1667, the Margrave's youthful daughter took presently the hand of Giselher, the warrior from the Burgundian land, Her mother, too, did likewise to Gunther, the brave king. So went they with the heroes in gladness revelling. 1668 the host along with Gernot went into a wide hall, where they were quickly seated, both knights and ladies all. Good wine was called for straightway, which to the guests they gave. Aye, surely never heroes could better treatment have. 1669 with many an eager eye-glance the men looked lovingly on Rudiger's young daughter. She was so fair to see. Aye, in his thoughts embraced her full many a warrior good, and right well she deserved it. But she was proud of mood. 1670 think might they as it pleased them, such thing could not be done. And to and fro men's glances meanwhile oft lit upon right many a dame and maiden. Plenty were seated there. Goodwill the noble minstrel unto the host did bear. 1671, according to the custom they severed then in two, the warriors and the ladies to separate rooms withdrew. In the wide hall, the tables in order straight were set, and soon the stranger guest folk with royal service met. 1672, to do her guests more honor the noble Margravine sat down with them at table. Her daughter was unseen, left with the younger children, where fittingly she sat. The guests, who missed her presence, were sorely vexed thereat. 1673, when meat and drink abundant had been enjoyed by all the ladies fair, were ushered again into the hall. There lacked not mirthful story, nor jesting manifold. Busy of tongue was Volker, a knight of mood right bold. 1674 thus spake the noble minstrel, aloud that all might heed. Most rich and noble Margrave, God hath with you indeed dealt graciously, in granting so fair a dame for wife, and likewise in bestowing on you a joyous life. 1675, if haply, said the minstrel, I were a prince of blood, and while the crown of kingship, surely for wife I would make choice of your fair daughter, for her my heart doth woo. Lovesome she is to look on, and good and noble too. 1676 then said to him the Margrave, how could it ever be that any king should ask for my daughter dear of me? We are but stranger people, my wife as well as I. What boots it that the damsel so fair is bodily? 1677, to him made answer Gernot, that man of breeding high. If I would have a sweetheart, my heart to satisfy, so would I such a woman be ever glad to wed. Then Hagen put his word in, with kindly speech, and said, 1678, 'tis still to be remembered Lord Giselher should wed, of ancestry so noble the Margravine is bred, that I and all his liegemen would serve her willingly, if with a crown upon her she came to Burgundy. 1679, to Rudiger this counsel in every way seemed good, as likewise to Gotlinde. Aye, both were glad of mood. And soon the chiefs so ordered that she was bride beloved of Giselher the noble, as well a king behoved. 1680, when aught is bound to happen who may the same gainsay, forthwith they bade the damsel to cot to take her way. They took an oath to give him the winsome maid to wife, and he, on his side, promised to love her as his life. 1681, they gave the maiden warrant for castles and for land. The noble king confirmed it by oath and his right hand, as likewise did Lord Gernot, that thus it should be done. Then spake to them the Margrave, though castles I have none, 1682, yet you will I at all times in faithful friendship hold. I give unto my daughter of silver and of gold as much as 50 horses may carry at their best, that so well pleased, in honor, the hero's kin may rest. 1683 the pair were thereon bidden within a ring to stand, according to the custom. Of many youths a band, in mood for merrymaking, stood opposite the twain, and thought what they were minded, as youngsters still are fain. 1684 when they began to question, and asked the winsome maid if she would have the warrior, she was a whit dismayed, and yet she still was minded to take the goodly wight. She blushed but at the question, as any maiden might. 1685 then Rudiger her father bade her to answer, yea, that she would gladly take him. Whereon, without delay, his white hands stretched towards her to fold her lovingly, young Giselher came forward, shot though their joy must be. 1686 ye noble kings and mighty, thereon the Margrave spake, when home again your journey to Burgundy ye take, then I, as is the custom, will give my child to you, that ye may take her with you. That they engaged to do. 1687, noisy as were the revels, at last they had an end. The damsels to their chambers were bidden then to wend, in sleep the guests too, rested till daybreak did appear. Then victuals were made ready, for all the host took care. 1688, when they their fast had broken fain, would they forward go towards the Hunnish country. I pray you, do not so, besought their host right noble. A while ye yet must stay, since I no guests so welcome have seen for many a day. 1689 to this made Dankwart answer, that surely will not do. Whence will you get the victuals, the bread and wine thereto, which for so many warriors you needs must have this day. The host on hearing, answered, It boots no more to say, 1690 my well-I-oved lords, so please ye, I will not be denied. I, for a fortnight, will I the meat and drink provide for you, and all the people that hither you have brought, for never hath King Etzel from me yet taken aught. 1691, howe'er they sought to help it, needs must they there abide until the 4th day's dawning. Then did a thing betide, done of the master's bounty, and noised far and near, on every guest bestowed he a horse and wearing gear. 1692, this could not last much longer, thence must they forward fare. But Rudiger the valiant could not withhold or spare to testify his bounty, what any fane would take, that was denied to no one, all happy would he make. 1693, then forth before the gateway, their noble equerries led out the saddled horses. In readiness for these, the throng of foreign warriors came out, their shields in hand they bore, for they were eager to ride to Etzel's land. 1694, thereon the master offered his gifts to one and all, ere yet the royal strangers were come without the hall. With bounty and great honor, he knew the way to live, and even his fair daughter to Giselha would give. 1695, anon he gave to Gunther, that hero of great fame, what he, the mighty monarch, might well wear without shame, though gifts he took but seldom, a coat of mail, to wit. All Rudiger's hand did Gunther bow low in thanks for it. 1696, then gave he unto Gernot a sword, a good one too, which afterwards in battle, right gallantly he drew, that such a gift he gave him well pleased the Margrave's wife. 'Twas doomed to cost, soon after, good Rudiger his life. 1697, Gotlinder offered Hagen, as courteous custom bade, some tokens of her kindness, since such the king had had, lest he without her aidance should on his road be sped unto the royal revels. But this he soon gainsaid. 1698, of all the things that ever I saw, so Hagen spake, not one have I more envy hence as my own to take, than yonder shield that hanging upon the wall I see, that would I gladly carry to Etzel's land with me. 1699, the Margravine no sooner had heard what Hagen said, than bygone woes were wakened, and tears she needs must shed. Upon the death of Nudung she sorrowfully thought, how White should slain him. Thus grief upon her wrought. 1700 she spake unto the warrior. I'll give the shield to thee, but would to God in heaven that still Ave were he who on his arm once bare it. In fight he was laid low, and I bewail him. Hence comes, poor me, my woe. 1701, then from her seat uprose she, the noble Margravine, and so, the buckler grasping her snow-white hands between, the dame to Hagen bore it, and he thereof took hold. It was a gift of honor unto that warrior bold. 1702, a case of polished leather upon its surface lay, a better shield and brighter ne'er shone in light of day, with noble gems bestudded. Had any wanted it to buy, perchance its value 1,000 marks had quit. 1703 then, by command of Hagen, they bore the shield away. And now to Cot did Dankwart begin to wend his way. On him the Margrave's daughter apparel rich bestowed, in which ere long in Huntsland right gloriously he rode. 1704, now, all these friendly tokens they were endowed withal, into the hands of any had never come at all, save by the master's bounty, offered with such goodwill. Such foes ere long became they that him they needs must kill. 1705, then did the ready Volker, his fiddle in his hand, with courtly mien approaching before Gotlinda stand. Sweet tunes for her he fiddled, and sang his roundelay, thus would he from Bechlaren take leave to ride away. 1706, the Margravine then bade men to her a chest to bear, of kindly gifts and bounty ye now again must hear. Therefrom she took 12 armlets and put them on his hand. These must you carry with you away to Etzel's land. 1707, and for my sake must wear them whene'er you go to Cot, that when you come back hither, I may have good report how you have done me service at that great festival. And, as the lady bade him, he well accomplished all. 1708, the host said to the strangers, Ye will the better fare if I myself shall lead you, and bid you how beware lest anyone should do you a hurt upon the road. Then of his sumpter horses, each quickly had its load. 1709, there stood the host all ready, and eke 500 men with horses and apparel. These led he with him then unto the royal wedding, a joyous merry train, alive to Bechlaren, not one came back again. 1710, with many loving kisses the host his farewells said, as Giselha did also, by honor ever led. The women fair they fondled with arms around them thrown, for which would many a damsel be weeping soon, alone. 1711, on all sides were the windows thrown open to the air. The host with his retainers to mount all eager were. I ween their hearts foreboded the mighty ills to be, for many dames were weeping and maidens fair to see. 1712, for dear friends left behind them, plenty at hot were saw, whom they at Bechelaren would look on nevermore. Yet gaily rode they onwards, and down across the sand along the Danube river, unto the Hunnish land. 1713, then Rudiger the noble, well versed in chivalry, spake unto the Burgundians. We ought not, verily, to hide that we are coming unto the Hunfolk near. Such good news hath King Etzel ne'er had the chance to hear. 1714, down through the Austrian kingdom, the messenger rode fast. Soon to the folk on all sides from mouth to mouth it passed, that coming were the heroes from Worms beyond the Rhine. No tidings the king's lieges could more to joy incline. 1715, the messengers sped forwards, and now the tidings bear of how the Nibelung warriors within the Huns' land were. Thou shouldst right well receive them, Kriemhilde, lady mine. To thee come in great honour these brothers dear of thine. 1716, meanwhile, as Dame Kriemhilde beside a window-sill stood watching for her kinsmen, as friends for others will, lo, from her father's country there saw she many a man. The king, who heard the tidings, to laugh for glee began. 1717, now joy of all who love me be mine. Kriemhilde said, for hither come my kinsmen with many a shield new made, and many a bright steel hauberk. Who would have gold of me, let him my wrongs remember. My friend he e'er shall be. Adventure Roman 28, how the Burgundians came to Etzel's stronghold. 1718, as soon as the Burgundians were come to Hunnish land. Of Bern too, a chieftain heard it, the aged Hildebrand. Unto his laud he told it, to him 'twas all unmeet, yet bade he them with kindness the valiant knights to greet. 1719, the ready Wolfhot bade them to bring the hosses out. Then rode along with Dietrich full many a warrior stout, as towards the open country to welcome them he went. There had they pitched already full many a noble tent. 1720, when Hagen, Laud of Tringay, them from afar espied, unto his masters turning, in courteous words he cried, Now, please ye, gallant warriors, dismount on to your feet, and them whom you would welcome go forth yourselves to meet. 1721, the company that cometh is right well known to me. They are the doughty warriors from a Melung country, and he of Bern doth lad them, they are of courage high. 'Twere better not to flout them when folk to serve you try. 1722, then down from hoss alighted, as was indeed but right, all they who came with Dietrich, full many a squire and knight. They walked towards the strangers, where they the chiefs could see, and courteously greeted the men of Burgundy. 1723, when noble Dietrich saw them their way towards him make, perchance ye fain would hearken to what the warrior spake unto the sons of Ute. Their journey grieved him sore. The truth, he thought, Sir Rudiger had known and told before. 1724, be welcome, sirs, right welcome, Gunther and Giselha, and Gernot too, and Hagen, and not the less Volker and swift and ready Dankwart. Have ye not understood that awe her Nibelung hero Kriemhilde yet doth brood? 1725, then let her brood forever. Hagen in answer said, for many a long year is it since he was stricken dead. To love the king of Huntsland is now her duty plain. Siegfried hath long been buried, he comes not back again. 1726, now let us, an it please you, leave Siegfried's wounds alone, whilst Dame Kriemhilde liveth evil may still be done. So did the noble Dietrich, the knight of Bern, declare. Thou mainstay of the Nibelungs, to guard thyself beware. 1727, and wherefore should I guard me? The high-born king replied, Tidings we had from Etzel, what should I ask beside? That, came we hither riding, 'twould give him much content my sister Kriemhild, likewise, hath many a message sent. 1728, if I may give you counsel, so Hagen to them spake, beg that the noble Dietrich and his good warriors make some better declaration of what they have in mind, and tell us to what humid Dame Kriemhild is inclined. 1729, then the three mighty chieftains to speak apart withdrew, Gunther to wit, and Gernot, and the Laud Dietrich too? Now, knight of Bern, pray tell us, thou noble warrior good, what of the queen thou knowest, and what may be her mood? 1730, the knight of Bern made answer, what can I tell you, ma? I hear her every morning weeping and wailing saw, this wedded wife of Etzel, in manner piteous, to the great God of heaven, for stalwart Siegfried's loss. 1731, it may not be averted. That boldest man declared, Volker, the fiddle player, the doom whereof we've heard, to cot we're bound to journey, there for ourselves to see what fate for us good warriors among the Huns shall be. 1732, so hence the bold Burgundians to cot rode on their way after their country's fashion, in glorious array, and many a bold man marvelled among the Hunfolk there at Hagen, Laud of Tringay, what kind of man he were. 1733, for since was told the story, that was enough alone, how he the Netherlander Siegfried to death had done, the stoutest of all warriors, the husband of Kriemhild. With questions about Hagen the cot was well nigh filled. 1734, of goodly growth and presence the hero was, no doubt, broad-shouldered and deep-chested. His hair was flecked about with streaks of gristly colour. Long in the shank was he, and stony was his visage. He walked right royally. 1735, then quatas were appointed for the Burgundian men. The whole of Gunther's followers were sundered from him then. This by the queen was compassed, with hatred for him filled. Hence all the yeomen, later, were in their hostel killed. 1736, since Dankwart, Hagen's brother, the marshal had been made, the king with zeal commended the men to him, and bade that he would seek their comfort and let them have their fill. This chief of the Burgundians bore all of them goodwill. 1737, and now came Queen Kriemhilda with all her company that she might greet the Nibelungs with feigned courtesy. But Giselha, her brother, she kissed and took his hand. This Hagen saw, and tighter he laced his helmet's band. 1738, in view of such a greeting, thus Hagen blurted out, a prompt and ready warrior may well have some misdoubt. To kings and to their vassals greetings unlike befall, we've made no lucky journey to this high festival. 1739, to those who fain would see thee, said she, now welcome be, thou shalt not have a greeting for friendship's sake from me. Say what it is thou bringest from Worms beyond the Rhine, that thou so great a welcome shouldst have from me and mine. 1740, if I had heard the tidings, so Hagen spake again, that you for gifts were looking at hands of every thane, had I myself been wealthy, I would have twice bethought, or ever to this country my gifts for you I brought. 1741, 'tis rather you, who tidings to me should give, to wit, the Nibelungen treasure, what have ye done with it? It was mine own possession, and that right well you knew, 'twas this ye should have brought me to Etzel's land with you. 1742, I faith, my lady Kriemhild, 'tis now full many a day since, when at my disposal the Nibelung treasure lay, at bidding of my masters 'twas sunk in the Rhine tide, there till the day of judgment, in sooth, it may abide. 1743, then spake the queen in answer, 'tis even as I thought, right little of it have you for me to this land brought, although 'twas mine, and whilom within my power it lay, since when I've spent thereover full many a dreary day. 1744, the devil a bit I bring you. Sir Hagen fell to swear. I have my shield to carry, and that's enough to bear, together with my mail coat. My helm's a trifling thing, my sword I have in hand though, so not for you I bring. 1745, thereon the queen spake loudly unto those warriors all. Let no man any weapon carry into the hall. Give them to me, ye heroes, I'll keep them safe for you. Nay, by my troth, cried Hagen, that will we never do. 1746, I covet not the honour, gentle princess and fair, that thou unto the hostel my shield thyself shouldst bear. Nor other of my weapons, thou hast a queen become, so taught me not my father, I will be chambergroom. 1747, O woe and all my sorrow. Kriemhilda loudly said, how is it that my brother and Hagen are afraid to leave their shields in keeping? They have been warned, I see, and knew I who had done it, I'd give him death for fee. 1748, thereon Lord Dietrich answered, and said to her in scorn, 'Twas I that took upon me these noble kings to warn, and Hagen warned I likewise, the brave Burgundian. Come on, thou devil's daughter, do me the worst you can. 1749, ashamed and saw confounded at this, was Etzel's wife, for bitterly with Dietrich she feared to be at strife. She found no word to answer, but went away in haste, whilst but a few sharp glances upon her foes she cast. 1750, then hand by hand 2 warriors took each of other hold. The one was noble Dietrich, the other Hagen bold. Then spake in courtly manner that knight of spirit high, your coming to the Hunfolk doth grieve me, verily. 1751, seeing the queen hath spoken such words to you but now. Then Hagen spake of Tringay, 'twill matter not, I trow. In such wise with each other parleyed the 2 brave men. Meanwhile King Etzel saw them, and fell to questioning then. 1752, I would that someone told me. The mighty sovereign said, who is that warrior yonder, to whom Sir Dietrich bade so hotly a welcome? Of courage high is he. Whoever were his father, a hero must he be? 1753, then one of Kriemhild's liegemen to answer him began. He is by birth of Tringay, his sire was Aldrian. How blithe soe'er he bears him, he hath a spirit grim. You shall yourself discover I tell no lies of him. 1754, how shall I have occasion to know he is so stern? The many sly devices as yet he had to learn, wherewith, to catch her kinsmen, the queen sought to contrive that none of them from Huntsland again might come alive. 1755, well knew I that same Aldrian, a liegeman of mine own, and here with me he won him much honour and renown. 'Twas I a knight who dubbed him, and gave him of my gold, my faithful Helka bore him much kindness, too, of old. 1756, and all, by that same token, of Hagen know I well. Into my hands for hostage 2 goodly children fell, he and the Spanish Walther, who being to manhood bred, I sent back Hagen, Walther with Hildegunda fled. 1757, he thought of the old stories and all that happed of yore, his olden friend of Trinjay he gladly saw once more, who in his youth good service to him ne'er failed to lend. Soon he in age repaid him by death of many a friend. Adventure Roman 29, how he stood not up before her 1758, this famous pair of warriors asunder, then withdrew. Hagen, the lord of Trinjay, and noble Dietrich too. Whereon across his shoulder looked Gunther's man around in hope to see a comrade, whom in a trice he found. 1759, for there Sir Volker, standing by Giselher he saw, he begged that cunning minstrel aside with him to draw, for well was he acquainted with his unyielding mood. In sooth, he was in all points a warrior bold and good. 1760, they left the lords together standing in the courtyard. 'Twas seen how they twain only, and not another, fared across the court wide stretching before a palace great. Those chosen men of valor had fear of no man's hate. 1761, they sat upon a settle against the palace front, hard by a hall which Kriemhild herself to use was wont. Brightly upon their bodies their noble raiment shone, and plenty who beheld them would gladly them have known. 1762, like wild beasts of the forest, those haughty heroes then were gaped upon, and gazed at by all the Hunnish men. The wife of Etzel spied them athwart a window pane, whereby the fair Kriemhilda was sorely grieved again. 1763, it brought to mind her sorrow. She fell to weeping then, whereat was mickle marvel among King Etzel's men. What could have thus so quickly troubled their lady's mood? She answered, that hath Hagen, ye heroes bold and good. 1764, they spake unto the lady, how can this thing have been when we ourselves but lately have you so happy seen? None can have been so haughty such evil to have wrought, else bid us to avenge it, his life shall go for naught. 1765, for ever would I serve him who would my wrongs repay, to give him all he asked for I would be ready I. Upon my knees I beg you, so spake the royal wife, avenge me now on Hagen, that he may lose his life. 1766, then 60 gallant warriors girded their armor on, who, for the love of Kriemhild, were keen to set upon and make an end of Hagen, the ever valiant one, and likewise of the minstrel. 'Twas all with forethought done. 1767, but when the queen beheld them, how small a band they made, in grim and gloomy humour she to the heroes said, you must leave unaccomplished what you would take in hand. I, never against Hagen so few will dare to stand. 1768, how strong and bold soever Hagen of Trinjay be, the man who sits beside him is stronger far than he, Volker, the fiddler, namely. He is an evil wight. These heroes to encounter you will not find so light. 1769, when they had heard this warning, still more took heart of grace. 400 gallant warriors. That queen of noble race had set her heart upon it to do her foes despite, whence soon was mickle sorrow made ready for each knight. 1770, now, when she saw her liegemen with arms and armor clad, unto the ready warriors the noble lady bade, abide ye here a little, I stand ye quiet so, I mean to put my crown on, and to my foemen go. 1771, and hark while I upbraid him for what he did to me, this Hagen, lord of Trinjay, King Gunther's knight in fee. So arrogant I know him, he'll give me not the lie, and eke care I as little what he shall get thereby. 1772, then looked the fiddle player, the minstrel bold, and lo, he saw the noble lady along a stairway go, that led down from the palace. And when he that espied, the ever-valiant Volker unto his comrade cried, 1773, now look ye there, friend Hagen, how yonder cometh nigh she who into this country hath lured us faithlessly. With king's wife saw I never so many men around, bearing in hand their weapons, as for a battle bound. 1774, knowst thou, friend Hagen, whether they hatred to thee bear? If so, I fain would counsel that thou the better care shouldst take of life and honour. I, that methinks were good. Unless I am mistaken, they are in wrathful mood. 1775, and some there are among them so exceeding broad of breast that who would rest in surety hath little time to waste. I ween, beneath their clothing, their hauberks bright they wear, but whom therewith they threaten I no eyes can declare. 1776, then spake in mood of anger Hagen, the valiant one. For me, right well I know it, the whole of this is done, that thus their unsheathed weapons they carry in the hand. Yet will I, notwithstanding, ride to Burgundian land. 1777, now say if thou, friend Volca, thine aid to me wilt lend, if so be Kriemhild's liegemen to fight with me intend, that let me hear you promise, as I am dear to you, and evermore I'll answer to you with service true. 1778, I, surely will I help thee, the gallant minstrel spake. Saw I a king come hither, attack on us to make with all his warriors round him. So long as I should live I would not fail to help thee, and not a foot would give. 1779, thy service, noble Volca, may God in heaven requite. What further can I ask for if thou by me wilt fight? Since thou art fain to aid me, as I am glad to hear, these blades may come and welcome with all their warlike gear. 1780, now from the seat up stand we, then said the man of song, she is a sovereign lady, and let her pass along. Let us that honour pay her. She is of noble birth, that by our own condition shall seem of great a worth. 1781, for love of me, I pray thee, do it not. Hagen spake, lest otherwise these warriors perchance the deed mistake, and think that I had risen, through fear, upon my feet. For such as her and her kind I'll never leave my seat. 1782, for both of us 'twere better, methinks, to let it be. Why should I do her honour who bears such hate to me? Nay, that will I do never as long as I have life. Nor care I for the hatred of royal Etzel's wife. 1783, the overweening Hagen across his knees laid down a bare and shining weapon, upon whose pommel shone a very brilliant jasper, greener than any sward. Kriemhilda well remembered that it was Siegfried's sword. 1784, when she that sword remembered a grief, it needs must be, the hilt of it was golden, its sheath red broidery. It brought to mind her sorrow, her tears began to fall. I ween the haughty Hagen had therefore done it all. 1785, upon the bench towards him, the valiant Volca drew a fiddle bow, a strong one, and long and mighty, too, which to a sword had likeness, right keen and broad of blade. The pair of doughty heroes thus sat there undismayed. 1786, the valiant twain so laudly seemed, in their own conceit, they did not deem it fitting to stand up from their seat for fear of man or woman. Whereon, with foe-like mien, nigh to their feet to greet them, came up the noble queen. 1787, she spake. Now tell me, Hagen, who sent to bid you here, that riding in our country thou darest to appear? Thou too, who so well knowest what thou hast done to me? Hadst thou been well advised, thou best hadst let it be. 1788, no one hath sent to fetch me. Hagen in answer said, but hither to this country 3 warriors you bade. My masters they are called, to them I service owe. On any royal journey I scarce could fail to go. 1789, said she. Now tell me further, how was it thou didst that for which thou hast deserved my everlasting hate? Thou was it who didst Siegfried, my well-loved husband, slay, whom I must mourn for ever until my dying day. 1790 he spake. What boots that further? Of talk we have no need. I am that self-same Hagen who did to death Siegfried, the mighty-handed hero. How dearly he repaid the flouts which Dame Kriemhilda on fair Brunhilda laid. 1791, it is not to be doubted, O great and mighty queen, of all your baleful sorrows that I have guilty been. Now be it man or woman, let them avenge who will, though I should then gainsay you, I've done you grievous ill. 1792, said she. Now hark ye, warriors, he doth not end deny that he hath worked my sorrow. What may befall thereby to him, ye men of Etzel, of no account I hold. Then looked on one another those haughty thanes and bold. 1793, it doubtless had befallen, whichever had begun the strife, that these 2 comrades the honour would have won, seeing how oft in battle they gallantly had fought. In dread the others shrank from the deed they had in thought. 1794, then spake one of the warriors. Why look ye so on me? From what I Iruhail promised I would that I were free? For sake of no one's largesse would I forego my life. Aye, to our ruin go we, led by King Etzel's wife. 1795, whereof to spake another. To that same thought I hold, were anyone to give me whole towers of good red gold, I'd care not to contend with that fiddler willingly, for dread of the swift glances that in his eyes I see. 1796, Hagen have I known also, and from his early youth, thus little can be told me about that knight, forsooth. In 22 battles I've seen him, in the strife, whereby hath hot-felt sorrow befallen many a wife. 1797, on many a foray went they, he and the Spaniard, when they were here with Etzel. Oft times a battle hard they fought for the king's honour, and many such befell, whereof one must have Hagen much to his honour tell. 1798, at that time this same warrior was but a child in years. They who were then but youngsters, how grey are now their hairs. Now he is come to wisdom, a man of ruth is he, and eke he wieldeth Balmung, won by foul treachery. 1799, with that the thing was settled, that none should strike a blow. whereby the queen was stricken unto the heart with woe. The heroes all disbanded, fearful lest death indeed be dealt them by the fiddler. In sooth they had good need. 1800 then spaken on the fiddler. We have right plainly seen that foemen here beset us, as we for want have been. Now to the cot return, we and seek the sovereigns there, that no one then, our masters to meet in strife may dare. 1801, how oft a man, faint-hearted, will let a chance slip by, when if a friend beside him upheld him cheerfully, and with good understanding, he would not do the same. Right many a man by forethought is saved from loss and shame. 1802, where you go I will follow. Hagen was quick to say. Then back into the courtyard forthwith, they took their way, where still in grand assembly waited the knightly crowd. And then the valiant Volker began to speak aloud 1803 and say unto his masters, How long here will ye stay to let yourselves be crowded? To cot ye should away, and from the king discover what he in mind may have. Then might one see forgather the heroes good and brave. 1804, the Prince of Bern, Sir Dietrich, took hold of by the hand Gunther, the mighty ruler of the Burgundian land. Ernfried was fain with Gernot, that right bold man, to fare, and Rudiger went walking to cot with Gisela. 1805, howe'er the rest companioned, and so to cot passed on, betwixt Volker and Hagen of parting there was none, save only in one struggle, which ended their 2 lives, and coust sad weeping later to many noble wives. 1806, upon the king's attending one saw to cot go then, their noblebon retainers, 1,000 gallant men, and 60 warriors also along with them had come, the same that valiant Hagen had brought with him from home. 1807, and Howard Eke and Eyring, a pair of chosen worth, by one another walking, went with the sovereign's forth. Dankwart and also Wolfhart, a thane of courage rare, these well before the others upheld their honor there. 1808, when came the Lord of Rhineland within the palace door, Etzel, the mighty monarch, refrained himself no more, but from his seat upsprang he, seeing him entering. A better greeting never was given by a king. 1809, be welcome, my Lord Gunther, and you, Lord Gernot, too, and Gisela, your brother. My zealous service true, I have already sent you to Worms beyond the Rhine, and all your followers also shall welcome be as mine. 1810, I bid a hearty welcome to you, ye knightly pair, to Volker the right valiant, and eke to Hagen there, from me and from my lady, unto this land of mine. She messengers in plenty hath sent you to the Rhine. 1811, Hagen of Tringay answered, So heard I, more than once, and had I for my masters not come unto the Huns, yet would I you to honor have ridden to this land. The noble host then kindly his guests took by the hand. 1812, and to the seat he brought them where he himself had sat. Then to the guests they offered, they busily did that, in wide-mouthed golden goblets, wine, mead and mulberry, and bade to the newcomers a welcome heartily. 1813, then spake the royal Etzel, I will to you confess not in this world could give me a greater happiness than ye have given me, heroes, in coming thus to me, whereby the queen is also from mickle grief set free. 1814, and oft times have I marvelled what was the fault in me, so many guests right noble have I been wont to see, that ye unto my country to come did never deign. But now that I have seen you to joy is turned my pain. 1815, said Rudiger in answer, a knight of noble mood, well may you see them gladly, their faith indeed is good, and all my lady's kinsfolk the same can well uphold, they bring unto your palace full many a warrior bold. 1816, the even of midsummer, at mighty Etzel's caught these princes made their entry, and seldom hath report told of such royal welcome as on these chiefs he spent. Now was it time for eating, and all to table went. 1817, amidst his guests more nobly, a host ne'er took his seat. For them there was abundance whereof to drink and eat, and everything they wanted it was all ready made. For truly of these heroes great marvels had been said. Adventure Roman 3, how Siegfried came to Worms fought he fought, the prince was little troubled by pangs of heartache yet. The people's talk, however, irrelong his ears beset, how there was in Burgundier a maiden, passing fair, for her sake joy and sorrow thereafter he did bear. 45, the beauty of this maiden was famed far and wide, her lofty mind, 'twas vaunted, excelled her beauty's pride, and brought her many a wooer, riding to Gunther's land, who fain would see the damsel, and bid for that fair hand. 46, and yet, however many contended for her love, Kriemhilde felt in secret that none her heart could move, there was no man among them whose love she could reward. That knight was still a stranger, who was to be her lord. 47, but when the son of Sieglind to lofty love inclined, compared with his, all wooing was as an idle wind. Right well, in sooth, deserved he to win so fair a bride. Irelung the noble Kriemhild stood at bold Siegfried's side. 48 his followers and kinsmen, seeing that he would wed, did counsel that the maiden he to the altar led should be by birth his equal, for his, and for their sake. Then, cried the gallant Siegfried, Kriemhilde will I take, 49, that beauteous young maiden of the Burgundian land, for her surpassing beauty. Right well I understand no Kaiser were so mighty, but, should he need a wife, that princess were fit consort to share his royal life. 50 a rumor of the matter soon reached King Siegmund's ears, 'twas buzzed among the people. His mind was full of fears for this his son's intention, that he was fain to wed the fair and lovely maiden, and would not be gainsaid. 51 Sieglinde also heard it, the noble monarch's wife, and much hot searching had she about her dear son's life, for well she knew King Gunther, and his bold warrior train. They sought to turn the hero back from his wooing vain. 52 then outspake gallant Siegfried, beloved father mine, the love of noble women I will for I resign unless I woo where love is, and give my heart its way. Such is my purpose truly, whatever men may say. 53 If thou canst not forego her, the king said, verily my will shall be as thy will, and well it pleaseth me, and I will help thee end it, and do the best I can, yet hath the royal Gunther full many a haughty man. 54 If it were only Hagen, and no one else beside, he hides neath courtly seeming such overweening pride, that he'll do us a mischief. Of that I'm sore afraid, if once we go a-wooing this fair and stately maid. 55 Shall that be hindrance to us? Asked Siegfried, fearlessly. If what I ask in kindness he venture to deny, my strong right hand shall win it? I'll wrest from him, quoth he, both land and lieges surely for all his subtlety. 56 Then spake the royal Siegmund, I do mislike thy speech, should tidings thereof ever to the Rhine border reach, thou durst not ever after into that country ride. Long have I known King Gunther, and King Gernot beside. 57 By Foss can never any expect to win the maid, declared the good King Siegmund. That hath been always said, but if thou with thy warriors wilt to her country ride, and we have any friends left, I'll call them to thy side. 58 Far be it from my purpose, cried Siegfried eagerly, that when I ride to Rhineland warriors should follow me, like an invading army. I should abhor this thing, by Foss the glorious maiden into my arms to bring. 59 I will not owe her winning to any other hand, I and 11 others will ride to Gunther's land. Your help, good father Siegmund, I, for this purpose, pray. Then gave they to his warriors both coloured stuffs and grey. 60 His mother heard the tidings, the lady Sieglind. She fell to grieving over her dear son in her mind, fearing lest she might lose him through some of Gunther's men. The noble queen refrained not from bitter weeping then. 61 This seeing, young Lord Siegfried to her his way did make, and unto his dear mother thus tenderly he spake. I prithee weep not, lady, because of mine intent. I have no fear of foemen, nor of disparagement. 62 Aid thou me in my journey to the Burgundian land, that I and my companions may bravely furnished stand in raiment that shall honour proud heroes, such as we. Then will I for this favour, I thank thee fervently. 63 Since thou wilt not forego it, did Sieglind declare, I'll help thee on thy journey, my only son and heir. I will provide apparel, the best ere warrior war, for thee and thy companions, and ye must take good store. 64 Then bowed to the queen mother Prince Siegfried, the young man. He said, On this my journey I'll take, if so I can, none save 11 warriors, for these be raiment made. I long to see how fares it with Kriemhilde, he said. 65 So Sieglind's beauteous ladies sat stitching, night and day. There were no idle fingers and little rest or play, until Prince Siegfried's raiment was ready to his hand. He'd not forego his journey to the Burgundian land. 66 His father bade him polish his knightly harness grand, wherewith he meant to ride out of royal Siegmund's land. And eke the glittering hauberks they likewise did prepare, together with stout helmets, and bucklers broad and fair. 67 The hour of their departure for Burgundy was nigh, and men as well as women watched them forebodingly, lest they again should never come to their fatherland. To pack their gear and armor, the heroes gave command. 68 Their chargers were resplendent, their trappings of red gold. No knight could well be prouder, nor had more right to hold a high head, than Sir Siegfried and his 11 men. He craved the king's permission to gallop Rhinewards then. 69 With grief Siegmund and Sieglind accorded his request, whom Siegfried sought to comfort, as tenderly he pressed. He said, You must not weep now through any care for me, and fear not lest my life be in any jeopardy. 70 Sad-hearted were the warriors, and many a maiden wept, doubtless their hearts foreboded mischance for those who leapt that day into the saddle. They dreamt these friends lay dead. They had good cause for mourning, in sooth there was much need. 71 Upon the 7th morning, at Worms, on the Rhine shore, arrived the gallant horsemen. The raiment that they wore with ruddy gold was flashing, and all their trappings shone. The charges of bold Siegfried went pacing smoothly on. 72 Their bucklers were new-wrought ones, and light and broad beside, and bright their helmets glittered, as unto court did ride Siegfried, the gallant chieftain, in royal Gunther's land. Such fine apparelled heroes were ne'er seen on that strand. 73 Their long swords' points hung downwards unto the spurs they wore, and sharp, too, were the javelins which these bold heroes bore. The one that Siegfried carried was 2 spans in the blade, its twofold edge was deadly, and ghastly wounds it made. 74 All gilded were the bridles they lightly held in hand, and silken were their horse girths, so came they to that land. The folk began on all sides on them to gape and stare, then many of Gunther's people ran forth to meet them there. 75 Those high and mighty warriors, and knight as well as squire, went out to bid them welcome, as honour did require, receiving them with kindness into their master's land, taking their horses, straightway, and bucklers from their hand. 76 They would have ta'en the chargers and led them to the stall, had not the gallant Siegfried set out before them all. Let mine and my men's horses stay here, as now they be. It is my will and purpose to ride hence presently. 77 I pray you therefore tell me, whoever knows this thing let him not hide it from me, where I can find your king, Gunther, the mighty monarch of the Burgundian land. Then one among them told him, who knew where he did stand. 78 If you would find King Gunther, 'tis easy done, I trow, in yonder hall I saw him, and thither you must go. He stands among his heroes, and if you'll thither wend, full many a glorious warrior you'll find with him, good friend. 79 Unto the king the tidings by this time had been told, how warriors were arrived all gallant to behold, who wore white, glittering mail shirts and raiment rich and grand, and no one knew aught of them, in that Burgundian land. 80 Then was the king astonished, and much he did inquire, whence came these splendid warriors, in dazzling bright attire, and with such well-wrought bucklers, so new and eke so broad. It vexed the soul of Gunther that none could give him word. 81 Then Otwine, Lord of Metz, spake and answered thus the king, rich and high-couraged was he, and feared not anything. Since we know not about them, bid someone straightway go and fetch my uncle Hagen, he'll see them and may know. 82 He knoweth all the kingdoms and every strange land, if aught he wot ain't them, he'll make us understand. So the king sent to fetch him and his liegemen all, they watched his stately coming with warriors to the hall. 83 What the king wanted of him? First Hagen sought to know. There are within my palace strange warriors, I trow, whom not a soul here knoweth. If thou didst them e'er see, declare it now, Sir Hagen, and tell the truth to me. 84 That will I, answered Hagen, and to the window went. One saw his keen glance wander, till on the guests it bent. Well pleased him their equipment and raiment equally, but they were strangers to him, ne'er seen in Burgundy. 85 He spake. From whencesoever have come these cavaliers, they must themselves be princes or princes' messengers. Their raiment is so splendid, their horses are so good. 'Tis plain, where are they come from? They are of noble blood. 86 And, furthermore said Hagen, though hitherto, I ween the famous hero Siegfried mine eyes have never seen, I cannot help believing, how strange soever it be, that yon proud knight there standing can be none else but he. 87 He bringeth us new tidings, here into this our land. The haughty Nibelung slew he with his own hero hand, both Nibelung and Schilbung, the sons of a rich king. He hath wrought mighty wonders, by sheer strength vanquishing. 88 For riding once, all lonely, and with no help at hand, he came unto a mountain, as I did understand, where lay the Nibelung's treasure, well watched by doughty men, who all were strangers to him, until he met them then. 89 The treasure of the Nibelungs had just been taken then out of a hollow mountain. Now hearken, my good men. While as the Nibelung warriors to share it did prepare, young Siegfried came, and saw them, and had good cause to stare. 90 He came so nigh unto them that he could see them all, and they did also see him. Then one of them did call, Here comes the mighty Siegfried, the Netherlander strong. He met with strange adventures the Nibelungs among. 91 The knight was well received by Schilbung and Nibelung, and with one voice in council those noble lords and young cried, Share for us the treasure, thou honorable man, and eagerly besought him, so he to share began. 92 He saw so many jewels, as I have heard men say, that 50 wagons scarcely would carry them away. Yet more there was of red gold, from out the Nibelung's land, and all must be divided by gallant Siegfried's hand. 93 And unto him for wages they gave the Nibelung's sod. But little they foreboded what would be their reward for rendering this service to Siegfried, the good knight, ere he could end the sharing they had begun to fight. 94 they had their friends Einar them, 12 gallant armed men, who all were mighty giants. But what availed them then? For Siegfried fell upon them and slew them in his ire, full 700 Nibelungs, vanquished in battle dire, 95 with their good sword resistless, that was yclept Barmung. And through the mighty terror that seized those warriors young, dread of the sword, and hero who bravely did it wield, their land and eke their castles unto him did they yield. 96 the wealthy kings he also smote, till they both fell dead. But he himself, through Albrich, was grievously bested, who would avenge his masters upon the spot, till he found the great strength of Siegfried beyond his mastery. 97 the sturdy dwarf was powerless against him in the fray. Like lions wild to the mountain, they twain then broke away, till the Tarnhelm won from Albrich he rested, and thus Laud became the dreaded Siegfried of all the Nibelung horde. 98 they who had dared the battle there, one and all, lay slain. Then bade he that the treasure be carried back again unto the cave, whence erstwhile the Nibelungs did it take. And then did he stout Albrich his treasure-keeper make. 99 by a great oath he made him unto him fealty swear, to serve him in all service, no matter when or where. So spake Hagen of Tronje, that did he presently. There never was a warrior who had such might as he. 100 and yet another story of Siegfried I have heard, how he did slay a dragon with his own hand and sword, and in its blood he bathed him till honey grew his skin, and thus no sword can cut him, as hath been often seen. 101 Then let us this young hero receive as best we may, lest we deserve his hatred and have to rue the day. He is of such bold spirit 'twere best to be his friend, he hath, by his strong right hand, wrought wonders without end. 102 Then the great king said, Truly, methinks that thou art right. See but how chivalrously he stands prepared to fight, he and his warriors with him, a dauntless man is he. We will go down to meet him and greet him courteously. 103 Thou mayest, answered Hagen, with honor do this thing, his ancestry is noble, his sire a wealthy king. One sees it in his bearing, and by the dear Lord Christ it is no trifle brings him, I warrant, on this quest. 104 Then spake the country's ruler. Right welcome let him be, that he is brave and noble hath I been told to me, will make his sojourn merry in our Burgundian land. So saying, down went Gunther to where Siegfried did stand. 105 The host and all his warriors received the guest so well that nothing to good breeding was lacking, sooth to tell. The goodly man, on his side, bowed low before them there, and thanked them for their greeting, so friendly and so fair. 106 I marvel at these riddles, spake Gunther suddenly. Whence have you, noble Siegfried, come unto this country, and for what purpose come you to Worms upon the Rhine? The guest unto the king said, To answer shall be mine. 107 To me were told the tidings, erst in my fatherland, that here with you were dwelling, which I would know firsthand. The boldest of all warriors, oft said they so to me, that ever monarch governed, lo, I am come to see. 108 Thy fame hath also reached me. I hear the knights declare that never king was bolder nor braver anywhere. Such is the common folk talk o'er all the land in sooth, and I shall have no quiet until I know the truth. 109 I also am a warrior, and shall too wear a crown, and I shall ne'er content me until I win renown, until the folk say of me, that I have proved my right to reign all land and people. My honor do I plight. 110 and head thereto. And wert thou as bold as some men say, I will now wrestle from thee whatever is thine today. I care not who gainsay it, or who may like, or hate. Thy broad lands and thy castles shall mine be, soon or late. 111 The king did greatly marvel, and eke his liegemen all, at the strange declaration that from his lips did fall to take his kingdom from him. So that was his intent. His thanes all heard it likewise, and fierce was their dissent. 112 Whereby have I deserved this? Gunther the warrior cried, That lands my father governed with honor till he died, should be now wrested from us by force by whomsoever, that were to prove but poorly that we too knighthood bear. 113 Not else will I, quoth Siegfried, by that I fall or stand. If thy strength cannot peace win for thine own fatherland, then shall my strong hand rule it, and after me mine heir. If thou dost win, thine be it, and we thy rule must bear. 114 Thy heritage, mine also, are now alike at stake. Whichever of the other shall holy conquest make to him shall all be subject, the land and all its folk. But Hagen and King Gernot in hasty answer spoke. 115 Far be it from our purpose, spake Gernot presently, to conquer new possessions, and to cause death thereby at hands of heroes. Truly, we have a rich estate, which pays us due allegiance, nor seeks a bet of fate. 116 round and about were standing his friends in sullen mood. The Lord of Metz, Sir Otwine, among the others stood. He spake, "This friendly parley doth vex me saw. As knight, stout Siegfried unprovoked hath here challenged you to fight. 117 if you and your two brethren were here, without defence, and if he brought against you the army of a prince, methinks I could almost and such doughty one, and force this haughty warrior to change his braggart tone." 118 This saying stirred fierce anger in him of Netherland. He spake, "Ne'er shalt thou measure against my like thine hand. I am a mighty king's son, and thou but a king's knight. 12 such as thou art could not withstand me in the fight." 119 Otwine, the Lord of Metz, then for swords called lustily. Of Hagen, Lord of Tringay, the sister's son was he, that he had held his peace still seemed not to Gunther right. But Gernot put his word in, the bold and ready knight. 120 He thus spake unto Otwine, "Now let thine anger be. Siegfried hath not yet done us aught evil that I see. Our difference in goodwill we yet may end, I deem, and thus may gain his friendship. 'Twill better us beseem." 121 Then spake the doughty Hagen, "Well do we to be wrath, both we and all thy warriors, for hath he not come forth here to the Rhine to flout us? He might have let that be. My own good lords had never done him such injury." 122 To this made answer Siegfried, that mightiest of men, "If what I now have spoken offend you, Sir Hagen, you shall have eye proof, shortly, how this my strong right hand shall do great deeds of prowess in this Burgundian land." 123 That I, for one, will hinder. Gernot in answer said, and unto all his warriors insulting speech forbade, because such speech did grieve him. Then into Siegfried's head came thoughts of Lady Kriemhild, the lovely, peerless maid. 124 Is not all strife unseemly between us? Gernot said, "However many heroes fell by our prowess dead, small honor would by us be, by you small vantage won." Then answered him Prince Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son. 125 Wherefore delayeth Hagen? And Otwine, what doth he, that he and his companions haste not to strive with me? Whereof he hath a many ane here in Burgundy. But it was Gernot's counsel that none should risk reply. 126 You shall be welcome to us, continued Utay's son. You and the knightly comrades who come with you, each one, right gladly will we serve you, I and these kinsmen mine. Then for the guests were ordered goblets of Gunther's wine. 127 Loud spake the country's ruler. All that we have is yours, what ye desire in honor, we'll call no longer ours, but gladly share it with you, be it all wealth, all blood. This wrought in good Sir Siegfried a somewhat softer mood. 128 The knights were soon relieved of all the gear they brought, and lodgment was found for them. The very best was sought for Siegfried's knightly followers. Well were they lodged that day. And now, in all Burgundia, right welcome guests were they. 129 All honor too was shown them, on that and many a day, 1,000 times more honor than I can ever say. This had his boldness gained him, and this is true I state, that seldom any saw him who long could bear him hate. 130 On pastimes now, and pleasure the kings and court were set. But whatsoever they started, he outstripped all men yet, for none could equal Siegfried, nor come his strength aina, whether it were stone-putting, or shooting with the spear. 131 And when by courtly custom they willed their games to play in presence of the ladies, these knights of humour gay, approving glances followed the Prince of Netherland. Yet his heart brooded ever on loftier love, at hand. 132 Though to whate'er was passing he lent a ready mind, one gracious maiden ever he in his heart did find. So, likewise, did the damsel, whom yet he had not seen, incline to him in secret, and talk of him, I ween. 133 When in the court the young folk their warlike games began, the knights and their attendants, Kriemhilda straightway ran and watched them from the window, king's daughter though she were, nor while it lasted did she for other pastime care. 134 And had he known she watched him, whom in his heart he bore, it had been ample pleasure, he would have asked no more. And could his eyes have seen her, ye need not to be told no better bliss and greater for him this world could hold. 135 When he, among the heroes, down in the courtyard stood, between the games, at leisure, as other warriors would. So winsomely he stood there, Queen Sieglinda's son, that the heart's love of many a noble dame he won. 136 And many a time he pondered, how shall I e'er attain to see the noble damsel, whose love I seek to gain, her whom I love so dearly, and have for many a day, To me she's still a stranger, with sorrow I must say. 137 Whene'er the kings were minded to ride throughout their land, their vassal knights had ever to follow, close at hand. And Siegfried must be with them, which did the maid distress, and he too suffered often, for her dear sake, no less. 138 So dwelt he with the three kings, and 'tis all true you hear, in Gunther's cot and country, the space of one whole year. And all that time his lady he never saw at all, through whom much love unto him and sorrow did befall. Adventure XXX How they kept watch and ward. 1818 Now was the daylight ended and night began to close. Amid the waywan warriors disquietude arose, for when they were to rest them, and to their beds begone. This mooted was by Hagen, and soon it was made known. 1819 Unto the host spake Gunther, God grant you long to live. We now would hence to slumber, we pray thee leave to give. We'll come tomorrow morning if thou dost aught so. Right pleasantly agreed he, and bade his guests to go. 1821 Saw the people crowding the guests on every side. Then Volker the undaunted unto the hunfolk cried, How dare ye get in front of the warriors' very feet? If you will not give over, with trouble ye will meet. 1821 A fiddle stroke so heavy on one of you I'll lay, that, hath he a well-wisher, that same may rue the day. Give place there to us warriors, 'twill be the best for you. Folk call ye knights, but little ye have a kin thereto. 1822 Whilst spake the fiddle player so wrathfully his mind, the valiant Hagen turned him, and gave a glance behind. Said he, The gallant minstrel hath warned you properly. Ye heroes of Kriemhilde, back to your homes go ye. 1823 The plan ye are devising will not come off, I trow. Come back tomorrow morning if ye have aught to do, and leave us weary strangers this night to rest in peace. I ween that heroes ever so do in such like case. 1824 Anon the guests were taken into a roomy hall, which found they well provided, to suit the warriors all, with richly furnished bedsteads, that were both wide and long. The while Dame Kriemhild plotted to do them grievous wrong. 1825 Right goodly mats from Araz all round about were spread, of bright-hued wool stuffs woven, and many a cover-bed wrought of Arabian samite, the finest that might be, whereon were baudas broidered that shone right gloriously. 1826 The coverlets of ermine did many a man espy, and others of black sable, whereunder they might lie and pass the night in comfort until the dawn of day. A king and all his courtiers so softly never lay. 1827 Oh woe, for this night's sojourn? So spake young Giselha, and woe for all my comrades who hither with us fare, howbeit that my sister so kind a bidding gave, by cause of her. I fear me, we all our deaths shall have. 1828 Now let your mind be easy. Hagen the Thane answered, I will from now till morning myself keep watch and ward, and well I swear to guard you until the break of day. Till then be all untroubled, then save himself who may. 1829 Then bowed they all before him and gave him thanks therefor, and to their beds betook them. Nor was it long before laid down in rest and slumber was every goodly man. To don his arms the hero, Hagen the bold, began. 1830 Then up and spake the minstrel, Volker the gallant Thane, If thou dost not disdain it then, Hagen, I am fain tonight to keep guard with thee until the morning break. Right haughtily the hero his thanks to Volker spake. 1831 Now God in heaven reward you, Volker, my comrade true. To none in all my troubles save only unto you would I for aidance turn me, if need should e'er befall. One day I will repay you, if death do not forestall. 1832 Then in their shining raiment they twain their bodies clad, and each of them his buckler upon his forearm had. They went without the castle to stand the gateway by, and there the guests they guarded. 'Twas done right faithfully. 1833 Volker the ever-ready then from his arm unbraced his shield. It was a good one, which gainst the wall he placed. Back to the hall he hastened, and there his fiddle seized, and as became a hero, his friends therewith he pleased. 1834 Beneath the doorway sat he upon a seat of stone. A braver fiddle player in sooth had ne'er been known. With such sweet-sounding music upon the strings he played, that all the high-born strangers their thanks to Volker paid. 1835 The sweet clang of his viol made all the house resound. His strength and skill together right excellent were found. More softly and more sweetly to fiddle he began, and lulled upon their couches full many a troubled man. 1836 And when they all were sleeping, and he thereof was sure, the Thane took up his buckler upon his arm once more, and went outside the chamber before the tower to stand, to guard the sleeping strangers against Kriemhilde's band. 1837 When halfway spent the night was, or earlier it might be, the gallant Volker, watching, a shining helm could see far off amid the darkness. 'Twas one of Kriemhild's men, who all to do a mischief unto the guests were fain. 1838 Then spake the fiddle player, my friend Sir Hagen there, together it is fitting that we this trouble share. I've seen some folk in armour before the house, but now, else I am much mistaken, they'll set on us, I trow. 1839 Then hold thy peace, quoth Hagen, and let them nearer come, or ever they can see us, our swords will have struck home and split their helmets for them, with double-handed might. We'll send them back to Kriemhild, methinks, in sorry plight. 1841 Of the Hunnish warriors had soon enough espied that guarded was the doorway. How suddenly he cried, the matter we intended, in sooth will not go well. I see the fiddle player standing as sentinel. 1841 A brightly polished helmet upon his head hath he of pure, hard-tempered metal, and strong, and blemish-free. His hauberk's rings are glowing as fiery embers would. By him stands also Hagen, the guests have watchmen good. 1842 Forthwith they turned them backwards. When Volker that espied, again to his companion in wrathful voice, he cried, now let me from the palace after the warriors go. Of Dame Kriemhilda's liegemen somewhat I fain would know. 1843 Nay, do it not, said Hagen. I pray you by my love, these ever-ready warriors, if from the house you move, would with their swords, I doubt not, bring you such straits to face, that I should have to help you, wet death to all my race. 1844 For whilst we two together are busy in the fray, some 2 or 4 among them will to the house away, and quickly force an entrance, and some foul mischief do unto our sleeping comrades, which we shall ever rue. 1845 Then Volker spake in answer. Let it be settled so, but that I've seen them coming at least will let them know. So Kriemhild's men hereafter shall never dare deny that they would fain against us have wrought vile treachery. 1846 With that, towards them Volker sent forth a lusty shout. Ye nimble knights, in armour why go ye thus about? Ye warriors of Kriemhilda, if ye on foray ride, myself and my companion ye should have at your side. 1847 No word there came in answer. Then wrathful waxed his mood. Fie on ye, skulking rascals! Shouted the hero good, would ye have caught us sleeping, and murdered every one? So foul a deed on heroes hath never yet been done. 1848 Unto the queen right truly was told how lucklessly her messengers had prospered. Good cause for grief had she, then otherwise contrived she, so cruel was her mood, by which ere long to perish were heroes bold and good. Adventure Roman 31 How they went to church 1849 So cold I feel my armour. Quoth Volker presently, methinks the night is wearing and soon will ended be, I mock that by the breezes, 'twill very soon be day. Then many a man awoke they who still in slumber lay. 1850 The morning light broke over the guests within the hall. Hagen began on all sides the warriors to call, to know if to the minster to matins they would fare. Meanwhile, in Christian fashion, the bells were chiming clear. 1851 So diverse was the chanting, thereby 'twas plain to see that Christians and heathens were not in unity. And yet the men of Gunther to church would go withal. They from their beds together had risen one and all. 1852 The warriors then arrayed them in clothes so finely wrought, that better raiment never by heroes had been brought to any king's dominions. Ill did it Hagen please, said he. Now should ye, heroes, don other suits than these. 1853 Enough about the matter ye surely understand. Ye should, instead of roses, bear weapons in the hand. For caps beset with jewels take shining helms and good, since we are well advised of wicked Kriemhild's mood. 1854 This day must we do battle, I will to you declare. Instead of silken doublets ye should your hauberks wear, and in the place of mantles take bucklers good and wide, that if they seek a quarrel, the brunt ye may abide. 1855 My well-beloved masters, your friends and kinsmen too, go now unto the minster. That should ye gladly do, and pray to God Almighty in your distress and need, for know now, of a surety, that death is nigh indeed. 1856 See too that ye forget not aught ill that ye have done, and with true zeal and duty stand ye before God's throne. Of this, right noble warriors, I won you well afar, save God in heaven may grant it, ye'll hear no masses more. 1857 They went unto the minster, the princes with their men. But in the hallowed precincts bold Hagen spake again and bade them halt, lest any should leave the company. None knoweth what the Hunfolk to us may do, said he. 1858 My friends, set down your bucklers upright before your feet, and answer ye to any who may unkindly greet with deep and deadly sword stroke. Hark ye to Hagen's rede, so will ye find it worthy to serve you in your need. 1859 With that Hagen and Volker, the twain together, went in front of the great minster. 'Twas done with this intent, that they might make it certain that the king's wife would need to crowd them as she entered. their mien was grim indeed. 1860, then came the land's upholder, and eke his lady fair. And decked about the body with raiment rich and rare ones saw the doughty warriors along with them go by. The dust aloft was whirling from Kriemhild's chivalry. 1861 now, when the mighty ruler in armor saw arrayed the kings and their companions, how quickly then he said, "Why thus, my friends, behold I marching with helmets on? 'Twould grieve me, on my honor, had aught to them been done." 1862, I'll gladly make atonement, however they think good. If any here have vexed them in either heart or mood, I give them full assurance that sorely vexed am I, and whatsoever they bid me I'll do it readily. 1863 to this made answer Hagen, "By none have we been harmed. It is my master's custom to go thus fully armed to every courtly meeting, until 3 days have run. To Etzel we will tell it if aught to us be done." 1864, this answer made by Hagen Kriemhilde heard right well. How hatefully upon him her sidelong glances fell, yet would she not more frankly her country's customs own, though they to her a long time in Burgundy were known. 1865, yet though her hate towards him so cruel was and fell, if anyone to Etzel the truth had dared to tell, he doubtless had prevented what came to pass ere long, but none of them would tell it, her mastery was so strong. 1866, then with the queen advancing, there came a mighty band, but this same pair of warriors deigned not to take their stand 2 handbreadths further backward, which made the Hunfolk wroth. Aye, they must press and jostle with those bold heroes both. 1867, the chamberlains of Etzel were ill content at this, and would upon the warriors have somewhat wrought amiss, if they had dared to do it the king's high grace before. There was a mighty jostling, but so far nothing more. 1868, when service now was ended, and they would thence be gone, all suddenly on horseback appeared full many a Hun, and many a beauteous lady was with Kriemhilde seen. Full 7,000 warriors came riding with the queen. 1869, Kriemhilde with her ladies within the window sat along with royal Etzel. Well pleased was he thereat. Fain would they see the jousting those doughty heroes showed. Aye, in the lists before them what warriors strange there rode. 1870, and thither had the marshal, the right brave Dankwart, too, come with his squires attending. His lord's own retinue with him, too, he had taken from the Burgundian land. The steeds for the bold Nibelungs well saddled were at hand. 1871, when they their steeds had mounted, the kings and every man, forthwith the stalwart Volca to counsel them began, that all should tilt together after their country's mode, in cause of which thereafter the chiefs right nobly rode. 1872, for what the hero counselled they did not underrate. The crowding and the shouting were both exceeding great. Within the wide enclosure was gathered many a man. Then Etzel and Kriemhilde to gaze thereon began. 1873, 600 knights together upon the field appeared, the warriors of Dietrich coming the guests toward. They thought with the Burgundians some knightly spot to try, and would, had he allowed it, have done it readily. 1874, I me? What goodly warriors forthwith towards them made, but when to the Lord Dietrich the news thereof was said, with Gunther's men forbade he that any spot should be. He feared for his retainers, and surely need had he. 1875, when they of Bern passed onward, and from the place had gone, the men from Bechelaren of Rudeges came on. Before the hall 500 with shield on arm rode they, well pleased had been the Margrave could they have kept away. 1876, then wisely, as behoved him, he rode the host throughout, and said unto his warriors, they could no longer doubt, but that the men of Gunther ill will towards them had. If they would leave the combat, he would in truth be glad. 1877, when these now had passed onward, high-mettled heroes bold, came horsemen from Thuringia, as hath to us been told, and then the knights of Denmark, 1,000 gallant men. One saw right many a lance shaft fly in the onset then. 1878, then Howard came and Ernfried unto the tournament. The Rhinelanders a challenge to them had proudly sent. The warriors of Thuringia were offered many a joust. In many a noble buckler were lances deeply thrust. 1879 there, too, the lordly Blodlin came with his thousands 3. By Etzel and Kriemhilde right closely watched was he, for all the knightly jousting was held within their sight. The queen rejoiced to see it for Burgundy's despite. 1880, and Jibek and Scruton unto the melee rode, with Honboge and Ramung, all in the Hunnish mode. They held the lists, withstanding the chiefs of Burgundy, and over the king's palace the shafts went whirling high. 1881, whate'er was done by any was nothing else but sound. Loud was the din that echoed palace and hall around, from clash of shields and bucklers, by Gunther's liegemen made, whence praises and great honor unto his folk were paid. 1882, the otter of their pastime so mighty was and great, that from the goodly hosses whereon the heroes sate, the snow-white foam was soaking through the caparisons. In every courtly fashion they sought to meet the Huns. 1883, then up and spake the minstrel, Volca the fiddle-player, I trow that to withstand us these warriors will not dare. I've ever heard it said that they hate us verily. Now is the time to show it, a better ne'er will be. 1884, straightway unto the stables, so Volca loudly cried, we'll have the hosses taken, till towards the eventide we'll ride some further causes, if there be time eno. What if to us Burgundians the Queen some praise allow? 1885, then saw they someone coming, with stately mien rode he, such that no other huntsman with him compared could be. Belike in some high lattice a sweetheart there he had, no knightly bride was ever than he more fairly clad. 1886, then Volca said, how can I pass over such a chance? Yon darling of the ladies must feel a thrust of lance. There's not a man could help it. 'Twill stand him in his life. I care not though I anger thereby King Etzel's wife. 1887, for love of me, forbear ye. King Gunther quickly spake. These people will upbraid us if we the onset make. Let ye the Huns begin it, more seemly tweer, I ween. Now all this time King Etzel was sitting by the Queen. 1888, I'll make the hubbub greater, quoth Hagen, in his turn. We needs must let the ladies and these same champions learn how we can sit our hosses. 'Twill be good sport withal, though little praise to any of Gunther's men befall. 1889, then rode the ready Volker into the fray again, whereby had many a woman, ere long, right grievous pain. The noble huntsman's body transfixed he with his spear, which soon both wife and maiden bewailed with many a tear. 1890, with hurtling speed, did Hagen rush forward with his men, his 60 chosen warriors, and quickly rode he then upon the fiddler's footsteps, to where the joust was held. Both Etzel and Kriemhilde plainly the whole beheld. 1891, the kings were all unwilling their minstrel brave to leave amid the foemen fighting, and succour none to give. 1,000 heroes therefore towards him deftly rode, in high accomplished fashion, they did whate'er they would. 1892, when that the noble huntsman in death was stricken low, one heard among his kinsmen complaints and cries of woe. And all the folk were asking, who can this deed have done? Volca, the fearless minstrel, yon fiddler is the one. 1893, for swords and bucklers called they, and held them soon in hand, the kinsmen of this Margrave of the Hungarian land. They would have set on Volca, and slain him where he stood. The host ran from his window with all the haste he could. 1894, then rose a mighty tumult among the people all. The kings and their attendants dismounted at the hall. Behind the throng his charger sent each Burgundian. King Etzel came. To sever the nobles he began. 1895, from one of the Huns' kinsmen, who chanced by him to stand, he seized a deadly weapon, and wrenched it from his hand, then drave the people backwards, for very wroth was he. How vain unto these warriors had been my courtesy 1896 if he had slain the minstrel before my very face. So spake to them King Etzel, that were a foul disgrace. For well I mocked him riding, what time he pierced the Hun, and through no fault on his part, but by a slip 'twas done. 1897, to leave my guests in freedom, I charge ye to take heed. So gave he them safe conduct, then led they every steed unto the hostile stables, and many squires they had right diligent in service, who did whate'er they bade. 1898, the host into the palace took with his friends his way. No wrath in any of them would he allow to stay. The tables were made ready, the water was brought in, yet bitter foes in plenty had they from all the Rhine. 1899, ere all the lords were seated a good long time was spent, whilst touched was Kriemhilde by cares within her pent. She said, I seek thy counsel, O Prince of Bern, thy grace and aid. In sooth my business is now an evil case. 1900, then Hildebrand made answer, a worthy warrior he, whoever slays the Nibelungs shall have no help from me, nay, not for any treasure. Thereby he grief may get, these knights of ready courage have ne'er been conquered yet. 1901, and, in his courtly fashion, thereto Sir Dietrich spake, O mighty Queen, I pray thee, thy purpose to forsake. To me thy kinsmen never have done such injury, that I the gallant warriors in combat would defy. 1902, the wish doth ill beseem thee, most noble prince's wife, that thou anent thy kinsfolk wouldst plot against their life. Trusting unto thy favor, they came unto this land. Siegfried is not avenged by aid of Dietrich's hand. 1903, when she could find no falseness the knight of Bern within, then on the spot she promised to give to Blodolin a far-extending Marchland, which Nudung owned of Yaw. As Dankwart shortly slew him, he thought of it no more. 1904, quoth she, thou oughtst to aid me, my good Sir Blodolin, for in this very palace are now these foes of mine who slew my husband Siegfried, so well beloved of me. To him who helps avenge him, I ever bound shall be. 1905 to her then answered Blodel, Lady, be sure of this to them, for fear of Etzel, I dare do not amiss, since he thy kinsman happy is ever fain to see. And did I aught to hurt them, he ne'er would pardon me. 1906 Nay, rather, my lord Blodel, your friend I'll ever be. Guerdon of gold and silver I will bestow on thee, and eke a lovely damsel, Nibelung's betrothed bride, whom thou mayst love and cherish right gladly at thy side. 1907 The land, too, and the castles, all unto thee I give. So, noble knight, thou mayest in gladness ever live, if thou but winst the earldom which Nibelung held in fee. Whate'er today I promise, in truth I'll give to thee. 1908 When now the noble Blodel the guerdon heard her tell, and seeing that the damsel in beauty pleased him well, by means of strife he purposed to earn this lovely wife. But for that cause the warrior was doomed to lose his life. 1909 Unto the queen then spake he, within the hall go back, ere any guess my purpose, an uproar I will make. Hagen will have to answer for what to you he wrought. King Gunther's man, I warrant, shall bound to you be brought. 1910 Now arm yourselves, cried Blodel, my gallant liegemen all, we will upon the foemen within the hostel fall. I may not be acquitted of this by Etzel's wife. On this must every hero among us stake his life. 1911 When the queen found that Blodel was on the fray intent, she tarried there no longer, but back to table went and sat beside King Etzel, and with his men as well. She for the guests' undoing had taken counsel fell. 1912 Since means there were not elsewise to cause the strife to start, Kriemhilde's olden sorrow lay graven in her heart. She bade them bring to table King Etzel's little son. How could a vengeful woman more cruelly have done? 1913 Then went that self-same minute of Etzel's liegeman far, and thither from his chamber the young King Otlib bore unto the prince's table, where Hagen also sate. The boy was doomed to perish through Hagen's deadly hate. 1914 As soon as mighty Etzel espied his little son, he turned to his wife's kinsman and spake in kindly tone. Now, my good friends, behold ye, my only son is he, and eke your sister's offspring, which well for you may be. 1915 If he his kindred likens, he'll be a gallant wight, right powerful and noble, a well-grown man of might. Should I live some while longer he'll own a dozen lands, so look ye for good service at my young Otlib's hands. 1916 I therefore fain would pray you, O well-loved friends of mine, when ye are homeward riding unto the river Rhine, that ye upon the journey would take your sister's son, and let your loving kindness unto the child be shown. 1917 And rear him up in honor till he to manhood grow. If any in your borders hath wrought you any woe, when he is of full stature he will your vengeance aid. King Etzel's wife Kriemhilde heard also what he said. 1918 Unto days of manhood the child should grow and thrive, these thanes, I trow, said Hagen, their trust to him will give. Yet the young king meseemeth is of a weakly sort. Folk will not often see me attending Otlib's cot. 1919 The king looked round at Hagen. This speech had vexed him sore, and though, with princely breeding, he spake thereof no more, his heart was very heavy and troubled was his mind. Nor was the mood of Hagen a whit to joy inclined. 1920 The princes all were sorry, together with the king, that of his child had Hagen e'er spoken such a thing. With ill content they bore it, nor knew they aught at all of what through this same warrior was shortly to befall. Adventure Roman 32 How Blodolin was slain 1921 The warriors of Blodel were ready for the fray. Clad in their 1,000 hauberks, they thither took their way where Dankwart with his yeomen still at the table sate. There rose between the heroes a strife of deadly hate. 1922 As soon as the Lord Blodel before the table went, Dankwart the marshal met him on greeting due intent. Right welcome to our hostel, Lord Blodolin, are ye, although I greatly marvel what may the reason be. 1923 Thou hast no need to greet me, so answered Blodolin, for this my coming bodeth an end to thee and thine, thanks to thy brother Hagen, who Iruheil Siegfried slew, that to the Huns thou'lt answer, and many another too. 1924 Nay, say not so, Lord Blodel, the Marshal Dankwart said, else must we rue too quickly this journey we have made. I was but a small stripling when Siegfried lost his life. I know not what against me bringeth King Etzel's wife. 1925 No more about the matter know I to say to you, save that your kinsmen did it, Gunther and Hagen too. Look to yourselves, ye lost ones, ye go not hence away. By death must ye the forfeit unto Kriemhilde pay. 1926, what, and will nothing turn you? Cried Dankwart thereupon. Would I had ne'er besought you that better were undone. Up from the table sprang he, the warrior swift and strong, and drew a keen-edged weapon, that heavy was and long. 1927, therewith he struck at Blodel, with stroke of sword so fleet, that off his head was smitten, and lay before his feet. Be that thy wedding dower, the warrior Dankwart said, unto the bride of Nibelung, whom thou wouldst woo and wed. 1928, tomorrow they may plight her unto another one. If he will earn the guerdon, the like to him be done. A faithful-hearted huntsman Dankwart aware had made, how that the queen against him such grievous plots had laid. 1929, when now the men of Blodel saw how their lord lay slain, then from the guests no longer their hands could they restrain. With broadswords high uplifted they sprang in deadly mood upon the youthful warriors, which ere long many rued. 1930, then loudly shouted Dankwart unto his followers all, Well see ye, noble yeomen, how things are like to fall. Ye hapless ones, be wary, in sooth there's need to be, albeit noble Kriemhild bade us right lovingly. 1931, they to whom swords were lacking, reached down before each seat, and many a long stool lifted from underneath their feet. Then the Burgundian yeomen no longer would forbear, and heavy stools made bruises through many a helmet there. 1932, how grimly thus the strangers essayed their lives to save, and so the armed assailants from out the house they drave, yet left they dead within it 500 men or more, and all of the defenders were red and wet with gore. 1933, these tidings of disaster were carried presently unto the knights of Etzel, which grieved them bitterly, how Blodel and his liegemen had all to death been brought, which deed had Hagen's brother with his retainers wrought. 1934, ere yet the king had heard it, urged by the hate they bore, the Hunfolk donned their armor, 2,000 men or more, and marched against the yeomen. What else was to be done? And out of all the people they left alive not one. 1935, before the house the traitors had led a mighty host, on guard the foreign yeomen stood bravely at their post. But what availed their valor? They all were doomed to die, and presently arose there a gruesome butchery. 1936, and here ye must a marvel of monstrous import here, 9,000 yeomen lying all done to death there were, a dozen knights moreover of Dankwart's own command. One saw him all forsaken amidst the foemen's stand. 1937, the uproar was abated, the clash of arms was awe. Then looked athwart his shoulder Dankwart the warrior, he spake. Woe for the comrades who from my side are gone. Alas, that midst the foemen I now must stand alone. 1938, upon his body showered the sod strokes keen and rife, ere long to be bewailed by many a hero's wife. His shield aloft he lifted, and held the arm-brace low, and drenched full many a hauberk with lifeblood's crimson flow. 1939, then cried the son of Aldrian, Woe for the ills I bear, make way, ye Hunnish warriors, and let me to the air, that the wind's breath may cool me, a battle-weary wight. Right royally he bore him in all the people's sight. 1940, but when the strife-wan hero outside the hostel sprang, what fresh sods on his helmet again, and ever rang. They who had not yet witnessed what wonders wrought his hand, now rushed to meet the warrior from the Burgundian land. 1941, now would to God, cried Dankwart, I had a messenger to seek my brother Hagen, and make him well aware how I amid these warriors so sorely am bested. Hence surely would he help me, or lie beside me dead. 1942 then spake the Hunnish warriors, That herald must thou be, when we before thy brother a cost shall carry thee. So first shall Gunther's henchman what sorrow is betaught, thou haste unto King Etzel such grievous damage wrought. 1943 said he, Now stint your threatenings, and further backwoods get, or verily I'll drench you some other hauberks yet. I will myself the story before the court lay bare, and eke unto my masters my grievance great declare. 1944 he laid on Etzel's liegemen so heavily his hand, that not a man amongst them durst him with sword withstand. Yet in his shield their lances so quickly did they aim, that he was fain to drop it, so heavy it became. 1945 him, now no longer shielded, they thought to overwhelm. Ha, but what deadly gashes he cut right through the helm, until before him staggered full many a valiant one, whereby much praise and honor the gallant Dankwart won. 1946 from one side and the other, upon him hurtled they, aye, some of them too quickly had come into the fray. Before the foe upstood he, and as a woodland bore at bay the sleuth-hounds' faces, could valor e'er be more? 1947, his path was newly sprinkled with life-blood warm and wet. No single-handed warrior had ever striven yet against a host of foemen, as he had boldly done. Folk mocked how Hagen's brother to caught right nobly won. 1948 by sewers and by butlers was heard the clash of swords. From many a hand the liquors were flung upon the bawds, as were the victuals also which to the hall they bear. And stalwart foes in plenty forestalled him at the stair. 1949, what will ye now, ye sewers? The weary warrior cried. In sooth for all the strangers, good cheer ye should provide, and to the nobles ought ye good victuals to convey. And to my well-loved masters let me my tidings say. 1950, woe by force before him upon the stairway sprang, on each of them so sorely his heavy sword he swung, in very dread their safety further aloof they sought, and so his strength of body right mickle marvels wrought. Adventure Roman 33, how the Burgundians fought with the Huns 1951, within the door, an entrance thus gallant Dankwart made, the household folk of Etzel to stand aside he bade. The whole of his apparel bespattered was with gaw, a mighty naked weapon within his hand he bore. 1952, then loudly Dankwart shouted before the assembled throng, Bestir thee, brother Hagen, thou sittest all too long. To thee and God in heaven appeal I in our need, yeomen and knights together lie in the hostel dead. 1953, and he cried back in answer, And who hath done it then? Quoth Dankwart, the Lord Blodel together with his men, but dearly hath he paid it, that would I have you know. I smote his head from off him, mine own hand gave the blow. 1954, 'tis but a little grievance, quoth Hagen of Tringay, whene'er one has occasion of any thane to say, that he by hands of warrior was of his life fought on, so much the less fair women for him have need to moan. 1955, now tell me, brother Dankwart, why all so red you be? Methinks that thou art wounded and sufferest grievously. If in the land he liveth who this on thee hath done, except the foul fiend save him, his life's as good as gone. 1956, you see me whole and haughty, with blood my clothes are red, but from the wounds of others it thus hath happened, and they have been so many that I have slain today, that verily their number on oath I could not say. 1957, he answered, Brother Dankwart, see to the door do thou, and let not of the huntsmen a single man come through. I'll reckon with these warriors, as need we have, in faith, our men-at-arms are lying in undeserved death. 1958, if chamberlain I must be, the gallant man replied, to serve such mighty rulers, I am well satisfied. I'll answer for the stairway, as honour's dear to me. Unto Kriemhilde's warriors naught could more direful be. 1959, it is to me a marvel, Hagen thereafter spake. What meaneth all the fluster these Hunnish warriors make? They think they well could spare him, who yonder door doth hold, and hath these high concernments to the Burgundians told. 1960, long time about Kriemhilde have I been wont to hear, that she her bitter sorrow was not content to bear. Now drink we to her darling, for royal wine we'll call, the princeling of the Hunfolk shall be the first of all. 1961, then the child Otlib slew he, Hagen, that warrior good, so that from sod blade downward flowed o'er his hands the blood. The infant's head was severed, and on the queen's lap fell. Then rose amongst the warriors a slaughter horrible. 1962, with double-handed sword stroke, he dealt a blow at large against the man of learning, who had the child in charge. His head all in a moment before the table lay. In good sooth for the teacher it was but sorry pay. 1963, he saw by Etzel's table a certain minstrelman, and Hagen in his fury to fall on him began. His left hand on the fiddle he lopped off suddenly. The somewhat thou canst carry for news to Burgundy. 1964, woe for my hand? Cried Werbel the minstrel. Wilt thou say what evil I have done thee? Laud Hagen of Tringay? In all good faith I journeyed unto your master's land. The notes how can I finger since I have lost my hand? 1965, but little heeded Hagen, though he ne'er fiddled maw. He wreaked within the palace a vengeance grim and sore upon the knights of Etzel, of whom a host he slew. Death dealt he in the palace to people not a few. 1966, the ever-ready Volker up from the table sprang, and in his hand right loudly his fiddle bow outrang. Right fearsome was the music that Gunther's minstrel played. Aye, mid the gallant huntsmen what enemies he made. 1967, up sprang, too, from the table, the noble rulers three. They gladly would have stayed it, ere mischief worse should be. But all their wit availed not the rising storm to quell, when Volker joining Hagen to such wild raving fell. 1968, when saw the Lord of Rhineland the fight could not be stayed, the prince himself fought also, and many a wide wound made upon his foemen's bodies, their shining mailcoats through. A hand-strong hero was he, as now all grimly knew. 1969, the stalwart Gernot likewise was forward in the strife. Aye, he among the huntsmen took many a hero's life, a keen-edged weapon wielding. by Rudiger 'twas given. By him were Etzel's warriors right grievously bedriven. 1970, the young son of Dame Ute into the fight now dashed, and gloriously, his broadsword right through the helmets crashed, to grief of Etzel's warriors of the Hungarian land. There wrought were many marvels by gallant Giselher's hand. 1971, howe'er the kings and liegemen were valiant in the fight, above them all right plainly did Giselher in might stand forth against the foemen. He was a hero good. Such wounds he dealt, that many fell weltering in their blood. 1972, the men of Etzel also stood stoutly to the foe. There one might see the strangers go hacking to and fro with their bright, glancing weapons, all through the royal hall. And horrid shrieks from all sides upon the ear did fall. 1973, they who were on the outside would to their friends within, but found that at the doorway's small vantage they could win. Out from the hall right gladly would they within it fare, but none of them would danquat let up or down the stair. 1974, thereby around the gateways a mighty press arose, and din of helmets also beneath the broadsword blows, and thus the gallant danquat fell into sore distress, but that his brother heeded, as bound in faithfulness. 1975, for thereupon to Volker Sir Hagen cried aloud, "Now look you yonder, comrade, how round my brother crowd the Hunnish warriors closely, and blows upon him rain. Friend, go and help my brother, or we shall lose the thane." 1976, that will I do full surely, answered the minstrelman, and straightway through the palace his fiddling he began. His hand with his stout broadsword full often music made. To him the Rhenish warriors unbounded thanks repaid. 1977, and soon the gallant Volker to Danquat came and said, "Today no little trouble hath fallen on your head. Your brother hath enjoined me to lend a helping hand. If you'll look to the outside, within the door I'll stand." 1978, Danquat the ever-ready without the gateway stood. Well guarded he the stairway, let any come who would. One heard the clang of weapons in the bold hero's hand. The like, within, did Volker of the Burgundian land. 1979, loudly, the valiant minstrel shouted across the throng. "The hall is closed, friend Hagen, with bolt and barrier strong. The door of Etzel's chamber is safely barred as well. 2 heroes' hands that hold it 1,000 bolts excel." 1980, when Hagen, Lord of Tringay, knew that the door was fast, his shield back on his shoulders the goodly chieftain cast. First fell he to avenging the ills upon him wrought. Of longer life his foemen had then but little thought. 1981, the Prince of Bern no sooner had seen how matters went, and how the mighty Hagen so many helmets rent, than sprang the Amelang ruler upon a bench. Quoth he, "The liquor Hagen giveth is vile as drink can be." 1982, the host was full of sorrow. Good cause had he to rue. What friends of him beloved before his eyes they slew, and hardly from his foemen unscathed himself came he. In grief he sat. What profit was it a king to be? 1983, the mighty Queen Kriemhilde to Dietrich called and said, "With all your manhood give me, O noble knight, your aid. By all those princes' merits Iruheil of Amelang land, should Hagen once have reached me, my death were close at hand." 1984, and how am I to help you? Lord Dietrich answering said, "Great Queen, when I have reason myself to be afraid? These followers of Gunther with wrath so sorely burn, that I with no one's safety can now myself concern." 1985, nay, say not so, Lord Dietrich, thou noble knight and good, this day make plain to all men thy kind and virtuous mood, in that thou hence wilt help me, or I am like to die. Her fears had brought Kriemhilde to sore anxiety. 1986, can I do aught to help you? I verily will try, since never have I witnessed, for many years gone by, to such deep wrath enkindled so many a warrior good. I, through the riven helmets I see the surging blood. 1987, this thane of proven valor with power began to shout. Like unto Hon of Bison, his voice rang loudly out, until its strength re-echoed the wide-walled stronghold round. The mightiness of Dietrich was great beyond all bound. 1988, when Gunther heard the clamour proceeding from this man above the noise of battle, to Haken he began. Said he, "The voice of Dietrich is to my hearing plain. I trow that our retainers some friend of his have slain." 1989, I see him on the table, he beckons with his hand. "Ye friends of mine and kinsfolk from the Burgundian land, cease fighting for a season, and let one hear and see what to the thane hath happened through them who follow me." 1990, and when the royal Gunther besought and gave command, they, in the stress of battle, halted with sword in hand. So great the power he wielded, not one durst strike a blow, whilst him of Bern he challenged, with readiness eno. 1991 said he, "Most noble Dietrich, what hath to you been done by any of my people? I'm willing, be it known, amends and satisfaction right readily to give. Were any man to wrong you, right deeply should I grieve. 1992 Then answered the Lord Dietrich, naught hath been done to me, but let me leave the palace with your safe conduct free, and get with my retainers from this fell strife away, for that I'll owe you service assuredly for I. 1993 Then unto him spake Wolfhot, why ask ye grace so soon? That daw, I trow, the fiddler hath not so closely done, but we can force it open enough to get away. Now hold thy peace, cried Dietrich, the devil thou dost play. 1994 Then spake the royal Gunther, that will I let you do? Out of this place depart ye, many be ye or few, but not a single foeman. Here stay they every one. They have ain't these huntsfolk so basely to me done. 1995 When Dietrich heard that saying, he took beneath his arm the noble queen, saw stricken with sorrow and alarm. Upon his other arm he took Etzel with him then. There also went with Dietrich 600 goodly men. 1996 Then up and spake the Margrave, the noble Rudiger, if any from the palace be yet allowed to fare, who still are fain to serve you, to us let it be known, for thus may peace enduring betwixt good friends be sown. 1997 Wehto made answer Giselher, of the Burgundian land, to you shall peace and pardon be granted at our hand, since you and your retainers were heir of faithful heart. You all shall, unmolested, hence with your friends depart. 1998 When Rudiger the Margrave departed from the hall, 500 men went with him belike in all, who came from Bechelaren, liegemen and friends as well, by whom unto King Gunther great mischief soon befell. 1999 Meanwhile, a Hunnish warrior, who saw how Etzel went by Dietrich's side, to profit thereby was all intent, but with his sword the minstrel fetched at him such a slice, that at the feet of Etzel his head lay in a trice. 2000 When that the country's ruler had got outside the place, he stopped and looked behind him towards where Volker was. Woe's me for this dread stranger. A cruel destiny it is that all my warriors must dead before him lie. 2001 And woe upon this feasting, the noble sovereign cried, for one, by name of Volker, is fighting there inside like to a savage boar, and yet a minstrel he? I thank my Lord and Saviour I'm from that devil free. 2002 Right evil sound his measures, his strokes are bloody red. Aye, and his tunes have smitten full many a hero dead. I know not what against us this minstrel doth attest, for never have I harboured so downright ill a guest. 2003 They'd let from out the palace as many as they chose, then from the folk within it, a fearful din arose. The guests for what had happened a dire revenge would have. I, Volker the undaunted, what helmets then he clave. 2004 Gunther, the noble ruler, turned at that noise around. Hear'st thou yon music, Hagen, which Volker there doth sound amid the hunfolk fiddling, who through the door would go? He hath a blood-red straker upon his fiddle bow. 2005 It grieves me beyond measure. Hagen in answer spake, that I before that warrior a seat in hall should take. I have been his companion, as he was likewise mine, and we shall I be faithful if hence we ever win. 2006 Now mark, great king, how Volker doth thee and thine uphold, right willingly he earneth thy silver and thy gold. Through steel of hottest temper, his fiddle bow will smite, he breaks from off the helmets their shining crests and bright. 2007 I never saw a fiddler so nobly hold his own as this same warrior Volker throughout the day hath done. On helmet and on buckler his music ringeth clear, a gallant host deserves he and raiment rich to wear. 2008 Of those of Hunnish kindred who had been in that hall, not one was left within it alive amongst them all. Now silenced was the uproar, for none there were to fight. Aside was laid the weapon of every gallant knight. Adventure Roman 34, how they cast forth the dead. 2009 Down sat the knights and nobles, by all their labours spent, before the hall together Volker and Hagen went. These warriors overweary leaned on their shields for rest, the while betwixt the couple passed many a ready jest. 2010 Then Giselher, the warrior from Burgundy, outspake, dear friends, ye must in no wise seek yet your rest to take, the dead folk must ye carry straight from the house away. There'll be another onset, that can I surely say. 2011 Beneath our feet 'tis needful they should no longer lie, and ere by storm the huntsmen undo us utterly, some wounds we yet will give them, and as I love to do, for firmly am I minded, said Giselher, thereto. 2012 Wells me for such a master, said Hagen thereunto. From none such redow were likely, save from a warrior true, as we from my young master this very day have had. I trow all ye Burgundians may therefore be right glad. 2013 Then followed they his counsel, and carried through the door dead warriors 7,000, and cast them there before. At foot of the hall stairway, they fell upon the ground, then rose a doleful wailing from all their kinsmen round. 2014, some few there were among them, whose wounds were not so bad, but that with gentler usage, they yet might life have had, who from that height down falling in death must needs lie low. For this their friends were wailing, and grievous was their woe. 2015 then spake the fiddler Volca, a goodly hero he. Now witness I the truth of what hath been told to me. Base cowards are these huntsmen, they wail like womankind. These sorely wounded bodies they ought to tend and bind. 2016 then deemed a certain Margrave he spake with purpose good. He saw one of his kinsmen who lay amid the blood, and clasped his arms about him and sought to drag him thence, then shot the ruthless minstrel and slew him with a lance. 2017, and when the others saw it, a panic seized the crowd, they all against the minstrel began to curse aloud. Then plucked he up a javelin, that tempered was and keen, which by some Hun or other aimed at himself had been. 2018 this, right across the fortress, he cast with might and main far o'er the crowd of people, and thereby Etzel's men he won to take their station more distant from the hall. The folk his mighty prowess now dreaded above all. 2019, yet still before the palace stood many 1,000 men. Sir Volca and Sir Hagen began to parley then, and unto the King Etzel all in their minds to tell, whence grievous ills thereafter those heroes bold befell. 2020, to give the people courage, quoth Hagen, 'tis but right that ever should the nobles be foremost in the fight, not otherwise my masters have here been seen to do. They hew right through the helmets, blood flows at every blow. 2021, so valiant was Etzel, he straightway gripped his shield. Now prithee be thou wary, said to him Dame Kriemhild, offer unto thy warriors gold overflowingly. If Hagen yonder reach thee, death will be nigh to thee. 2022, so bold a man the king was, he was not to be stayed. The like of such great princes can seldom now be said. Needs must they by his shield strap to draw him backward try. Again the savage Hagen spake to him scoffingly. 2023 it was a far-fetched kinship. The warrior Hagen cried, that Etzel and Sir Siegfried to one another tied. He was Kriemhilda's lover, ere she set eyes on thee, thou coward king. Why shouldst thou take counsel against me? 2024 to him so speaking hearkened the noble sovereign's wife. Thereon within Kriemhilda was evil humour rife, that he should dare upbraid her in face of Etzel's men. Against the guests began she therefore to plot again. 2025, who Hagen, Lord of Tringay, will do to death, she said, and hither at my bidding will bring to me his head. For him the shield of Etzel I'll fill with ruddy gold, and give him lands for guerdon, and goodly burgs to hold. 2026 now truly? Quoth the minstrel. I know not what they lack. I never yet saw heroes so sluggishly hang back when one hath heard them offered so noble a reward. From this time forth can Etzel ne'er hold them in regard. 2027, of those who vilely batten upon their prince's bread and now are fain to shun him in his most pressing need, of such here mock I many who would be reckoned brave, and stand like very cravens. Shame must they ever have. Adventure Roman 35, how Eyring was slain. 2028 thereon the Margrave Eyring, who came from Denmark, cried, I have in all my doings on honour long relied, and in the people's battles oft gained the mastery. Now bring to me my weapons, Hagen I will defy. 2029, gainst that will I take counsel. Hagen in answer cried, so bid these Hunnish warriors stand further yet aside. If 2 or 3 among ye should rush into this hall, back down the stairs disabled I'll send them, one and all. 2030, for that I'll not forego it, said Eyring, answering, I have ere this attempted as troublesome a thing. With sword in hand against thee, I'll hold my own alone. What boots thy haughty bearing that thou in words hast shown? 2031, then quickly in his armour Thane Eyring was white-clad, with Ernfried of Thuringia, a bold and gallant lad, and eke the stalwart Howard, with full 1,000 men. Whatever pot was Eyring's, that would they all maintain. 2032, the fiddler saw them coming, a very host they were, in arms along with Eyring, to set upon him there. On head, well fastened, while they right many a helmet good. Then waxed the gallant Volker wrathful enough in mood. 2033, now dost thou see, friend Hagen, how Eyring yonder goes, who swore that the in sod fight he singly would oppose? Doth falsehood fit a hero? Him I misprise therefore. He brings with him in armour 1,000 men or more. 2034, now call me not a liar, the liege of Howard said, I'm ready to accomplish what I have promised. For fear of no man living will I my word disown. How dread soe'er be Hagen, I'll stand to him alone. 2035 then Eyring begged his kinsmen and followers at their feet that they would let him singly in fight the warrior meet. Unwillingly they yielded, for well enough to them was known the haughty Hagen, from Burgundy who came. 2036 yet he so long besought them, that 'twas at last agreed. For when his people saw him so bent upon the deed, and that he strove for honour, they could but let him go. Thereon a grim encounter befell betwixt the two. 2037 Eyring, the Thane of Denmark, aloft his javelin bare, and held his shield before him, that noble knight and rare. Then up the steps to Hagen before the hall he ran. Amongst the thanes assembled a fearful din began. 2038 Then from their hands the lances they forward hurled with might, right through the strong-bound bucklers upon the harness bright, so that the broken spear shafts were whirled high in the air. Then clutched they at their broadswords that grim and gallant pair. 2039 The strength of doughty Hagen it was a mighty thing, yet Eyring's blows upon him made all the house to ring. From palace and from turret echoed their strokes again, yet not availed the warrior his will on him to gain. 2040 So Eyring turned from Hagen and left him scatheless yet. Against the fiddle player forthwith himself he set. Him, with his sturdy sword strokes he thought he might compel, but these the well-skilled chieftain knew how to parry well. 2041 Then smote the fiddler sorely, till all the bucklers side by Volka's hand the plating was scattered far and wide. So was he fain to leave him, a gruesome man was he. Then Eyring rushed on Gunther, the lord of Burgundy. 2042 And stout enough for combat was either of them made. Howe'er on one another Gunther and Eyring laid, neither could wound the other to draw a drop of blood. From that their armour saved them, so strong it was and good. 2043 Eke Gunther left he standing and on to Gernot ran, and smote till from his hauberk the sparks to fly began. And yet the sturdy Gernot, the knight of Burgundy, so dealt on gallant Eyring that he was like to die. 2044 Then from this prince he hurried, swift-footed was he too, and 4 of the Burgundians the hero quickly slew. All noble caught retainers from Worms on Rhine they were. Then wrath could ne'er be greater than that of Giselher. 2045 Now, by the laud, Sir Eyring, cried Giselher the lad, for these thou needs must pay me who lie before thee dead, by thee this moment slaughtered. Then ran on him straightway and smote the knight of Denmark, so that he needs must stay. 2046 Beneath his hands succumbing down fell he in the blood, and all were well persuaded that now the hero good ne'er more would wield a weapon in battle anywhere. Yet Eyring lay unwounded in front of Giselher. 2047 From blows upon the helmet and clashing of the sword his wits were sorely stricken and scattered all abroad, so that the gallant warrior of life took no more thought. This by his strength of body bold Giselher had wrought. 2048 When from his head the numbness at last began to go, which had erstwhile come on him from that all-whelming blow, thought he, I still am living, nor wounded anywhere. Now know I for the first time the strength of Giselher. 2049 On one side, and the other his enemies heard he. Were they his case aware of the worse for him 'twould be, and likewise had he noted that Giselher was by. He pondered how 'twas likely he might these foemen fly. 2050 How madly then upsprang he from out that bloody stew? Unto his ready fleetness his thanks were surely due. Out of the place forth rushed he, but there saw Hagen stand, and smote upon him swiftly with all his might of hand. 2051 Then to himself thought Hagen, death thee for this must have. Unless the devil help thee, thyself thou canst not save. Yet Eyring through the helmet a wound on Hagen made, this did the knight with Vosk, that was so good a blade. 2052 No sooner felt Sir Hagen the smarting of the wound than terribly his weapon he whirled and hand around. Forthwith must Howard's liegeman for safety flee again, and Hagen down the stairway to follow him was fain. 2053 Above his head bold Eyring his shield made haste to lean, and if that self-same stairway yet thrice its length had been, Hagen had ne'er allowed him to deal a single stroke. Ay me, the sparks so ruddy that from his helmet broke. 2054 Yet back unto his people Eyring in safety won. Then soon unto Kriemhilde the tidings were made known how he had wrought in battle on Hagen of Tringey, for which her thanks right haughty the queen began to say. 2055 Now God reward thee, Eyring, a hero good thou art. Much haste thou me encouraged and comforted my heart. Lo, now on Hagen's raiment all red with blood I look. With her own hand Kriemhilde his shield in kindness took. 2056 So much you need not thank him, quoth Hagen. If again with me he'd try his fortune, it would beseem the Thane. If ever thence returned he, a valiant man he'd be. The wound will serve you little that he hath given to me. 2057 That you have seen my hauberk by blood of mine made red, unto the death of many hath me embittered. Against that liege of Howard's I have the utmost wrath. albeit the warrior Iring hath done me little scathe. 2058. Meanwhile the man of Denmark into the wind had gone to cool him in his hauberk. His helmet off was done, and all the folk were saying his prowess was right good, whereby they made the Margrave exceeding bold of mood. 2059. Then presently spake Iring, My friends, now mark ye well that ye must arm me quickly. I'll try another spell, if that awe-bearing tyrant I yet may bring to book. His shield was hacked to pieces, a better one he took. 2060. Full speedily, the warrior was better armed than e'er, a javelin right sturdy with hate in hot he bare, wherewith once more with Hagen he purposed there to fight, with foe-like mien awaited for him that murderous wight. 2061. But brooked not the Thane Hagen to stay for his advance. He ran full speed towards him, with blows of sword and lance, until he reached the stair's foot. His wrath was fierce and dread, and all the strength of Iring stood him in little stead. 2062. They slashed right through the bucklers, till each of them began with ruddy fire to sparkle, and ere long Howard's man by the broadsword of Hagen was desperately smit through shield and armor. Never mote he get well of it. 2063. When that the chieftain Iring was of the wound aware, his shield unto his helmband he raised, to rest it there. He thought that with this damage he now had got his fill. The liegeman of King Gunther had more to give him still. 2064. Before his feet did Hagen a javelin espy, and with it straight at Iring, the Danish chief, let fly so well that from his forehead the shaft thereof stuck out. For him the warrior Hagen a cruel end had wrought. 2065. Iring must needs betake him the Danish folk unto, but ere they loosed the helmet from off the chief, they drew out from his head the lance shaft. Then death to him came nigh. His kinsfolk all were wailing, well might they, verily. 2066. Then came the queen towards him, and over him she leant, and for the stalwart Iring gave to her sorrow vent. She wept, his wounds beholding, and bitter was her grief. Then spake unto his kinsman that brave and gallant chief. 2067. I pray thee stint thy weeping, most noble lady mine, for what avails thy sorrow? I must my life resign, because of wounds and damage that have been dealt on me. No more will death allow me Etzel to serve in thee. 2068. Then unto the Thuringians and to the Danes he spake, The gifts that you were promised no hand of yours shall take from yonder royal lady, her ruddy gold so bright. Death's visage must ye look on, if ye with Hagen fight. 2069. All pallid was his colour, the seal of death he bore, the ever-valiant Iring, to them 'twas sorrow saw. For Howard's gallant liegeman there was no hope of life, and so the men of Denmark must forward go to strife. 2070. Earnfried as well as Howard sprang forth the hall before, with warriors 1,000. A horrible uproar on every side resounded, mighty and clamouring. And at the Burgundians what lances sharp they fling. 2071. And then the gallant Earnfried straight for the minstrel made, at whose right hand redoubted great injury he had. For lo, the noble fiddler the Landgrave saw did smite through firmly fastened helmet. He was a gruesome wight. 2072. And thereupon Sir Earnfried the valiant minstrel smote, till rents perforce were riven across his ring-wrought coat, and all his breastplate quivered with sparks of fiery red. Albeit fell the Landgrave before the fiddler dead. 2073. Anon were met together Howard and Hagen bold. I wot that whoso saw them a marvel might behold. From hand of either hero, the sword strokes followed free. Foredoomed to die was Howard by him of Burgundy. 2074. When Danesmen and Thuringians their leaders saw in death, then rose a frightful struggle the palace walls beneath, or ever they the gateway by might and main had won. Full many a shield and helmet were shattered and foughten. 2075. Give way? Then shouted Volca, and let them all come through. What they would fain accomplish they can in nowise do. In but a short time after they are bound to die within, and what the queen hath promised by dying they can win. 2076. Now when these haughty chieftains within the chamber went, of many a one amongst them, the head was lowly bent, for by their rapid sword blows to perish he was fain. Well fought the gallant Gernot, and Giselher the Thane. 2077. There got within the palace 1,000 men and four. One saw their flashing falchions as through the air they taw. Of all who came within it, soon every warrior fell. One might of the Burgundians full many a marvel tell. 2078. Thereafter was a silence, and all the uproar died, while, out of hole and crevice, blood flowed on every side and ran into the gutters from all the copses there. Thus had the men of Rhineland wrought by their prowess rare. 2079. Then sat they down to rest them, those men of Burgundy. Their weapons and their bucklers they presently laid by. Yet still the gallant fiddler before the palace stayed, in case that any other to fight with him essayed. 2080, the king lamented sorely, as likewise did his wife, and maids and matrons also awry were of life. I ween that death had taken an oath to do them ill, whence, by the guests to perish, were many warriors still. Adventure Roman 36, how the queen bade that the hall be set on fire. 2081, now do ye off your helmets? Quoth Hagen, the bold knight, for I and my companion will guard ye all aright. And should the men of Etzel a fresh attack essay, so will I won my masters with all the speed I may. 2082, the head was then uncovered of many a warrior good. They sat upon the fallen, who lay there steeped in blood, and had to death been smitten so lately by their hand. By many evil glances the noble guests were scanned. 2083, before the fall of evening the king his measures took, the queen thereto assenting, that with some better luck the Hunnish knights might venture. Full 20,000 men were seen before him standing, to battle must they then. 2084, thereon with furious onslaught the strangers were attacked, and Dankwart, Hagen's brother, a man right swift to act, sprang from his lauds, the foeman before the daw to rout. It seemed that he must perish, but safely gat he out. 2085, the deadly struggle lasted till stayed it was by night. As well became good heroes, the guests maintained the fight against the men of Etzel one whole long summer day. And what gallant warriors about them dying lay. 2086, 'twas at the summer solstice this slaughter great befell, whereby the dame Kriemhilder avenged her hot-take well upon her nearest kinsfolk and many another wight. From that time, royal Etzel knew nevermore delight. 2087, the day for them was ended in great anxiety. It seemed to them 'twere better a speedy death to die, than linger there, awaiting some dread, unheard-of pain. Therefore the haughty warriors to beg a truce were fain. 2088, the king, by word, besought they to come unto them there. These heroes, blood-bespattered and soiled with armor-wear, from out the palace followed the noble kings all three. They knew not to what hero to plead their misery. 2089, both Etzel and Kriemhilde came thither them before. The land was their possession, their host grew more and more. The king spake to the strangers, say, what will ye of me? A truce you would be granted. Such thing can hardly be 2090 after such insult grievous as ye on me have cast. Nor shall ye profit by it if life for me should last, my child, that ye have slain me, and many of my kin. Peace and atonement surely ye cannot hope to win. 2091 Weto made answer Gunther, by dire need we were led. My people all were lying before thy heroes dead within the hostel yonder. What pretext did I lend? To thee in good faith came I thought thou wert my friend. 2092 Then Giselha, the youngest of the Burgundian three, ye chiefs, cried he, of Etzel, who living yet may be, how have I wronged ye warriors? In what am I to blame? Unto this country riding in kindly mood I came. 2093 They answered, every city throughout the land with woe is filled through this thy kindness. Aye, glad were we, I trow, if thou hadst ne'er come hither from Worms beyond the Rhine. The country thou hast oftened with brothers twain of thine. 2094 Thereon, in wrathful humour, Gunther the warrior spake, if of this bitter hatred an ending ye would make with us, unhappy strangers, 'twere better for us both. 'Tis for no fault on our part what Etzel to us doth. 2095 Then to the guests the host said, your troubles and my own are nowise to be likened. The burden on me thrown of shame and loss together which I have had to bear, for this not one among you hence with his life shall fare. 2096 Thereon the stalwart Gernot made answer to the king, so then may God incline you to do a friendly thing. And you must slay us strangers, then let us come to you from here unto the open. Thus Anna bids you do. 2097 Whate'er to us may happen, be it done out of hand. So many whole men have ye who us will dare withstand, that none of us, strife-weary, alive they'll let away. For how long are we warriors in this distress to stay? 2098 The warriors of Etzel would have agreed thereto that they outside the palace be granted leave to go. But when Kriemhilde heard it, sorely aggrieved was she. Then for the outcast strangers no hope of peace could be. 2099 Nay, ye Hunnish warriors, the thing ye have in thought, in good faith I advise ye, see that ye do it not. These murder-wreaking fellows let not without the hall, else shall right deadly sorrows upon your kinsmen fall. 2100 Though not another living save Ute's sons there were, these same, my noble brothers, and they but to the air came out to cool their hauberks, your hope were all fall on. More valiant warriors never into this world were born. 2101 Then Giselha, the youngest, said, fairest sister mine, right ill I did to trust you, when from beyond the Rhine unto this land thou badst me into this direful strait. How have I from the huntsfolk deserved this cruel fate? 2102 To thee I e'er was faithful, I never did thee hurt. And on the understanding I hither rode to cot that thou, most noble sister, wert well disposed to me. Be merciful towards us, not elsewise can it be. 2103, I cannot show you mercy, unmerciful am I. For me hath Tronian Hagen wrought so much misery it may not be atoned for as long as I have life. Ye all must pay the forfeit. So answered Etzel's wife. 2104 Yet will ye Hagen only to me as hostage give, I will not say for certain I may not let you live, seeing ye are my brothers and of one mother bred. Then with these chiefs assembled I may of pardon rede. 2105, Now God in heaven forfend it? Gernot in answer said, Were there 1,000 of us, we sooner all were dead, though of thy kith and kindred, ere we gave up to thee a single man as hostage, nay, that can never be. 2106 Then are we doomed to perish. Made answer Giselher, Yet no one shall deprive us of any knightly gear. Here, as before, abide we, would any us assail, for ne'er to any comrade did I in fealty fail. 2107 Then spake the gallant Dankwart, by him 'twas meetly done. In sooth my brother Hagen standeth not yet alone. They who a truce deny us may yet have cause to rue. Of that will make you certain, take ye my word as true. 2108 The queen spake to her warriors. Ye men of courage high, go closer to the stairway, avenge mine injury. Then will I be your debtor, as I by all means should. I would requite on Hagen his overweening mood. 2109 Let no man leave the palace, I charge ye above all. I will, at the far corners, have fire set to the hall, so all the wrongs I've suffered right well avenged shall be. The warriors of Etzel were ready speedily. 2110 Those that without were standing they drave the hall within by smiting and by shooting, and fearful was the din. Yet never would the princes their faithful men forsake, their fealty to each other could neither of them break. 2111 Then Etzel's wife gave bidding to set alight the hall, and so with fire were touched those warriors' bodies all. Caught by the wind, the palace was presently aflame. I ween that people never to such dire anguish came. 2112 Oh, woe upon this horror! Cried many a one inside, for us it had been better had we in battle died. May God have pity on us, lost evermore are we? On us the queen her anger now wreaks infernally. 2113 Quoth one within the palace, Needs must we all lie dead. What profits us the greeting that from the king we had? The burning heat so sorely with thirst doth torture me. I trow that in this torment my life will quickly flee. 2114 Then Hagen spake, of Trinjay? Ye noble knights and good, woe by thirst is troubled may quench it here with blood. In heat like this 'tis better than wine of any kind, and at this time moreover, no better may ye find. 2115 So went one of the warriors to where a copse he found. He knelt to where the wound was, his helmet he unbound, and then he fell to drinking the oozing stream of blood. Unused as he was to it, he thought it passing good. 2116 Requite thee God, Sir Hagen, that man so weary spake, seeing that thou hast taught me so well my thirst to slake. A better wine right seldom hath been poured out for me. Live I for some while longer, I'll I be bound to thee. 2117 The rest being told about it, and how he found it good, then were there many others who also drank the blood. Thereby each one among them began to gain new life. In dear ones it was paid for by many a goodly wife. 2118 Within the hall about them, the sparks fell thick around. Upon their shields they caught them and turned them to the ground. The fire and smoke together distressed them terribly. I trow that heroes never felt greater misery. 2119 Then Tronian Hagen shouted, Stand closer to the wall. Let not the burning embers upon your helm bands fall, but in the blood more deeply trample them with your feet. This feast the queen hath made us is but a sorry treat. 2120 In such distressful doings the night to ending war, and still, the gallant minstrel kept watch the house before with Hagen his companion. Upon their shields they leant, from Etzel's folk awaiting some further detriment. 2121 Then spake the fiddle player. Now go we to the hall, so shall the Huns imagine that each of us and all have perished in this torture that hath on us been done. Yet shall they see us meet them, in battle, every one. 2122 Then Giselha, the youngest of the Burgundians, spake, A cool wind is arising, I trow the day will break. Now grant us, God of heaven, on better times to fall. For us my sister Kriemhild hath made ill festival. 2123 Then spake there yet another. The dawning I can see, and since for us not better is ever like to be, do on your armor, heroes, see to your safety all. King Etzel's wife, I doubt not, will quickly on us fall. 2124 The host might well imagine that all the guests were slain by dint of all their labors, or by the fiery pain. Yet still of them were living 600 gallant wights, than whom no king whatever had any better knights. 2125, they who the strangers guarded had failed not to espy that still the guests were living, in spite of injury and pains that had befallen the lords and liegemen too. Quite sound they saw them pacing the chamber to and fro. 2126, 'twas told unto Kriemhilde that they were safe and well. Whereto the queen made answer, it ne'er were possible that through the fiery torment any of them have stayed. I'd rather take for granted that all of them lie dead. 2127, the princes and their liegemen were fain enough to live, had anyone been willing mercy to them to give. None could they find of any within the Hunnish land, so to avenge their dying they sought with willing hand. 2128, towards the dawn of morning, they had, for greeting fair, a dire assault of battle. In straits the heroes were. Though thickly all amongst them stout javelins were thrown, the brave and noble warriors like true knights held their own. 2129, the zeal of Etzel's people was quickened by desire, that they from Queen Kriemhilde might earn the promised hire. Moreover, they were eager to do the king's command, and so no few among them found speedy death at hand. 2130, of promising and giving might wondrous tales be told. She bade her folk on bucklers to bring the ruddy gold, she gave to all who craved it, and would accept her fee. Aye, ne'er was great a guerdon spent for an enemy. 2131, a mighty fosse of warriors came in their panoply. To them cried gallant Volker, here waiting still are we. I ne'er saw knights more gladly go forth to face the foe than these who the king's bounty have taken for our woe. 2132, then many of them shouted, come nigh, ye heroes, pray, that we may have our ending, aye, come without delay. Here none there are remaining, but have been doomed to die. With shafts one saw their bucklers all bristling speedily. 2133, what have I more to tell you? A good 1,200 men made onset sore upon them, again and yet again. The strangers cooled their fury by wounding many a one. No truce could be between them. One saw the lifeblood run 2134 from wounds of deadly deepness, and many were there slain, and every man among them one heard for friends complain. The mighty king and noble lost all his bravest there, for whom their loving kinsfolk saw sorrow had to bear. Adventure Roman 37, how the Margrave Rudiger was slain 2135 the strangers, until morning, right gallantly had done. By then, Gotlinda's husband unto the cot had gone, and looking round on all sides, he saw such horrors there as moved to inward weeping true-hearted Rudiger. 2136, woes me, then said the warrior, that ere I saw the day, to think that none availeth this misery to stay, though peace would I make gladly. The king will ne'er agree, for ma and ma he dwelleth upon his injury. 2137, good Rudiger, inquiring straightway to Dietrich sent, if they might make between them, the noble king relent. But he of Bern made answer, who could avail thereto? King Etzel wills that no one should come betwixt the two. 2138 now, by a Hunnish warrior Sir Rudiger, was seen with eyes bedimmed with weeping, as they for long had been. Unto the queen then spake he, now look how standeth he, the man who hath with Etzel the most authority, 2139, and who hath at his service the people and the land. How many a castle is there in Rudiger's command, of which, through the king's bounty, so many he may own, yet he throughout this struggle no worthy stroke hath done. 2140, methinks he little recketh if things go well or ill, as long as he hath all things according to his will. 'Tis said that he is braver than other men mote be, but that, in all this trouble, hath been full hard to see. 2141, the warrior true-hearted, with downcast mood and grim, gave heed unto the speaker. The hero looked on him and thought, this shalt thou pay for, thou say'st I am afraid? Thou hast it caught thy story somewhat too loudly said. 2142, his fists to clench began he, and at him straight he ran, and smote to such good purpose upon that Hunnish man that lifeless on the instant him at his feet he laid. But thus King Etzel's troubles were all the greater made. 2143, away with thee, base scoundrel. Thereon said Rudiger, of trouble and of sorrow I have enough to bear. If I refrain from fighting, why tauntest me for that? In sooth I have good reason to bear the stranger's hate. 2144, and all that strength availed me I had against them wrought. Wet not that I the warriors myself have hither brought. 'Twas I, in sooth, who led them into my master's land. I cannot raise against them, therefore, my luckless hand. 2145, then answer to the Margrave, the great King Etzel made. O Rudiger most noble, how haste thou lent us aid. So many dead already we in the land must own, no more of them were needed. Much evil hast thou done. 2146, the noble knight made answer. The fellow made me wroth by casting up against me the wealth and honour both that by thy hands so freely have been bestowed on me. The liar got his guerdon a whit unluckily. 2147 Now came the queen unto them, who eke had plainly seen what, through the hero's anger, the Hun's reward had been. Beyond all bounds complained she, tears from her eyes she shed. To Rudiger thus spake she, How have we merited 2148, that you the king's misfortune and mine make all the more? At all times, noble Rudiger, you promised heretofore that you would in our service risk honour and eke life. I've heard the knights award you the meed in many a strife. 2149, the goodwill that you pledged me to you I will recall when me you urged on Etzel, O knight excelling all, to wit, that you would serve me till one of us was dead, and ne'er had I, poor woman, thereof such desperate need. 2150 In that thou speakst not falsely, I pledged thee, noble dame, that I for thee would venture my life and my fair fame. To lose my soul, however, that swear I not at all. I brought these high-born princes unto this festival. 2151 O Rudiger, she answered, thy steadfast loyalty and eke thine oath forget not, that thou mine injury wouldst cease not to avenge me, and all my trouble saw. Then said to her the Margrave, I ne'er have failed before. 2152 Then likewise mighty Etzel to supplicate began, and on their knees before him they too besought the man. Then seemed the noble Margrave sorely discomfited. The ever-faithful warrior right sorrowfully said 2153, Now God have pity on me, that I have lived for this. Henceforward all mine honour I must for aye dismiss. My truth and noble breeding that erst from God I got. Woe on me, God in heaven, that death hath saved me not. 2154 Whichever side I part from to take the other one, I shall have acted basely and grievous ill have done. But if from both I sever, on all sides blame I have. May he vouchsafe to guide me who life unto me gave. 2155 Yet still they urged him straitly, the king and eke his wife. Thence came it many a warrior, ere long must lose his life by Rudiger's achieving, till eke that hero fell. Now of his direful doing I must the story tell. 2156 He knew how this must evil and fearful sorrow bring, and liefer would he therefore denial to the king, and eke the queen, have given, full sorely feared he that if e'er a guest he slaughtered, the world would bear him hate. 2157 Unto the king then spake he, that man of spirit bold, Lord king, take back whatever from thee I have and hold, both land and burgs. With neither will I have aught to do, but on my feet departing, will into exile go. 2158 Then spake the royal Etzel, Who then will succour me? The land as well as castles all will I give to thee, if thou upon my foemen avenge me, Rudiger. Thou'lt be a mighty sovereign, of Etzel nigh the peer. 2159 But Rudiger made answer, How could I this essay? At home within my dwelling I bade them come and stay. Of drink and meat I offered to them in kindly wise, and gave them gifts. How can I now death for them devise? 2160 The folk belike are thinking that I am cowardly. My services in nothing to them did I deny, or to the noble princes, or any of their men, that we are knit in friendship repenteth me amain. 2161 I gave away my daughter to Gisela the Thane. In all the world she could not have looked for better gain in honour, or good breeding, in truth, or worldly gear. I ne'er saw a prince so youthful in virtuous mind his peer. 2162 But yet again spake Kriemhild, Right noble Rudiger, now let our grievous trouble for both your pity stir, for me and the king also, and bear ye well in mind that never host was fated such baleful guests to find. 2163 Then to the noble lady the Margrave answer made, Today, with life, must ransom by Rudiger be paid for what to me of kindness thou and my lord have shown, for that cause I must perish, and it must now be done. 2164 This very day, well know I, my castles and my land must, ownless, fall to you, through what ye now command. My wife and child commend I unto your gracious care, and eke the hapless people that at Bechlaren are. 2165 Now Rudiger, God bless thee. The king in answer said, He and the queen together exceeding glad were made. Right well unto thy people our care we both will give, though if good luck be with me, I trust thou yet mayst live. 2166 And so upon the venture body and soul he cast, whereon the wife of Etzel began to weep at last. Said he, What I have promised I must to you fulfill. Woe for my friends, whose foeman I am against my will. 2167 Then from the king one saw him depart in mournful mood, and to his warriors turning, who close beside him stood, he spake, To don your armour 'tis time, my liegemen all, on yonder brave Burgundians, alas, I needs must fall. 2168 They bade their folk then hasten to where their arms were found, haply it were a helmet, or else a buckler round. Whatever it was they wanted, their servants brought the same ere long the baleful tidings to the proud exiles came. 2169, so Rudiger in armor with men 500 went, besides a dozen warriors who help unto him lent. These would the meed of valor win in the stormy fray, they had but little warning that death so near them lay. 2170, then Rudiger in helmet one saw march on before. Keen-edged were all the weapons the Margrave's liegemen bore, and broad the shining bucklers upon their arms as well. 'Twas all seen by the fiddler, saw Ruth upon him fell. 2171, young Giselher beheld, too, the father of his bride with fast-bound helmet marching. That this could aught betide save what was good and friendly, how could he then forebode? The noble prince was therefore exceeding glad of mood. 2172, now such like friends be welcome, said Giselher the Thane, which we upon our journey have had the luck to gain. Of my betrothed lady will profit here right well. I'm glad upon my honor this plighting ere befell. 2173, I know not what doth cheer you, the minstrel answer made. When saw you ere for friendship so many knights arrayed, with fastened helmets marching, and bearing sword in hand? By us will Rudiger pay for his castles and his land. 2174 N. As the fiddle player of speaking made an end, one saw the noble Rudiger before the palace wend. His goodly shield he lowered and set before his feet. He could not offer service, his friends he might not greet. 2175 Then cried the noble Margrave to those within the hall. Be on your guard, I warn you, ye valiant Nibelungs all. Ye should have had my succor, now must ye ransom me. Once were we friends, now will I be from the troth pledge free. 2176 They shuddered at these tidings, those sorely troubled men. For them but little comfort there was therefrom to gain, since he would fight against them whom they had held so dear. From foes they had already had mickle ills to bear. 2177 Now grant it, God in heaven, the warrior Gunther said, that you will let your pity be moved to our aid, and that abounding honor which hope unto us gave. Much liefer would I trust you thus never to behave. 2178 I can in no wise help it, the brave man said thereto. In battle I must meet you, since so I swore to do. Now guard yourselves, bold heroes, as ye your lives hold dear. From me the wife of Etzel would no refusal hear. 2179 Too late dost thou forswear us, the great king answer made. Thou, Rudiger most noble, by God shalt be repaid for all the love and fealty that thou to us hast shown, if thou wilt in thy kindness still to the end go on. 2180 And will be I beholden, for all that thou didst give, myself and eke my kinsfolk, if thou'lt but let us live. Those precious gifts thou gavest, what time in good faith, here to Etzel's land thou ledst us, think of it, Rudiger. 2181 How gladly would I do it, said Rudiger the Thane, as willingly at this time as ever I was fain my gifts in full abundance upon you to bestow. No blame should I thereover e'er need to undergo. 2182 Then have thy way, said Gernot. O noble Rudiger, for never yet to strangers a welcome kindlier by any host was bidden than thou to us didst give, of that thou hast the profit if we should longer live. 2183 Would God, most noble Gernot, said Rudiger again, that you were back in Rhineland, and I myself were slain with some degree of honor, since I with you must fight. From friends have heroes never suffered such foul despite. 2184 Now God reward thee, Rudiger, spake Gernot in reply. For those rich gifts thou gavest, I grieve that thou shouldst die. If with thee there must perish a mind so virtuous too, here carry I the weapon thou gavest me, hero true. 2185 And never hath it failed me in all this struggle dread, and many a knight hath fallen, beneath its edges, dead. Strong is it and well-tempered, a good and handsome blade. I ween a gift so worthy by knight will ne'er be made. 2186 And should we not persuade thee to come unto our side, if friends of mine thou slayest who still within abide, with thine own sword I'll smite thee, and take away thy life. Thee, Rudiger, I pity, and eke thy noble wife. 2187 Now would to God, Sir Gernot, that thus it end might be, that all your will and purpose might be fulfilled on me, whereby your kinsmen longer might yet enjoy their life. Aye, gladly would I trust you with daughter and with wife. 2188 Then spake the young Burgundian, the child of Ute fair. Why do you thus, Sir Rudiger? All these who with me are to you are well disposed, and evil costs you take. Your daughter fair too early a widow you will make. 2189 If you and your retainers in strife contend with me, how grievously unfriendly will that appear to be? In that beyond all others my faith in you I laid, in such wise that your daughter my wife I would have made. 2190 Unto your pledge be faithful, O prince of noble race, said Rudaja. If haply God send you from this place, suffer not that the maiden for me atonement make, be pitiful towards her, for your own virtue's sake. 2191, that would I do right gladly. Young Giselher replied, but these my high-born kinsmen who still are here inside, if they at your hands perish, the friendship firmly knit with you, and eke your daughter by me must be acquit. 2192, then, God have mercy on us. The gallant warrior spake. Thereon they raised their bucklers, as though a way to make, by force, unto the strangers within Kriemhilda's hall. Then loudly from the stairway was Hagen heard to call 2193 now for a while yet tarry, most noble Rudaja. Such were the words of Hagen. We would again confer, myself and eke my masters, forced by necessity. How will it profit Etzel if we poor exiles die? 2194 I am in grievous trouble. Yet Hagen said, the shield that Lady Gottlinda gave me is mine to wield. The Huns for me have battered and hacked it out of hand. In friendliness, I brought it unto King Etzel's land. 2195, if so be God in heaven would grant me of his grace to hold as good a buckler once more before my face, as that which thou dost handle, right noble Rudaja, no longer in the combat need I a hauberk wear. 2196 right gladly would I serve thee as touching this my shield, durst I make thee the offer in spite of Dame Kriemhild. But do thou take it, Hagen, and bear it on thine hand. Ay, what if thou shouldst bring it to thy Burgundian land? 2197, when he to give the buckler so readily agreed, then were their eyes in plenty that with hot tears were red. Of gifts it was the latest that unto warrior ere by Rudaja was given, the laud of Betchela. 2198, how fierce soa was Hagen, however hard in mood, yet stirred that gift his pity, with which the warrior good, so nigh to his last moments, had freely him endowed, and with him fell to weeping full many a chieftain proud. 2199, now God in heaven reward thee, most noble Rudaja. The like of thee will never be met with anywhere, who unto exiled warriors so royally dost give. God grant that all thy virtue for evermore may live. 2200 woes me for this betiding, said Hagen yet again. We've had to bear already so great a load of pain. Must we with friends be striving? Now God our refuge be? Then made the Margrave answer, it grieves me bitterly. 2201 your gift I'll now requite you, most noble Rudaja. Howe'er these high-born warriors themselves towards you bear, to wit that here in battle you ne'er shall feel my hand, though all by you should perish of the Burgundian land. 2202, in courtly wise he bent him, the worthy Rudaja. On all sides they were weeping that such hot sorrows were by no one to be mended, a dread necessity. The father of all virtues in Rudaja would die. 2203 then, from the house-door speaking the minstrel Volka said, since my companion Hagen a truce with you is made, to you I also promise safe conduct from my hand, for well have you deserved it since came we to the land. 2204, you must, most noble Margrave, be messenger of mine. These ruddy golden armlets gave me the Margravine, that I should surely wear them here at the revelry. You must yourself behold them and witness bear for me. 2205, would God in heaven allow it. Then answered Rudaja, the Margravine should give you still more of such to wear. Unto my wife your message right gladly will I give, thereof be ye not doubtful, if I to see her live. 2206, and even whilst he promised, his buckler Rudaja raised, and in mood of madness no longer could forbear, but rushed upon the strangers, a very warrior now, and fast the mighty Margrave dealt round him many a blow. 2207 aloof together standing Volka and Hagen stayed, according to the promise the warriors twain had made. Yet Ma, as gallant, found he waiting beside the door, whence Rudaja the battle began with trouble saw. 2208 with murderous intention he was allowed therein by Gunther and by Gernot, who heroes should have been. But Giselher aside stood, so great his sorrows were. For life he hoped, and therefore avoided Rudaja. 2209, anon, the Margrave's liegemen rushed forth upon the foe. Like warriors true one saw them after their leader go. They bore their keen-edged weapons ready in hand to wield, and many a helm they shattered, and many a noble shield. 2210, many the swift strokes also the weary warriors spent on him of Bechelaren, that straight and surely went right through the bright mail armor, nigh to the very life. And glorious deeds of daring achieved they in that strife. 2211, when Rudaja's noble comrades within had made their way, Volker along with Hagen rushed swiftly to the fray. They gave to no one quota, save to that single man. The blood through helmets, shattered by hands of either, ran. 2212, how grimly in that chamber the clang of swords uprose, and many of the shield plates sprang off beneath their blows. The jewels hacked from off them fell on the bloody floor. In such grim humour fought they as might be never more. 2213, the Lord of Bechelaren went up and down the hall, as one who might in battle by strength accomplish all. By Rudiger's achievements that day it might be told, he was indeed a warrior, right praiseworthy, and bold. 2214, here also stood those warriors Gunther and Gernot too, who in the stress of battle full many a hero slew, and Giselha and Dankwart, the twain recked not for aught, and so full many a warrior unto his last day brought. 2215, well Rudiger bore witness that he was strong eno, and brave, with proven armour, what heroes laid he low. 'Twas seen by a Burgundian, wrath strove within him deep. On Rudiger the noble then death began to creep. 2216, stout Gernot 'twas, who loudly the hero challenged then. He cried unto the Margrave, Wilt thou of all my men not one unscathed leave me, most noble Rudiger? It moves me beyond measure, the sight I cannot bear. 2217, now lo, the gift you gave me to your own ruin tends, since you have taken from me so many of my friends. Now turn towards me hither, thou noble, gallant man. I'll make your gift avail me with all the skill I can. 2218, or ever that the Margrave had won his way to him, mail coats that erst were shining must needs be spoilt and dim. Then either at the other, thirsting for honour, ran, and each to guard his body from deadly wounds began. 2219 yet smote their swords so keenly, against them all was vain. And then was Gernot stricken by Rudiger, the Thane athwart his flint-like helmet, till downward flowed the blood. All in a trice repaid him that gallant knight and good. 2220 aloft the gift of Rudiger in hand he swung, and though his own wound, too, was deadly, he dealt on him a blow right through his stalwart buckler unto his helmet's slot. The fair Gotlinda's husband fell dead upon the spot. 2221, in sooth, a gift so precious was worse requited ne'er. The two fell slain together, Gernot and Rudiger, like fated in the combat, each by the other's stroke. When this great loss to Hagen was known, his wrath outbroke. 2222, thus spake the Tronian hero. In evil plight are we? In these two have we suffered so great an injury as ne'er can be aughted by peoples or by lands. Now hold we Rudiger's chieftains as bale in luckless hands. 2223, woe on me for my brother, who here in death doth lie. How cometh, every moment, some tale of misery, and I must mourn for ever the noble Rudiger. The loss to me is double, and grievous 'tis to bear. 2224, so Giselha, beholding his lady's father dead, and they who still were living a grievous reckoning paid, death fell upon them sorely seeking to take his own. Of them from Bechelaren there lived ere long not one. 2225 now Giselha and Gunther, and with them Hagen too, Dankwart and Volker also. All warriors good and true, came forward all together to where the twain were laid. Then was there by the heroes great lamentation made. 2226 death sorely us despoileth, spake the lad Giselha, but make an end of weeping, and get we to the air to cool our mail-clad bodies, wan as we are with strife. Here God, I ween, will grant us but scanty spell of life. 2227 some sitting, others leaning. One saw there many a thane. They once again were idle, and round about them, slain, lay Rudiger's companions. The uproar all was laid. So long the silence lasted that Etzel grew afraid. 2228, woe on me for such service? Then spake the royal wife, these folk are not so trusty that on our foeman's life shall vengeance due be taken by Rudiger's command. He means to take them safely back to Burgundian land. 2229, what boots it us, King Etzel, that we with him and his have shared whate'er he wanted? The chief hath done amiss, he who should wreak our vengeance doth wish a peace to gain. Thereunto answered Volker, the all-accomplished Thane 2230, not so, alas. The story, most noble queen, I rede, and dare I charge with falsehood a dame so nobly bred, the devilishly lying of Rudiger, I heard, for he and his companions from peace have sorely erred. 2231, that which the king commanded he did so zealously, that he and all his people dead in yon chamber lie. Now cast about, Kriemhilda, on errands whom to send, for Rudiger the hero hath served thee to the end. 2232, and wilt thou not believe me, see it thou shalt anon. And to her hot-felt sorrow so was it straightway done, they bore the mangled hero before the king and queen. The thanes of Etzel never so sad a sight had seen. 2233, when they beheld the Margrave thus borne before them dead, no penman could have written, nor elsewise could be said, how manifold the mourning of women and of men, who one and all bore witness unto their heartfelt pain. 2234, the sorrowing of Etzel so great was, that the noise was even as a lion's. the mighty king his voice so lifted in his anguish. Eke mourned his wife no less. Good Rudaja bewailed they with utmost bitterness. Adventure Roman 38, how laud Dietrich's warriors all were slain. 2235, so great a sound of mourning on every side was heard. From palace walls and turrets the echoes all were stirred. By one of Dietrich's liegemen of Bern 'twas heard as well. How swiftly then he started the direful news to tell. 2236, unto the prince then spake he, Hearken, my lord Dietrich, as long as I've been living, ne'er have I heard the like of such unearthly wailing as I have heard but now. Some harm unto King Etzel himself hath come, I trow. 2237, how else would all the people be in distress so dread? The king, all may be Kriemhild, must one of them be dead, slain by those daring strangers who bore them enmity, and many goodly warriors are wailing bitterly. 2238 then spake of Bern the hero. My trusty lieges dear, now be ye not too hasty. What hath befallen here was wrought by homeless warriors, by dire distresses driven, and let them use the freedom that I to them have given. 2239 then spake the gallant Wolfhart. I will myself be gone and ask about the matter, what 'tis that they have done. And then I will report it to you, my master dear, when yonder I discover what mean the cries we hear. 2240 thereon Lord Dietrich answered, when one has wrath to face, full oft, at ill-timed questions, 'tis found to be the case that warriors too swiftly are apt offence to take. In truth I will not, Wolfhart, that you the quest should make. 2241, thereon he summoned Helfrich right speedily to go, and from the men of Etzel he bade him get to know, or even from the strangers, what doings there had been, for ne'er such great lamenting of people was there seen. 2242, the envoy made inquiry. What hath there here been done? Then answered one among them, Now is forever gone all that we had of pleasure in this Hungarian land. Here Rudaja lies slaughtered by the Burgundians' hand. 2243, of those who entered with him not one came out again. Then verily to Helfrich ne'er could be great a pain. In sooth he ne'er had carried news so unwillingly. The messenger to Dietrich went weeping bitterly. 2244 What haste thou? Then said Dietrich, for us discovered? And wherefore, warrior Helfrich, thy tears so freely shed? Good cause have I for weeping, answered the noble thane. Good Rudiger is lying by the Burgundians slain. 2245 The knight of Bern made answer. God grant that may not be, that were a fearful vengeance and foul fiend's pleasantry, howe'er were such requital deserved by Rudiger. For well am I persuaded he held the strangers dear. 2246 Thereto made Wolfhart answer. If they this deed have done, it verily shall cost them the life of every one. To us 'twould be disgraceful if this we were to stand, for Rudiger has served us right often with his hand. 2247 But a Melung's chieftain bade them better informed to be. Meanwhile within his window, right mournfully sat he, and Hildebrand enjoined he unto the guests to go, that he whate'er had happened from them might surely know. 2248 That warrior bold in battle, the ancient Hildebrand, nor shield nor any weapon took with him in his hand. He to the guests was going in courtesy alone, but saw were the upbraidings made by his sister's son. 2249 For spake the fiery Wolfhart, Wilt thou so simply go? Then cert some misusage thou wilt not fail to know. So, full of grief and trouble, thou needs must homeward fare, but if thou takest thy weapons they each will have a care. 2250 Then did the ancient gird him an as the stripling bade, but lo, before he knew it, in fighting gear arrayed, were standing Dietrich's warriors, with drawn sword everyone. This thing the hero liked not, and gladly had foregone. 2251 He asked where they were going. Along with you will fare. Perchance Hagen of Tringay so much the less may dare with mocking speech to meet you, which well he knows to use. When that he heard, the warrior no longer could refuse. 2252 The gallant Volca saw them in armor fully dight, those knights of Bern come marching, all Dietrich's men of might. Their swords were girt upon them, they carried shield in hand. Unto his lords he told it of the Burgundian land. 2253 Then spake the fiddle player, Yonder I see them go, the followers of Dietrich, in semblance of a foe, with weapons and in helmets, us mean they to withstand. I trow for us poor exiles misfortune is at hand. 2254 And at the self-same moment came Hildebrand to him, and at his feet his buckler he set upon its rim. The followers of Gunther to question then he sought. Alas, what harm, good heroes, to you hath Rudiger wrought? 2255 Me hath my master Dietrich sent unto you to say, if any one among you hath by his hand this day laid low the noble Margrave, as we are told by some, an injury so grievous we ne'er could overcome. 2256 Then Hagen spake of Trinjay. No lie the tidings though fain I were to grant you, for love of Rudiger, that they had lied who told you, and he were still in life. He must be ever wept for by man and maid and wife. 2257 When all knew, of a surety, that Rudiger was dead, the warriors bewailed him, as love and fealty bade. From each of Dietrich's liegemen one saw the tears drops fall chin, and bid descending. Saw was the grief of all. 2258 Then Siege stab outspeaking, the Duke from Bern, said he, forever now is ended the hospitality that Rudiger I showed us after our days of pain. The comfort of the exile lies by you heroes slain. 2259 Then from among the Amelungs, the warrior Wulfwin said, were I this day before me to see my father dead, ne'er could I feel more sorrow than at this stricken life. Alas, who now will comfort the worthy Margrave's wife? 2260 Thereon, in mood of anger, the Thane Sir Wulfhat cried, who on so many a foray shall now the warriors guide, as heretofore the Margrave hath times right often done? Alas, most noble Rudiger, that thou from us art gone. 2261 There Helferich and Wulfbrand and Helmut also were, with all their friends, bewailing the death of Rudiger. And Hildebrand for sobbing could ask no more of aught. He spake, now do ye warriors, that which my lord hath sought, 2262 give Rudiger's dead body to us from out the hall, with whom, in very sorrow, our joys are ended all. And let us now requite him for all that he hath done for us, in faithful friendship, and many another one. 2263 We also here are strangers, like the Thane Rudiger, why do ye keep us waiting? Let us his body bear away, to him our service and after death to give, far rather had we done it, whilst he were yet alive. 2264 No service is so worthy. Then the King Gunther spake, as that for a dead comrade a friend doth undertake, and steadfast faith I call it, where the same I find. Ye pay him honour rightly, to you he hath been kind. 2265 How long must we be pleading? Wulfhat the warrior said, since our best consolation by you is stricken dead, and we, alas, no longer the good thereof may have, so let us take the chieftain and lay him in his grave. 2266 Thereto made answer Volker, he shall be given by none. Come to the hall and take him, here where the Thane, Fodone, with deadly wounds disfigured, lies in the bloody pool, that were to do your duty to Rudiger in full. 2267 Thereon bold Wulfhat answered, Sir Minstrel, God doth know no need have ye to taunt us, ye have done us harm eno. Durst I offend my master, you'd be the worse for this, but we must pass it over, since strife forbidden us is. 2268 Then spake the fiddle player, fear claims too much, I trow, when all that is forbidden a man must needs forego. By me that were not reckoned a right good hero's mood. The speech of his companion seemed unto Hagen good. 2269 That shall not serve your purpose. Wulfhat in answer spake, I'll so untune your fiddle that you a tale may take along with you, when homewards unto the Rhine you ride. I cannot brook with honour your overweening pride. 2270 Then spake the fiddle player, if thou a fiddle string of mine untuneful makest, thy helmet's glittering must speedily be lessened and clouded by my hand, howe'er betide my riding to the Burgundian land. 2271 He would have sprung upon him, if he had not been stayed by Hildebrand his uncle, who hands upon him laid. In this thy senseless anger thou wouldst, I trow, go mad, and so my master's favour mightst never more have had. 2272 Let go the lion, master. Fierce though he be of mood, comes he into my clutches, said Volker, warrior good. And though a world of people he with his hands hath slain, I'll kill him, that the story he ne'er may tell again. 2273 By this was sorely quickened the Berna's angry mood, and Wulfhat clutched his buckler, a ready knight and good, and a savage lion in front of them he rushed, whilst following close behind him his friends the onset pushed. 2274 Yet though he sprang so swiftly, to reach the palace wall, he could not on the stairway old Hildebrand forestall, who would not that another first in the fight should be. Their guerdon from the strangers they both got presently. 2275 Then quickly upon Hagen sprang Master Hildebrand. The clashing of the sword blades was heard on either hand, their wrath was sorely kindled, as presently was plain. A fiery stream was scattered from off their weapons twain. 2276 Yet quickly were they sundered under the stress of fight. The men of Bern so caused it, prevailing in their might. Whereon away from Hagen betook him Hildebrand, and needs must gallant Volker stout Wulfhat's onset stand. 2277 He smote the fiddle player upon his helmet good, so bravely that the sword edge unto the side bands hewed, The fiddler bold repaid him with all his might and main, and laid his blows on Wolfhot, until he reeled again. 2278 They struck from the mail armor of fiery sparks Eno. Their hate for one another was felt in every blow. Then came the warrior Wolfwin of Burn the twain between, had he not been a hero that never could have been. 2279 The warrior Gunther also gave with unstinting hand a welcome to the heroes far famed of a Nibelung land. And Giselher the laudly made helms that shone before, on head of many a warrior, ruddy and wet with gaw. 2280 And Dankwart, Hagen's brother, a fearsome man was he, whatever he already on Etzel's chivalry in battle had accomplished, and as the wind was not. The son of the bold Aldrian now like a madman fought. 2281 Richard and Gerbot likewise, Helfrich and eke Witchot, who oftentimes in battle right well had played their part, now plainly showed their prowess to Gunther's fighting men. Wolfbrand in combat proudly was seen to bear him then. 2282 And like a madman raging fought ancient Hildebrand. Full many a doughty warrior then fell by Wolfhot's hand, death-stricken by his sword blows, into the pool of blood. Thus Rudiger avenged they, these gallant knights and good. 2283 Then fought the noble Siegstab, as of his might was due. Ha! And upon his foemen, what goodly helmets too were shivered in the battle by Dietrich's sister's son. He could not in the struggle a better work have done. 2284 There on the sturdy Volca, as soon as he beheld how from the tough mail armor the blood in streamlets welled at gallant Siegstab's sod strokes, the hero's wrath arose. Forward he sprang to meet him. And so his life to lose. 2285 Upon the spot had Siegstab through that same fiddle man, who forthwith of his cunning to give such proof, began that by his mighty weapon quick death must needs ensue. Old Hildebrand avenged him, as of his strength was due. 2286 Woe for my lord beloved, cried Master Hildebrand, who here in death is lying stricken by Volca's hand. Henceforth this fiddle player shall save himself no more. Bold Hildebrand was wrathful as ne'er he was before. 2287 Then smote he so at Volca, that far to either wall the bands and clasps in pieces were strewn about the hall, from helm and eke from buckler of that same minstrel bold, and so of sturdy Volca the ending there was told. 2288 The liegemen then of Dietrich came thronging to the rout. They smote till from the hauberks the links flew far about, and splinted weapons saw one as high in air they flew. Hot flowing blood in streamlets from out the helms they drew. 2289 When Hagen, Lord of Trinjay, saw Volca lying slain, more grievous was his sorrow than all the other pain that in this high foregathering he had for man or kin. What vengeance for the hero did Hagen then begin? 2290 It shall not long advantage the old man Hildebrand that yonder lies my helpmate slain by the hero's hand, the veriest good comrade that ever yet I had. He raised his shield, and forward he rushed with hewing blade. 2291 Meanwhile, the stalwart Helfrich had stricken Dankwart low. To Giselher and Gunther grievous it was Eno, when in the stress of battle they saw him fall beneath. With his own hands already he had avenged his death. 2292 Now all this while did Wolfhot stride up and down again, and with his sword unresting, he hewed at Gunther's men. A third time he the journey had made along the hall, and many were the warriors doomed by his hand to fall. 2293 Then Giselher the laudly to Wolfhot loudly spake. Woe, that so fierce a foeman 'twas ere my luck to make. O noble knight and gallant, now turn thyself to me, I'll do my best to end it, it may no longer be. 2294 To Giselher, in fighting, then Wolfhot turned him round, and each upon the other made many a gaping wound. With such a mighty onset against the king he dashed, the blood beneath his footsteps above his head was splashed. 2295 With swift and deadly sword strokes the son of Ute fair gave greeting unto Wolfhot, the gallant hero there. How strong the thane soever, he was not to be saved, so young a king could never more boldly have behaved. 2296 He struck a blow at Wolfhot, cleaving the hauberk good, and over him and downwards gushed from the wound the blood unto the death he wounded that man of Dietrich's own. None but a very warrior to do the like had known. 2297 As soon as gallant Wolfhot was of the wound aware, he let his shield slip downwards, but higher in the air a weapon strong he wielded. It was a keen one too, wherewith through helm and hauberk the hero Giselher slew. 2298 So had they one another to cruel death fought on, and then of Dietrich's lieges there lived but one alone. When Hildebrand the ancient beheld how Wolfhot fell, I trow, until his ending, such grief he ne'er could tell. 2299 The men-at-arms of Gunther were dead now every one, as likewise those of Dietrich. And Hildebrand had gone unto the place where Wolfhart was lying in the blood. Within his arms he folded that warrior brave and good. 2300 fain would he from the chamber have borne him bodily, but he was all too weighty, he e'en must let him lie. The dying man uplifted his eyes amid the blood, and saw well that his kinsman would help him if he could. 2301 My well-beloved uncle, the dying one then said, at this time it avails not to give me any aid. Now wear you well of Hagen? I take my words for good, for in his heart he nurses an ever-cruel mood. 2302 If after death my kinsfolk for me should mourning be, unto my next and dearest I bid you say for me that they for me must weep not. Need for it is there none. Here lie I slain in honour, by kingly hands foughten. 2303 So throughly here, moreover, have I avenged my life, that cause indeed for wailing hath many a good knight's wife. If any one should ask you so may you answer plain, a good 50 a lying whom I myself have slain. 2304 Meanwhile had Hagen likewise upon the minstrel thought, whom Hildebrand the valiant unto his end had brought. Then spake he to the warrior, my loss thou shalt requite, for here thou hast bereft us of many a goodly knight. 2305 He struck a blow at Hildebrand, such that one might have told the hissing sound of bombing, the sod that Hagen bold from Siegfried's self had taken when he that hero slew. The blow the old man parried, aye, he was valiant too. 2306 The warrior of Dietrich against the Tronian knight his weapon broad uplifted, that keenly too could smite. To wound the man of Gunther yet might he not prevail. Then once again smote Hagen through well-wrought coat of mail. 2307 Now, when the old Sir Hildebrand was of the wound aware, more evil yet he dreaded from Hagen's hand to bear. His shield the man of Dietrich threw back behind his head, and, desperately wounded, the chief from Hagen fled. 2308 Of all the knightly warriors remained there, but a pair, save Gunther's self and Hagen none others living were. Old Hildebrand, all bleeding in flight, had safety sought, and when he came to Dietrich a woeful tale he brought. 2309 He saw his master sitting with visage woebegone. The prince was yet more sorry when he his tale had done. Upon the bloody hauberk of Hildebrand looked he, and sought of him his tidings in all anxiety. 2310 Now tell me, Master Hildebrand, why are ye in this state, and reeking with your life-blood? Ah, who hath done you that? I ween that in the palace you with the guests have fought, so strictly I forbade it that ye in no wise ought. 2311 Unto his laud he answered, 'Twas Hagen did it all. He set on me and gave me this wound within the hall, and, as I from the warrior to turn myself began, and hither from that devil bailey with life I ran. 2312 Then he of Bern made answer, Ye are but served aright, seeing that ye had heard me swear friendship with the knight, and then ye break the peace pledge granted to him by me. Would it not ever shame me your life should forfeit be? 2313 Now be ye not so wrathful, my good lord Dietrich, pray. On me, and on my kinsfolk, the loss too hard doth weigh. We purposed from the palace to carry Rudiger, to grant it all unwilling King Gunther's liegemen were. 2314 Now woe upon such tidings. Is Rudiger then dead? This is the greatest sorrow that e'er I suffered. The noble Gotlinder is child of aunt of mine. I, woe for the poor orphans who at Bechlaren pine. 2315 His death weighed sorely on him, with ruth and sorrow great. He fell to bitter weeping. Sad was the hero's strait. Woe for my trusty helpmate who now is lost to me. I, of King Etzel's liegemen the like I ne'er shall see. 2316 Now must ye, Master Hildebrand, tell me the story true. Which of the warriors was it who him so foully slew? That did the stalwart Gernot by strength of arm, he said. By Rudiger's hand the hero is also lying dead. 2317 To Hildebrand then spake he, Now let my liegemen know that they must straightway arm them, for thither will I go, and bid them bring me hither my shirt of shining mail. From the Burgundian heroes myself I'll have the tale. 2318 Then Hildebrand made answer, Who shall now go with thee? None others haste thou living, but what thou here dost see. I am thine only liegeman, the others all are dead. He shuddered at these tidings, in sooth there was good need. 2319 For never such great sorrow he in this world had known. He spake, And if my liegemen are truly dead and gone, then am I God-forsaken, I, Dietrich, wretched wight, Iruheil a noble sovereign and full of power and might. 2320 How could such thing have happened? Spake Dietrich once again, These far-renowned heroes, that all of them are slain by men with fighting weary in saw necessity, but for mine evil fortune, death still afar would be. 2321 Seeing my doom avails not to ward from me this ill, now tell me, of the guest folk are any living still. Then Master Hildebrand answered, God knoweth, Only twain, Hagen to wit, and Gunther the noble king, remain. 23:22 Dear Wolfheart, woe betide me, if thou from me art torn, too quickly may I rue me that ever I was born, and siege stab and wolfwin, and none the less Wolfbrand. Who now shall help my journey back to the Amelung's land? 23:23 Helfrich the ever gallant, and have they laid him low? And Jerrybot and Witshot, how weep for them Eno. Of all my joy and pleasure the ending is this day, fain would I die for sorrow. Alas that no man may. Adventure Roman 39 How Gunther and Hagen and Kriemhilde were slain. 23:24 Then, for himself, Lord Dietrich sought out a suit to wear, and Master Hildebrand helped him to don his fighting gear. So was the lamenting made by the stalwart man, that all the house to echo with his loud voice began. 23:25 But quickly he recovered a fitting hero's mood, and grimly was his armor donned by that warrior good. A shield compact right firmly he carried in his hand. Then straightway forth he sallied with Master Hildebrand. 23:26 Spake Hagen, Lord of Tringay, I see there, drawing nigh, the noble warrior Dietrich, for that great injury that here hath him befallen, he will upon us set. This day 'twill be discovered who doth the honours get. 23:27 I, to himself Lord Dietrich of Bern doth think that ne'er his like, so strong of body and terrible there were, and should he for our doings a reckoning demand, so Hagen spake. Against him I dare right well to stand. 23:28 They heard the words of Hagen, Dietrich, and Hildebrand. He came to where the warriors had taken both their stand without the house, together, leaning against the hall. His goodly shield had Dietrich upon its rim let fall. 23:29 Then Dietrich spake in answer, grievously sorrowing, Why hast thou done in this wise, O Gunther, mighty king, to me who am a stranger? To thee what had I done? All comfort that was left me is now for ever gone. 23:30 With that great deed of vengeance you were not yet content when Rudiger the hero to bloody death you sent. Now have ye taken from me my liegemen everyone. Ah, never to your heroes would I such scathe have done. 23:31 Now of yourselves be mindful, and of your own distress, the death of friends and kinsfolk, your toil and weariness. Doth it not weigh upon you, good warriors, heavily? Alas, the death of Rudiger is bitterness to me. 23:32 In this world never happened such woe to anyone. Ye took but ill account of my sorrow and your own. By you of all its pleasures my life henceforth is shorn. In truth I cannot ever my kinsfolk cease to mourn. 23:33 In sooth? Then answered Hagen, So guilty are we not. For verily your heroes came marching to this spot well armed, for some set purpose in such large company. To you methinks the story was not told truthfully. 23:34 What else should I believe then? 'Twas said by Hildebrand that when my knights besought you, the men of Amelung land, that you would give them Rudiger from out the palace hall, not else but gibes you offered to these bold heroes all. 23:35 Then spake the king of Rhineland. They did their wish avow hence Rudiger to carry. That would I not allow, to do despite to Etzel, and not to cross your men, till Wolfhot words unhandsome began to utter then. 23:36 Then answered him the hero of Bern, So let it be. Yet Gunther, noble sovereign, now of thy courtesy repay me for the sorrow that of thy doing came, and make, bold knight, atonement, that I confirm the same. 23:37 Give up thyself as hostage, thou and thy liegemen there. Then I myself will guard ye with all my greatest care, lest any of the Hunfolk should do ye aught of ill. In me thou shalt find nothing save faith and all goodwill. 23:38 But Hagen spake in answer, Now God in heaven forfend that any pair of warriors themselves to thee should bend, who armed as yet so stoutly here stand before thine eyes, and still are all unfettered to face their enemies. 23:39 Beware, Gunther and Hagen. Then Dietrich answer made, How ye refuse my offer? Ye twain on me have laid so sore a load of sorrow, on heart and spirit too. If ye amends will make me, that may ye cheaply do. 23:40 I give you my true promise, and pledge it with my hand, that I myself will with you ride home unto your land. I'll guide you in all honour, or will myself be slain, and will, the while I serve you, forget my bitter pain. 23:41 Now think thereon no longer. Hagen in answer bade, 'Twere not a fitting story about us to be said, that two such doughty warriors had bowed to your demand. One sees beside you standing no one save Hildebrand. 23:42 Then upspake Master Hildebrand, Sir Hagen, God doth know, seeing that one hath offered to make a peace with you. The hour is nigh when fitly the offer you might take. The peace my lord proposes 'twere well for you to make. 23:43 I'd sooner make atonement, in answer Hagen said, Ere in such coward fashion from any place I fled as thou hast done but lately, good master Hildebrand? Methought against a foeman thou couldst more boldly stand. 2344 Old Hildebrand made answer. Why taunt'st thou me therefore? Who sat upon his buckler the Vaskrock before, while friends of his so many the Spanish wall the slew? About thyself in plenty are things that one might show. 2345 Then spake the noble Dietrich, it fits not heroes good to rail at one another as any old wives would. You, Hildebrand, forbid I to wrangle any more, on me, a homeless warrior, a weighing troubles saw. 2346 Come let us hear, Sir Hagen. To him spake Dietrich then. What was it you were saying, ye ready warriors twain, when first ye saw me coming to you in armour dight? Ye vowed that ye against me would singly stand and fight. 2347 That no man will deny you. Thane Hagen made reply, and with some sturdy sword strokes, here fain am I to try, unless the blade of Nibelung within my hand should break. Wroth am I that you purpose us two in pledge to take. 2348 When Dietrich thus had hearkened to savage Hagen's mood, quickly his shield uplifted that gallant Thane and good. How swiftly Hagen toward him down from the stairway sprang. The goodly sword of Nibelung loudly on Dietrich rang. 2349 Then well the noble Dietrich knew that the valiant man right ruthless was in humour. The Lord of Bern began against this deadly onset to guard himself aright. To him well known was Hagen, that all-accomplished knight. 2350 Dread, too, had he of Barmung, a potent sword eno. From time to time yet Dietrich gave back a wily blow, until at last, in fighting, Hagen armasted he. A single wound he dealt him. 'Twas deep and long to see. 2351 Bethought him then Lord Dietrich, thou art weakened by the strife, I should have little honour were I to take thy life. Sooner will I make trial, if I may thee compel to be to me a hostage. With trouble this befell. 2352 He let his shield fall downwards. Great was his strength of limb, and Tronian Hagen clasped he close in his arms to him. And thus was captive taken by him that gallant man, whereat the noble Gunther sorely to grieve began. 2353 Then Dietrich led forth Hagen, fast bound, to where her stand the noble queen had taken, and gave into her hand the boldest of all warriors that ever weapon bare. Then had she joy and plenty for all her bitter care. 2354 For thanks the wife of Etzel unto the Thane bent low. In heart and eke in body for ever blessed be thou. Now haste thou well repaid me for my unhappy lot. For this I'll ever serve thee if death prevent me not. 2355 Then answered the Lord Dietrich, his life thou e'en must spare, O noble queen. Then haply thou mayst become aware how well he will atone for all he hath done to thee. He must no whit be worsened, that him in bonds ye see. 2356 She bade them carry Hagen to durance vile away, and there imprisoned straitly unseen of men he lay. Gunther the noble sovereign aloud began to cry, where went that chief of Bern? He hath done me injury. 2357 Then presently to meet him the noble Dietrich came. Great was the might of Gunther, and well 'twas known to fame. Nor did he tarry longer, before the hall he ran. From their two weapons meeting a dreadful din began. 2358 Albeit that Lord Dietrich great fame long time had, so saw was Gunther's anger he raved like one gone mad. For deadly foe he held him, so bitter was his pain. 'Tis reckoned still a marvel that Dietrich was not slain. 2359 So strong and full of valour was either of the twain, the palace walls and turrets rang with their blows again, while on the goodly helmets with swords they hacked and hewed. Then, verily, King Gunther a royal courage showed. 2360 Yet he of Bern came him, as likewise he had done to Hagen. Through the hauberk the hero's blood to run was seen, from that sharp weapon wherewith Sir Dietrich clove. Yet, weary as was Gunther, he valiantly strove. 2361 Bound was the noble chieftain by Dietrich's hand alone, although a king should never such bonds have undergone. He thought if he should leave them, the king and vassal, free, that all on whom they lighted by them fought on must be. 2362 Dietrich of Bern then took him a captive, closely bound, and by the hand he led him where he Kriemhilde found. At sight of his affliction her sorrows greatly waned. She spake, Be welcome, Gunther of the Burgundian land. 2363 He spake, I needs must thank thee, most noble sister mine, though I would fain a greeting more gracious have than thine. O queen, well do I know thee, how wrathful is thy mood, and that for me and Hagen thou hast no greeting good. 2364 Of Bern then spake the hero, Never, most noble queen, knights of such fair demeanour, your hostages have been as these, most gracious lady, whom now to you I give, see that ye let the strangers for my sake safely live. 2365 She vowed to do it gladly, so the laud Dietrich came, his eyes with tears offlowing, from those two chiefs of fame. Soon vengeance sore upon them was wreaked by Etzel's wife. Of both these chosen warriors she took away the life. 2366 Her evil mood obeying, a pot she made them lie, that neither on the other from that time forth set I, until in front of Hagen her brother's head she laid. On both of them Kriemhilda her vengeance well repaid. 2367 For first the queen betook her where she might Hagen see, and spake unto the warrior, how full of enmity, what thou from me hast taken if thou again wilt give, then home thou yet mayst journey to Burgundy alive. 2368 But Hagen grim made answer, you throw your words away, most noble queen, for truly I've sworn, and now I say the treasure I will show not, so long as either one be living of my masters, I'll yield it up to none. 2369 Then will I end the matter? So spake the noble wife, and forthwith bade her liegemen to take her brother's life. They struck his head from off him, which by the hair she bore before the Tronian hero, then was his grief full sore. 2370 For when, with sorrow stricken, he saw his master's head, thereon unto Kriemhilda the warrior spake, and said, An, as thou saidst, the matter thou hast to ending brought, and likewise all hath happened as I beforehand thought. 2371 And now the noble sovereign of Burgundy is not, nor Gisela the stripling, and eke the Lord Gernot, none knoweth of the treasure save God and me alone, and unto thee, she-devil, it never shall be known. 2372 Said she, An evil guerdon dost thou to me award, yet in mine own possession I will have Siegfried's sword, which my beloved husband, when last I saw him, bare that day when, by your doing, began my heartfelt care. 2373 She drew it from the scabbard, he could not hinder her, and of his life bethought her to rid that warrior. With both her hands she swung it, and smote his head right off. King Etzel saw her do it, his grief was sore enough. 2374 The prince cried, Woe betide me, lo, now, how here is slain, and by a woman's doing, the very noblest thane that ever came to battle, or ever buckle baw, albeit I was his foeman I could not sorrow more. 2375 Old Hildebrand cried, Truly she shall no gainer be that she hath dared to slay him. Whate'er befalleth me, although myself, but lately to diest straits he brought, for this brave Tronian's murder, I'll yet have vengeance wrought. 2376 Then Hildebrand right wrathful upon Kriemhilda leapt, and at the queen with broadsword a heavy stroke he swept. Ay, Hildebrand she dreaded with sore anxiety, but what could it avail her to shriek thus horribly? 2377 The bodies of the slaughtered were lying all around, and there the noble lady lay mangled on the ground. Dietrich along with Etzel fell bitterly to weep. For kinsmen, and for lieges they mourned in sorrow deep. 2378 Their mickle pride and honor in death dishonoured lay. The people all were stricken with pity and dismay. In sorrowing was ended the king's high festival, as loving ever endeth in sorrow after all. 2379 I cannot tell you plainly what later may have been, save that in bitter weeping were knights and ladies seen, and noble liegemen also, for friends beloved laid low. The story now is ended. This is the Nibelung's woe. Adventure Roman 4 How Siegfried fought the Saxons 139, and now, behold, strange tidings have come to Gunther's land, and heralds from a distance arrive at the command of warriors unheard of, and yet who hatred baw. And when the three kings heard it their grief, in sooth, was saw. 140 These warriors' names I'll tell you. The first was Ludger hight, out of the Saxon country, a rich king of great might. And Ludegast came with him, who was of Denmark king. These twain brought many with them, a princely following. 141 To Gunther's land the heralds their ready steps had bent, whom those kings, his opponents, had with their message sent. The unknown men were questioned as to the news they brought, and, summoned by King Gunther, the royal presence sought. 142 The king did greet them fairly. Be welcome here, quoth he, though who hath sent you hither is yet unknown to me. That must I hear now of you, declared the monarch good. Exceedingly they feared King Gunther's angry mood. 143 If thou, O king, allowest, the message will reveal which we are sent to bring thee, and nothing will conceal. We'll name to you the masters who have sent us to this strand, Ludgast and Ludger, namely, who would invade your land. 144 Ye have incurred their anger. Nor shun we here to state that both our masters harbour for you the greatest hate. They mean to come with armies to Worms upon the Rhine, and many warriors aid them. So warn we thee and thine. 145 Within 12 weeks their journey must here accomplished be. If you've good friends to help you, you'll seek them speedily to guard your land and castles, and fight in battlefield. By them will here be cloven full many a helm and shield. 146 If you will treat with them, so make your offer. Then they will not bring upon you their hosts of armed men, all bitter foes unto you, to work you grievous woe, destroying your fair knighthood with many a deadly blow. 147 Now tarry here a little, replied the monarch good, until I have bethought me. Then shall ye learn my mood. If I have faithful subjects, I must not hide this thing. This grievous errand must I unto my lieges bring. 148 Rich as he was, to Gunther it was a trouble sore. Within his heart the matter he pondered awe. He sent in quest of Hagen and others of his men, and bade them from the palace to fetch King Gernot then. 149 His worthiest came unto him, all that were found to hand. He spake, The foeman cometh here into this our land, bringing a mighty army, to work you all much woe. To which the bold knight Gernot made answer, Nay, not so. 150 Our good swords shall defend us. Undaunted Gernot said, None but the doomed die, ever, and they're as good as dead. For fear of death I'll never forget mine on a dear. Let the foe come and welcome, they'll find us ready here. 151 Then Hagen spake of Trinjay, The thing doth bode no good. Ludgast and Ludja both are too arrogant of mood. The time's too short to gather, and furnish all our men. Ye must advise with Siegfried. Thus spake the bold Hagen. 152 They bade men take the heralds and lodge them in the town. However hostile to them, for sake of his renown Gunther would have them cared for, as was their due and right, until he knew what friends would stand by him in the fight. 153 Yet the king's heart was heavy and sad with anxious care. But one beheld him mourning, a gallant knight and fair, who knew not of the sorrow that had befallen the king. Therefore besought he Gunther to declare to him this thing. 154 To me it is a marvel, quoth Siegfried, for 'twas he, how all your merry custom hath changed utterly, which was the rule among us, and hath so long held sway. To which in answer Gunther, the comely knight, did say, 155 Not unto every comer would I the grief declare, which close within my bosom in secret I must bear. One keeps one's deepest sorrow for steadfast friends, he said. At this did Siegfried's colour change quick, twixt white and red. 156 I never have denied you, he spake unto the king, and shall not in this trouble my strong arm succour bring? If you for friends are seeking, lo, am I not your friend? I trust to be so ever, with honour till mine end. 157 Now God reward you, Siegfried, for what you now have said. And though your strength should never be needed in mine aid, yet doth this news rejoice me that you my friend will be, and you shall ne'er regret it, if life be granted me. 158 And you shall hear the reason wherefore I now am sad. From enemies, by heralds, this message I have had, that they will, with their armies, assail us at our door, the like no warriors ever did in these lands before. 159 Let not your heart be troubled, quoth Siegfried thereunto, and calm your anxious spirit, and as I pray you do, leave it to me to win you honour and vantage both, and bid your thanes come hither to aid you, nothing loth. 160 Although your mighty foemen should have at their command full 30,000 swordsmen, yet would I them withstand, though I had but 1,000, so leave this all to me. For this, said Gunther, ever your debtor I shall be. 161 So let 1,000 warriors at my disposal be, since I have mine own following. Have only here with me a dozen knights, all reckoned. Thus will I guard your land, and faithfully at all times shall serve you Siegfried's hand. 162 In this must Hagen help us, his nephew Otwine too, Dankwart and Sindold also, all knights beloved of you. And Volker shall ride with us, Volker the gallant man, a better one I know not, and he shall lead the van. 163 And let the heralds ride back home to their master's land, and that they soon shall see us give them to understand, that peace within our castles may undisturbed reign. For followers and kinsmen, the king then sent Amain. 164 The messengers of Ludja straightway to court repair. At news of home returning greatly rejoiced they were. The good King Gunther gave them rich gifts to take away, and promised them safe conduct. Right glad of heart were they. 165 Say now, King Gunther bade them, Unto my foes who come, they'd best forego this journey, and stay content at home. But if they be determined to seek me in my land, unless my good friends fail me, they'll find their work to hand. 166 Rich presents then they, straightway, before the herald's baw. Gunther was rich in treasure, and had enough and more. These men of Ludges durst not refuse the offered fee, and when they leave had taken, departed joyfully. 167 Now, when they unto Denmark returned were at last, and had declared the tidings unto King Ludegast, which they had brought from Rhineland, and all to him was said, the proud and haughty answer filled him with grief and dread. 168 They said that by the Rhine dwelt full many a gallant wight. Among them, with King Gunther, there was a certain knight, who bore the name of Siegfried, a knight of Netherland. Sore grieved was Ludgast when he this news did understand. 169 As soon as they of Denmark had heard the news of war, they made all haste to gather their friends from near and far, till Ludegast could reckon on 20,000 men, all warriors bold, and ready the war march to begin. 170 King Ludeger the Saxon assembled his men too, till he had 40,000 or even more to show, ready to join the others, and ride to Burgundy. Nor was King Gunther idle at home, for also he 171 sent word to all his kinsmen, and to his brothers' men, to bid their troops assemble to go to battle then, and likewise Hagen's warriors, the heroes needed all, whereby must many a chieftain in death thereafter fall. 172 So made they all things ready. When perfect was each plan, the gallant warrior, Volker, was bade to lead the van, and thus they rode together from Worms, upon the Rhine, the chief command to Hagen of Tringey they assign. 173 With them did ride Sir Sindold, and eke the brave Hunold, 2 knights of whom was either well worth King Gunther's gold, and Dankwart, Hagen's brother, his nephew Otwine too, who also might with honor upon the war march go. 174 Sir King, said Siegfried, prithee, in quiet bide at home, seeing that all thy warriors with me to battle come. Remain to guard the women, and I be of good cheer. I trow I can take care of your honor and your gear. 175 From those who would assail you, at Worms upon the Rhine, I'll see that naught of evil befall or thee or thine. So closely will we press them, and compass them so near, that all their braggart boasting shall soon be changed to fear. 176 From Rhine they rode through Hesse, their warriors as well, towards the Saxon country, where they to fighting fell. They ravaged all the borders and spoiled with sword and brand, till fear fell on those princes, who sorrowed for their land. 177 So came they o'er the marches. Their followers pressed on, and then the gallant Siegfried began to think thereon, who shall defend our camp folk, now we have brought them here? More damage-wreaking raiders to Saxons never were. 178 Some counselled. On the march let bold Dankwart guard our youth. He is a trusty warrior, and swift in act, forsooth. Let him and also Otwine have conduct of the rear, so shall we have less damage from Ludger's men to fear. 179 Then I myself will ride on, did gallant Siegfried cry, and keep the foremost outlook, till we the foe espy, until I find out where these same crafty warriors lurk. Fair Sieglin's son then quickly donned helmet and hauberk. 180 The rank and file to Hagen he entrusted as he went, and also unto Gernot, the warrior excellent. Then all alone forth rode he into the Saxon land, that very day his sword hewed full many a helmet band. 181 He saw a whole vast army upon the plain outspread, by which his own few helpers were far outnumbered. There were full 40,000, or even more, maybe. But when Sir Siegfried saw them, his heart was full of glee. 182 On the foe's side a warrior had to the front been sent, who on his guard stood ready, watchful, and diligent. The hero Siegfried saw him, and the bold man saw him, and each did watch the other, with jealous hate and grim. 183 I'll tell you who it was, who thus sentinel did stand. A shining shield of red gold was hanging on his hand. King Ludegast, it was who his army thus did guard. The noble guest spurred forward to meet him on the sward. 184 King Ludegast had also his enemy espied, and each sharp spurs had driven into his stallion's side, with lances on the shields bent, each charged with all his might, and Ludegast the mighty was soon in sorry plight. 185 After the crash, the charges bore the 2 princes by, as if a mighty storm wind had blown them furiously, till each, the rein obeying, was turned in knightly way. Then did the 2 grim foemen with swords their skill essay. 186 The mighty strokes of Siegfried made all the field resound, until King Ludgast's helmet seemed flaming all around. The fire-red sparks shot upwards beneath the hero's hand. Each knight found in his fellow a foeman worth his brand. 187 King Ludgast dealt him also right many an ugly blow. Their good shields caught the sword thrusts that else had laid them low. Of Ludgast's warriors, 30 were witness of the fray. But ere they came to aid him, Siegfried had gained the day. 188 from 3 great wounds and ghastly, which to the king he dealt clean through his white steel harness, though it was firmly welt, where the keen sod point entered burst from his wounds the blood. King Ludegast might well be thereat of doleful mood. 189 he begged for life, and offered to pledge to him his land, telling him that 'twas Ludgast whose fate was in his hand. And then uprode his warriors, who witnessed had right well what, twixt the twain before them, upon the watch befell. 190 Siegfried now thence would take him, but he was set upon by 30 of the foemen. Yet did he hold his own, and kept his wealthy captive, and struck out, brave and true, and gave those stately chieftains much bitter cause to rue. 191 in self-defence, the 30 he thereupon did slay. One only left he living, who spurred his steed away to bear the direful tidings of all that there befell, which eke his bloody helmet did but too plainly tell. 192, when to the men of Denmark the dreadful news was told, how that their king was taken, they scarce their grief could hold. And when they told his brother, he fell to rave like mad, in uncontrolled fury, so great the grief he had. 193 So Ludegast the warrior was captive made, and then led from the field by Siegfried, and given to Gunther's men. To Hagen's care they gave him, and when they heard the truth, that 'twas the king he brought them, they did not grieve, forsooth. 194 The banner of Burgundia was fixed its staff unto. Come on, my men, cried Siegfried, here have we more to do before the day be ended. If God preserve my life, they'll weep among the Saxons full many a comely wife. 195 Give ear, ye Rhine-born heroes, unto these words I say, to Ludge's host I truly can show you straight the way. Ye'll see some helmet hewing by heroes' hands, I trow, and ere we turn us homewards, what grief is some shall know. 196 To Hoss did Gernot hasten, as eke did all his men. Aloft up by the banner the stalwart minstrel Thane, the high-born noble Volker, before the host he rode, and eke the camp folk, following, proudly to battle strode. 197 They had no more, all counted, than just 1,000 men and 12, with those of Siegfried. The dust gan rising then upon the streets and roadways, as through the land they rode, one saw their lances shining, and many a good shield glowed. 198 Now also had the Saxons come forth in great array. Their swords were finely sharpened, as I have heard men say, and keen they were and deadly, wielded by heroes' hands. Therewith they, from the strangers, would castle God and lands. 199 The marshal of the Rhine men led on his warriors then, and Siegfried followed closely, with the 12 valiant men whom he had brought as comrades from out the Netherland. That day in blood of battle was stained many a hand. 200 for Sindold's might, and Hunold's, and Gernot's had laid in cause of that fell combat, full many a hero dead, ere they had time to reckon the valor of the foe. And many a winsome lady that day must weep for woe. 201 Sir Volker and Sir Hagen, and also Otwine, dimmed in that strife the light that from many a helm did shine, with damp of blood downpouring. These battle-valiant men, Sir Dankwat's prowess also wrought many a marvel then. 202 And also they of Denmark did well their weapons wield, and many a thrust resounded on many a polished shield, and the sharp sword strokes echoed death-dealing, blow on blow. The warlike Saxons likewise did harm enough, I trow. 203 As now the bold Burgundians pressed forward in the fight, by them was many a sod wound, wide cleft, a ghastly sight, and streaming o'er the saddles, one saw the reeking blood. Thus fought they for dear honour, those valiant knights and good. 204 One heard there, loud resounding, from every hero's hand, the clashing of keen weapons, whilst they of Netherland dashed off to their bold leader, into the thickest fray. Right valiantly they followed where Siegfried showed the way. 205 For him, the Rhenish heroes could never come anig. One might have seen downflowing red streamlets bloodily beneath the glittering helmets, cloven by Siegfried's hand, until he saw King Ludger before his warriors stand. 206 3 Several times he'd traversed the host, from end to end, and now, to help him, Hagen his steps did thither bend. Right well in fight assuaged they the fierceness of their mood, through them that day must perish full many a warrior good. 207 When Ludiger, the stalwart, saw Siegfried near him stand, and how aloft he wielded the good sword in his hand, the mighty weapon Balmung, and what a host it slew, the king waxed very wrathful, and fierce his anger grew. 208 Then was a mighty thronging, and clang of swords as well, as on each side the warriors on their opponents fell. The chieftains sought each other, mettle and strength to gauge. The hosts began to waver, then waxed the hate and rage. 209 The latter of the Saxons was well aware, I trow, his brother was a captive, and therefore grieved Eno. He knew too that the captor was Sieglinda's son. 'Twas first set down to Gernot, but soon the truth was known. 210 So fierce was Ludger's onslaught, and eke of such fell foss, that under Siegfried's saddle staggered his battle hoss. But soon it did recover, and as the turmoil grew, the aspect of bold Siegfried was terrible to view. 211 Hagen he had to aid him, and Gernot too was by, and Dankwart and Sir Volker, the dead around did lie. There fought the bold Thane Otwine, and Sindold, and Hunold, who, on the field of battle, left many a warrior cold. 212 In combat, undivided these noble princes were, and all their helmets harmless, flew many a well-aimed spear between the glittering targets from each opposing knight, and blood-stained were the bucklers that whilom shone so bright. 213 And in the stress of battle, full many an eager knight dismounted from his charger. Thus hand to hand did fight Siegfried the bold, and Ludger, who each did each defy. One saw the broken splinters of shafts and lances fly. 214 Fast flew the shield clasps, severed by mighty Siegfried's hand. He thought himself the victor, this prince of Netherland, over the dauntless Saxons, so many wounded lay. Ha, how the bright mail armor at Dankwart's strokes did fray. 215 Just then the Saxon Ludger espied upon a shield a kingly crown emblazoned, which Siegfried's arm did wield. Then knew he, of a surety, that 'twas the mighty man. The chieftain to his comrades loudly to call began, 216 Forgo your fighting, warriors, my lieges, all is done. For here have I seen Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son. Siegfried the mighty hero mine eyes have seen, I trow, sent by some evil devil to work a Saxon's woe. 217 Then lowered were the ensigns at Ludige's command. For peace he sued, which, irrelong, was granted to his band, though he as Gunther's prisoner must go to Burgundy. Bold Siegfried's hand alone 'twas that won this victory. 218 By general agreement, the combat then was stopped, and many a battered buckler was by the fighters dropped, and many a helm, whatever was found upon the land, bore on it blood-red traces of some Burgundian hand. 219 They captured whom they listed, all had they in their power. And King Gernot and Hagen, of chivalry the flower, had the sick borne on litters, and with them took they then, as prisoners to the Rhineland, 500 goodly men. 220 Meanwhile, the vanquished warriors to Denmark rode away, nor could the Saxons boast of much better luck than they, that any one need praise them. Saw vexed these heroes were. The friends, too, of the fallen bewailed them, in despair. 221 They had their arms and weapons unto the Rhine conveyed. How well now all had ended. With his brave warriors' aid, Siegfried the prince had done it, as he did all things, well, which even Gunther's liegemen were bound in truth to tell. 222 To Worms a message firstly the gallant Gernot sent, to let his friends and kinsmen know how the matter went, and what success had crowned them. Him and his lieges all for honour had they striven, and gallantly withal. 223 The young esquires ran quickly, and soon the news was told. And they for joy exulted, whom grief before did hold, at these all welcome tidings, which to the city came. And many were the questions asked by each noble dame. 224 How had they fared, the warriors of the most noble king? One of the squires they straightway before Kriemhilde bring, but this was done in secret. She took no open part, though there was one among them to whom was pledged her heart. 225 And when she saw the envoy into her chamber led, Kriemhild, the beauteous maiden, in voice most kindly said, Now tell me the dear tidings and gold I'll give to thee, and tell'st thou with no lying, a friend thou hast in me. 226 How fared my brother Gernot amid the fight? She said, and other friends and kinsmen, have we left many dead, and who did best of any? Fain would I hear of thee. Then outspake that bold herald, of cravens none had we. 227 Yet in the thick of battle rode ne'er a man so well, O princess high and mighty, since I the truth must tell, as did the noble stranger, who came from Netherland. Full many a wondrous deed was wrought by bold Siegfried's hand. 228 For what great feats soever in battle may have done Sir Dankwart and Sir Hagen and many another one. How they fought for honour, it all was idle wind compared with Siegfried's doings, the son of Siegland. 229 Though in the strife of battle full many a hero fell, the wonders wrought by Siegfried no man hath words to tell, nor all his deeds of daring when he to battle rode. Through him, for fallen kinsmen, the women's tears have flowed. 230 and many a girl's betrothed one ne'er rose from off that ground. Upon the brazen helmets one heard his blows resound, and from the death wounds spurted hot streams of crimson blood. In all his acts is Siegfried a gallant knight and good. 231. What doughty deeds were wrought by Otwine, of Metz the laud, however many foemen he came at with his sword, there did he leave them lying, the better part were dead, and yet no less of Gernot, your brother, might be said. 232. For he did work such ruin as ne'er was seen in fight. In truth, one must confess here of each well-proven knight among the proud Burgundians, that they all bravely bore themselves, and kept their honor untarnished evermore. 233. Full many an empty saddle their handiwork did show, and with their bright swords clashing loud did the field echo. The Rhenish heroes truly, so fell a riding maid, 'twere better for their foemen if they at home had stayed. 234. The two bold knights of Tringay did work much dire distress, what time the charging armies did one another press. And many a warrior perished beneath bold Hagen's hand. There's much to tell of him yet here in Burgundian land. 235. Sindold and Hunold also, who were King Gernot's men, and the bold warrior Runold, such doughty deeds did then, that Ludiger the Saxon must rue, until he die, that ever he thy kinsman did on the Rhine defy. 236. Yet still the best achievement that on that field hath been, or any, from the youngest to the oldest man hath seen, was done in knightly fashion by Siegfried's own right hand. Rich hostages he bringeth here, into Gunther's land. 237. These by sheer strength he vanquished, the brave and goodly wight, and Ludegast of Denmark hath suffered great despite, and Ludiger his brother, who from the Saxons came. Now hearken to my tidings, most rich and noble dame. 238. They twain were taken prisoners, and that by Siegfried's hand. Never so many captives were brought into this land as to the Rhine are coming only for Siegfried's pot. No news could have been dearer to Lady Kriemhild's heart. 239. Unwounded captives bring they, 500 men and more, and then the deadly wounded, of bloody Beers Foscaw, full 80 blood-stained stretches, my lady, understand? The better part of these were slain by bold Siegfried's hand. 240. They who, thus overweening, have flouted us on Rhine, must now, as battle prisoners, in Gunther's kingdom pine, yea, even now they bring them with joy unto our land. Then sweetly flushed her fair face as she did understand. 241. Her lovely face, with pleasure, became all rosy red, for by good luck, delivered out of the direst need had been her goodly warrior. The young man, Prince Siegfried, for all her friends rejoiced she, as she was bound indeed. 242. Then spake the winsome maiden. Well haste, thou said, and now thou shalt have costly raiment for guerdon that I owe, and 10 good golden marks too, they shall be brought thee here. Such tidings to rich ladies a man would gladly bear. 243. They gave him for his guerdon the raiment and the gold. Then to the windows hastened the fair maids, to behold the horsemen up the street come, and, watching eagerly, they saw the gallant riders come home to Burgundy. 244. They came, the hale and haughty, the wounded also came. They heard the neighbors' greetings, and need not blush for shame. The host rode forth rejoicing to meet his guests again. It was a joyful ending to all his anxious pain. 245. He welcomed home his warriors, and all the strangers too. To the great king 'twas fitting not otherwise to do than graciously to tender his thanks to those who came, who had in fight defended the honor of his name. 246. Then Gunther asked for tidings, that he to hear was fain, of those who had returned not, their comrades who were slain. But 60 men were missing, and he had lost no more. For these they might cease mourning, as for the brave of Yaw. 247. The men who were unwounded brought many a battered shield, and many a dinted helmet, to Gunther from that field. Before the royal palace dismounted all the men, and with a shout of gladness, were welcomed home again. 248. 'Twas ordered then to billet the warriors in the town. The king bade that his guests be well treated, as his own. The wounded must be cared for, and granted quiet rest. And for his foes his kindness the king did manifest. 249. To Ludegast of Denmark he said, Be welcome here, though through your fault much damage we have incurred, I fear, but that will be repaid me if I have luck. Quoth he, May God reward my brave friends who fought so well for me. 250. And you do well to thank them. King Ludiger outspake, for never king before did such high-born prisoners take. The honorable usage shall well rewarded be, which unto us, your foemen, you've granted graciously. 251. I'll let you both, cried Gunther. Here, on the spot, go free, if all the other prisoners swear to remain with me. For these I will have pledges, that they leave not my land without my given warrant. Thereon each gave his hand. 252 all were to rest and comfort within the hostels brought. They put to bed the wounded, with kindly care and thought, while to the hale and haughty good wine and mead they gave. A gayer time and gladder the folk could never have. 253, the battered shields were taken and put away in staw. Of blood-besprinkled saddles were there enough and more. The men were told to hide them, in case the women wept. Still many a wayworn horseman into the city crept. 254, for his guests, the king provided with kindness wonderful. With strangers and indwellers, the land was very full. Those who lay sorely wounded he greatly cared for too. 'Twas thus the good king humbled his proud and haughty foe. 255, to all well skilled in leechcraft, no guerdon was denied. Unstinted store of silver and shining gold beside, if they could heal the heroes, who wounded were in fight, to load his guests with presents was eke this king's delight. 256, if any there were minded to journey home again, they, in most friendly fashion, were bidden to remain. And then the king took counsel how to reward his men, who had his will accomplished with honor and with pain. 257, the warrior Gernot counselled. Let these now homeward ride. In 6 weeks' time we'll bid them, if nothing should betide, return with us to join in a great festivity. By then may they be healed who sorely wounded lie. 258 for leave asked Siegfried likewise, the Lord of Netherland, but when the royal Gunther his wish did understand, he lovingly entreated his dear friend not to go, though, but for Gunther's sister, he would have gone, I trow. 259 though Siegfried was too wealthy to care for the king's pay, right well had he deserved it. He was his friend alway, and eke of all his kinsmen, for had their eyes not seen how by his strength in combat the victory had been. 260, for love of the fair maiden he thought he still would stay. Perchance he yet might see her, which came to pass one day, just as he most desired. He learnt to know the maid. Thereafter to his country right joyously he sped. 261, each day in knightly contests the host would prove his men, which willingly were practised by many a proud young thane. Then had he seats erected by Worms upon the strand, for those whom he awaited in his Burgundian land. 262, about this time, when well nigh the coming guests were due, the beauteous Kriemhilde heard what he had in view, that he, with friends, was meaning to keep high festival. Then was a great commotion among the fair dames all 263, as to the robes and ribbons twere best for each to wear. Unto the rich Queen Ute, the tidings straight they bare of the proud stranger warriors, who now were on their way. Then from her presses took she rich clothes and raiment gay. 264, for love of her dear children, she had these garments made, wherewith were soon adorned full many a dame and maid, and many a bold young hero of the Burgundian land. For many strangers, likewise, rich clothes she did command. Colophon, the Nibelungenlied, was written circa 1200. It was translated from Middle High German in 1898 by Alice Houghton. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Emma Sweeney and is based on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The cover page is adapted from Valkyrie, a painting completed in 1865 by Peter Nikolai Abo. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sots Mill Gaudi typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on July 8, 2025, 6:52 p.m., and is based on revision 10F0E35. The first edition of this ebook was released on April 2, 2021, 10:44 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at standardbooksorg/ebooks/anonymous/the Nibelungenlied/Alice The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at standardbooksorg. And notes the Hood of Darkness or Invisibility, right, i.e., Verona, right? The Nibelungenlied, imprint this ebook, is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard ebooks, and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. This particular ebook is based on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries. so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of, and contributors to, this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard eBooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at Standard Books.org. Editor's preface: the following addition to the existing translations of the Nibelungenlied originated in the desire to place before English readers a rendering which should be at once literal and metrical. Of 5 which have appeared during the past 50 years, not one quite accomplishes this object. 3 only are in verse. The first, by Jonathan Birch, which appeared in 1848, was rendered in iambics of 7 feet, from the short and to some extent hypothetical text of Lachman. The second, by W.N. Letzam, is a spirited performance, but it takes many liberties with the language and fails to preserve the antique flavor of the work. The third, by Mr. A. G. Fosterbarham, which appeared only 10 years ago, is much more satisfactory in this respect, and errs chiefly in retaining too great a roughness of rhythm, which makes it displeasing to the modern ear. Of the 2 prose translations, the first, entitled Echoes from Mistland, Chicago, 1877, by Mr. Abba Forestier, is rather a paraphrase than a literal rendering, though it adheres closely to the matter of the original. And the second, by Miss Alma, which has only lately appeared, seems in all respects a praiseworthy production, lacking only a metrical form to make it a fair equivalent of the great German epic. The additional difficulties involved in any verse translation are so great that a translator may well be excused from facing them. Assuming the indispensable qualification of sympathy needful in the translation of any work of art from one medium to another, the differences in word formation, in inflection, and in grammatical construction between any 2 languages interpose mechanical obstacles, which are inconsistent with the preservation of metrical similarity. A more or less close approximation is all that can be looked for. Still more are the difficulties increased when the task involves the presentation to a modern reader of a work which belongs to a distant and nebulous past, deals with a primitive and imperfect phase of human culture, and teems with motives which, if not eradicated from human nature, are no longer regarded as legitimate and are often repugnant to modern ideas. In these circumstances, it might be thought that a prose rendering would have the best or only chance of doing justice to the original. But, on the other hand, it may be urged that a prose translation of a rhymed poem can never be an adequate equivalent, especially in a work like the Nibelungenlied, where it must be obvious to any student that its construction in rhyme and strophe have played an important part in determining its style and character. Rhyme and rhythm are essential features of it, and the modern reader, as distinguished from the student, requires, no less than the medieval listener, the stimulus which they supply. To give for 9,000 lines of verse a corresponding quantity of prose seems, apart from considerations of verbal accuracy, to fail in doing due justice to the poem. So at least the translator and editor, who are jointly responsible, have thought, though at the same time they have been fully alive to the necessity of a close adherence to the text. They are of the opinion of Dryden, as expressed in the preface to his version of Ovid's Epistles, that it is the business of a translator, as it is of a portrait painter, to make his work resemble the original. On this principle, they have striven not to yield to the tempting idea, too often a delusion, that by sacrificing the letter they may preserve the spirit. On the contrary, they have thought that, in such a case as this, the letter and spirit are in a large measure inseparable. With therefore no small expenditure of trouble, they have tried, with what success the reader must judge, to reproduce in suitable English the matter, manner, and meter of the original. With regard to the language, no futile attempt has been made by archaicisms to give the translation the appearance of an antique. The object has been to put English readers, as far as possible, in the same position as the German who reads the work in one of the several modern German versions. At the same time, it is obvious that much of what forms the English of today is not a suitable vehicle for the primitive ideas and manners illustrated in the poem. The translators have therefore tried to avoid words of merely modern use, and to adhere to English which is familiar to everyone in the Bible or in the older ballad literature, and is, at the same time, not out of harmony with a work which places the reader in an atmosphere far removed from that of the Victorian era. Some latitude must also be allowed in respect to the meter. The rhythmical system of the original depends on accent rather than on time or measure. Opinions may differ as to the amount of accent to be given to lines like the following, which is a nearly normal stanza. Nu wan ouch die geest z rossenele komen. Vil manik richu t just durch solda waret genomen. Das Welt begon stauben sam ob all das Land mit lauge wherein brunnen. Da werden Hilda wohl bekannt. To the ordinary ear, they resemble iambics with a central caesura, a measure familiar in ballad verse, and much used by Macaulay in his well-known lays. This form accordingly has been adopted as the metrical equivalent, though, for the sake of euphony, the extra accent which characterizes the second half of every fourth line has been omitted in the translation. How far this method of rendering the original is justifiable the reader may determine by turning to the specimens given by Carlyle and comparing it with his rougher versions. It has been thought well to prefix to the volume this essay of Carlyle's, because, though it was written more than 60 years ago, when the subject had attracted but little attention, it gives in a sympathetic manner, yet in a style full of characteristic humor, an account of the relations between this poem and other German medieval rhymes, founded on kindred subjects. So far as concerns the authorship of the poem, as it now exists, nothing has been discovered since Carlyle wrote. It must, however, be obvious to any careful reader that the poem is not in its original form. The references to people and events, not accounted for in it, prove that it is based on earlier legends. The strange juxtaposition of ethical motives, the contrast of ideals, as shown in the characters of Hagen and Rudiger, the mingling of historical personages of different dates, show that in its earliest form as a whole, it must have been full of anachronisms, due to the fusion of different elements. These have to some extent been elucidated by the increased knowledge of Scandinavian literature. The Eddas and sagas exhibit, in a different form, the ancient legends on which the various parts of the poem are based. In the Volsunga saga, we have a key to the earlier history of Siegfried and Brunhild, to which, in the Nibelungenlied, only obscure reference is made. In the Thidric saga, we have the Scandinavian form of the widely spread legend of Theodoric, differing little from the version found in the German epic. But inasmuch as the former, no less than the latter, is generally admitted to be of Teutonic origin, however much infused with Scandinavian mythology, we have not come much nearer to the ultimate sources of the mythical, as distinguished from the historical, elements of the story. Lachmann, one of the earliest editors of the Nibelungenlied, went so far as to analyze it into 20 different legends, rejecting on various grounds more than 1/3 of what is here given. Between that phase and the last, it is evident that there are several stages in which the poem existed as a whole. It is known that, at the request of Bishop Pilgrim of Passau in the 10th century, the story was translated into Latin prose by Conrad, called the Scribe, and to him is attributed the inclusion of the name of the said bishop as that of an actor in events which, so far as they are historical, belong to the 5th century. After Conrad's time, there may have been several augmented German editions before the 12th century, to which our version belongs. There are more than 20 extant MSS, of which, however, only 3 are regarded as having any independent authenticity. They are designated as A, B, and C, of which the first, used by Lachmann, is the shortest but betrays fewest signs of deviation from an older and good version. C, on the contrary, is said to be considerably altered from an earlier popular form to suit the more courtly taste of a later period of culture. The remaining, B, a fine MS, preserved in the monastery of St. Gall, is intermediate in length and, retaining as it does many stanzas of evident antiquity, has become what may be called the Textus Receptus. As edited by Botch, it is the basis of the present translation. A facsimile of one of the pages from Dr. Otto Henn, Amrin's Kulturgeschichte, is given as a frontispiece to the translation. Those who wish to study more closely the interesting questions surrounding the history of the poem are referred to the works of Rasmussen and Simrock, to Magnuson and Morris's translations of the Icelandic sagas, and to a recent work by Prof. Kerr on epic and romance. A popular and well-written account of the relations between the Teutonic and Scandinavian versions of the legend will be found in an interesting little book entitled Legends of the Wagner Drama by Miss J.L. Weston, December 1897. The Nibelungenlied translated by Alice Houghton. Uncopyright may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something. Unlike them, this uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, mock-up, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page, imprint, colophon, this uncopyright, and any changes or enhancements to, or mock-up on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much. Table of Contents Landmarks. Adventure v. How Siegfried first saw Kriemhilde 265. 1 saw them daily riding to Worms upon the Rhine, the guests who to the revels did joyously incline. Those whom the love of Gunther unto his kingdom brought were freely offered horses, and raiment richly wrought. 266 seats, ready for all comers, were well and duly made, fit for the best and highest, as hath to us been said, for 32 princes at that festivity, for which fair dames bedecked them in merry rivalry. 267, then busiest of the busy, was Giselher the lad. For kinsmen, and for strangers a welcome kind he had, receiving them with journot. And every knight and squire was greeted by these warriors, as honour did require. 268 full many, a gilded saddle to Worms these riders brought, with richly chased bucklers, and garments finely wrought. They brought them to the Rhineland to grace the festival, and many of the wounded were merry enough withal. 269 for those who on their pallets lay wounded, in distress, must needs, though death were grievous, forget its bitterness, and all the sick and ailing must drive dull care away, and join in the rejoicings for this great holiday. 270 was ever such gay living and hospitality. Delights beyond all measure, and boundless jollity were shared by all the people, and found on every hand, and there was joy and gladness throughout King Gunther's land. 271 'twas on a Whitsun morning, one saw them all go by, all festively apparelled, and mounted gallantly, 5,000 men and upwards to join the revels ride. And many a pleasant contest began on every side. 272, the host was not unmindful, and well did understand how heartily and truly the Prince of Netherland love-bound was to his sister, whom yet he had not seen, a match for whom in beauty no maiden yet had been. 273 then to the king did Otween the Thane his thought unfold. If you, with fullest honour, this festival would hold, you should allow our brave guests, our winsome maids, to see who are, in truth, the glory and pride of Burgundy. 274 for where would man's delight be, and what could charm his life, if there were no fair maidens, and ne'er a comely wife? Now, therefore, let your sister before your guests appear. This was a pleasing counsel to many a hero's ear. 275 most gladly will I do this, replied the king straightway, and all who heard his answer had merry hearts that day. He sent to summon Ute, and eke her daughter fair, and bade them with their maidens at once to court repair. 276 Then in their presses sought they for all their garments gay, and all the goodly raiment that had been stowed away. The gold lace and the bracelets that there to hand were laid, and with all care bedecked her full many a lovely maid. 277 And many a knight on that day had younger gladly been, that he might be of women more favourably seen. Instead whereof he'd care not a kingdom rich to own, and gladly did they gaze on these damsels yet unknown. 278 Then the rich king commanded that with Kriemhild should go 100 of his liegemen, her service pledged unto, of his and her own kinsmen, who carried sword in hand. Such were the court attendants of the Burgundian land. 279 The rich Queen Mother Ute with her fair daughter came, and in her train brought with her full many a comely dame, 50 of them or over, all royally arrayed. Her daughter, too, was followed by many a winsome maid. 280 From out the women's quarters one might have seen them go. There was a goodly thronging of heroes eke, I trow, for this of all things eager, if it perchance might be that they should have the fortune the noble maid to see. 281 Then came the lovely maiden, even as morning red from sombre clouds outbreaking, and many a sorrow fled from him whose heart did hold her, and eke so long had held, when thus the winsome fair one before him he beheld. 282 Upon her raiment glittered full many a precious stone, her rosy blushing colour with lovely radiance shone. Though any would deny it, he could not but confess that on this earth he never had seen more loveliness. 283 Just as the moon in brightness excels the brightest stars, and suddenly outshining, athwart the clouds appears, so seemed she now, compared with dames of fairest guise. Then did our gallant hero feel his bold spirits rise. 284 One saw before her marching the chamberlains in state, but the high-mettled warriors their order would not wait. They thronged to where, in passing, the fair maid they could see, the while Sir Siegfried suffered both joy and misery. 285 Sadly he thought within him, how can it ever be? It is mere foolish dreaming that I should marry thee, yet to be still a stranger? Then were I better dead. And thinking so, his colour did change twixt white and red. 286 There stood the son of Siegmund. As winsome did he look as if his form were limned upon a parchment book, by hand of cunning master, and all men said of him, that there was no man like him, so fine and fair of limb. 287 They who the maid attended now strove to clear the track, and keep the throng from pressing, and many a knight drew back, and manly hearts beat quicker for joy, in many a breast, as past each high-born lady in splendid raiment dressed. 288 Then outspake gallant Gernot, the Prince of Burgundy, to him, who such good service so late hath done to thee, thou Gunther, dearest brother, shouldst haste to do the same in sight of all thy warriors. I say it without shame. 289 If thou wouldst bid Sir Siegfried unto my sister go, that the fair maid may greet him, much good might come, I trow. She, who ne'er greeted warrior, may by her greeting cheer, and thus this goodly hero be bounden to us here. 290 Then some of the host's kinsmen went where the knight did stand, and thus spake to the warrior who came from Netherland. The king his leave hath granted that you to court should go, his sister there shall greet you, they would you on a show. 291 At this, the knight's mood changed again from grave to gay, and in his hot love reigned, and grief had fled away, for the fair Ute's daughter at last his eyes would see. Right soon she greeted Siegfried with winning modesty. 292 When the high-couraged warrior she saw before her there, her cheeks were lit with crimson, then spake the maiden fair, Be welcome here, Sir Siegfried, thou good and noble knight. And when he heard her greeting his heart grew wondrous light. 293 He bent him low before her, she took him by the hand. How love-alike the knight did by the fair maiden stand. Each looked upon the other with many a tender glance, this hero and his lady, and yet they looked askance. 294 Was that white hand, I wonder, in lover's fashion pressed, in sign of tender wooing? In sooth 'twas ne'er confessed, but scarce can I believe that such chance had been let go, for she her kindness to him did very quickly show. 295 In the full bliss of summer, and in the fair Maytide, within his heart could never again such joy abide as now did fill his bosom, the while he there did stand, and her whom he desired was holding hand in hand. 296 And many a warrior murmured, Ah, if it only were my lot to walk beside her, as I have seen him here, or at her side to lay me, what bliss would mine have been. Never served hero better, methinks, to win a queen. 297 Whate'er might be the country the strangers called their own, none had an eye for any save for this pair alone. And when they let her kiss him, the goodly man and brave, In all this world he never a greater joy could have. 298 Then rose the king of Denmark, and suddenly did cry, to bring about this greeting how many wounded lie. Too well have I observed it, and all by Siegfried's hand, forfend him, God, from coming again to Danish land. 299 On one side, and the other they bade the folk make way for beauteous Lady Kriemhild. Then saw one an array of valiant knights who churchward did bear her company. Then could her goodly gallant no longer near her be. 300 For she went to the minster, with all her dames beside. So fair a sight and queenly was she in all her pride, that the high vows of many whilom forgot to rise, and many a hero feasted his soul upon her eyes. 301 Hardly did Siegfried's patience last till the mass was done. Yet might he thank his fortune that he such grace had won, that she to him inclined, whom in his heart he bore, therefore it was but fitting that he should love her more. 302 As she came from the minster, which he had left before, the gallant thane was bidden to join the dame once more. Then, first, began to thank him the winsome maid, that he beyond all other warriors had fought so gloriously. 303 Now God reward you, Siegfried, thus spake the child so fair. Right well have you deserved that all the warriors here do love and serve you truly, as they themselves avow. Right tenderly began he to look on Kriemhild now. 304 For ever will I serve you, declared the warrior. Henceforth my head I'll never lay down to rest before your least wish be accomplished, if life be granted me. All this, my Lady Kriemhild, for your dear sake shall be. 305 Then, for the space of 12 days, on each new dawning day, one saw the lovely maiden beside the knight alway, as often as to court she before her friends must go. Unto the knight this service did her great love allow. 306 All kinds of mirth and pleasure, and mighty noise withal, were seen and heard forthcoming daily from Gunther's hall, without, and inside also, from many a gallant man. Sir Otwine and Sir Hagen right wondrous feats began. 307 Whatever games were started, these jocund heroes were always among the foremost, a skilled and ready pair. Whereby these warriors soon were well known to every guest. Of such kind were the jewels that Gunther's land possessed. 308 Those who had long lain wounded one saw, at last, appear. They too would share the pastimes, would fence and throw the spear among the king's retainers. Well pleased to find at length that they could do as others, they had renewed their strength. 309 The host would of them treated well, at his festal board, theirs was to be the best food. Thus managed he to ward the slightest breath of scandal, which oft a king doth reach. From guest to guest on went he, with kindly words for each. 310 He said, All ye, good warriors, before ye ride away, I pray ye take my presents. 'Twas in my mind alway to recompense your service. My goods despise not ye, I fain would share them with you, this do I willingly. 311 Then did the lords of Denmark thus answer, out of hand. Before we ride hence, homewards unto our fatherland, we fain would have a treaty. Of peace we knights have need. We've lost dear friends in plenty who, through your knights, lie dead. 312 King Ludegast of Denmark was healed now of his wound, and eke the Saxon leader was once more whole and sound. Albeit many dead men they left in alien land. Then went the royal Gunther to where Siegfried did stand. 313 And to the warrior spake he, Advise what I shall do, for early on the morrow our foes intend to go, and crave abiding pledges of peace from mine and me. Now counsel me, Thane Siegfried, what seemeth good to thee. 314 What ransom they have offered thou shalt be truly told, so much as mares 500 can carry of pure gold, this will they give me gladly, if I will set them free. Then Siegfried answered stoutly that would unworthy be. 315 Free, and without a ransom hence shouldst thou let them fare, and that these noble warriors henceforward may beware how they come hither, riding as foemen to our land. Of this in full assurance let both kings give their hand. 316 This counsel will I follow. So saying, forth they went. A message to the foemen was soon thereafter sent. The gold that ye have offered doth no man care to keep, while for the strife-wan warriors at home their dear ones weep. 317 Then many a shield with treasure piled high they carried there, enough, although he weighed not, for every friend to share. 500 marks well counted, yea more, he gave to some. This counsel to King Gunther had from bold Gernot come. 318 Then took they leave, for all were impatient to be gone. But first, before Kriemhilda the guests filed one by one. There sat Dame Ute also, the queen, who bade God speed. Never before were warriors sped half so well, indeed. 319 The hostels were left empty when they had ridden away. Only at home remained the king, in state array with all his friends and kinsmen, full many a noble knight. These, day by day, were gladdened by Dame Kriemhilda's sight. 320 Now Siegfried, the good hero, did also sue for leave, not hoping ma to win her to whom his heart did cleave. The king heard the saying that he would fain away. 'Twas Giselha who urged him his journey to delay. 321 Now whither, noble Siegfried, is it thy will to ride? Stay rather, I beseech thee, and with our warriors bide. Remain with our King Gunther, and with his men and me. Are there not here fair women, whom thou hast leave to see? 322 Then spake the stalwart Siegfried, so bide the steeds in stall, for I have changed my purpose, I will not ride at all. And bear the bucklers hence too, I hope to see my land, but Giselha's true friendship I know not to withstand. 323 Thus did the gallant hero remain for friendship's sake, and in no other country could he a sojourn make that to his soul were sweeter. And so it happed that he on every day thenceforward did fair Kriemhilda see. 324 For her surpassing beauty, he was content to stay and spend the days in pastimes, which wiled the hours away. Although her love constrained him, it gave him grievous pain. Through it the brave knight, later, was miserably slain. Adventure vi How Gunther went to Iceland after Brunhilde. 325 Fresh rumors now were coming from over Rhine, for there, as all the folk were saying, was many a maiden fair. Of these was good King Gunther now thinking one to woo, and high his knightly ardor rose, as this purpose grew. 326 There was a great queen, dwelling, somewhere beyond the sea, whose like none had seen ever, and ne'er again would see. She was of matchless beauty, and strong withal of make. She shot with ready warriors, and made her love the stake. 327 A stone she hurled far from her, then after it would spring. He, who her love did covet, must, without wavering, win 3 games in succession from her, the high bond made, and if he failed in any, his head was forfeited. 328 Thus many a time and often the maid was wont to do. 'Twas one day heard in Rhineland by a good knight and true, who turned his thoughts towards her, and sought to win the dame, through whom full many a hero to death foredoomed came. 329 Upspake the Laud of Rhineland, I'll go down to the sea, and visit this Brunhilde, howe'er it fare with me. For love of her, I'm ready to venture limb and life. I am content to lose them, if she be not my wife. 330 From that would I dissuade you? In answer Siegfried said, In sooth, this queen hath customs so terrible and dread, that whosoever woos her must pay a price too high. Seek not to take this journey, I counsel earnestly. 331 Now I would fain advise you, thus Hagen to him spake, to bid Siegfried go with you, and half the burden take, and share your risk and danger. I counsel this in faith, since he such good acquaintance with Brunhilde's customs hath. 332 Quoth Gunther, Wilt thou help me in very truth, Siegfried, to woo and win this fair one? Ah, if thou dost indeed get her for my betrothed, my own, my noble wife, then, for thy sake, I'll venture mine honour and my life. 333 For answer gave him Siegfried, the royal Siegmund's son, Giv'st thou to me thy sister, behold, it shall be done. Give me the lovely Kriemhild, the high and noble queen, no guerdon for my labour, save this I care to win. 334 That swear I to thee, Siegfried, cried Gunther on thine hand, and if the fair Brunhilde doth come here to this land, I'll give my sister to thee, to have and hold for wife. So mayst thou, with thy fair one, I lead a joyous life. 335 By solemn oath they swore it, the noble warriors twain, but they had toilsome labour, and grief enough, and pain, before the high-born lady home to the Rhine they brought. The gallant knight's achievement must be with sorrow wrought. 336 Siegfried his hood of darkness, Tarnhelm yclept, must take, the same that the bold hero, after hard fight, did make his own, from a dwarf wrested, whose name was Alberich. The bold and mighty warriors sped on their journey quick. 337 Whene'er the gallant Siegfried the wondrous Tarnhelm wore, a hidden strength was in him he had not known before. He had the strength of 12 men, joined to his own, 'twas said, and cunningly he plotted to win the noble maid. 338 Now this same hood was fashioned in such a wondrous way that any man who wore it could carry out straightway whatever thing he wanted, whilst no man could him see. Therewith he won Brunhilde, whence mickle woe had he. 339 Now answer me, Thane Siegfried, ere yet our way begin, how shall we, with due honour, across the water win? Should we not take our warriors unto Brunhilde's land? Full 30,000 have I, who soon may be to hand. 340 How many folk soever we take there? Siegfried said, This queen doth cherish customs so terrible and dread, that they will all fall victims to her all-weaning mood. I'll give thee better counsel, thou fearless knight and good. 341 Let us, as plain knights-errant, go sailing down the Rhine, and I will name unto thee the knights we'll take of thine. Besides us two others shall go, none else at all, so shall we win the lady, whatever may befall. 342 I one of these four comrades, another shall be thou, the third had best be Hagen, we should do well Eno, and let the fourth be Dankwart, he hath a dauntless hand, 1,000 others dare not in fight us far withstand. 343 I would I had some knowledge. The king said, Verily, ere we from hither journey, 'twould much enhearten me, in what apparel should we before Brunhild appear? What would be right and fitting? That Siegfried would I hear. 344 Whatever be most handsome is worn, I understand, by every man, at all times in Queen Brunhilda's land. Therefore should we go finely before this haughty dame, that when men talk about us we need not blush for shame. 345 Then cried the good king, Surely, I will myself go ask my own dear, gracious mother, that she do set the task to her fair maids, to make us such garb, wherein arrayed we may appear with honour before the royal maid. 346 Then Hagen, knight of Tringay, in courtly fashion spake, Why trouble you your mother with things to undertake? Let your fair sister hear now all that you have in mind. Her aid in this state journey you will of service find. 347 So sent he to his sister, saying, he fain would see her face as would Sir Siegfried. But long ere this, had she put on her goodliest raiment, and stood so fair a maid, I trow that at their coming she was not much dismayed. 348 Also her cot attendants arrayed, were as was meet when princes twain were coming. And as she heard their feet, straight from her chair upstanding right modestly, she went to greet the noble comers with fitting compliment. 349 Right welcome is my brother, and his companion eke, but fain would I have knowledge. Thus did the maiden speak. What is your lordship's pleasure that ye at court appear? With you two noble warriors how stands it? Let me hear. 350 Then spake King Gunther. Lady, to you the truth I'll tell, although we have high courage, yet have we cares as well. For we would go a-cotting, far in a foreign land, and now, unto this journey, fine raiment would command. 351 So sit you down, dear brother, bade the king's daughter fair. And who may be the ladies, for I would rightly hear, whom you would go a-wooing in other rulers' land? These favoured knights the lady did take now by the hand. 352 And with them, straight returned to where she sat afar. Rich mattresses, I doubt not were spread upon the floor, with pictures fair embroidered, set off with golden thread. Then must they with the ladies a pleasant time have had. 353 And friendly mutual glances, and looks that were not loth, caused many a thought to waken within the hearts of both. He in his hot eye bore her, dear as his very life, and soon, by steadfast service, he won her for his wife. 354 The rich king spake unto her, O dearest sister mine, this thing that we have purposed fails without help of thine. In Queen Brunhilda's country some pleasure we desire, and need in ladies' presence the goodliest attire. 355 Then did the maiden answer, Beloved brother mine, ready am I at all times to serve in need of thine, of that thou mayst be certain, it is Kriemhilda's pot. Should any one deny thee, 'twould vex her to the heart. 356 Now shouldst thou, noble hero, beg of me anxiously, thou shouldst command my service in laudly style and free. For whatsoever please thee, for that I'm ready I, and gladly will I do it. The maiden sweet did say. 357 'Tis our desire, dear sister, in goodly garb to stand, which you may help provide us, with your own noble hand, so set your women working, that all may be well done, for we about this journey will be gainsaid by none. 358 Then spake again the maiden, Now mock what I shall say. I have the silk all ready, see that we get straightway some gems from off your bucklers, we'll work them on the cloth. Then Gunther and Sir Siegfried obeyed her, nothing loth. 359 And who may be the comrades? Inquired the royal maid. Who shall to cot go with you, thus gorgeously arrayed? I and 3 more, he answered, and 2 my men will be Sir Dankwart and Sir Hagen. These go to cot with me. 360 And mark you well, dear lady, and list to what I say. We 4 companions must have enough for 4 days' stay. 3 shifts of clothing daily, of good stuff all of it, that we Brunhilda's country without disgrace may quit. 361 With kind farewells the heroes soon after did depart. Then, of her maidens, 30, well skilled in need a lot, did the young Queen Kriemhilda call from their room, in haste. These all for such like labours had wit beyond the rest. 362 Arabian samite was there, white as new-fallen snow, and Zaesmang silks also. so green doth clover grow, whereon they wrought the jewels, fine clothes in sooth they were, the peerless maid, Kriemhilda, herself the cloth did shear. 363 of foreign fish skin made they the linings, good and rare, for stranger folk to stare at, as many as there were, and these with silk were covered as then the mode did hold. There might be many a marvel of this bright raiment told. 364 from far Morocco's borders, and from the Libyan Shah, the very choicest samite, that e'er enriched the store of any king soever. This had they, and to spare. Right plainly showed Kriemhilda to whom she kindness bare. 365, since they on this state journey determined to set forth, plain ermine furs they reckoned of insufficient worth. So over them fur trimmings of coal-black hue they set, on high days such like garments brave knights right well befit. 366, amidst Arabian gold work, there glittered many a gem. So careful were the women, naught was too small for them. In 7 weeks the raiment was all prepared aright, and eke the weapons thereto for every gallant knight. 367, when this was all made ready, upon the banks of Rhine was diligently fashioned a little vessel, fine and strong, which down the river should bear them to the sea. The noble maids by this time were of their tasks weary. 368, 'twas told unto the warriors that all things were to hand that they were to take with them, all their apparel grand, such as they had desired. It all was now complete, so would they on the Rhine bank no longer stay their feet. 369 therefore, to fetch their comrades, a messenger was bade, that they should come and look on this raiment newly made. It might be, for the heroes, too long, or else too small. But 'twas of the right measure, they thanked the ladies all. 370 for all who came and saw it were bounden to confess, in all the world they never had seen more noble dress. They might be proud such clothing in any cot to wear. Of finer knight's apparel, in sooth, knew no one there. 371 thanks manifold and haughty their judgment did receive, and then these joyous warriors desired to take their leave. This did the noble comrades with knightly courtesy. Bright eyes were then, with weeping, all sad and watery. 372 she said, "My dearest brother, you still have time to stay, and woo some other woman. 'Twould be the better way. You would not then endanger your body and your life. Here might you find, much nearer, as highly born a wife." 373 her hot, I ween, foreboded what later did befall. As every word was spoken they fell to weeping all. The gold upon their bosoms was tarnished with the tears which rained from their eyelids, by reason of their fears. 374 again she spake. "Sir Siegfried, let me commend, I pray, unto your truth and kindness, my brother dear alway, that no mischance befall him in Queen Brunhilda's land." The gallant hero swore it upon Kriemhilda's hand. 375 the mighty Thane thus answered, "So long as I shall live you to his safety, lady, no anxious thought need give. I safe and sound will bring him home to the Rhine," he said, "that know now of a surety." The fair maid bowed her head. 376 their gilded shields were carried straight down unto the Shaw, and to the ship was taken of clothing their whole store. They bade men bring their horses, they hasted to be gone. Then was by beauteous women much bitter weeping done. 377 there, standing at the windows, was many a lovely child. A high wind fair was blowing, the ship's sail soon was filled. The gallant band of heroes on Rhine were floating free. Then spake the royal Gunther, "Who now shall skip a be?" 378 that will I be, cried Siegfried, "for I can down the flood right well and safely steer you, doubt not, ye heroes good, the proper water channels I well do understand." Then joyously they parted from the Burgundian land. 379 Sir Siegfried took a bowhook, and stoutly did it grip, and leaning on it strongly, from strand he shoved the ship. The mighty man, King Gunther, did likewise seize an awe, and soon these worthy heroes had cleared them from the Shaw. 380 they carried costly viands and plenty of good wine, the best that had been vintaged upon the banks of Rhine. Their horses stood right firmly, they had a well-found stall, their vessel voyaged smoothly, small ill did them befall. 381 then they unfurled the sailcloths, the stout sails, strained and tight, and 20 miles they sailed, or ever it was night, with a good wind to help them downstream, toward the sea. Their steadfast toil was later those brave ones woe to be. 382, upon the 12th day morning, as we have heard men say, the wind had borne the vessel far distant, and away toward Eisenstein the fortress in Queen Brunhilda's land, to all of them, save Siegfried, it was an unknown strand. 383 now, when the royal Gunther so many towers did see, and eke so wide a marchland, he spake all suddenly, Tell me, my good friend Siegfried, if it be known to thee, whose are these many castles and this fair land we see? 384 then answered Siegfried. Truly it is to me well known, this people and this country doth Queen Brunhilde own, and Eisenstein's her fortress, as you have heard me say, and many comely women you well might see this day. 385 I'll give ye heroes counsel all of one mind to be, agree in all your discourse, so seemeth best to me. If we today, as may be, before Brunhilde go, we shall need all our prudence to deal with her, I trow. 386 When we behold that fair one, attended by her train, one speech, and but one only, ye heroes must maintain. King Gunther is my chieftain, and of his men I'm one. Thereby what he hath purposed shall all be duly done. 387 They ready were to promise whate'er he asked of them, with all their pride, aweening none did his word contemn. They vowed whate'er he wanted, so better did they fare, what time the royal Gunther beheld Brunhilde fair. 388 This not so much for thy sake I do, Sir Siegfried said, as for love of thy sister, the ever beauteous maid, she's as my soul unto me, and as my very life. I'll gladly do this service, so her I win to wife. Adventure Roman 7 How Gunther won Brunhilde. 389 Now, while all this was passing, their ship had neared unto the castle walls, so closely that the king's eyes could view above them, at the windows, full many a winsome maid, that he knew none amongst them made Gunther passing sad. 390 Then questioned he Sir Siegfried, his brave companion. Of all those lovely maidens, dost thou in truth know none, who now are gazing downward at us upon the flood? Woe are their lord and master, they be of noble blood. 391 To him replied Sir Siegfried, Now look you, secretly, amidst the maids there standing, and then confess to me which you would take among them, if you thereto had might. That will I do, cried Gunther, the bold and valiant knight. 392 Yonder, within that window, I see one of them stand all in a snow-white garment. She's fairest of the band, 'tis her mine eyes have chosen, so fair she is to see. Had I the power to wed her, my wife she needs must be. 393 The judgment of thine eyesight hath done for thee right well. That is the noble Brunhilde, the maiden beautiful, whom all thine heart desireth, thy senses and thy mood. In all ways did her bearing seem to King Gunther good. 394 The queen her beauteous maidens did thereupon command to leave the windows straightway. They ought not there to stand, a gazing stock for strangers? They readily obeyed. And what the ladies next did hath since to us been said. 395 They decked themselves for sake of the visitors unknown, as comely women ever since days of old have done. Then to the narrow windows they quickly came again, whence they could see the heroes, and gazed with might and main. 396 There were of them 4 only, who came unto the land. Bold Siegfried now was leading a hoss along the sand. The comely dames beheld him, across the window shelf, whilst Gunther thought with pride that they gazed upon himself. 397 He held it by the bridle, the shapely animal, it was so sleek and handsome, so big and strong withal, until the king had mounted, and in the saddle sat. Thus Siegfried did him service, which he ere long forgat. 398 Then Siegfried fetched his own steed, which in the ship did stay. Such service had he rendered but seldom till that day, to stand at a man's stirrup, until he was astride. The fair and noble ladies this from their lat espied. 399 These 2 high-mettled heroes, to one ensample clad, white chargers and white raiment like snow new fallen had, each matching with the other, their solid bucklers bright shone, on the left hand hanging of either goodly knight. 400 bejeweled were their saddles, their saddle bows were small, so rode they in their glory, before Brunhilde's hall. The bells upon their harness were wrought of bright red gold, they came unto that country as bound on venture bold. 401 with spearheads newly sharpened, with swords well wrought and keen, which hung down to the rowels of these 2 goodly men. Such weapons bar the bold ones, with broad and sharp-edged blade. 'Twas all mocked by Brunhilde, the great and noble maid. 402 with them came also Dankwart, and Hagen of Tringay. These warriors were apparelled, as ancient legends say, alike, in costly raiment and raven black of hue. Fair were their shields and mighty, and strong and broad thereto. 403 The jewels that adorned them from India's land were brought, and glittered on their garments, as these the sunshine caught. Their little vessel left they unguarded, on the flood. So rode they to the castle, these heroes brave and good. 404 Full 680 turrets they saw within the wall, 3 palaces far stretching, and 1 fair, well-built hall, compact of precious marble, as meadow grass all green. And here, amid her cot folk, awaited them the queen. 405 The castle gate unlocked was, the doors were open thrown, Brunhilda's liegemen hasted to meet these guests unknown, to welcome these newcomers unto their lady's land. They bade men take their horses and bucklers from their hand. 406 A chamberlain said to them, Yield now your swords to us, and eke your shining hauberks. Nay, it shall not be thus, cried Hagen, Lord of Tronje, these we ourselves will bear. Then Siegfried had to teach him what were the customs there. 407 The fashion in this castle, as you must understand, is that no guest shall carry a weapon in his hand. So let them hence be taken, in sooth, 'tis fairly meant. Then Hagen, Gunther's liegeman, did grudgingly consent. 408 Wine for the guests was ordered, and lodgings good prepared. And to and from the palace swift-footed warriors fared. All clad in princely raiment they ever came and went, and on the stranger heroes were wondering glances bent. 409 Then unto Queen Brunhilda, someone the news declared, that certain unknown warriors had suddenly appeared, in glorious apparel, by ship across the flood, whereon began to question the maiden fair and good. 410 I would that someone told me, so spake the maiden queen, who are these stranger warriors that ne'er afar were seen, and now stand in my castle with such a noble grace, and for whose sake these heroes have voyaged to this place? 411 Then spake one of her people, Lady, I must avow not one of these same warriors I e'er beheld till now, but there is one among them much like unto Siegfried. You must give him good welcome, that is in sooth my rede. 412 The other his companion, who is so praiseworthy, if he the power had, either some rich king he might be, or have the jurisdiction o'er some wide princely lands. One sees beside the others how royally he stands. 413 The third of these companions he is of aspect grim, yet mighty queen, right comely he seems, and fair of limb. From those his rapid glances that he around him throws, his mien, if I mistake not, a gruesome temper shows. 414 The youngest knight among them seems worthy of all praise, as gentle as a maiden, yet knightly are his ways. How winsomely he stands there, with what a high-born mien, and yet if he were thwarted, we'd rue the hour, I ween. 415 How blithe soe'er his bearing, and beautiful his form, there's many a goodly woman, and he began to storm, that he could bring to weeping, his body fashioned is to excel in manly virtues. A brave, bold thane is this. 416 Then spake the queen, Now bring me my raiment and my gear, and if the mighty Siegfried to win my love is here, and therefore to this land comes, 'tis like to cost his life. In sooth, I do not fear him enough to be his wife. 417 Ere long, the fair Brunhilda was fittingly arrayed. With her there came full many a beauteous serving maid, 100, perhaps, or over, attired in all their best. These comely dames were eager to see the stranger guest. 418 With these there went, in order, the thanes of Isenland, the warriors of Brunhilda, each with his sword in hand, 500 men, or over, whereat their hearts misgave. Then from their seats uprose they, the heroes bold and brave. 419 When first the queen Brunhilda perceived the knight Siegfried, you would, perchance, be told of the words the maiden said. Be welcome, quoth she, Siegfried, here unto this our land. What meaning hath your journey I fain would understand. 420 I proffer, Dame Brunhilda, my hearty thankfulness that you have deigned to greet me, most generous princess, before this noble warrior, who stands beside me now. Seeing that he my lord is, such grace I disavow. 421 By birth he is of Rhineland, and what shall I say more? His love for thee 'tis only that brings us to this shaw. My lord doth seek to wed thee, whatever may befall. Of this, in time, bethink thee, he will not change at all. 422 The name he bears is Gunther, he is a mighty king. If haply he may win thee, he asks no other thing. 'Twas this good warrior bade me upon this journey come, and I had dared deny him. I'd fain have stayed at home. 423 She spake, Since he's thy master, and thou his vassal art, I'll stake a venture with him, if he dare play his part, and if he gain the mastery, then will I be his wife. But should I be the winner, ye all do risk your life. 424 Then Hagen spake of Tronje, O lady, let us see this mighty game you play at. Before a victory you score off my lord Gunther, it will go hard eno. For such a beauteous maiden he'll count to win, I trow. 425 The stone he must throw boldly, then leap to where it lies, then hurl the javelin with me, so be ye not unwise. Who knows? Each may be losing his honor and his head. You must bethink you therefore, the winsome fair one said. 426 On this, the gallant Siegfried unto King Gunther went, and bade him tell the princess his purpose and intent. He might be for the issue without anxiety. I shall be there to shield you with all my craft, quoth he. 427 Then spake the royal Gunther, most high and mighty queen, declare your task unto me, and had it harder been, for sake of your fair body I everything would stake, my very head I'd venture you for my wife to take. 428 As soon as Queen Brunhilda his will and meaning knew, she bade the games be hastened, as seemed to her but due, and ordered them to bring her wonted gear for fight, a ruddy golden breastplate, and buckler round and bright. 429 A silken fighting doublet drew over all the maid, such as in closest combat would turn the sharpest blade. Of Libyan stuff 'twas woven, and it was deftly done. A bright embroidered trimming upon the bodice shone. 430 Meantime, the stranger warriors were eyed somewhat askance, and Dankwart and Sir Hagen ill brooked this arrogance, and how the king would fare, too, did weigh upon their mood. They thought, unto us warriors our journey bodes no good. 431 The while these things were doing, Siegfried, the crafty one, had, unperceived of any, back to the vessel gone, and found his hood of darkness, where hidden it had lain, and swiftly slipped it on him. Thus he became unseen. 432 Then back again he hastened to where the queen he found her fateful game arranging, with many knights around. Invisibly he joined them, so cunningly 'twas done that, midst the whole assembly, he was discerned by none. 433 The ring was marked out clearly wherein the games should be, in presence of bold warriors, who came the spot to see. 700 men and over one saw, who weapons bear, which of the two was winner the heroes must declare. 434 Ere long appeared Brunhilde in all her warlike gear, as if she meant to conquer all kingdoms far and near. Above her silken vestment was twisted golden twine. One saw thereunder ever her lovely colour shine. 435 And then came her attendants, who in their hands did hold a mighty round-rimmed buckler, all wrought of ruddy gold, with steel-like clasps upon it, many, and broad, and bright, and underneath its shelter the lovely maid would fight. 436 The maiden's shield sustainer, a noble baldric was, wherein were gems embroidered, as green as air was grass. Their ever-changing brightness was mirrored in the gold. He who would win such lady must needs be warrior bold. 437 Her shield beneath the bosses, as we have heard declare, was 3 good spans in thickness, and this the maid could bear. With steel and gold inlayings so richly 'twas beset, her chamberlains, 4 of them, could scarcely carry it. 438 When now the sturdy Hagen beheld this shield brought in, the wrathful Lot of Tringay did thus to speak begin. How now, King Gunther? Truly we're like to lose our life. She, whom you would be wooing, must be the devil's wife. 439 Hear more now of her raiment. She had a wondrous star, a warrior's silken mantle from Azagog she wore, a noble, costly garment, from which the flash was seen, of many a splendid jewel pertaining to the queen. 440 Then bar they to the lady, and weighty 'twas, I trow, a giant spear well sharpened, which she was wont to throw. Most strong and monstrous was it, and mighty too, and broad, and with its keen twin edges right terribly at God. 441 of that spear's weight, now hearken and hear the wonderment. 4.5 good measures of metal to it went. 3 of Brunhilde's liegemen could scarce uphold its weight. When noble Gunther saw it, his courage did abate. 442, and in his heart he pondered, whate'er will be the end? If she be a hell devil, who can the matter mend? Were I alive and safely once more in Burgundy, here, rid of love and wooing, she long might wait for me. 443 Then out spake Hagen's brother, the valiant Dankwart. Alack that we did ever on this state journey start, but knights we still are, surely, and it were very shame to perish in this country, almasted by a dame. 444 I do regret right sorely that ere I saw this land, had but my brother Hagen his weapon in his hand, and I had mine, methinketh they'd be a whit more mild, with all their pride and boasting, these vassals of Brunhild. 445 For, know now of a surety, each one of you I won, no oath of peace should bind me. Had I 1,000 swan, ere I fought on before me my master dear shall see, this maid her life shall forfeit, however fair she be. 446 We, without let or hindrance, could surely leave this land, said Hagen, Dankwart's brother, had we good swords in hand, and eke the armor on us that we in battle need. Then would this haughty woman soon change her tone indeed. 447 Full well, the noble maiden heard what the warrior said, with smiling mouth, half turning, she her shoulder bade. Thinks he himself so valiant? Bring them their armor then, and let these heroes handle their keen-edged swords again. 448 When they received their weapons, at the proud maid's command, for joy did Dankwart redden to hold his sword in hand, now play your games and welcome? Shouted the fearless Thane, Gunther need fear no danger, we have our swords again. 449 The strength of Queen Brunhilde, it was a fearsome thing. They brought her for the contest a stone into the ring, a monstrous one and heavy, so mighty, and so round, 12 stalwart heroes scarcely could heave it from the ground. 450 Whene'er she threw the javelin, she next would hurl this stone. Then did the stout Burgundians within their spirit groan. God help us? Cried Sir Hagen, what bride our king hath wooed? Hell were her proper sojourn, she's of the devil's brood. 451 Around her snow-white arms she began her sleeves to wind, and on her hand she fastened the buckler to her mind. Then high she poised her javelin, and so began the fight. Gunther and Siegfried likewise did dread Brunhilde's spite. 452 And were it not for Siegfried, who came unto his aid, the king's life had been forfeit unto the doughty maid. The knight, unseen, approached him, and twitched him by the hand. But Gunther quailed, his cunning he did not understand. 453 What was it that did touch me? The bold man thought, and he looked round and sought on all sides, but not a soul could see. A voice said, It is Siegfried, 'tis I, your trusty friend. As to this queen, I pray you, let fear be at an end. 454 He said, Unhand the buckler, and let me carry it, and what thou hearst me tell thee. Mock well with all thy wit, thine must be all the gestures, but I will do each deed. When Gunther understood him, his heart grew light indeed. 455 See thou conceal my cunning, and tell no man thereof. The queen will little glory win from thee, though she scoff, and though it be her purpose to add unto her fame. See how she stands before thee, fearless, the noble dame. 456 With all her strength of body, her spear the glorious maid against a new shield hurled. 'Twas broad and stoutly made, which on his arm was bearing the son of Siegeland. Bright fire sparks from the steel flew, as driven by the wind. 457 The blade of her stout lance-head clean through his shield did crash, and from his close-ringed hauberk the fire was seen to flash. The shock of the encounter so drave the stalwart men, that, saving for the Tarnhelm, they both had there been slain. 458 Out of the mouth of Siegfried, the bold knight, gushed the blood, but soon again upsprang he, then gripped the hero good the spear which she had hurled, that through his buckler went, and back it flew upon her, by Siegfried's strong hand sent. 459 He thought, I will not shoot her, this maid who is so fair. And so he turned behind him the sharp head of the spear, and with the shaft he smote her upon her vest of steel, so that the blow re-echoed that his stout hand did deal. 460 The fire broke from her armor, as driven by the wind. Hard were the spear thrusts dealt by the son of Siegeland. So much King Gunther never had done with his own hand. With all her strength, the maiden such blows could not withstand. 461 The beauteous Brunhilde, how soon she up did bound. I thank thee, noble Gunther, thy shot its mark hath found. She thought that he had done it by his own strength alone. But no, there slipped behind him a far more mighty one. 462 Away she sped full swiftly, and wrathful was her mood. The stone aloft she lifted, this noble maid and good. Then from her hand she hurled it with all her might and main, and after it she leapt while her armor rang again. 463 The stone fell 12 good arms' lengths beyond her standing place, but further yet the maid sprang, and cleared the stone apace. Then came the noble Siegfried to where the stone did lie. 'Twas Gunther that did lift it, 'twas Siegfried let it fly. 464 So bold a man was Siegfried, so mighty and so tall, he threw the stone still further, and leapt beyond its fall. His subtle arts had given such wondrous power of limb, that, in the leap, King Gunther, he bore along with him. 465 Thus was the leaping over, and hurling of the stone, and they who looked saw no one, save Gunther there alone. The beauteous Brunhilde all red with wrath became, for Siegfried had prevented King Gunther's death and shame. 466 Unto her cotfolk turning, she loudly spake, as she across the ring, the hero all safe and sound did see. Come hither, quick, my kinsmen, and my good lieges all. Ye must now to King Gunther be underlings and thrall. 467 Then laid these stalwart warriors their weapons from their hand at Gunther's feet, the rich king from the Burgundian land, then bent to do him homage full many a dauntless knight. They thought that he the contest had won by his own might. 468 He gave her gentle greeting, for he was courtly bred. Then by the hand she took him, that famous maid, and said she would henceforth allow him the rule and power to hold. Right glad thereat was Hagen, the warrior brave and bold. 469, she bade the noble hero along with her to go into the wide-roomed palace, which being done also, more fittingly was service paid to the noble knight. Dankwart and Hagen glad were to see such pleasant sight. 470 meanwhile, the ready Siegfried wisely his plans did lay. He took the hood of darkness and hid it safe away. Then the great hall he entered, where many ladies sat, and fell to question Gunther, and artfully did that. 471 Wherefore, my lord, delay you? When doth the game begin at which the queen so often hath challenged you to win? Let us behold and quickly in what wise it is done. As though he knew not of it behaved the crafty one. 472 How can it e'er have happened? Thereon inquired the queen, that you, most noble Siegfried, not of the game have seen, wherein I have been worsted by mighty Gunther's hand. Then answered her Sir Hagen of the Burgundian land. 473 He spake, Yourself, O lady, did much disturb our mood, so to the ship departed Siegfried, the hero good, what time our lord of Rhineland did win the game from you. Therefore he knows not of it, said Gunther's liegeman true. 474 Now welcome are these tidings, quoth warrior Siegfried, that thus your pride hath fallen doth please me well indeed, that someone there is living who may your master be. Now must you, noble maiden, go with us o'er the sea. 475 Then spake the noble fair one, this may not yet befall, my kinsmen first must hear it, and my good liegemen all. I may not thus so lightly desert my land, I trow. My chief friends must be sent there, ere I myself shall go. 476 Then sent she heralds riding here, there and everywhere, to bid her friends and kinsmen, and lieges all repair to Eisenstein the fortress, nor would she take excuse, and bade that costly raiment be given for their use. 477 So daily came they riding, from early hours till late unto Brunhilde's castle, like to an army great. Now, by my faith, cried Hagen, see now what we have done. With fair Brunhilde's liegemen will trouble have a none. 478 While thus in power and numbers they throng throughout the land, what is the queen's intention we cannot understand? What if she be against us so wroth that we be lost? The noble maiden surely was bond to our great cost. 479 Then spake the sturdy Siegfried, all this will I forestall. The danger you are dreading I will not let befall. I must go hence, and succor bring quickly to this shaw, a band of chosen warriors ne'er known to you before. 480 Ye must not seek to find me, I go across the sea. May God meanwhile preserve you from all indignity. I'll come back quickly, bringing 1,000 men with me, the very best of warriors that ever one could see. 481 Be not too long gone from us. The king in answer said, in this our need we shall be right glad to have your aid. Said he, I'll come back to you ere many days be spent, and you must tell the queen that by you I have been sent. Adventure Roman 8 How Siegfried went to fetch the Nibelungs. 482 So thence went Siegfried unto the haven on the strand, clad in his hood of darkness, to where a boat did stand. Therein he stood, all hidden, this son of Siegmund brave. He steered it quickly seaward, as 'twere the wind that drave. 483 Though no one saw the steersman, fast sped the bark along, urged by the strength of Siegfried. In sooth his arms were strong. Men thought that she was driven by some strange, mighty wind. No, it was Siegfried drave her, the son of fair Sieglind. 484 When he a day had voyaged, and likewise through a night, he came unto a country, by dint of main and might. From one end to the other 100 leagues or more, the Nibelungland, where kept he the mighty Hod in staw. 485 Then, all alone, the hero steered to an eyot broad, and ran his skiff alongshore and left her safely moored. Then climbed he to a mountain, on which a castle stood, and, like a wayworn traveller, for shelter sought and food. 486 So came he to the gateway, which, locked before him stood, they guarded well their honour, as folk at this day would. Then straight he fell a-knocking, like any man unknown. The gate was kept well guarded. He saw within it soon 487 a monstrous giant water, whose sentinel did stand, and kept at all times ready his weapons close at hand. He called, Who cometh knocking so loudly at the door? Then answered the bold Siegfried, but changed his voice therefore, 488 and said, I am a warrior, undo me now the gate, ere I arouse to anger someone, though it be late, who rather would sleep softly and in his chamber bide. It angered the gatekeeper that Siegfried thus replied. 489 Soon had the doughty giant girded his armor on, set on his head his helmet, and quickly seized upon and swung aloft his buckler, and opened wide the gate. How straightly then on Siegfried he rushed, with scowl of hate. 490 How had he dared awaken so many a gallant man? and straight upon the question his hand to smite began. The noble guest prepared him a bold defence to make, but at the potter's onset, his very shield clasps brake. 491 smashed by a bar of iron. The knight was saw distressed, and somewhat was he fearful that death would end his quest, seeing the huge gatekeeper did smite so sturdily, which yet his master Siegfried was not ill-pleased to see. 492, so mighty was their combat, that all the castle rang. Throughout the halls of Nibelung men heard the crash and clang. At last he threw the giant, and bound him foot and hand. The tidings soon spread over the whole of Nibelungland. 493, the noise of fierce strife sounded deep through the mountain side, where Alberich the bold one, a wild dwarf, did abide. With speed he seized his weapons, and ran to where he found this brave and noble stranger, as he the giant bound. 494, a fierce wight was this Alberich, of strength he had good staw, a helmet and a hauberk he on his body wore, a weighty whip, gold-handled, he carried in his hand, with all his swiftness ran he to where Siegfried did stand. 495 7 knots, both hard and heavy, hung down in front of it, with which the bold man's buckler so ruthlessly he hit, as in his hand he held it, that it in pieces fell. Then was the goodly stranger in fear for life as well. 496, the shield that now was broken, he from his hand did throw, and thrust into its scabbard his sword. 'Twas long Eno. His treasurer he would not, and he could help it, slay. His breeding he forgat not, as was his righteous way. 497, with his strong hands for weapons at Alberich he ran, and by the beard he gripped him, that old and grisly man. So ruthlessly he pulled it, that loud the old man cried. The grip of the young hero could Alberich ill abide. 498 loud was the bold dwarf's outcry. I prithee now, have done. And I could be the liegeman of any knight, save one to whom I have sworn fealty to be his vassal. I, rather than die, I'd serve thee. The crafty one did say. 499, but Alberich was bound as the giant had been bound, and by the strength of Siegfried much pain and trouble found. The dwarf began to question, How are you called? Quoth he said, My name is Siegfried, I should be known to thee. 500, that is a goodly hearing, said Alberich the dwarf. Now know I of a surety what mettle you are of, and know you have good reason to lot it in the land. If you my life will leave me, I'll do what you command. 501, thus spake the hero Siegfried. Then must thou straightway go and bring me of the warriors the best we have, I trow. Of Nibelungs 1,000 I fain would here behold. But wherefore these he wanted, that was to no man told. 502 of Alberich and the giant, the fetters he unbound. Then Alberich ran quickly to where the knights he found. The Nibelungs he wakened from sleep right cautiously, and said, Up now, ye heroes, to Siegfried hasten ye. 503, then sprang they from their couches all ready at his call. 1,000 active warriors equipped stood in the hall. So went they unto Siegfried, who by himself did stand, and fairly did he greet them. Some knelt to kiss his hand. 504, they lit full many a taper, pure wine for him they pawed. He thanked them all for coming so promptly at his word. Then spake he, Ye must yonder with me across the flood. For this he found them ready, those heroes bold and good. 505 full 300 warriors had come at his behest. From out their numbers took he 1,000 of the best. To these were brought their helmets, and all their gear to hand, because he fain would lead them unto Brunhilde's land. 506 he spake, Ye good knights, hearken to that which now I say. Your raiment should at court be exceeding rich and gay, for many a lovely woman will look on us, I trow. So make your bodies handsome with good clothes ere we go. 507, all on a morning early, the bold knights rode away. What gallant comrade Siegfried had got himself that day? They all had good war horses, and garments rich and grand. With knightly mien and bearing, they came to Brunhilde's land. 508, upon the turret standing was many a winsome maid. Then spake the queen, Doth any know who be these, she said, whom I see sailing hither from all the sea so far? Their sails be richly woven, whiter than snow they are. 509, and the Rhine king made answer, My warriors are they, whom I did on the journey bid near at hand to stay. I sent to fetch them, lady, and here they come, I see. Whereon the noble strangers were eyed all wonderingly. 510, for plainly saw they Siegfried upon the faudeck stand, arrayed in costly raiment, with all his warrior band. Then said the queen, Now must you, my lord king, counsel me, shall these new guests be welcomed, or shall I let them be? 511 he spake, Without the palace to meet them you should go, as if we saw them gladly, that they may take it so. Then did the queen, according unto the king's behest, though, in her greeting, Siegfried she severed from the rest. 512 a lodging was found for them, their goods were put in store. And now so many strangers had landed on that shore, that great the throng of folk was, whichever way one went. The knights on sailing homewards to Burgundy were bent. 513 Then spake the Queen Brunhilde, right thankful should I be to him who could my silver and gold divide for me between my guests and Gunther's, an ample store I have. Then Dankwart said, the liegeman of Gisela the brave, 514 Most noble queen and lady, let me now have the key. I trow I can divide it, if shame should fall on me, so let it be mine only. Thus spake the doughty Thane. That he a gentle knight was from his bearing plain. 515 As soon as Hagen's brother the key had at command, so many gifts and costly dispensed the hero's hand, to those who one mock needed, such bounty did he give, that all the poorest, henceforth, in comfort well might live. 516 pound pieces by the hundred he, without reckoning, gave. In clothing rich, full many that royal hall did leave who ne'er such splendid raiment before that time had won. This vexed the queen right sorely, it was not to be borne. 517 She spake, in her vexation, Sir King, it seems to me this chamberlain of yours is with all my goods so free he soon will leave me nothing. He throws my gold away. I shall be beholden to him who this can stay. 518 Such rich gifts doth he lavish, the Thane must sure believe I've sent for death to take me. But I would longer live. Whate'er my father left me I trow I well can spend. On such a spendthrift treasurer did never queen depend. 519 Then Hagen spake of Trinjay, fair lady, have no fear. The king of the Rhine river hath gold enough, and gear to lavish just as freely. And well may we forego to take Brunhilde's treasure when hence we homeward go. 520 Nay, for mine own sake, hear me, the queen said, for I will take with me 20 coffers, which I with gold will fill and silken stuffs, which also I'll give with mine own hand, when we come over yonder unto King Gunther's land. 521 With precious stones and jewels they did her coffers laid, her own lords of the chamber to help therewith she bade, for she would put no trust in the men of Gisela. Gunther, therefore, and Hagen began to laugh at her. 522 Then spake the Queen Brunhilde, to whom leave I my land? That first must be determined by thine and mine own hand. The noble king made answer, let him forthwith appear who best thereto would please you, we'll leave him steward here. 523 One of her noblest kinsmen the lady to her bade, it was her mother's brother, to him the maiden said, to you be now entrusted my castles and the land, until they come directly under King Gunther's hand. 524 Then did she of her people choose 200 men, who with her to the Rhineland must make the voyage then, beside the 1,000 warriors who came from Nibelungenlied. Then all to start made ready, they rode down to the strand. 525 of women 86 along with her she took, and eke 100 maidens, who comely were in look. Then they delayed no longer, they wearied to be gone, but those they left behind them, these wept I, many a one. 526 With seemly grace the lady fared from her fatherland. She kissed her nearest kinsmen, who stood on either hand. With kindliest leave-takings they came unto the shaw. To her forefathers' country the lady came no more. 527 One heard of games of all kinds to pass the time away and make the journey shorter. 100 pastimes gay. They had, too, for their voyage a right good sailing wind. With merriment and laughter they left their land behind. 528 Not once upon the journey did she embrace her lord. Until they reached his palace their pleasure was deferred. At Worms they, in the castle, their wedding feast would hold, where they, ere long, with gladness came with their heroes bold. Adventure Roman 9 How Siegfried was sent to Worms. 529 When they 9 days had travelled upon their homeward way, spake Hagen, lord of Trinjay, now hark to what I say, we yet have sent no tidings to Worms upon the Rhine, your herald should be, surely, in Burgundy long sign. 530 King Gunther made him answer, lo, what you say is right, and for this errand, surely there is no better knight than you yourself, friend Hagen. So ride now to my land, our journey no one better can make them understand. 531 Weto made answer Hagen, small use should I be there. Let me look to the cabin, whilst on the flood we fare. I'll stay beside the women, and to their gear attend, until we bring them safely into Burgundian land. 532 Bid Siegfried rather do it, and him your envoy make. His mighty strength will aid him, the task to overtake. Should he decline the going, you must, with kindliness, for love of your fair sister, the journey on him press. 533 He sent to fetch the warrior, who came at his command. Quoth Gunther, Since we're nearing our home in mine own land, I ought to send a message unto my sister dear, and eke unto my mother, that we the Rhine draw near. 534 This ask I of thee, Siegfried, the favour grant, I pray, that I may ever thank thee. The warrior good did say. But Siegfried did withstand him, he was so bold a man, until King Gunther sorely to plead with him began. 535 To ride thou shouldst be willing, for my sake, Gunther said, and likewise for Kriemhilda's, the beautiful young maid, that we may owe thee service, the noble maid and I. When Siegfried heard that saying he could no more deny. 536 Whate'er thou wilt command me, I cannot say thee nay. For love of that fair maiden I'll do what thou dost say. How could I aught deny her, who owns my heart alone? For her sake that thou askest is all as good as done. 537 Go then and tell my mother, Ute, the noble queen, that we ain't this journey in joyous mood have been, and let the kings, my brothers, know each how we did fare, and all our friends must also the happy tidings hear. 538 And from my beauteous sister, I pray thee not reserve, but say that I and Brunhild will her right gladly serve, and tell unto the cot folk and all my serving men, that what my heart had yearned for, full well did I attain. 539 And tell to gallant Otwine, that nephew dear of mine, that he have seats erected by worms upon the Rhine. And all my other kinsmen, they also should be told that I, with Queen Brunhilda, high festival will hold. 540 And tell unto my sister, as soon as she hath learned how, with my guests so shortly I shall be home returned, that she to my betrothed one a welcome good must give, so shall I to Kriemhilda for I beholden live. 541 Then did the noble Siegfried a courteous farewell take of the lady Brunhild, as did beseem him well, and of her courtiers likewise. Then to the Rhine rode he. No messenger were better in all the world than he. 542 With 24 horsemen he into Worms did ride. Without the king he cometh, was heard on every side, and all the folk lamented, and stirred were with the dread lest in that foreign country they'd left their master dead. 543 They from their steeds dismounted, right happy was their mood, and Giselher hastened to them, the youthful king and good, and eke his brother Gernot. How eagerly spake he, when he the kingly Gunther did not with Siegfried see. 544 Be welcome, Siegfried, cried he, but pray you let me know where you have left my brother, who forth with you did go. If Queen Brunhilda's prowess have robbed us of our king, methinks your high-aimed wooing hath been an evil thing. 545 Forgo your fears. Quoth Siegfried, my noble comrade sends his loyal love and greeting to you and all his friends. In rare good health I left him. I came at his command to bring you, as his envoy, tidings to this your land. 546 You must see to it quickly, however it may be, that I the good queen mother and your fair sister see, for they must hear the message, which I was bade to tell, from Gunther and Brunhilda, with both of whom 'tis well. 547 Then Giselher the lad said, Go then to her you've won, since for my sister's favour such service you have done. Great trouble doth she suffer about my brother's fate. The maid will see you gladly, I'll warrant me of that. 548 The noble Siegfried answered, And I can serve the maid, right faithfully and gladly that service shall be paid. Now who will tell these ladies that them I fain would see? 'Twas Giselher the comely his messenger would be. 549 Swift Giselher the tidings unto his mother told, and eke unto his sister, when he did them behold. To us the hero Siegfried of Netherland hath come, him hath my brother Gunther here to the Rhine sent home. 550 He bringeth us full tidings of how the king doth fare. Now must ye give permission that he to cot repair. From Iceland brings he hither a true report, I trow. Yet soon these noble ladies much sorrow were to know. 551 To get their robes they hastened, and did themselves array, and then they summoned Siegfried to come to cot straightway. Which did he, willing-hearted, too happy her to see. The noble maid Kriemhilda spake to him graciously. 552 Be welcome, my lord Siegfried, thou worthy knight, she cried. Where doth my brother Gunther, the noble king, abide? Of him, by Brunhild's prowess, I ween we have fall on. Oh, woe is me, poor maiden, that ever I was born. 553 Then spake the gallant hero. Now pay me herald's fee. For no, O beauteous ladies, no need to weep have ye. In lusty health I left him, of that ye may be sure. To tell you both these tidings he sent me on before. 554 They send to you their duty, he and that bride of his, with all true love and kindness, most noble queen. It is high time to leave off weeping, for they will soon be here. For many a day she had not heard tidings half so dear. 555. Then with her snow-white kerchief she wiped her lovely eyes that were all wet with weeping, and in her gracious wise began to thank the bearer for the good news he brought. And so her grief and sorrow were turned to pleasant thought. 556. She bade him to be seated, whereof right glad was he. Then spake the lovesome maiden, rejoiced should I be, could I for Harold's guerdon give all my gold away. Too rich for such meed are you? I'll be your debtor I. 557. Said he, if for my portion I 30 kingdoms had, I would, by your hands given, of any gift be glad. Well, said the gracious lady, it shall be given to you. Her chamberlain was bidden to fetch the herald's due. 558. Full 24 buckles, set with bright stones and good, she gave him for his guerdon, and yet the hero's mood allowed him not to keep them. He handed them around unto her nearest ladies that in the room he found. 559. Her mother gave him greeting, in kind and courtly way. I have yet more to tell you, the valiant man did say, of what the king requireth when to the Rhine comes he. If, lady, you will grant it, he'll I beholden be. 560. The noble guests he bringeth, I heard him this desire, he wishes you to welcome, and eke he doth require that you ride forth to meet him, outside Worms on the strand, this doth the king, at your hands, in all good faith demand. 561. Then spake the lovely lady, ready am I alway howe'er I can to serve him, I cannot say him nay, all shall in loyal kindness as he desires be done. Whereat her cheek, for gladness, a heightened colour won. 562. No prince's herald ever a better welcome had, and had she dared to kiss him, she would have been right glad. How winsomely the gallant then from the dames withdrew, as noble Siegfried counselled did the Burgundians do. 563. Sir Sindold and Sir Hunold, and eke Rumold the Thane, to whom the charge was given, must work with might and main to have the seats made ready, by Worms upon the sands. One saw the royal stewards there working with their hands. 564. Otween and Gia would not that aught be left undone. They sent unto their kinsfolk on all sides, every one. They told them of the wedding which was about to be. The beauteous maids adorned them for the festivity. 565. The palace was made splendid, and decked was every wall in honor of the guest folk. King Gunther's royal hall was all right well upholstered by many a foreign man. And so this mighty wedding right merrily began. 566. Then all along the highways throughout the countryside were seen the 3 kings' kinsmen, who bidden were to ride and wait the guests' arrival, who soon were to appear, while from the stalls was taken abundance of rich gear. 567. Irelong was spread the rumour that certain folk had seen Brunhilde's friends approaching, at which there did begin great stir among the people in the Burgundian land. Ay me, what gallant warriors were seen on either hand. 568. Then spake the fair Kriemhilde, ye maids attending me, who would at this reception fain bear me company, go, seek from out my presses the richest robes and best, that thereby praise and honour we gain from every guest. 569. The warriors came shortly, who oughted to be brought the saddles nobler fashioned, with finest gold inwrought, on which should ride the ladies, at Worms upon the Rhine. One never saw horse trappings more fitting or more fine. 570. Ha! What a golden gleaming from these gay palfreys shone, and how the bridles sparkled with many a precious stone. The footstools eke were golden, on coppets bright and good placed for the ladies mounting, right joyous was their mood. 571. The women's mares were saddled, and in the cot did stay for the young maids of honour, as I Iruhail did say. Small saddle bows and silken ones saw these palfreys bear, the finest silk, I warrant, of which you e'er could hear. 572. Then 86 matrons out of the palace went, and on their heads were wimples. Towards Kriemhilde bent each beauteous dame her footsteps, in garments bright arrayed, and no less well apparelled, came many a comely maid. 573. In number 54, damsels of Burgundy, the best they were and fairest that ever eye could see. One saw their flaxen tresses, with bands of riband bright. What Gunther had desired was done with zeal aright. 574. The richest stuffs then wore they, the best one e'er could find, before the stranger warriors, good clothes of many a kind, so that each several beauty might have a setting fit. Whoso were discontented must be of little wit. 575. Of sable and of ermine was many a costume there, and many an arm and hand too, were made to seem more fair with buckles and with bracelets on the silk stuffs they wore. Should any try to tell you, his task would ne'er be awe. 576 With many a fine wrought girdle, so rich and long and gay, hanging awe-shining raiment, the women's hands did play. The skirts of Farandine were, and stuff of Araby. Among those noble maidens was gladsomeness and glee. 577 In stomacha bejewelled was many a maiden fair most winsomely enlaced. And sad indeed, it were did not her bright complexion outshine her dress in hue. No other king had ever so fair a retinue. 578 As now those lovely ladies in full attire were seen, the knights who should escort them appeared upon the scene. High-couraged warriors were they, of mighty strength and craft, and each, beside his buckler, did bear an ashen shaft.